11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Cool. Okay. Are you also talking in the IFB? Hey, that's a good check. I can hear you. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the give it.
one more. You could attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that shit
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the official Pokemon channels for our live coverage of the Milwaukee. We're not in Milwaukee anymore.
Almost.
Almost. We were in Milwaukee.
I miss Milwaukee.
I can't believe I punched that so bad.
Welcome
everybody.
back to the Portland Regional Championships. My name is Wolf Glick, and I am joined here. This is my stream now.
Man, go! Aren't you a player?
Aaron. I got kind of, I do break every once in a while.
Okay,
Sorry,
fair
I'm hanging
enough.
with you all. My name is Wolf Glick, and I am joined by my good friends Aaron Zhang and Rosemary Kelly. Rosemary, take it away.
I don't know how I can follow that, actually, especially after I completely forgot where we were in the country. But we are back here for the final regional in the North American Championship circuit for this season in 2025, and it is so exciting to be here alongside both of you. It's our annual reunion show.
That's right. We're back.
We are so
We are
back.
so back. I've been saying that, Aaron. I woke up this morning. It was like 5 in the morning because I'm jet lagged, and I was like, we are so back.
I personally am just so happy to be here, closing out NA Regionals with, of course, two of my favorite people in Pokemon. And of course, we've got an incredible cast here in VG. All the casts, always incredible, but we've got Wolf, of course, joining us, as well as Yuki, who's making his debut here on the regional stage. And then we've got Scott and Evan, the OGs, the
goats.
ones that started casting basically here in VGC. And so, yeah, it's going to be a great show this weekend.
Yeah, we've got something for everybody, and especially when it comes down to that Pokemon action. So make sure that you keep your eyes glued to the TV and your ears open, and hopefully you'll have some fun. But we got to look at that schedule really quick because this has been such an incredible season so far. A little bit shorter, I think, than what we would normally have seen.
Yeah.
So it feels like everything has flown by so fast.
Last regional championship of the season here in North America. NAIC is just a couple of weekends afterwards. Then we take a 2-month break. And of course, the Premier Championships, the World Championships in Anaheim this summer. But the season has flown by. I feel like I blinked. It felt like yesterday, Rose, you and I were counting population bombs in Baltimore. And here we are now, like 8 months later, now in a completely different format. Goodbye, Mousehold, my beloved.
Bye-bye.
Now, we're playing with the big dogs. We've got, of course, Miraidon and Lunala on these, restricted and a dual restricted format. And so, but we just, started this format a couple of weeks ago. And so it's still relatively new. This is the format we'll be playing for the World Championships. And so Portland also, of course, a big event. There aren't that many events left before Worlds. And so for those players on the cusp of an invitation, this is really going to be an important event for them.
That's right, Aaron. Yeah, I think it's interesting because, last season we had a totally different qualification system where it was just a bar. You needed to get a certain amount of championship points in order to qualify, and then you were good as gold, if you don't mind me saying.
I do mind.
Oh, well, okay, then I'll retract it. You're good as something else. Good as Glick. Anyway, this season it's different. This season, as you can see, there are only a set number of players who can qualify from the World Championships in each region. In North America, the region that we are currently in, unless I'm much mistaken, that's 75 in the Masters Division, 20 in the Juniors and Seniors. And so compared to last season where many of the top players were set, they had their points, they'd already qualified for Worlds, and so the pressure was kind of off. Here, for many players, it's the opposite. There's lots of players who are in that range of either making it into the top 75 or they're currently just on the inside, and this event could be the one that determines whether or not they make it to the World Championships this year.
I think one of the most interesting things is you also have a limited number of events, what we call in BFL. And so some players have actually already reached their BFL, meaning that you have already accumulated points from so many tournaments. Now, of course, you can keep getting more points if you place above your previous placements, but it's only slightly incremental on top. Some players are coming into this event not having filled out that BFL at all, right? So even if you get, for example, top 64 here, that's 100 points versus someone who have maybe already filled up a lot of points. Even if you get another top 64, you might not actually get that many more points or any on top. And so for those that have not attended that many events, it's a big opportunity to leapfrog in front of players. And of course, first place at this event auto-qualifies for Worlds. We saw that in Milwaukee just a couple of weekends ago. Andrew Ding ended up playing his first tournament of the season, won it all, and then auto-qualified for Worlds. And so there's always a chance to sneak into Worlds, even if you haven't played at all.
Well, let's go ahead and get a quick look back at what happened at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Great segue.
That was not planned.
The start of May brought with it the start of a new regulation, with over 700 trainers competing for one of the final regional champion titles of the season in Milwaukee. On day one of the competition, Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta were the top duo, as anticipated by competitors. Day two told a much different story, though, with Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider coming out on top. Andrew Ding found himself facing off against friend Carson Confer in top 4 in a mirror match. Andrew was consistently one step ahead of Carson and was able to win the match and move on to finals. Dylan Kleinven, in a breakout performance, found himself up against the undefeated Luca Paz on the other top 4 match. Dylan took a risk, using Protect a second time in a row on Calyrex Ice Rider that paid off. Calyrex took the final knockout, and Dylan moved on to his first ever appearance in the finals. In Game 1 of the finals, Andrew made a great call, using Trick Room to ensure that his Ursaluna was able to get the 3 knockouts needed to win him the game. In Game 2, Dylan set Trick Room up on his own terms, but with Andrew's Ursaluna waiting, it was only a matter of time. Thanks to a defensive terastallization and a powerful, guts-boosted Earthquake, Andrew Ding became the 2025 Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Ursaluna is going to knock out everyone else on the field, and Andrew Ding walks into Milwaukee with a crazy weekend, a crazy team, and he will leave it punching his ticket to Anaheim.
Time is running out for your opportunity to qualify for the World Championships, but the 2026 season is not far off the horizon. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete so you're prepared to try and be the next regional champion.
Milwaukee was such a great start to this regulation that I completely forgot that we had moved on. As we look at the finalists, it was such a great finals to watch.
Yeah, I think this team that won the tournament was way ahead of the metagame. And if you looked at the top 4 of that event, there were like 3 of these teams basically in the top 4. Of course, a creation of among a bunch of champion-level players, Shiliang Tang, Justin Tang, Andrew Ding, Carson Confer, and Andrew was the one to pilot it to a first-place finish. But it is really, really innovative in the sense that it turned Pokemon that normally are used super offensively, like Miraidon, and actually started to use them a little bit more defensively, using Assault Vest on Miraidon, Electric Seed on the Lunala. Grimmsnarl has proven that it is easily one of the best Pokemon in the format, supporting these restricted. And Ursaluna, I think, really showed its strength on that team, often doing more damage than even the restricted Pokemon on the team. And so it's an incredible team composition, and in my opinion, the team to beat coming out of that tournament. And then Dylan, of course, using some really fun Pokemon as well, like that Miraidon Ice Rider combo, easily considered one of the top restricted duels coming into this format. But then you've got some fun support like the Rock Ogrepon and Volcarona as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more, Aaron. Very well put. And something that I think is really interesting about the winning team and the team that was so dominant is that it's very defensive. Normally, when we have a new format like Regulation I, which has just begun, the teams that tend to succeed at the beginning, are offensive teams. They're teams that have like really smart, synergistic offensive pieces, and they kind of just overwhelm opponents who haven't figured out how to optimize their defenses yet. And yet this was the opposite. We had a team that was really built around like Assault Vest, Miraidon, Electric Seed Lunala, Screened Grimmsnarl, Intimidate Incineroar. And I think that's a mark especially of Shiliang Tang and his team building, because he tends to really favor often these really defensive teams. I remember when he brought like Wo Chen to North American Internationals last year, and Grimmsnarl and like Snarl Iron Jugulus. And so I think it's really cool that even though it is early format and offense tends to be what succeeds there, here we have the opposite proving true.
Even looking back at San Antonio and the dominance of this particular team building group, I think we were all blown away by the defensive capabilities of that Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Ogerpon, yeah.
Really shaped the metagame that we saw from there on out in that format as well. And congratulations to Dylan, of course, for making that first finalist appearance at a regional championship. But we had a lot of action that took place around the world last weekend, so let's go ahead and take our first stop in EMEA, where Utrecht, we saw Michael Kelsch take another victory, adding yet another trophy medal to his cabinet.
Yeah.
He's been on an unbelievable run in VGC. I mean, he only started playing a few years ago, but has already a second place finish at Worlds, a top 4 finish at Worlds, and now has won 3 regional level events. This is his second regional level win of the season alone, which is really impressive. What is interesting is that he has a lot of similar pieces to the team that we saw win Milwaukee, with Grimmsnarl, with Incineroar, with Choiceman Urshifu, with Miraidon, but he decided to use a bulky Landorus as well as a Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider to take home this tournament. Both of those, not exactly super common sets. Landorus is really well positioned in the metagame right now because there aren't that many strong ground type attackers. Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider was kind of this hidden tech that actually did very well and won one of the big global tournaments, the Wi-Fi tournaments, but that was in a previous regulation. I think people were not really talking about it very much. It kind of went under the radar. Now it came out and has finally really showed the world what it can do. Super defensive. When you pair it with Grimmsnarl, you just get to heal so much, and in a format where restricted Pokemon are so common, you get to take so much more HP. Leech Seeding a Terapagos that has Terrad, you literally just get so much health back because of the base HP stat. And then Lewis, on the other hand, of course, using a team that I think a lot of us expected to be good in day one of the format, with the classic Calyrex, Zamazenta core, classic Pokemon like Incineroar and Ursh as well.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting as well because these are two archetypes, restricted pairings that we did expect to be good coming into the format. Honestly, it might be surprising to hear, with the benefit of hindsight, but Shadow Rider plus Zamazenta was the archetype that people thought was going to be number one. And meanwhile, at the first event, it was Miraidon and Lunala, which was basically, I would say, on basically no one's radars going into the format. Yep. And so I think what's interesting here is that while Miraidon Ice Rider is another composition that people expected to do well, it wasn't necessarily in this way. We were thinking it was going to be something closer to the team that won the World Championships last year, with maybe Whimsicott for Tailwind support and Ogerpon Hearthflame for some redirection, and certainly not Pokemon like Grimmsnarl or Incineroar to kind of slow the pace down. And so yet again, this is another example of kind of defensive team building with Leech Seed Ice Rider plus all the damage reduction, but we do have Choice Specs Miraidon and Choice Band Urshifu here as well, so we're getting kind of a mix of offense and defense here.
Not just EMEA, though, we also saw some competition over in the Oceania region as we take a look at the Melbourne Regional Championships. And this is where, when you turn the page, you see even more restricted duos coming out here in the finalist positions of both of these events, outside of what we've already seen from Milwaukee and Utrecht.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we were just talking about Calyrex Zamazenta, but here's Calyrex Koraidon, Calyrex Terapagos. I think Calyrex, since its introduction, people have pegged as it's just so good. But of course, it does have a couple of weaknesses. It's not the best kind of defensively, as you often feel forced to either Terra. People have actually been using Focus Sash Calyrex a ton in this format to make sure it can get multiple Astral Barrages off. I think, but the team that won here actually featuring some really cool components, like of course that Wheezing as well as that Walking Wake, two Pokemon aren't seen very frequently. And then on the other hand, you have what is I think seen as the classic Terapagos build in this format, where you have Combine Terapagos, you have double Fake Out supports, you can keep cycling Fake Outs. Grassy terrain plus leftovers makes Terapagos so difficult to deal with. And then Calyrex, of course, can both be offensive with Astral Barrages, but also can use supportive moves like Will-O-Wisp and Pollen Puff.
Yeah, I think also what's really interesting here on the winning team is not just the restricted Pokemon, though that is interesting, but also the Galarian Weezing, a Pokemon that is really difficult to build around, but can have really high payoff if you do it correctly, because you're able to shut down the abilities of so many Pokemon. Pokemon like Miraidon, Pokemon like Zamazenta, like Terapagos. There's a lot of Pokemon that really like having access to their abilities, and if you use your Weezing correctly with its neutralizing gas ability, you can really shut them down. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with this type of composition, you might be thinking, well, doesn't Weezing get in the way of Koraidon as well? It needs to set the sun up. But this Koraidon has the new ability introduced in Scarlet and Violet, I believe, which is the Ability Shield, which still allows Koraidon to activate its own sun and then get the attack boost from Orichalcum Pulse, even when the neutralizing gas is active. And so I think it's a really cool composition. I believe it was an innovation based on the team that James Evans used at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I actually played against James at a tournament, which also had 3 or 4 of these same Pokemon as well. And so it's cool to see kind of players across the globe take inspiration from and innovate on ideas that are happening, across the world.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of thinking back to when Galarian Weezing was first announced at the World Championships to give us an idea of what was coming in Sword and Shield, and everyone looked at the ability and was like, "Oh my goodness!" Like crowd reactions.
It's gonna be so good.
Wow, it's gonna be amazing. And then Sword and Shield, it was not the best Pokemon ever.
Until Regigigas showed up.
Yes, for sure.
Dynamax. Boom, boom, boom.
Goodbye your speed, goodbye your health.
And then Galarian Weezing goes away, and then we have Snowboy again. But then Ability Shield, as you said, Wolf, did get introduced in Scarlet and Violet. I think that's where we really saw the true competitive potential of this particular Pokemon. And so I'm excited to see if that's going to have a large impact this weekend. And of course, I'm happy to see Walking Wake take a victory over at a regional championship. But that's not the only photosynthesis Pokemon that has been doing well. As we take a look at the Santiago Regional Championships, we also had, I'm thinking about the next slide.
I was looking so close. I was like, please let there be one. Please.
I'm getting ahead of myself, actually. You'll see the photosynthesis
back to the
slide
future, if you will.
on the next slide, but let's go ahead and talk about LATAM.
Well, I was going to say this feels like a Blast La Pass instead, and we have teams that look really similar to the Milwaukee teams, of course, with Kenneth running the exact same 6-1 Milwaukee, Max using some very similar ones from Milwaukee with the Iron Hands and the Volcarona as well, but I mean, it's clear to me Grimmsnarl right now, like Grimmsnarl-centric comps are just so good. You can throw it onto so many different teams, and Ursaluna, once again, is just so dominant. Even looking at these two teams up against each other, it's like, yeah, you can just go for ground-type damage and click Earthquake or Headlong Rush, or really Bazad, into both sides so easily. And so Ursaluna right now very much feels like that final boss, actually, which is wild to think about. But, of course, this time it's the Ice Rider and the Miraidon coming out on top instead of the Lunala on Miraidon. But Milwaukee clearly had such a huge impact on the metagame, and I think like Grimmsnarl is just everywhere right now, and it's won so many events already this season.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl's an interesting Pokemon because, like, while you might, if you've been watching a lot of Scarlet and Violet, you would have seen it, like, somewhat, but not so common. But I think it especially thrives in dual-restricted formats because what Grimmsnarl's mostly known for is using the moves Reflect and Light Screen, boosted by its Prankster ability, to effectively reduce damage for, normally it's going to be 8 turns, thanks to the Light Clay ability. And that damage reduction is a lot more valuable when the Pokemon that you're protecting are 2 restricted Pokemon, like Miraidon and Ice Rider, both restricted Pokemon that, I think as you mentioned, Aaron, or maybe it was Rose, are already naturally extremely hard to get rid of. If you start increasing their survivability by a factor of 50%, that's a pretty big deal, especially when you have Pokemon like Miraidon putting out so much damage with, you know, Electro Drift or even Volt Switch. And if Ice Rider ever gets an attack boost, I mean, it gets very scary very quickly. So I think Grimmsnarl is a Pokemon to watch this weekend, and especially as the format develops, because either people are going to optimize their offense more, and it's going to be harder for Grimmsnarl to justify being on teams, because maybe instead of getting both Reflect and Light Screen up, it'll have to settle for only one. Or people are going to, like, they're not going to be able to break through Grimmsnarl, and we're just going to enter, like, a super defensive metagame where people are just, fully focused on staying alive and outlasting their opponents.
I actually think there are not too many instances that Grimmsnarl can get one hit knocked out.
Yeah.
I remember doing some calcs when I was building a team for the Global Challenge, and I was saying that Light Screen, you put one up, you're most of the times not even getting knocked out by an Electro Drift from a Miraidon.
Yeah, I believe it.
If you can actually pump up into your special defense, unless the Miraidon is holding a choice specs, and then maybe you need to think a little bit differently about how that calculation is going to go. But I think you're right, especially with Lunala, Electric Seed. It's already so difficult to take out by itself. Imagine trying to knock it out. Becomes like 6 hits, 7 hits, really starts to stack up for you. But that was not the only event that we had that past weekend. We got to finish things off with APAC. There's my Brute Bonnet. That's the photosynthesis Pokemon I was looking for. But I think there's something else that's a little more interesting on this screen.
That's a Scraggy, folks. Scraggy finishing second here in a national level event. And, well, Scraggy's not the most common Pokemon. If you think about Fake Out and Intimidate, obviously.
We don't need to think of that. Why don't we move on? We don't
need to mention his name.
It's okay.
But people might be wondering why use Scraggy over Scrafty, right? Naturally, that's the first question you might have. And the answer is that Scraggy is slower and you actually have less HP. The Scraggy had Coaching and Endeavor. So the idea is that you can set up Trick Room, and because you're so slow, you can actually help outpace the Calyrex Ice Rider under Trick Room. This had Coaching, so what it allows you to do is Fake Out Trick Room turn 1, Coaching Glacial Lance turn 2. You do a lot of damage. And then with Eviolite plus Endeavor, like, you can soak up damage, you have lower HP than Scrafty, and then so your Endeavors are even more valuable. Calyrex Ice Rider is one of those Pokemon where even if you resist Glacial Lance, you're probably doing 25, 30-ish%.
Yeah.
And so if Scraggy is really low, you can endeavor bring them down to that 25 or 30%, then Calyrex Ice Rider can often finish it off. So really unique Pokemon that we had not really seen. This actually was brought to the World Championships, and the player that finished second here said they gave a lot of credit to the player that brought it to World, saying, hey, like they opened my eyes to how this Pokemon can be used. And so, you know, I don't think there's anyone else who's really brought Scraggy to a tournament maybe other than these two players this season, but it's like clearly a Pokemon that's actually viable.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see Scraggy, and especially talking about Endeavor, it's another move similar to Reflect and Light Screen that has more value relative in a restricted format because the restricted Pokemon have such high natural HP stats. And so let's say Scraggy's at 40% and it uses Endeavor into, I don't know, an Ice Rider. That's going to bring that Ice Rider actually significantly lower than it's to get like way below 40%. That could be like 20% left of the Ice Rider. And so just because of the way that Endeavor works.
Yep.
And so I think it's really cool to see. I feel like restricted formats are always good opportunities to see these Pokemon that are maybe a little bit overlooked generally, but have really specific niches. Like they match up really well into specific restricted Pokemon. And so, yeah, that's another reason why we're seeing Pokemon like not just Scraggy, but like Iron Treads and its great Miraidon matchup, right? And Galarian Weezing, and even Brute Bonnet, which is a Pokemon that saw a little play towards the tail end of Regulation G, or our last format. But other than that, it hasn't been an especially popular pick.
What about just the Dondozo and Tatsugiri combination? Is this something we should expect to see more of heading into this event?
I hope not. Oh, Rosemary, I hope not.
So let's set the stage. The beginning of Scarlet and Violet, no restricted Pokemon. Dondozo, Tatsugiri, very good. It's everywhere. You add one restricted Pokemon to the mix, it still gets top 16 at Worlds. Well, now we have two restricteds and it's still winning events. It's
still
clearly
here.
in a meta game, by the way, where Miraidon is so common. Miraidon's actually incredible into Dondozo, Tatsugiri, because not only do you threaten it with Electro Drift, but you can also Draco Meteor. Dondozo is unaware, and so that's like one of the unique interactions where -2 Draco Meteors essentially are still like neutral Draco Meteors. But Dondozo Tatsugiri is just no joke. I think you obviously have to be very smart about how you position it in this format, but there are a lot of restricteds that just don't do anything into Dondozo Tatsu. I brought Zamazenta to Worlds last year, and I was like, if I see a Dondozo Tatsu, it's not even worth playing. Like Zamazenta, it got to the point where I was like, I don't bring Zamazenta into the matchup. That's how crazy it is. A restricted Pokemon is not coming out because of its matchup into Dondozo, right? Like, I think that's absolutely wild. And so Dondozo Tatsu obviously has a fair number of weaknesses as well, but the fact that it can just single-handedly beat a lot of restricteds, like, I'm looking at this match, I'm like, hey, if you, like, get rid of Miraidon, Dondozo Tatsu can just soak up infinite damage from the opposing side.
Well, you would think that until the Scraggy uses Endeavor.
That's true. That's actually the best bet in dealing with it, yeah.
Other than Miraidon. Yeah, this Tatsugiri is actually the defense-boosting one, if I've got my colors memorized correctly.
Body press.
Yeah, body press is an option, but also order up. Yeah. Me when I go to all-you-can-eat sushi.
Well, I think we've given people a lot
looking at you like, what did you say?
With their one raised eyebrow.
Yeah, I think we've given people a lot of food for thought after this global world tour. So we're actually going to go ahead and close things out here in the lounge with a fun game that I want you all to play, and it is the Caster Fantasy Draft. Now, the way that this is going to work, you've got your point totals that each of these Pokemon is going to cost on the top row. You can see in the column what Pokemon are under that cost basis, and now you have to field any number of Pokemon that can match a 10-point budget.
Only 10?
You
Rosemary.
only get 10
You're
points.
Squeezing me for everything I'm worth over here.
Well, listen, you have to figure out the value of whether or not you want two of the most powerful restricted Pokemon, or you want one, and maybe you want to take a combination of a 3-point and 2 1-pointers. You can do the math on that one to figure out what's going to be best for you, but you have to think about this at some point. Just, you'll mull on it today. The way that you'll earn points by the end of this weekend is how many times your Pokemon you've picked appear in the overall tournament. That's going to be 1 point. You get 2 points for every time that each Pokemon appears in day 2.
Okay.
And then you get 3 points for each time a Pokemon appears in the top cut. 50 points if your Pokemon wins the whole tournament.
50 points. Hey, Rosemary, how come our Caledon's not in this list?
But I think because we couldn't fit it on the graphic.
Yeah, because it would be worth 10 points probably.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know why I picked Arcaludon out of every Pokemon.
You only played that like twice this
I don't
season.
even feel that strongly about it. I know you did only play it twice. Good memory.
Hey, Scraggy made it though. Shout out.
Shout out my
if there's
goat.
one person running
It's a value
Scraggy today, like yeah.
Surely
Shout
somebody.
outs.
Surely somebody.
Okay, well, try not to cheat. because
Yeah,
they're
no,
trying not to cheat with the usage stats.
Yeah, no. We won't peek. No
All
peeking.
right, but we got to move on from this one. At some point, we will catch everybody up to speed on what all of our casters have picked for their fantasy drafts, and you can play along with us at home. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on all of our social channels to be involved in our caster fantasy draft. Maybe we'll show your drafts on stream. Who knows? But also make sure that you visit Pokemon.com/broadcast so you can get all of the information you need to tune into all of our upcoming streams. And of course, make sure that you follow us on all of our social channels and on YouTube and Twitch so you can get notified when we go live for our next broadcast. And of course, tomorrow as well, because you want to see them again. I know you do. And I know you also want to see our first matchup of the day. So for that, we're going to say goodbye to Aaron and Wolf for now.
Bye-bye.
And we're going to go ahead and send things over to our casters in the booth to get us started for day one.
Woo!
Hi.
Hey, Wolfie, don't worry if you're missing Archaludon. Just go outside and take a gander at one of the many bridges out here in beautiful Portland, Oregon. My name is Evan Latt, and I am thrilled to be behind the desk with my good friend Scott Glaza as we kick off our final regional here of the season in North America. Scott, how you doing?
Doing great. This should be a really fun one. I think we're kind of at a fun point in the metagame, and we have certainly the most exciting group of casters we've ever had. So it should be a lot of fun this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun weekend here, and especially excited to see the level of players that we have coming out here in Portland. It's one of our smaller regionals, but that just means that we have a density of talent here in Portland, and we're going to be seeing that immediately as we start heading into these rounds, these matches, and I'm really excited to get into it.
Yeah, me too. I think these events where the player feels a little smaller, I feel like we tend to get better matches early in the tournament, and I think you are all going to end up agreeing with us that that certainly happened today.
Well, let's take a look at how this tournament is going to run over the course of the weekend. Let's take a look at the format of this regional.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And all of our players will be competing for incredible prizing here. The winner in our Masters division will be taking home $6,000 as well as a number of booster packs. And of course, the finalists will make a little bit less, only $4,000 for coming in second place in the Masters division. But in addition to this cash and prizing, we're also competing for those crucial championship points, and especially as we are at the end of the season, we only have a couple more events that people can get championship points. Everyone in the field is going to be fighting for as many as possible to get above that 75 mark to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, a lot of players who are right on the cusp. It's going to be a very important weekend for them where a good run here, even if they don't win, just going deep could get them ahead of some other players. I think a lot of players at that range kind of are already near the best finish limit for the regional championship, so it really is important to get as deep as possible. And then, whoever wins also gets that automatic invite to the World Championships. I think, trainers probably a lot of people hoping that it's someone near that bubble just to kind of get them out of the way, create another world spot for everyone.
Yeah, everyone who is in 75th place or below hoping that the people above them if they're here, are going to win, and the people below them don't win. So it's a really interesting dynamic here over the weekend that we'll be tracking over the course of this tournament. Let's take a look at some of the players who are out there in the field this weekend. We have some incredible players, regional champions all here. Joe Ugarte making a phone call over to Michael Zhang on the other end, who is also biting his medal. Just make sure that's real, Michael. It is a real medal there. And of course, the defending Portland, Oregon champion, Alex Underhill. All three of these are top players. We are really excited to see what they've cooked up for this weekend, Michael especially.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun to see how this plays out. I've kind of forgotten, Joe, the defending champion up until last year, having won before and after the stoppage. So three players that should be really fun, and I think who tend to bring really interesting takes to these sort of formats where I think we haven't quite figured this format out yet. It seems like there's still a lot of development, so I'll be excited to see what these trainers choose to bring.
Well, let's take a look at one of those trainers as we are ready to head onto stage where defending champion Alex Underhill will be competing against Emilio Forbes, one of the best West Coast players, and of course, a world champion finalist back in 2018. So a lot of talent here in round 2.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the matchup between these Pokemon as well. As Wolf mentioned before, the Zamazenta Shadow Rider combination was kind of something we expected to be dominant in this format. Hasn't been as much so. I think Emilio has some really cool twists on that, where this is definitely not the copy-paste version of that team. And then kind of on the other side of the field, we see the same sort of thing, where we have a little slower-paced Calyrex version of the team, where kind of fun to watch two different styles that are proving to be very strong in this format played out.
Absolutely. Should be really exciting to watch these go up against each other. Emilio here on your screen. I remember seeing early on that someone had posted on social, you can tell if someone was a Calyrex Shadow Rider main in Reg G or a Zamazenta main in Reg G based on their partners. And Emilio definitely going for more of the Zamazenta style of a team here with the Calyrex and Zamazenta core, but adding in some other major offensive threats like that Life Orb Chin-Pao with the Stellar Terra type.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, Brick Break also looks very good. I think Grimmsnarl is one of those Pokemon that's been a lot more popular in this format than maybe some people expected. So sort of an interesting answer to screens there. I know the knockoff on Ogerpon, a lot of fun. Encore on Calyrex, a lot of really fun options here. And Emilio is just such a good player where I think being able to threaten these disruptive moves is really scary because he's so good at putting his opponent in positions where they can't make comfortable moves.
Yeah, and I think it's really exciting to see these adaptations being made to a double restricted meta. Like Wolf was saying earlier, things like screens become so much more valuable in a 2 restricted meta, which is why you can see Emilio feeling safe enough to drop Sacred Sword for Brick Break on Chin-Pao for that fighting type coverage.
On this side of the field, we get something a little more similar to what we've seen recently with the Leech Seed Calyrex has been taking the format by storm, and the Terra Fairy Choice Specs Miraidon, but some less conventional friends here in the team with both the Volcarona and the Glamora being something we don't see quite as often.
Yeah, this is actually looking a lot more like some of those earlier Dondozo teams where you had the Glamora and Dondozo focusing on Mortal Spin to spread poison on your opponent's team and then stall out with the Dondozo Tatsugiri combo. No Dondozo, no Tatsugiri here, but you do have extremely bulky Calyrex here with Leech Seed and Leftovers, plus the Grimmsnarl being able to set screens if they don't get brick broken. And of course, the Volcarona here with the Rocky Helmet and a really defensive set here with Morning Sun in addition to Struggle Bug.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun where, a really disruptive Pokemon that changes how you play a lot of matchups. I think this whole team is also very interesting where I think one of the quirks of these 2 restricted Pokemon formats is you're kind of trying to get a team's worth of utility from your other 4 Pokemon. Like in Emilio's side of a team, you kind of see that condensation a little bit more where there's a lot of different utility moves on all the Pokemon. On this side, it's very different, right? Where you kind of have a Volcarona if it's not something we normally see. We have a Glamora if it's not something we normally see. Only like 2 of the more conventional means of supporting restricted Pokemon. So a very different approach, but excited to see how this plays out here. A lot of movesets here that we do not see in unrestricted formats.
Yeah, well, this is a restricted format, and we are headed into Game 1 of Round 2 here in Portland, Oregon. That's going to be Chin-Pao and Zamazenta on the side for Emilio up against Alex's Iron Hands and the Calyrex Ice Rider. So Emilio trying to use that Ice Spinner to negate some of the power of Miraidon on Alex's side, but Alex cleverly not leading that Pokemon wants to scout that out.
That makes a lot of sense here, and Sword of Ruin potentially very impactful if the Chin-Pao stays in the field. Got a whole bunch of physical attackers out in the field.
Yeah, lots of physical attackers out on the field to help that Chien Pao, but also, this is the Pokemon you want to see for the Calyrex with the Leech Seed, Zamazenta, and this Chien Pao that can only attack with Sucker Punch. Really strong positioning here, as Alex is also going to retreat the Iron Hands in favor of Volcarona. Try and continue to protect the Calyrex as it goes for a Terrassalization here into that water typing, making it even better at soaking up some of these hits.
Yeah, still going to maintain its resistance critically to the ice type, and I do see an ice spinner coming in here, but it's on the Volcarona spot, and that could be a little counter-effective.
Yeah, not very effective onto that Volcarona. Takes damage back from the recoil of the Life Orb and the Rocky Helmet, and a double target onto the Volcarona. That's going to be another hit of the Rocky Helmet, but Emilio is able to avoid any burns here as Leech Seed will connect onto the Zamazenta.
Yeah, we kind of see the power of the Volcarona there, but really the power of the Calyrex, right? As you mentioned, not much value in attacking into that slot, so sort of forcing a double into the other one, and Alex does a great job of playing around that. Gets a decent bit of damage on these Pokemon and gets a Leech Seed set up safely. With a 2 hits going in that slot, you're hoping for at least 1 burn there, and which would be pretty devastating, but I don't think you're too upset about how that turn played out regardless if you're Alex, who still has a Calyrex, feeling pretty good about the situation on the field.
Yeah, the Calyrex is extremely safe here, as Ice Spinner will finish off the Volcarona. So Alex switched in the Volcarona. It took 3 hits, did 3 ticks of Rocky Helmet recoil damage back, but unfortunately for the Volcarona, did not get the burn off onto these Pokemon as more recoil damage comes in. But that Body Press actually did quite a bit of damage. The Sword of Ruin helping out a lot there, but with both Pokemon seeded on Emilio's side, I think this Calyrex is just fine.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of healing at the end of a turn here with the leftovers ticking and then 2 Leech Seeds. So you're going to be a surprising amount of damage on Emilio's side of the field too, where we haven't seen a actual attacking move from Alex yet. But despite that, we're going to have 2 Pokemon who are actually pretty close to being knocked out.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon, Chien Pao taking double recoil, Rocky Helmet, and the Life Orb, and Leech Seed damage now. Zamazenta has taken 2 ticks of Leech Seed damage and a Rocky Helmet recoil. That has softened these Pokemon quite a bit, as now Iron Hands is much safer to come in and start finishing off some of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and it also creates a nice situation for Alex, where, it's game 1, you still want to scout out what your opponent's approach to this matchup is going to be a little bit. With both these Pokemon Leech Seed, you're going to assume we see some switches soon for Emilio. It's going to make it a little bit easier for Alex to start planning that end game, knowing exactly what Pokemon he needs to defeat.
Well, really interesting setup right here, as Alex, of course, has the Trick Room option on the field as well for Calyrex, and Emilio has shown 2 very fast Pokemon and really only has the Amoonguss in the back for Trick Room if there's going to be a chance there, and Alex potentially has the ability to just turn off Spore with the electric terrain as well if Miraidon is the final Pokemon. But Emilio will just go ahead and switch out the Chien Pao, preserving that check against Miraidon, bringing in the Calyrex Shadow Rider to target down these Pokemon as Iron Hands goes for the Fake Out, make sure that Zamazenta is not going to be able to deal any damage, and will just take another turn of Leech Seed damage as Trick Room does get set up, and now Alex is fully in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, that Trick Room is pretty free there, and Calyrex will continue healing up. Gonna end this term actually pretty close to being back at full health. And
basically full.
Yeah, dominant position, right? Because not only do you have the Trick Room up with full turns here, but certainly the Shadow Rider Calyrex does not want to be fighting under this condition. You kind of assume that that's one of the remaining Pokemon. And again, the Force switch there where you could have tried to double into the Calyrex slot, but these Pokemon wouldn't have picked up the knockout, and then again there would have been all that healing. So great job of setting up the situation by Alex. And yeah, now it just determined, does that final Pokemon help out significantly here? If not, with a Calyrex and 2 heavily weakened Pokemon, this could be a quick first game.
Yeah, and Emilio is going to need to find a way to get out of Trick Room or make something happen in Trick Room, and that can really only happen with Amoonguss here. The Zamazenta does have the ability to make sure the Calyrex can't do anything but Leech Seed, but that's really all Alex needs.
Yeah, because it's a problem where, especially because it keeps getting healthy, right? Where there's still another Pokemon to deal with in the back. We see a double protect here, which will at least save a turn, although Calyrex is going to heal a little bit at the end of the turn once again. And yeah, I mean, we saw the Body Press do 50%-ish to this Calyrex back when the Chien Pao was on the field. We'll do a little bit less now, but that damage has been almost completely negated just by Leech Seed without Calyrex really having to do anything.
Yeah, Calyrex will be back to full after this turn. Again, the double protect did stall out that first turn of Trick Room, but that is another tick of leftovers. That is another tick of Leech Seed damage and recovery. And Alex, despite having lost a Pokemon early on, the Volcarona sacrificing itself for the team has really set Alex up for success here.
It's scary too, because you'd assume this is a more defensively oriented Calyrex, but it still can do a lot of damage to start getting those boosts from picking up knockouts. And one of the fun things of this lead siege, you kind of give weaken things, weaken things, and then you get them to a point where it's pretty easy just to tap them with, with the Glacial Lance there and pick up that knockout. Zamazenta being so physically bulky might not be there yet, but the Calyrex certainly in danger if you get a double into that slot, which is now very open because of the Protect in the previous turn.
Yeah, the Calyrex has the ability to go on the offense, and it does have Focus Sash, so a combination of Wide Guard and an attack from Calyrex will mean that Emilio does get the opportunity to fire off an attack from the Calyrex, because the Calyrex Ice Rider on Alex's side can only Glacial Lance, but Emilio will not opt for that, will actually just switch out the Zamazenta and bring in his final Pokemon here, or actually bringing back in the Chien Pao to get more damage out for the Iron Hands and Calyrex on Alex's side.
I mean, I guess they were going to get this knockout anyway, but this could be a nice double for the Calyrex if he went for the Glacial Lance, and he did.
Yeah, that is a big Glacial Lance into the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Chien Pao, and that means +2 on this Calyrex Ice Rider that is now so scary and so strong. And even the Zamazenta, which would otherwise have a decent matchup, it just lost its defense boost, so it's just going to be taking full damage from these Glacial Lances.
Yeah, the good air quotes news here is that we've knocked out 2 turns of Trick Room, and the Zamazenta is no longer afflicted with Leech Seed. And that's kind of where the good news is going to end for Emilio in this first game now. Facing on this Calyrex with the 2 easy boosts from the previous turn. Iron Hand still looking pretty scary, and an unrevealed final Pokemon, which if you're Emilio, you can feel fairly confident is probably that Miraidon, but makes it even harder just to stall out the Trick Room here because you don't necessarily win in that situation, and we do see the forfeit locked in game 1.
Yeah, with the final Pokemon on Emilio's side being that cornerstone Ogerpon, that means that Emilio had no answers for Trick Room once it went up, and Emilio has to go for the retreat there. Go back for game 2, go back to the drawing board, see what options there are to stop Alex from getting that position.
And Leech Seed and this Calyrex has been so popular in the past week or so, and we really see why they're is actually taking over this battle. I just didn't feel like there was a whole lot Emilio could do with the path that he took in this game. They're going to need to change up the lead matchup a little bit because there was that great Volcarona switch where it was like very punishing. We see that there where poor Volcarona going down, but did its job, getting these Pokemon weakened. I think the problem is I don't really know what you do otherwise with that matchup where even if you catch the Iron Hands, right, where it probably wouldn't have been knocked out, and you end up in a similar situation where Emilio's going to need to bring something that helps him deal with this Calyrex a little bit more, because Alex really had a game plan for that matchup that was executed to perfection there, and it was kind of over from the beginning.
Absolutely, it was a really bad lead mismatch from Emilio. Went heavy into an anti-Miraidon lead there, especially leading the Chien Pao with the Ice Spinner, both to threaten damage onto the Miraidon and remove the electric terrain. But Alex not leading the Miraidon, going for that bulkier mode with the Iron Hands and the Calyrex, giving the option for Trick Room if necessary, really countered what Emilio was going for there. And Emilio is going to have to go back to the drawing board, can't just sort of expect that Alex is going to lead the Miraidon. And that Chien Pao lead really felt like it was what put Emilio on the back foot there. Chien Pao didn't get enough damage off and wasn't actually able to do any of the things that you bring it for, to Brick Break or to get rid of terrain.
Yeah, I think the scary thing in the second game too, I think this is a tough set to be down 0-1 in, where Alex does have the option of still using that more Miraidon heavy mode, right? And probably will if this goes to 3 games in either game 2 or game 3, right? So on Emilio's side, what do you commit? Do you just assume that Alex will switch up 2? Do you assume he'll do the same thing in the first game and kind of prove that you can beat it? I think being ahead really gives you some advantage of Alex here, where you can kind of dictate which way you want this game to go a little bit more. I think on the Emilio side, I'd assume you're going to see a Moongus after that previous game, and I don't think it's super punishing in Alex side, because you're certainly going to bring Miraidon anyway, probably, but have to see what both players choose to do.
Well, a couple of different switch-ups here. That's going to be Grimmsnarl and Volcarona for Alex, and a big switch-up for Emilio, both restricteds on the field, Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta on the field. So Emilio threatening some big offensive damage here, and Alex threatening to slow this game down.
This is a lot of fun, though. I mean, it could be a pretty impactful encore if Calyrex is able to hit it. The problem here with that is, there's the option of a Rage Powder, though I think you'd have to be pretty bold to go for it in this particular situation. Otherwise, Grimmsnarl gets one screen up and then gets encored into it, kind of gets forced to switch out. We see sort of the reverse of the previous game, where status conditions kind of forced Emilio's hand.
Yeah, and a much slower start here from Alex. Volcarona and Grimmsnarl not putting anywhere near as much pressure as Iron Hands and the Calyrex did in game 1. Of course, the absolute opposite here, Emilio threatening potentially big damage, but like you mentioned, that Encore option as the Grimmsnarl goes for a Light Screen here could be huge as it connects, and Grimmsnarl now will be locked into Light Screen moving forward, which means it is most likely going to be switching out next turn if it survives this Heavy Slam, which it does not.
Well, I guess that makes it easier, right? Where Encore doesn't really matter with the one-hit KO.
Well, and that means that Volcarona gets to fire off a fiery dance here. That's going to break the Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider and deal really important damage there to make sure that that Calyrex will be able to go down to another hit.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see the nature of this team where Alec did a lot of more defensive Pokemon, but still getting those little pokes out there. And with Miraidon coming out now, going to even out the offense a little bit more here. It kind of felt like in the previous turn, these players were using teams from different formats, but the Calyrex not really able to accomplish anything, right? Ended up being a completely wasted Encore, and now a lot of damage being threatened the other direction. You know, these Miraidon, these teams tend to be trained to be a little bit more defensive, so perhaps able to take an attack for one of these Pokemon. But whether or not you terrestrialize the Miraidon here, I guess is interesting, where you kind of can't now because you're against the Zamazenta. We see a lot of quick fairy terrestrializations, but I'm going to see more of some classic electric attack sort of gameplay from the Miraidon this time.
Yeah, no need to go for the terrestrialization here. The electric attacks will do the job as Zamazenta will protect itself as Volcarona goes for the Rage Powder to protect Miraidon from any attacks from that Zamazenta. Calyrex, though, gets to fire off this Astral Barrage. Of course, it will be reduced damage because of the Light Screen, so both Volcarona and Miraidon taking about the same amount of damage, and this Electro Drift into the Calyrex. That's a little bit extra damage.
Yeah, I feel like it got that one. Yeah. I don't think you needed to do the damage calculation. You don't have to bring out the notepad for that one. Big knockout there. Again, we kind of see Alex do a nice job of kind of just doing enough to knock out the Focus Sash, picking up the easy knockout. Calyrex wholly ineffective in this matchup so far, but we do see the Ogerpon getting out on the field for free, and it's in a much better position than was the previous game here, where could actually meaningfully pull some attacks away potentially. But on the Zamazenta side, you have to be a little scared of this Volcarona, where perhaps you go for the knockout with Ogerpon on that slot instead to avoid risking your Zamazenta burn now that your other restricted Pokemon's already been knocked out.
Yeah, but this Ogerpon is in a much better position, like you mentioned. We'll be able to threaten big damage with that Ivy Cudgel onto either of these Pokemon. Of course, the Grimmsnarl only got the Light Screen off, so no Reflect up for Alex's side. Volcarona will go ahead and go for the Rage Powder as another Electro Drift fired off from the Miraidon into Zamazenta. That's a one-hit KO onto the Zamazenta. Why did I doubt Miraidon? I'm a fool. I never should have. That's another one-hit KO for the Miraidon, and this Ivy Cudgel will just clean up the Volcarona as well, and the Moth is down. And Emilio making some adjustments here, getting the Volcarona off the field, and we are down now to a 2v2, but it's Ogerpon and Amoonguss versus Miraidon and the final Pokemon Calyrex. And the Miraidon, not great, locked into Electro Drift into two grass types, but Calyrex probably feels pretty good about this.
Yeah, I mean, Ice and Electric, sort of a famous combination Pokemon. Back in our day, it was Thunderbolt and Ice Beam. A little bit different here with these two powerful restricted Pokemon and their trademark attacks. But even because both these Pokemon resist Electric, they're thus both weak to Ice. And not even a terrestrialization here going to make a huge difference. One other thing to keep in mind is the electric terrain, where Amoonguss is not going to be as effective as it would otherwise be with the inability to spore these Pokemon for now.
Yeah, no Spore available for Amoonguss, at least right now, until the electric terrain can wear off. Calyrex, though, on Alex's side, will go ahead and terrestrialize back into that water type to remove its rock type weakness from the Cornerstone Ogerpon, which, of course, does not have a grass type attack, only has the Ivy Cudgel and Knockoff, both of which would have been super effective into the Calyrex, but now that it has terrestrialized, that does not matter. Electro Drift will hit into the spiky shield, so we'll take a little bit of recoil damage based off of that. And this Calyrex will be able to fire off a Glacial Lance, no damage into the Ogerpon, will connect on to the Amoonguss. It'll be really interesting to see just how much damage this will do. Not quite a one-hit KO, 210 damage, and the Sludge Bomb doing just a little bit and not getting the poison. Emilio really needed the poison just to get a couple of extra ticks of damage there, but this looks like it's about over here as Miraidon and Calyrex, the Bolt Beam combo, cleaning this up.
Yeah, I mean, the one positive here, I guess, will be that, with at least with this Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability, you'll perhaps survive one more turn, but hard to imagine the way he turns this one around.
Yeah, there's another Electro Drift into Amoonguss. Amoonguss will go down and deal a little bit of recoil damage with that Rocky Helmet. Once again, Miraidon is picking up the KOs, but has to take damage in return. But ultimately, that's not going to matter that much, as this Ogerpon will finish it off with that Ivy Cudgel. will go down to its sturdy after taking this Glacial Lance from the Calyrex, and then it'll just be that Ogerpon up against the Calyrex, and without poison, without the ability to stall out a little bit, Calyrex is going to be able to heal right back up with these leftovers and should be able to survive another attack and clean this up for Alex.
Yeah, one of the advantages of this Calyrex, you know, that tends to be trained to be pretty defensive, so even a critical hit here probably not going to be enough. Amelia going to do all he can. You got to go for the Terastallization. You got to hope for the crit, and he's got to hope it's enough. But wow, this has been a really impressive performance by Alex. You know, Emilio, one of the better trainers that we've ever seen come from North America, and he's kind of just getting manhandled in this one.
Yeah, there's the Ogerpon Terastallizing now into a pure rock type here to get extra damage on to the Ivy Cudgel. Does have an increased critical hit rate, but I don't believe even with a Terra and a crit should not be enough to pick up the KO on this Calyrex. Let's find out. Ooh, that dealt a lot of damage, but even with the crit, Calyrex is so bulky with that Terastallization, survives, picks up the KO on the Cornerstone Ogerpon, and Alex Underhill, your defending Portland, Oregon regional champion, is now 2-0 in his quest to repeat.
Yeah, pretty intimidating performance there by Alex there, winning very decisively. I really liked his lines in both those games where he just seems like he had a great game plan for this matchup. He was way ahead in both games and then never did anything silly to cough it up. You know, we were kind of expecting to see a lot more of these Leech Seed Calyrex, and if this match is to be an example of what that team is going to do, we might be seeing a lot of it over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, I think people should get ready for that. If you are seeing a Calyrex on stream, the Ice Rider variant, most likely going to be having that Leech Seed, which makes so much sense now that it is out here in the meta. Zamazenta otherwise has a really good matchup into Calyrex, and you just kind of flip it on its head immediately. But really big plays here from the start, different leads here, and this Volcarona was so impactful during the game, being able to redirect attacks, being able to even just get a little bit of chip damage over time. This first turn, Emilio covering for potential switch-in or Terastallization here, but ultimately just meant he wasted that first turn, picking up the KO on Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, I think the Volcarona's performance this matchup is a great example of what these unrestricted Pokemon can do in this format, where you're not going to expect them to pick up a bunch of knockouts, right? Unless you're using, like, I think literally only your Shifu and sort of Iron Hands, right? The role of these Pokemon is a little bit different, but just a little bit of helping out the restricted Pokemon a lot of different ways, right? Get a little damage here, protected them a little bit with the Rage Powder, broke a Focus Sash. I think that's great value, right? And even though I think the poor Volcarona only actually got to attack once over 2 games, it had a huge amount of utility. Really great performance by it, kind of just helping the team a little bit,
Yeah, only one actual attack coming out from the Volcarona, but probably my MVP for this set for Alex, just being able to control the pace of the game in a really big way. And Emilio there went for the big damage, got all the rolls possible, had the Terastallization boost, had the critical hit, but just not enough to cover that Calyrex after it Terastallized into the water type. And we saw the Zamazenta also get blown up by that Electro Drift. That Zamazenta had a Terra type for water. So Zamazenta had no options there, just had to take that Electro Drift, nothing you could do about it. And Alex recognizing that, playing so well, picking his moments to go for the offense and going for the pressure, really well played there from Alex. Really excited to see how he performs going forward.
Yeah, I think there's one thing maybe to emphasize for that game that we didn't get a chance to say quite as much what was happening. It's just how over that game was when Miraidon hit the field, where there just weren't many options left for Emilio, where it's kind of both the Pokemon in the field were pinned and like nothing in the back to really switch in without just becoming pinned in a different way. Did a great job of adjusting for that first game, because so Emilio bringing a little bit different Pokemon, especially different leads, but also that Amoonguss in the back, who is basically completely useless because of how game 1 went. I think just a really well thought out set where not only Alex win that first game, but it set him up to win the second game just by forcing Emilio's adjustments. So really impressive run and really impressive showing of that team, where you see a very Calyrex focused game 1, very Miraidon focused game 2, both of them dominant games.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a really interesting set to go back and watch. This is, game 2 does not exist without game 1, like you mentioned. And a lot of times players will win a game 1 and say, okay, I beat you with this, make your adaptation, show me you can beat this mode. Alex, correctly identifying that he's playing against someone of the caliber of Emilio, recognized, okay, I can't just lead the same thing. Emilio has seen it, will know what to do. What's the next step? What does Emilio do to counter what I did in game 1, and how do I counter that? And that's something that only really top players can do with any kind of regularity, and also against players that are really strong. It's one of those things that you have to be able to understand your opponent to be able to do. And Alex really showing a mastery there in a best-of-3 set.
Yeah, I think especially in this format, where I think one of the tricky things about these 2 restricted Pokemon formats is you're typically going to bring both of those Pokemon every game. So you only have 2 slots to make your adjustments as far as the 4 Pokemon you bring to battle, and I think it really makes the importance of lead Pokemon more important in this format than maybe any other. You know, we talk a lot sometimes about players winning or losing the game on team preview, but I think in this format is particularly important because of how dominant some of these Pokemon can be. You really have to get the beginning right, or you can kind of just not really have a way to play back into the game. Yeah,
absolutely. You lose out all of those options if you're already on the back foot in turn 1. Well, let's go ahead and toss it down to the lounge because we have our defending champion and our winner of that round sitting in the lounge waiting to be interviewed. Take it away.
That's right, Evan and Scott. I've got Alex Underhill, the winner of our first round on stream. And Alex, I mean, this is not your first rodeo. You got a chance to show off the medal here from your reigning Portland Regional Championship title.
Yeah.
So how's it feel coming back and,
It's exciting. It's exciting. I wanted to be able to try to defend it, of course. We've seen a couple of successful defenses in the past years. I think we saw Michael Kelsch earlier this year defend his title at Stockholm, I believe. And it would be fun to win back-to-back. Of course, otherwise, I'm tempering my expectations. I'm going to do the best I can, but I want to see who can take this medal from me this weekend, Come and get it.
Well, hopefully it's not a transitive property where you're giving up your own personal medal to the person.
I will get to keep this. You're right.
Which is great. I mean, your trophy cabinet is already getting quite full here, but what would it mean to you to even just be able to get another regional championship title?
I mean, I'm always in the game for the glory. I love playing because of recognition, just, doing well and proving it to myself that I can still do it. I've been playing for 10 years, so over 10 now, maybe 11. And it's just kind of fun that, you can still find success in this game after playing so long. It's a really very accessible game to all ages, and I love that.
I love that too. And after a decade of experience, you're off to a fantastic start here, Alex, 2-0. And let's talk about your team a little bit too, because I think on stream we saw a fairly dominant performance. So was this a matchup you were very comfortable with heading into it?
I'd say mostly, yeah. I mean, we saw me mix it up a little bit between the games, just kind of trying to keep myself one step ahead of Emilio there. I don't know if it was mentioned in the cast or not, but I played Emilio once before. It was actually in the finals of a regional in Secaucus 2022.
That's right.
The only time that we've played before. And yeah, he ended up getting the better of me then. And there's some similarities to this match too. I believe he was using Shadow Rider back then. I was using Ice Rider. The restricteds next to them have changed, but it's still fun to be able to hash it out against somebody that you've played, over the years, basically.
Well, that's so interesting then, because Emilio Forbes is one of those players that has such a legacy behind his name as well. So when you think about who you're playing up against, is that something that you take into account heading into a match?
Absolutely, absolutely. The first thing I tell people what my main method is I try to ignore what round it is. And I know that sounds silly because obviously I know it's round 2. I can count on my hand. But I just try to think, every match in a vacuum, just focus, sit down from who you're playing. And that's the main factor is, eventually I get handed their team sheet and I got to figure out what the matchup looks like based on the teams. But also who I'm playing plays a large part too, because if I know their play style, if I know that they're a really strong player, I got to, keep a lot more things in mind while I'm playing that they know my best options too, and how do I stay one step ahead of them.
Yeah, it's definitely a mind game that you have to play there, but also I think where you have so much experience playing against all different levels of players that I'm sure that's become a lot easier for you to assess over the last few years.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I've got a lot of experience, so yeah, 100%.
But let's talk a little bit about the transition then between Milwaukee and Portland. You got top 16 at Milwaukee. You were using Ice Rider and Miraidon there as well. But some of those partners have changed, and even the set for your Calyrex. You've got Leech Seed now on your Ice Rider Calyrex. How do you feel about that choice?
I know. I wanted to fight it. When it started popping up, I was like, this has got to be bad. This is just silly. You're telling me I can't do any damage to Incineroar when it switches in and intimidates me? That sounds awful. Why are we doing this? And I had to try it myself. And, even after the initial testing, it was still kind of like, yeah, I don't get it. I'm smarter than this. And, I think that, it's important to give things enough of a run yourself, enough, to experience what it actually plays like so that you can learn the strengths and the weaknesses. So yeah, sure, I can't hit that Incineroar in the switch, and I can't hit that Zamazenta for super effective damage, but I can Leech Seed that Zamazenta, which means that my Calyrex gets to sit on the field forever and never go anywhere. And so that part is I really liked that adaptation. And then Grimmsnarl is a Pokemon that you see, like, you usually don't see it with the Giraffe. I originally had Giraffe at Milwaukee. Sorry, Fari Giraffe, I guess I should call it here on the official cast. Anyways, Fari Giraffe, it is a good Pokemon against like similar matchups. You know, they're both able to tackle Calyrex Shadow Rider because of those Astral Barrages. They're able to tank the that in return, I guess. And the so the Grimmsnarl, what I like about it is a very broad answer to all the high-level damage we see in a double-restricted format. You know, if you want to deal with a Kyogre clicking Water Spout, a Shadow Rider clicking Astral Barrage, a Miraidon clicking Electro Drift, there's one move that does all that. That's Light Screen, you know, as opposed to trying to find a Water type to resist Water Spout, and a Dark type to resist Astral Barrage, and a Ground type to resist. You know, it gets a lot trickier when Light Screen and Reflect, they kind of just cover it all.
Do you think that Grimmsnarl is going to maintain a place in the meta, extending further into like North American International Championships, Worlds?
I don't know. I feel like the way I was trying to break it down for myself, kind of thinking about it on the car ride down here, is that there's almost like a bit of a rock, paper, scissors triangle where overwhelming offense doesn't do the best into hard defense. You know, if they are trying to if their defense is OHKOing you, taking you out in one hit, and then they can't do that because of Reflect and Light Screen, then they get KO'd in return. That's just not a winning strategy.
Right.
And so now the thing that I think ends up putting yourself one step ahead of this overwhelming defense strategy we're seeing very popular right now is probably setup. I don't actually have like setup on my team, but like, you know, Nasty Plot, Swords Dance, those types of moves. You know, if your opponent is playing a bit passively, it gives you time to set those things up. But then those types of teams, those setup teams, they don't have time to set up when they face overwhelming offense. So it's kind of a bit of a circle. I could see that happening a little bit over the course of the metagame. We might not be at the point yet where the defensive play style that's reigning supreme right now is going to get pushed out, but maybe soon, yeah, maybe by NAIC's time. We also have a couple other regionals between now and then in like Europe and stuff, so I guess we got time to see how it shapes out.
Grimmsnarl is one of those Pokemon, though. I mean, it was so good in Sword and Shield when it had first released, and then when you take a look at it now, it has so much utility even just outside of the screens. I think you have double attacking moves on yours, right?
I was Parting Shot, which is a little bit different.
So, like, you could go Spirit Break, you could also go Foul Play on this thing, you could also go Fake Out. So how do you decide with this Pokemon when it's got like 5-6 move syndrome, what you actually use in a tournament?
Right. I think a big part of it is you see Thunder Wave as the #1 choice on Grimmsnarl right now, and it's a very good move to click for like your third turn, maybe your second, where, you know, you've got up both of those screens. Now it's time to paralyze their Pokemon, make them have a bad time. The cool part about Thunder Wave is that not only is there that luck element, of course, that everyone loves to fish for, but the reality is it's a speed control move that your opponent can't switch out of. You know, if I Thunder Wave your Calyrex Shadow and you switch it out and bring it back later, it's still Thunder Waved. You know, Scary Face can't do that for you. Icy Wind can't do that for you. Even Tailwind and Trick Room, those can eventually fade away. So Thunder Wave being that permanent speed control is, I think, the main thing that makes it so devastating. However, my team, as you might have seen, has a Glimora. Glimora is something that loves to poison the opponent. We've got Mortal Spin. It's got that Toxic Debris ability that sets up the Toxic Spikes. So Thunder Wave felt a little bit anti-synergistic, and so we decided that we wanted to try out Parting Shot. You know, we don't have like Intimidate on the team, and it's still a way to kind of keep that damage down, you know, further lean into the very defensive play style of screens with very bulky Pokemon.
You say we, so who are you team building with?
I'm still working with William Brown, as well as a couple of my friends like Chemo, Cedric, and Benji. You know, we all are using something similar, and yeah, I mean, I would not be here if it wasn't for all my friends that help work with me. You know, I'm not a solo effort at all. And so I'm very grateful to have so many people to bounce ideas off of. We spent all week kind of trying to keep this idea under wraps. It's not the craziest idea, of course, but the Glimora is a little bit different. And so ran a bunch of internal sets and, you know, just trying to, again, just lay low. We don't want people to be ready for our team, of course.
True. So was that a concern, though, when thinking about Ice Rider Calyrex with Leech Seed, knowing that it had just won an event?
Absolutely. I was hoping that it wouldn't get... I knew that it was going to do well. I just didn't hope it would take the whole thing. I mean, Michael is a friend, and I'm rooting for him all the way. But, yeah, seeing it do well a week before, you know, we have to try and bring it to the tournament means that, you know, I guess it's a vote of confidence at the worst. You know, we've seen teams win back-to-back tournaments before. I think Chuppa and Sanvi did it back in the last year, whatever. Like, you know, good teams are good, is essentially what I'm trying to say. And so, you know, if the team was, or at least the idea of the team was good enough to win over in Utrecht, then why couldn't it do it here, I guess?
Good point. Hopefully that's going to bring you and the rest of your team building some success there. But, you know, I kind of want to just go ahead and take a moment and kind of take a holistic view of what your 2025 season has looked like. You're off the back of a top 16 at Milwaukee, and I did some statistics. Do you happen to know, so you played 6 events in 2024.
Right. Yeah,
Did you know that you have a 50% top 16, right?
I guess that sounds right. Sure. I don't know. The thing is, and I talked about this a bit in my interview at Milwaukee, I had a bad run, and I'm okay talking about it. I went to Toronto, then another one, Vancouver, then Atlanta. And all of those, I failed to make day 2. And it was a bit of a rough stretch, and I was kind of getting in my own head about it. I was like, am I, still able to do this? And I think I just needed to kind of step back and reassess like my team choice. I think that was a large part of it, was just trying to pick teams that I felt would maybe like matchup fish my way to victory and try to find like the perfect matchup. And then when I run into a bad matchup, just complain that, oh, there's nothing I can do, When I feel like a team like the one I'm using right now, like the one I used at Milwaukee, is more like a toolbox, a sandbox, whatever term you want to use for it, of just like good Pokemon that is going to give me the chance to express, my skill difference onto my opponent. If I no offense to my opponents, but if I am a better player, more experienced player, I want my Pokemon to be able to give me the chance to show that.
Yeah, it's a pretty usual strategy I think a lot of top players look at, because you can be so skill expressive in a lot of these teams, especially when taking a look, I think, at Incineroar and Grimmsnarl in particular. I think it gives you so many options, and I love that you're able to showcase that with your Pokemon choices. But I'm kind of thinking, again, maybe not your season that you're most happy with, but when you look back, is there any Pokemon that stands out to you as like something you had a lot of fun playing with?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I would have to say Smeargle is fun sometimes because it always makes your opponent have a bad time, but I didn't get any good runs with the Smeargle. I had a lot of fun in Regulation H. I would love, I don't think they're listening to us here, but bring it back, we brought back Reg G. I'd do Reg H again if we need to. That one was so much fun. I got to use Dragonite in that one. I won Portland last year with Dragonite, and Dragonite's not here with me this time, but Dragonite was so good in Regulation H, so I'd probably say that was maybe my favorite guy this year.
Yeah, that's really fun. I think just taking a look at some of your team choices, I remember that team, you had the Dragonite, I'm cheating, but you also had Raging Bolt, Chien-Pao. You just had good Pokemon on that team. And so I feel like that was another hat in the bucket of I can just show off my skill as a player.
That team was a really cool one, and it was funny because I brought Ogerpon Water, or Wellspring, to that tournament last year, and I brought it to Milwaukee, so I was like, maybe Ogerpon will be joining me again in Portland. And it's funny, I've actually joined the side of the villain here. I was thinking about trying to tweet about it, tease it, but I have a Glimmora, and notably Glimmora was the last Pokemon on Chuppa's team that I took the final game-winning KO against, so it is very funny to be here, a year and a half later, using the Pokemon that I ended up defeating in the finals, Glimmora.
Something about if you can't beat it, but you can join it, something.
Yeah, right? I guess. 100%.
Well, Alex, I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but, before I let you go, I know you already shouted out your team building group, but anyone else?
Yeah, of course. Shout outs to my wife, Gina, and my family watching back home. Shout outs to Izzy for all the help, and shout outs to Tub, AFG, and I feel like I hopefully got the rest. Friends and family, I
love it. It's what Pokemon is all about at the end of the day. Well, Alex, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your win, and good luck with the rest of day 1. All right, we're going to take a short break so we can also let Alex go back to the tournament floor and play out the rest of the day. So we'll see you soon on the other side.
Waving to the wrong camera, I think.
No, you good. No, you got it. You hit it.
I can't remember if green means it's on or red means it's on.
You can do this. You can do this. You can't do this. We can totally do this.
Hi, you guys playing Pokemon GO?
Yeah, are you? Yeah, can I play with you? Yeah, totally.
Hello and welcome, trainers. My name is Mark Park. I am your Portland Pokemon Park Ranger, and I'm here with two very talented trainers. This is Out of Socket and Dr. Beef Jerky. We are going to be discussing what you should do if you are out in the wilderness in the Portland trails, rivers, lakes, wherever you might be. Pokemon safety guide tips is basically what we're going to be covering, and these two have read their manual, so I know that they're ready. We're going to start with Out of Locket here. Question. You're hiking along Wildwood Trail in Portland's Forest Park. You venture off a path towards Stone Creek to fill your canteen. You unscrew the cap and gently lower the canteen into the water. When you look up, a wild Ursaring is standing 10 feet away from you, looking directly into your eyes. You notice scratches on the trees next to it. According to the Pokemon Black Pokedex entry, in Ursaring's territory, it leaves scratches on trees that bear delicious berries or fruits. Question. In this situation, you should A. Climb a tree nearby and wait for it to go away. Or B, slowly take a few berries from your rucksack, scatter them on the ground, and then slowly move away.
Ooh, that's a difficult one, Mr. Parker. I believe I will go for B.
For berries. That is correct. According to Pokemon Wise, Pokedex entry, although it has a large body, it is quite skilled at climbing trees. It eats and sleeps in the treetops. So, Mr. Pocket, you better hope that Ursaring wants to take a nap and isn't hungry. That's a risky choice to make if you choose to climb the tree.
Yes.
Good job.
I live to see another day.
Professor Beef Jerky, you finish a long day of hiking through the mountains of Silver Falls State Park and decide to set up camp for the night. As you begin to unpack your gear, you hear a twig snap nearby. Through the dim light, you see a Lucario. According to Pokemon Ultra Sun Pokedex, Lucario concentrates its mental energy and fires off mysterious waves called auras, which can crush boulders to the size of small dust particles. Question. Should you, A, run away from the campsite and yell as loudly as you can for help, hoping that a fire or ground-type trainer is nearby and can defeat the Lucario? Or B, stay still and think happy thoughts?
I'm going to stay still and think happy thoughts, and he will sense my aura and try to aura with my aura. We can aura farm together.
Yeah, you guys have like aura.
Yeah. We can aura meld. I'll select some. Yeah, I like that better. I'm not going to run away because it's fast little boy.
Trainers, I think that Dr. Beef Jerky actually did study his manual. That is actually correct. That's absolutely correct. Your best bet is to remain calm and try to befriend the Lucario. According to Lucario's Pokemon Scarlet Pokedex entry, it said that no foe can remain invisible to Lucario since it can detect auras, even those of foes it could not otherwise see. If you panic, Lucario will sense that and likely fly at you with a high jump kick. Good job. Good job.
Good.
The final question is for both of you, and I expect you to get it right. Right now, we are 0-1. Let's see if we can go positive on the set today.
What?
I'm kidding. You decide to take a boat onto the Columbia River for a sunset sail. After a beautiful sunset, nighttime arrives.
Together?
You look up and see the stars over the sky in Portland. When you look down, you see stars under the water, too. Well, they're more like glowing lights. According to the Pokemon Leaf Green Pokedex, the light it emits is so bright that it can illuminate the sea's surface from a depth of over 3 miles. This Pokemon is nicknamed the Star of the Sea. Is it A, Starmie, or B, Lantern?
We're still holding it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I will say, I was thinking about the Lucario question. Like, we both have like a lot of aura. I think, like, especially for me, it's like green with like flies around me. But I don't know.
It's rotten.
Maybe it's different for you. Maybe it's different for you.
Very clear.
Okay.
Clear.
So we see so we look down, we see the stars from the water, right? We're trying to decide it's the Lantern or the Starmie.
So you.
And don't forget the name. The nickname is the Star of the Sea.
Star of the Sea.
Well, I don't remember that in the OG Pokedex. I think Lantern, but I could be wrong. Is he tricking us? Star of the Sea?
Do you think it's a trick question?
He would do that.
Gurpeat, would you?
Excuse me?
Would you?
Did you say Gurpeat?
Senor Gurpeat?
Repeat the answer.
I don't know.
All right, we're running out of time here.
You're the doctor, bro.
Oh no, it's on me.
No, it's not on you.
All
It's not
right.
on you.
Fine. Go,
Okay.
I think it's a trick question. We're gonna do lantern.
Is that your final answer?
That's up to him.
Yeah, sure.
All right, lantern.
How dumb are we?
Very
What you
smart.
see is indeed a lantern. According to Pokemon X's Pokedex entry, Lantern's light can shine up from great depths. It is nicknamed the Deep Sea Star. Further, from Pokemon Alpha Sapphire's Pokedex entry, Lantern is known to emit light. If you peer down into the dark sea from a ship at night, you can sometimes see this Pokemon's light rising from the depths where it swims. It gives the sea an appearance of a starlit night. I want to thank you both for helping our trainers out there with your Portland Park Ranger tips. This has been Dr. Beef Jerky and Out of Locket, and I have been Professor Pete Park. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, Parkinator.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least at on the Pokemon website.
It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
And welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships, where we are going to be following through with our fun game of the Caster Fantasy Draft. And to be my guinea pig, I've got Evan Latt alongside of me. So, Evan, how you feeling about this Caster Fantasy Draft we've got going on here?
I'm feeling like I want some carrots, and I could use a little water bottle and a salt lick and be just a good guinea pig here.
I totally forgot that I said that, and that's actually what guinea pigs eat and drink. So thank you for reminding me about household pets that I never got a chance to have as a kid. But now moving on to the fun and games. Our caster fantasy draft, for those of you that got a chance to watch the pre-show, or maybe you didn't, here's a little reminder. We have a 10-point budget to build as many Pokemon, as many in the team that we can put together for the actual draft board. I think it just got pulled up on the screen for you. So with the 10-point budget, you've got a couple of Pokemon that are going to be valued at 5 points apiece. As you move through the columns, 4 points, 3 points, so on and so forth. The way that our casters are going to actually get points for the weekend is depending on how many times a Pokemon that you put into your team you drafted shows up in the overall tournament, you get 1 point. You get 2 points for how many times a Pokemon makes it into day 2. You get 3 points if they make it into the top cut, and you get 50 if they win the entire tournament.
Is that 5-0?
5-0. Yeah, a big 5-0 if they win. So now, knowing the rules of the game, there's also some bonus points that I will throw in later that you guys don't get a chance to know about because I don't want the casters to cheat. But I don't think that you will, but maybe. So we have to eliminate the possibility. But knowing the rules of the game, where are your thoughts at in terms of how you're actually going to strategize for your draft?
Yeah, it's a really hard budget, actually, with only 10 points. Because I really want to have a restricted Pokemon, but the good restricteds are 5 points, which makes sense. But I have to choose 5 of my points on Miraidon. There is no world in which Miraidon is not the most popular Pokemon in Top Cut in Day 2 in my mind. It is so powerful and so good, and it's still one of the Pokemon that gives big offensive power to these teams. I have to use my first pick to select Miraidon for my team.
All right, I like the reasoning there. So you're kind of going along the lines of Miraidon's going to show up a lot in terms of the Pokemon usage. Now, walk me through the next 5 points of your budget. Are you going to maintain that type of strategy, or are you going to go towards, I think this could win?
Yeah, so I don't like spreading my team too thin. I like to focus in on a core group and make sure that they're doing the best they can, right? So I don't want to have, 5 more Pokemon that are just kind of going to sit on the bench and maybe get me a couple of points in day 2. I'm looking for Pokemon that I think are going to win, right? And I think the other Pokemon that has a really good shot of winning this tournament is going to be Ursaluna. So I'm selecting Ursaluna as my number 2 pick for my fantasy team.
All right, so that's 8 points used, Evan. You've got 2 points left in your budget, so where are you spending them?
Well, I am sorry to offend everyone out there. I am not wasting my point on Scraggy. I love it. Congratulations to Scraggy for making it to the finals in Thailand. I am not using a point on Scraggy. I also am a Politoed fanatic, so I will not be using a point on Pelipper. Pelipper is the worst of the 3 rain users right now. It's actually probably the second best, or maybe even the best, but I am a Politoed believer, so no to Pelipper. However, I would be remiss if I didn't use my last 2 points on Ditto, one of the greatest restricted format Pokemon. You have to go for Ditto. And then I believe the final one is Grimmsnarl for 1 point? Or is that's 2 points?
Grimmsnarl's 2 points.
I have misbudgeted. What's my final one pointer? I can't recall. Oh,
Rillaboom.
Oh no, that's a mistake. I don't want either Ditto or Rillaboom. No. I can't have Rillaboom and Miraidon on the same team. I have to go with Farigiraf. I have to have real speed control on this team. I need to have a ghost type immunity, and I need to be able to set up my Ursaluna and my Miraidon with Electric Seed. I have just built my Miraidon team again. It's gonna win. I believe in it.
Okay, Evan has made a very strong pitch for Miraidon, and that leaves you with your 10-point budget. You've drafted Miraidon, Ursaluna, and Farigiraf.
Yeah.
You happy with those picks?
I could not be happier with them, unless I could also have Ditto, but I don't think I can get an extra point. There's no extra budget. There's no wiggle room here.
Nope.
Can't get a discount on that Farigiraf?
Nope.
All right, then I'm locked in. I'm good.
I can't give out any freebies for the fantasy draft, okay? We gotta play by the rules. The rules, which are incredibly ambiguous, and we don't even know what you win.
Yeah.
But there are rules in place.
Right. The rules are in place, but they are made up on the spot. And I really think Farigiraf is worth 1 point.
No, absolutely not. I cannot abide by this. This is collusion, and I cannot have that as a part of my fantasy draft. I am the commissioner. I have
Did you pick?
for me a fantasy draft team.
Yeah.
No, I'm putting all of you on the spot.
Okay.
I was just making sure that the commissioner wasn't also picking a team.
Oh no, that's not allowed. See, that's just another rule that we have to abide by. But make sure that you, check it out, play along. I'm really proud of this one. I think we kind of cooked with this. So use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Tell us what you drafted to your fantasy team, and don't cheat. I'm telling you, don't. Well, no, I will know.
It's true. Rose has come up to every single one of us and been like, I will know if you're cheating. Don't cheat. It's like, I would never try to influence the commissioner into making one of the Pokemon cost a little bit less, like Farigiraf.
Never.
No? Still no?
Still no. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and send it back over to our casters, and maybe they can, tell you what their fantasy drafts are. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Rose and Evan. Cyber Wolfie is back, baby!
We're back, baby! You missed us, you said we want him back, and here we are behind the desk just because you asked and for no other reasons.
Well, we were here 2 weeks ago in Seattle, but we were playing some games there, and
we were the players.
Now we're ready to cast a little bit.
We're the talkers. It's like the circle of life, Aaron. You start out as a player, and then you talk a lot. And that's it.
That's it.
That's all she wrote.
And of course, here we are. Wolf, it is obviously such a pleasure for you to join us here behind the desk after what's been maybe one of your best seasons ever so far.
I certainly haven't been complaining, but I will say it's nice to be behind the desk as well. I feel like it gives me a different perspective on, not only playing the game, but also talking about the game. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Thanks for hiring me. I won't make you won't regret it. Probably. No promises.
Of course, last time we got to see you behind the desk, it was that one regionals, the very first Reg G regionals in Indianapolis, where and I saw Miraidon go on a tear.
Yep.
In a time where most of us really did not respect or appreciate Miraidon that much, although I remember one caster may have predicted Miraidon to win. I wonder who that was.
That's you inflating my head. I'm still gonna keel it over, because my head has gotten too big from all the praise. But yes, it was a time I think where Miraidon was misunderstood.
Yes.
However, I think a big question that I have is, this is a different format, right? Like last time it was our first time playing with some of these really powerful restricted Pokemon like Miraidon, Pokemon like Terapagos and Koraidon, right? And so it makes sense that we had misunderstood some of them, like Miraidon, like you mentioned. But the question to me is, are there more restricted Pokemon that we have misunderstood in the context of a dual restricted format? I think we're already seeing some of that with Lunala, where Lunala was a Pokemon that was not especially great for the most part during the last Regulation G, but so far has had an incredible performance, actually won the first regional of this new format, Regulation I. And so, Aaron, I gotta ask, are there any other restricted Pokemon that you think maybe are a little bit undervalued, or that we might come to understand differently than we did in our last format?
Maybe Groudon, man. This could be a time for Groudon.
I don't know but are we going to be able to watch? Like last time we talked about Miraidon.
What are the odds?
We're probably not going to be able to watch Groudon.
Let's take a look at the meta, right?
Yeah,
Do we think people even brought Groudon to this tournament? What are the odds, right?
It's
that's
not
no
here.
Groudon
I don't
there.
see any Groudon here. But we do see something interesting, which is that it's actually Miraidon and Ice Rider as the #1 duo at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, and that's actually a little bit surprising to me. I think this duo has already been doing really well. I think a lot of people had it pegged as a really good duo coming into the format. I'm actually kind of shocked to see how much ahead of the curve it is in terms of usage, where everyone else is hovering in that 7 to 9% range, but Miraidon Ice Rider is double everyone else, which I would have not predicted coming into this event, especially because Miraidon Lunala, I feel is kind of one of the top combos to beat. But of course, Miraidon Ice Rider did win the most recent regional level event over in Europe. And one of the biggest moves and techs on that, of course, is that Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider, which has really taken over the format.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of synergy between these two Pokemon, between Miraidon and Ice Rider, because, of course, if you wanted to, you could get on Miraidon's back and ride it around during the story. Yeah, it's exactly what you do. But also, Ice Rider, you can also, clearly, it's Ice Rider. It's not just ice, right? It has the rider already. already. So like maybe if you ask nicely, you could sit behind Calyrex and kind of hold its waist.
Yes.
It could be romantic. But something that I think is really interesting is actually a restricted duo that's absent from here, which is Koraidon plus Lunala, which is the restricted duo that I think coming into the format, people thought there were 3 big ones. Miraidon Ice Rider, Zamazenta Shadow Rider, and then Koraidon Lunala. That's what the perception was going into the format. And here we see Miraidon Ice Rider and Zamazenta Shadow Rider as 1 and 2. Koraidon Lunala, the stocks are plummeting, folks.
I'm actually just really curious. I wish we could see like the top 8 or top 10 pairings because I'm like, it's so close between 2, 3, and 4. Like it all just was, within 1 to 2 percentage points. That I bet like the next couple are also like 6%, 5%, 4%, right? And so it's like, but to me, Miraidon Ice Rider here, I wonder if part of it is just like, hey, this won the most recent tournament. It's really, really good. I would also love to know the statistics on how many of those Ice Riders are now running Leech Seed because before it won the most recent special event, I think like people weren't talking about Leech Seed Ice Rider that much, although we had seen it already in the metagame. But now that it's like really been used on the biggest stage by one of the most well-known players in the world, I think it's certainly getting a lot more attention. But none of this is like super, super shocking to me other than like Miraidon Ice Rider just being like double everyone else.
Yeah, I think what we have to keep in mind though, Aaron, is that while these might be the most used Pokemon duos, they're not necessarily representative of what's going to do the best in the tournament.
Completely.
We could see a totally rogue pairing or a totally rogue restricted Pokemon have a big finish in a way that's kind of what we saw at the first regional where Lunala Miraidon, a composition that like wasn't really on many people's radars going into the format, ended up taking the whole thing. And so if you're looking at this and you're like, well, I've seen this all before, I'm not so excited about the Portland Regional Championships 2025, what I will say to you is the tournament is still young and there is lots of Pokemon left to be played. I think on the Leech Seed Ice Rider point, not to just continue talking, but if I were, please, okay, twist my arm, all right, I'll do it. I think that sometimes when we see these big innovations in team building, where we have like Assault Vest Miraidon and Electric Seed Lunala, or now Leech Seed Ice Rider, sometimes the teams take a little bit to catch up to that innovation, right? Like, I mean, think about it. If you've been practicing for a month, trying to get ready for this tournament, you know that this is your next major tournament, and then the week before Ice Rider, Leech Seed Ice Rider pops off, maybe you don't have time to make major changes, or maybe you're just hoping that it won't show up as much. And so I think that right now it does seem like the set to beat. My question is about where do we go from here?
Absolutely. Well, we've taken a look at the restricted pairs, but let's take a look at the individual restricteds and what has made the cutoff. And so, Miraidon at 42% usage, man.
Oh my god.
How far we've come since Indianapolis. Miraidon, of course, has just been on an absolute tear. It is the world champion restricted Pokemon from last year as well. What's interesting is I think we are now seeing different sets on Miraidon, with the Assault Vest in particular becoming way more popular. Assault Vest Miraidon actually did get top 8 at the World Championships last year, but I feel like going into Worlds, that was not a set that people had really talked about a lot. But I think generally here, nothing super shocking from the top 8, but what it goes to show how many viable restricteds you have in this format, because there's no Ho-Oh here, there's no Groudon, no Zacian, right? And those are all quite viable as well. And so we're in a format where you actually have a lot of viable restricteds, and you can see Lunala stock's also really just skyrocketing. It's now made it into the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also interesting to see this is relatively evenly distributed for the most part, but something that jumps out to me is that Kyogre is actually a bit higher than I would have expected. Like Kyogre, it felt like in the last regulation, Zamazenta was one of the best 4 restricteds, and Kyogre was somewhere in the top 7, but like maybe like 6th-ish, and so to see them so close to each other is really interesting. I think this also might be a reflection of the fact that Leech Seed Ice Rider, as we actually saw in our round 2 stream match, the one that was before this one, it did quite well into the Zamazenta. It looked extremely difficult for the big shield dog to break on through that hungry horse.
Zamazenta's a fascinating Pokemon to me because I think people often peg it as like the most fair restricted, where it's like, you know what it's going to do generally. It's going to body press, it's going to wide guard. Sometimes people run iron defense. I think like Zama has some struggles in this format where like you generally have one really powerful attack in body press, but then ghost types exist, so like Calyrex and Lunala's existence is tough. Ho-Oh exists as well, right? And so it is not actually necessarily the easiest restricted Pokemon to use, especially because it doesn't feel outwardly broken in the sense that, with things like Calyrex or Miraidon, you can often just get these big one-hit knockouts, whereas with Zamazenta, not going to happen as frequently. But yeah, I think Miraidon is just one step ahead in terms of usage rate here. Calyrexes are basically tied. Lunala, Koraidon are almost tied as well. And then you have like these other ones that are somewhat less common. But yeah, I'm curious what the next 4 are. Like, I would predict Zacian and Coyote or Groudon and
Ho-Oh,
Ho-Oh. Yeah, Ho-Oh maybe number 9, honestly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised after we saw a huge performance at Milwaukee Regionals. Yeah, I think Ho-Oh was another explored one, in part because it hasn't been great in past restricted formats, but it also didn't have access to the clear amulet item before now. And I think that, and having, I think, both the clear amulet item and another restricted partner, which Ho-Oh can support with moves like Tailwind, I think really changes the dynamic that the Pokemon can fill on a team.
My question for you, Wolf, is like, do you think these numbers are going to shift dramatically in, going into NAIC, right? Like, it feels like we've now reached the point where these are like the Pokemon to be, right? Like, in my head, if I'm preparing for this tournament, I need to have answers against Leech Seed, Ice Rider, plus Grimmsnarl, and like Grimmsnarl, Miraidon stuff as well. I don't know how easy it is to find those answers, though, right? There's a reason why these teams have been so consistent and so good in the first few weeks of this metagame, and so I think fundamentally the Miraidon and the Calyrexes are just like really, really fundamentally good Pokemon. So I'm like, can I see other Pokemon really surpassing them in these upcoming weeks?
I wouldn't be shocked. Like, okay, we have the 4 most used restricted Pokemon now. The thing is, NAIC is so soon. It's only 3 weeks away, right? And so I think that by Worlds, I wouldn't be surprised if the number shifted a little bit. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see Shadow Rider making a big swing in either direction. Like, I think it could honestly depend on Aaron on this weekend, on this tournament, right? Imagine somebody takes first place with a really innovative, like, Shadow Rider Terrapagos composition. That could, I mean, Terrapagos is down at 9.2%. If it wins, let's say it gets first, it gets another performance in top 4, that could skyrocket it. That could, like, maybe somebody has an innovation with it. Maybe they're using a choice spec set, or maybe they're on the Terrapagos, or maybe they're using a substitute set to get around Leech Seed. Like, I think I can see a couple different ways in which, like, usage could change dramatically, but I think that if this tournament is won by some combination of Miraidon, Ice Rider, and, like, Lunala, like, it's another Miraidon team, it has Grimmsnarl, maybe it has Ursaluna, maybe it has, Incineroar, Choice Band, Urshifu, and it's like, it's kind of like, it's a lot of the same Pokemon that we saw doing so well in the first tournament, then in that case, I would say I wouldn't expect a major shift. The other thing is, I think Zamazenta usage is, like, I think it could go down even further because, I mean, and granted, this might just be because I watched that Leech Seed game, but it looked real tough, Aaron. It looked not easy at all.
Yeah, I'm, like, particularly curious where Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider goes, because right now it feels like it has really been established as one of the top sets in the metagame after winning the most recent tournament. But we are ready to get into the third round, so let's quickly take a look at the notable matches here. Really, really a lot of well-known players in here. And, we've got our feature match, which is going to be exciting. 2 regional champions.
That's right.
Of course, Bazad winning Vancouver Regionals with Lunala. He was one of the first players, I would say, to really put Lunala onto the big stage in a single restricted format, because Lunala was not within really the top 7 restricteds, but he came up with this innovative set, won Vancouver Regionals with it, which I think was really his breakout tournament performance, and he's going to be going up against Jong, who, of course, has been a really consistent player. He won the Milwaukee Regional Championships a couple of years ago and then got top 8 at NAIC shortly after in that season, and so we're going to see 2 regional champions go up against each other early on in the tournament, but a lot of other notable players here in this mix. Carrie actually is one of the players that I've been most impressed by this season. I think is one of the quickest rising stars in North American VGC. Marcus Dion has had a phenomenal season going up against Jody Azraeli, who has been so consistently good in VGC. We've got Aaron Brock, who's got in top 32 at Worlds, Keanu, who got top 32 at Worlds last year, Aaron Trailer, and then Patrick Smith, which is a very old school VGC name. He played VGC over a decade ago and had multiple top cuts, and so it's actually really cool to see him returning to VGC many years later.
Playing against another veteran of the game, Dr. Aaron Trailer.
Dr. Aaron Trailer.
We have 3 Aarons right now.
That's a lot,
2 on the screen and 1 behind the desk. So lots of great matches here, and you gotta remember, Aaron, this is only round 3.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of tournament left to be played. To have this many players already, I feel like it's really just speaking to the density of top players here, of really established players, and also the fact that people are improving. People are getting better. There's so many great players nowadays just competing in VGC. It's very exciting, both as a player and, of course, as a caster.
I am really excited for this one. Bazad, I actually would see at NorCal Locals pretty frequently when I was in the NorCal region last season, and it was just so cool to see him come out to Vancouver and really just have this, like, breakout performance. Using a team that I think people were so underprepared for. Well, you and I were talking about Groudon.
Aaron, who's that right below, we're 2 spots below Fluttermane, why don't we say? It looks so familiar and yet so distant. Yeah. And actually, Aaron, we have a battle of Sun Pokemon. Sun Pokemon against Sun Pokemon, as we have our good friend Groudon, a Pokemon that you and I are very familiar with, having played you know, VGC back in 2016, 2019, even 2022 when Groudon was one of the top dogs. Groudon's been struggling, man. He lost his primal form. He lost his aura. You know what I mean? Like, they brought in some new kids, and he's like, you know, he's getting older.
And in a world where Koraidon exists, of course, just got that Koraidon, and so Bazad here really going to try to prove that Groudon still can be viable. Of course, one of the things that Groudon struggles from is the inconsistency in its signature attack. Precipice Blades, of course, prone to missing, but we've got a lot of other familiar picks here. You've got that Light Play Dual Screens Grimmsnarl. This is actually going to be bulk up Groudon rather than Swords Dance Groudon, and so of course you can make yourself a little bit tankier. No way to really heal yourself up, though,
I was about to say that.
Exactly.
Excellent point.
So even if you're taking 20, 25%, that damage adds up. It's not like you've got a leftovers. It's not like you've got a grassy terrain. We've got that.
Puff,
exactly, and we've got that classic Electric Terra Miraidon, but there's no discharge.
There's no, you have Groudon, you're so close. It'd be so, like, it's right there. Yeah, Aaron and I are big Discharge fans, but yeah, no, I think this team is really interesting, and it's kind of funny because in a way, Miraidon represents the future, right? It's from Pokemon Violet. It's, you know, sent from the future within the game story, and yet Groudon is a Pokemon that represents the ancient past. And you know, we've talked about the double bike comp, the fabled double bike composition with Miraidon and Koraidon, but in a way, this is actually spiritually closer because Koraidon is a newer restricted Pokemon, whereas Groudon, like we said, is an older one. And so I'm really curious to see how this matchup plays out as we have these two different sun-setting restricted Pokemon, including, though, not only Shadow Rider, but also this Galarian Weezing on the Koraidon side.
Yeah, so this is a composition that I feel like has been popping up a little bit more recently. When we did the preview of this tournament, we saw a similar team composition actually win a regional championship over in Australia.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of interesting components here, right? It's Assault Vest Walking Wake with Aqua Jet.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
No Focus Sash on the Shadow Rider. It's actually going to be the Spooky Plate for increase in damage. I'm a little scared. And then, of course, you've got the Galarian Weezing, but this actually is Play Rough as well as Poison Gas.
Weezing.
You often see things like Will-O-Wisp or Sludge Bomb, for example, and then Brute Bonnet, which I think is a really interesting Pokemon in this format as well. And so, you know, when you're going up against something like Groudon, how do you deal with it? I think Walking Wake is actually really interesting here because you hit the Groudon for super effective damage before the Terra, and then if it Terras into fire, well, water's still pretty good into it.
Yeah, I think one thing worth noting here, Aaron, though, is that this team only really has one, well, not including the Weezing, it only has like one Pokemon who's here to do damage and is a physical attacker, being that Koraidon.
Yeah.
What I mean by that, or why I think it's relevant, is that this Miraidon, unless I'm much mistaken, is Assault Vest. And so, given that it is Assault Vest Miraidon, it's going to be actually pretty good against even, you know, the Spooky Plate, Shadow Rider, and like Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. And so I think it'll be really interesting. And this Miraidon also, it did forgo Discharge, which we were quite sad about, but it has Snarl. And Snarl against a team comprised of many special attackers, I think is going to be really interesting. So I think the thing to look out for here as we jump into the battle is whether or not Weezing is going to be the central point of Jay's strategy, right? Like whether or not that's the way he wants, because he doesn't have to do it. He can easily play around other Pokemon. This is not a one-trick pony type of team, but Weezing's going to set the pace immediately. So we'll have to see if we see it as we jump into the battle here. And we do start out with Walking Wake and Chi-Yu against Flutter Mane and Groudon. Interesting start.
So Groudon, I think, first of all, just actually decently positioned in the metagame because there's so many things that like can't take Precipice Blades very well. The problem is you have to hit those Precipice Blades, and so there's no, you know, Sableye here to set up a Gravity, and so Groudon here also is threatened by a lot of offense, right? There's that Chi-Yu and the Walking Wake on the opposing side. You are risking a potential double up into that slot immediately. Chi-Yu, by the way, in the sun is going to appreciate that little bit of damage increase, right?
A little bit.
Just
it's like,
maybe a lot.
It's like throwing gasoline in your oven, man. That thing's going to hit pretty hard. I think this is a really interesting dynamic because the Walking Wake is speed booster from the Photosynthesis boost. And so even Icy Wind, it's likely that even after an Icy Wind, the Walking Wake will still, and the Chi will both outspeed the Groudon. And so, interesting choice from Bazad here, where he can choose to use Moonblast to try and turn Chi-Yu's Beads of Ruin against the Walking Wake, but the other option is to go for an Icy Wind and protect and try and use a second Icy Wind on the next turn.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think like Groudon right now probably feels like it's applying a lot of pressure. And we're going to see a Terra here. And so, I mean, a Walking Wake Terra, of course, would get rid of that weakness. And so this is now Water Terra Walking Wake, which is great both offensively and defensively. Yes, there's Beads of Ruin, but now you get rid of the super effective hit. And so I think Groudon's in a really awkward spot right now because it's so slow. All right, here we see It's going to be Moonblast, but how much does this do? Like 30%?
No, the Beads of Ruin working
more,
against.
yeah.
And actually, oh my god, Jake calls it out and goes for Hydro Steam into the Fluttermane. A really risky play because if Groudon went for a Precipice Blades, that would risk Jay losing both of his Pokemon here. But Fluttermane hangs on thanks to the Focus Sash, but I have a feeling that it won't be hanging on much longer as Chi-Yu locks into a Heat Wave, an inaccurate move. It's only 90% accurate.
Oh, you can see everyone just waiting. Oh, it's gonna miss. That's actually huge because now another Moonblast. By the way, that Moonblast, it's like a Solvest Walking Wake. I thought it would take it a little bit better. I know Beads of Ruin was active, but oh my goodness, like it means that Jay actually literally needs to Terror in order to survive that. And you know, here's the thing: Walking Wake is not very common in the metagame, so it's like I myself didn't know my Walking Wake damage calcs, but that's a big miss. And of course,
huge miss.
One of the biggest downsides of using Chi-Yu as well is that it has to click Heat Wave or Overheat so frequently, or Snarl. It's going to miss. But of course, this now puts Jay in an awkward spot because the Fluttermane can just pressure with another Moonblast into that slot. But Groudon right now, feeling a little bit exposed, is going to switch out, and it is going to be the Miraidon coming out.
Yeah, so no switches from Jay's side. It could have been a Weezing coming in there, shutting down the Photosynthesis and the Fluttermane to allow another Heat Wave to come out, but then you still take double Heat Wave. And actually, it's Aqua Jet! The tech move that is not used very often on Walking Wake because it's a special attacker here, finishes off the 1 HP Fluttermane. So Jay recovering quite well here, I think. You know, you keep your Walking Wake alive, you still get the Sun boosted Heat Wave doing a lot of damage to an Assault Vest Miraidon, and I think actually I would put Jay in the lead right now.
Yeah, and that Aqua Jet actually really a game changer, getting rid of the downside of that Heat Wave miss. Once again, not a very common attack, but a great one to like solidify the knockout there. There was the opportunity maybe to go for a Protect there. Miraidon is really well positioned right now, though, where it threatens with so much damage, and you know it's a Scarf Chi-Yu on the opposing side, so it's locked into Heat Wave, and so, you know, you could go for something like a Light Screen here, and okay, we're seeing the potential Thunder Wave hover, but Miraidon right now should be able to dish out so much damage with the Electro Drift, and it's going to be able to hit so hard. We've seen Electric Terra Miraidon before. He's considering it, but he's like, okay, if I Electric Terra, then I actually suddenly take more damage from Heat Wave, so not going to go for it.
It's tough as well because the Walking Wake again is Speed Booster, and that means that it can, you know, actually outspeed and threaten a KO with Draco Meteor. So Bazad really has to do something about the Walking Wake, but of course, every turn you take these Heat Waves, these are adding up, and actually it's going to be a switch out of the Walking Wake.
Ooh,
Who's
nice
coming
play.
in here? If it's Brute Bonnet, or if it's, there's honestly a lot of Pokemon can be awkward here. Koraidon even wouldn't be incredible, and it is Koraidon. So Koraidon coming in here, this means that Chi-Yu is kind of free to launch a Heat Wave, and Thunder Wave does come out and connect. It's not 100% accurate. Koraidon gets paralyzed, but I honestly feel like the Walking Wake might be the bigger threat at the end of this game.
Yeah, that's a really great play by Jay conserving. And another Heat Wave miss. Who is it missing? It's the Miraidon. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Get a lot of damage on a Grimmsnarl. Electro Drift comes out. So to your point, Wolf, you kind of need to respond to the Walking Wake because otherwise it's going to just Draco Meteor you. And I think this game has really highlighted the speed advantage that Jay has, right? Like the Wake and the Chi are just consistently moving first. And now the Fluttermane was obviously faster, but it only got one attack off. That Aqua Jet, by the way, so helpful in picking off Focus Sash Pokemon. Focus Sash is one of the best items in the format right now. You can use it on a lot of restricted Pokemon and non-restricteds. And so the Miraidon here does do a lot of damage, and the Thunder Wave does, you know, put the speed control a little bit more into Bazad's favor, but it's only really going to be Miraidon dishing out a lot of damage. That being said, now you get this free Light Screen off. You can knock out the Koraidon, and Chi-Yu's just continuing to launch Heat Waves into an Assault Vest Miraidon.
Okay, it does connect both this time, and you can see the value of that Light Screen. However, the question is, this is Assault Vest Miraidon, so is it going to pick up the KO on Chi-Yu? I feel like it's Miraidon, so it probably will. Of course, it can also go after the Koraidon here, but it is going to target on the Chi-Yu here. Does it KO? It does. However, Koraidon has not yet attacked for the turn, and Groudon is a strong Pokemon, but I'm not... It would be somewhat difficult, I think, to win a 3 against 1.
Does it? No paralysis. Collision Course, I mean, this probably just gets the KO, yeah.
Oh, brutal. And now Bazad is down 3 against 1. It is paralyzed Koraidon, and the Walking Wake is damaged, so it's not like... It's not guaranteed over. Light Screen is up, but you know, actually, you know, I think Groudon can win.
Yeah.
Because okay, Precipice Blades hits both. If Walking Wake comes in, Precipice Blades hits both. It's a miracle. KOs both. Okay, and then it survives the Astro Barrage thanks to the Light Screen. And then yeah, maybe no. Maybe.
I was like, okay. Is there any chance either of these Pokemon can even survive a Precipice Blades? How bulky are they?
Yeah.
But I think Precipice Blades probably gets the knockout. I mean, the Light Screen is nice. You still have the Terra available, but it's unfortunately not going to help out in this position. And so I think one of the other interesting things I wanted to talk about in this game was back Grimmsnarl, by the way. Because I think Grimmsnarl is a really awkward Pokemon to have in the back. You like normally want to lead it and just set up screens immediately, right? So Groudon's going to protect here, stall out a turn of Sun, and also just see what Jay wants to commit to, maybe bait out a protect. But Hydro Steam right now, of course, incredibly well positioned. And it's a tough spot for Groudon. It doesn't have any boosts. And, oh, there was a Groudon paralysis this turn.
Probably didn't make a huge difference, but you never maybe it was side flame charge to get the speed advantage, right? Actually, a really great protect there from Bazad, understanding that Hydro Steam has strange properties and actually powers itself up in the Sun rather than getting weaker.
That's
and so
right.
Stalling that last turn of Sun could be a potentially a game changer. I mean, we don't know what the last Pokemon is, right? Imagine it's Brute Bonnet. Then all of a sudden, Groudon looks quite good. Oh my god, that does a lot. That's not even like the strongest possible loss.
Okay,
right?
it hits both.
Let's see. KO. Koraidon,
oh
yes,
my god, it doesn't even KO the Koraidon.
Oh my goodness, Groudon! Groudon, we were gassing you up! How are you doing this to us? Okay, Bazad needs a paralysis here.
Yeah, no paralysis.
Well, Aaron, I'm not so sure. Maybe if it's... I think it might be over.
Oh, okay.
Groudon
survives.
survives.
But there's still one more Pokemon that just gets to come out and finish off Groudon. I think this Walking Wake Chi-Yu lead was so impressive, honestly.
Yeah.
And the fact that Groudon was led, giving that photosynthesis boost.
And the sun boost.
Exactly, to both.
Yeah.
Like, it was a complete liability, unfortunately, in this one. And so if you are Bazad, you got to go back to the table, think things through a little bit more. And so I think, unfortunately, Grimmsnarl's screens didn't really provide enough in this game.
The damage was just so much.
Yeah.
Like even though, of course, it was good to get Light Screen up, you did reduce the damage from Strange Steam, or from, Walking Wake, Hydro Steam, and Chi-Yu, but those Pokemon were hitting so hard that, like, it kind of didn't matter. I also think that, here, the Aqua Jet KOing the Fluttermane was
huge.
Really important. Because the Fluttermane looked quite good. It was the only Pokemon, I think, on the team, on Bazad's team, that could naturally outspeed both of those Pokemon with the Sun up, right? As we do watch this replay back. But yeah, I think Fluttermane being limited to only one attack was a big deal. It also makes me wonder, Aaron, about that turn one decision between Icy Wind and Moonblast. Because while Icy Wind, of course, like, wouldn't have done much damage, it wouldn't have helped Groudon to actually survive against these Pokemon. Or like to outspeed these Pokemon, I should say, it would have allowed me Rhydon to change things, I think, a little bit. So you got to wonder about, does Bazad bring a Pokemon adjustment? Does he change the order that the Pokemon are brought? Maybe we see front Grimmsnarl trying to get more value out of those screens. Maybe don't lead Groudon to force Jay to instead set the sun up himself. Or maybe it's a Pokemon adjustment altogether.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think like Volcarona is probably really awkward in this one because it just takes so much damage. But I think I could see Incineroar coming out here, right? It does give you Fake Out, and if you lead Incin into the Wake plus the Chi-Yu, there's two Pokemon that can't protect in front of you. You have Fake Out.
Yeah.
But I think it makes sense for Bazad to like run it back with the same Pokemon, but like maybe in a different order, like you said. I think like Groudon as a lead actually was a huge liability and actually gave Jay a huge advantage. And so like keeping that in the back would make sense. I was thinking Grimmsnarl and Miraidon as a lead is pretty decent into what Jay went for in the last game, because you can pressure with like Thunder Wave immediately into Walking Wake, and then you don't have to worry about Chi-Yu's offense very much. But yeah, I think Miraidon is something that of course can apply a lot more offensive pressure. I do think like Fluttermane's actually a really crucial Pokemon in this one, like you said. But yeah, because of that Aqua Jet, you actually have to be very careful, because you will go down to like the Hydro Steam Aqua Jet combo that we saw previously.
Yeah, maybe even like an Overheat Aqua Jet, or maybe a Heat Wave. You never know. The question, by the way, Aaron, is Weezing. Is Weezing, because that's a mix-up that could make an appearance here. Let me jump into the battle. Okay, but there is still no Grimmsnarl in the front, so I think overall this isn't. This actually is not such a bad lead for Bazad into the Weezing. I think, and you know, Aaron, that's probably why we didn't see Grimmsnarl up front. Now that I say it out loud, I didn't really understand it, but now I'm like, oh, you really don't want Grimmsnarl into Weezing that has Taunt and is likely faster. Like if you have Taunt and you're Weezing, you're probably doing it in part to deal with Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, so it becomes really, really awkward, of course, for the Grimmsnarl, because it actually then can be turned into a complete liability.
Yeah.
But Weezing, really interesting adjustment here. Of course, there's the ability shield on the Koraidon, so that is going to allow Koraidon to still set up the sun. Koraidon right now, of course, has the ability to potentially go for a Terra and, you know, get this defense. If you don't Terra, obviously, you're going to be facing down Fluttermane with Moonblast, which is really scary. And so I think naturally it makes sense to just commit that Terra.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more. With Koraidon, you really need to make sure that it's not going down in one hit. Fluttermane is a natural, ordinarily I would say a natural predator to Koraidon, but thanks to the Fire Terra, you really flip that relationship on its head, where you go from being quadruple weak to fairy to suddenly resisting it. So we'll have to see how the targeting goes down here. Just committing a Moonblast anyway, I don't hate that play at all. I think it's smart to just say, hey, if you don't Terra, you're going to end up in a really bad position. As we do see the Terra Fire Flame Charge bringing the Fluttermane down to Sash, we see Jay really prioritizing this Fluttermane, understanding how dangerous they'll be in the late game here. The question is, who did Miraidon target? Because either slot, Oh, but there's no electric terrain.
Yeah,
Oh
so
my gosh, the power of wheezing. And that does nothing.
Yeah, and because it's the Assault Vest rather than Choice Specs, I was like, okay, if you're Choice Specs Miraidon, even without electric terrain, like a Draco Meteor, Moonblast double up into Lacrydon's probably pretty safe. But
Yeah.
without that terrain, like I'm not sure Draco or Electro Drift actually gets the knockout. However, Bazad has baited out that Terra. Player actually does decent damage here. Yeah.
It's Groudon. Why did it do so much?
You can, yeah, now, like, of course, pressure with Precipice Blades, though, right? So, like, you have baited out the Terra, and now you have Precipice Blades, which is super effective against both of these Pokemon. The question
Assuming it hits.
Exactly. And can Groudon even get that move off, right? Like, will it be able to survive an attack from the Groudon? My guess is yes. Like, I think it should be able to.
You have the Fire Terra. Because
Exactly.
the danger is the Terra Fire boosted, Sun boosted, Flare Blitz boosted by Orichalcum Pulse as well. So.
Yes. And I think Groudon can survive, and so I think it makes sense to go for that Fire Terra. It's just, this is the most stressful thing, in my opinion, about using Groudon. You're in a great spot right now, but you're slower, right? So if you miss Precipice Blades, it's an absolute disaster.
Agreed. Yeah, this could be, I mean, this game could end this turn effectively if, you know, Precipice Blades misses. There's also the option of that Jay has of protecting. With Koraidon to, you know, like just effectively reposition to let Weezing go down. You don't really need the ability stopping at least for these two Pokemon, although it could be nice because of Fluttermane's photosynthesis. We'll have to see. The turn starts, Groudon is Terrestrial into fire. It's going to be Protect, but not for the Pokemon we expected. Instead, it's the Weezing. And there's no Protect from Fluttermane, so Fluttermane is exposed here. Here's Terrafire, Flare Blitz. That's going to be into Groudon, right? Let's see if it does half of the remaining HP.
Ooh, 148 down to 63.
Oh, that would have picked up the KO.
Yep. Needed to Terra there, but is going to be able to survive that. Moonblast comes out, but those Precipice Blades connect right now,
Aaron,
and this would be so bad. Close your eyes, Wolf. I don't want you to see this one.
Aaron, is it going to hit Groudon?
Okay, it does. Oh.
Okay, so the game continues, although, I mean, it was a great turn, right? However, Chi-Yu can come in now.
Chi-Yu, Walking Wake. Well,
Walking Wake is okay, right? Because you have, there's no photosynthesis available on it because of the opposing Weezing.
Like that Aqua Jet once again is so interesting though, right? Because it can pick off the Fluttermane, but Fluttermane can just protect. But it's just going to be
Aaron, there's another restricted.
Oh
my God, Aaron, how do you beat
Rider.
this?
Happy to just click Astro Barrage, Weezing, turning off that photosynthesis. So yeah, you see that back Grimmsnarl. This is a really tricky position for Bazad, honestly, I think, because yeah, like Flutter is threatened. You can just click Astro Barrage into everything. I do think Grim is nice, but the problem with Grim is that Weezing is so oppressive. It's shutting down your...
It's going to taunt you.
Exactly,
or
yeah.
play rough you if it thinks it can get the KO.
And I want to call this out, right? Because Grimmsnarl is everywhere in the format right now, so this is actually a really cool way to stop Grimmsnarl from being effective. If you can turn off that Prankster, it's actually way less valuable. Now, the Miraidon is not the worst Pokemon that can come out, but like it can eat up an Astro Barrage and a Play Rough, and that damage really adds up. So even though Bazad's got all of his Pokemon, it's actually a fairly awkward position, and Calyrex loves coming out in positions like this where everything's already taken some damage. You can just click Astro Barrage, Astro Barrage, Astro Barrage.
Normally when you're trying to deal with a strong offensive Pokemon, you have Pokemon with low HP, you just sacrifice them to let your back Pokemon get in for free, but here you can't do that because of the Grimnay ability, which isn't shut down, or the As-One ability, calling the Grimnay ability, whatever. Weezing is not able to shut down because Calyrex is too powerful.
Is it Play Rough into this spot? It would do a lot of damage.
Covers for both.
It's going to
really
be the
clever.
Poison Gas, which I think, it's like a neutral play, right? Like, you're always able to potentially poison. So now, this Miraidon, of course, is on a timer. I was thinking, though, if it was Play Rough coming out there, the Miraidon may have just been an Astro Barrage KO range.
Yeah,
so now,
you're right.
You can potentially switch out the Fluttermane and go for this Snarl. You can even try to Electro Drift into the Weezing slot. And so, I think Bazad's probably happy that at least it wasn't a Play Rough that last turn.
It's not good, but it could have been worse.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
There's two paths forward here, Aaron. I think you either go for a Snarl and try and weaken the Shadow Rider, accept that you're going to lose some Pokemon, maybe switch to Grimmsnarl, or you try and take out the Weezing. And if you take out the Weezing, then you have access to your abilities. You can go for Icy Wind, you can go for Thunder Wave, you can reset the Sun when it ends. And I think this is going to be the crucial turn. If Bazad wants to stay in the set, he has to get this turn specifically right. I think Grimmsnarl could be quite good here in the end game if he can just get rid of the Weezing. Otherwise, I think it might be a little bit tough. So let's see. Grimmsnarl switching in here.
Does Weezing go for the Protect? I think it's actually a little bit safe to do so because your Calyrex, isn't, like, even if Snarl comes off, like, you'll still survive the turn, right?
And there's no Hadron Engine.
Exactly, and so it is going to be the Protect, and I think, Bazad betting it all on hoping that the Protect wasn't going to come out, and that Astro Barrage continues to just really stack up, and it is Electro Drift into the Weezing. Weezing has been incredible in this game, honestly.
It's pretty amazing, especially because it wasn't even brought, as far as we know, in the first game. Did we see all 4 Pokemon we did, right? Both Restricteds and then Chi-Yu and, Walking Wake. So
this seems so hard to come back from. This is Calyrex's dream because you Astro Barrage everything, and I think the photosynthesis ability is being turned off in this game. was absolutely huge, right? Grimmsnarl, no Prankster. Fluttermane, no Photosynthesis. Miraidon, no Electric Train. Like, if you wanted to show someone a reason to use Weezing in this format, I would point them to this game specifically. And this is Calorex's dream. Yes, you're up against a Grimmsnarl. This Grimmsnarl, however, does not have foul play, right? And you know you're facing Taunt off from the opposing end. Jet can obviously just go for Astral Barrage and Taunt, or even Astral Barrage and play rough, right? And so Bazad's hoping, okay, you know what? My last bet is getting a Paralysis into you, but now Astral Barrage gets that first knockout. Miraidon will faint, and the question is, will Grimmsnarl even get this Thunder Wave off? I mean, you're probably eating up a Taunt or a Play Rough.
A Play Rough could miss, though.
Yes.
I think this is the only chance.
Yeah.
Oh,
he did go for Play Rough instead of Taunt, but it connects. Yeah, wow.
You know, Weezing is normally used as a special attacker, and Grimmsnarl is quite a tanky Pokemon,
That's
so you would
right.
think it could survive potentially, but no, Weezing has other plans there. Outspeeding the Grimmsnarl, probably investing a bit of training into its speed, and picking up the KO with Play Rough. It was a little bit risky, but I think it, you have such a lead, it was probably okay.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, honestly, there's kind of nothing Bazad can do. Like, there's still 2 Pokemon left on his side, but I mean, Aaron, I don't see a way through this,
There's
honestly.
no way, yeah.
Like
I
Shadow
think
Rider's faster, there's no abilities, there's no Sun. Yeah, Bazad understands it and gives up. You know, Aaron, go ahead.
The turn that you were saying, the crucial turn, I think it was like from Jez end, even if the Miraidon had targeted Shadow Rider that turn, it's like, because Electric Terrain is turned off, like that's the crucial interaction where it's like, you can survive an attack with that Shadow Rider anyway. Yes, Snarl is super effective, but my guess is Shadow Rider at least is going to take that. And so it was relatively safe to go for the Protect and then go for the attack. And I think Bazad probably honestly recognized that and was thinking, okay, I'm already so far behind in this game, and if like Jim misses it and I actually get the knockout, suddenly I'm entirely back into this game because now my abilities are all online. But Weezing was the unsung MVP of that game. It really just decreased Bazad's offense and made it so difficult for him to get value out of his Pokemon.
Yeah, I think what was so great about that set from Jay's end is that there were so many different threats. Like in game 1, you go in and you're thinking, oh my god, I have to deal with the Weezing. I have to worry about my abilities getting shut down. You're like really, really aware of it, right? And then you kind of get caught off guard as you lead with Groudon, and the opponent leads with Walking Wake and Chi-Yu, 2 Pokemon that take advantage of your Sun and really abuse it. Then in game 2, you totally switch modes and you start with the Weezing and you use Weezing instead as the focal point, while Bazad is trying to adjust to the Chi-Yu and the Walking Wake lead. And I think part of the brilliance of leaning so heavily into Walking Wake in game 1 is it really discouraged Bazad from bringing that Incineroar, the Pokemon that really was needed to deal with the Shadow Rider. The Shadow Rider doesn't have Focus Sash, so switching in Incineroar, Pressure's knockoff, it actually could have allowed the game to be turned around. However, because the last Pokemon was Grimmsnarl, a Pokemon that frankly didn't look great in this set specifically, despite being one of the strongest Pokemon right now, it allowed Jay to really, just totally flip this game on its head.
Yeah, I think the lead that I keep thinking about that we didn't see in this game was Incineroar plus Groudon, because if you go up against Groudon Weezing, you can fake out Groudon turn 1 bulk up, and then suddenly with the bulk up, now you are not taking like a ton of damage from opposing Groudon, and then like, if you look at Jess team, there's nothing that actually really takes Precipice Blade super well, so like once you get that bulk up, you're threatening with a lot of really, really powerful damage, but I can see why Bazad may have not felt the most comfortable bringing Incineroar into this matchup, especially given like some of the big Pokemon like Walking Wake, for example. But yeah, I think like Groudon could have been really good in this one if positioned properly, and like Incineroar here, of course, would have been really good into the Shadow Rider in particular as well. But yeah, I think like this game really highlights why Weezing can be so incredible in this format. In my opinion, Weezing is probably one of the most difficult Pokemon to execute and use properly.
Agreed, yeah.
But it looked phenomenal in that game, and I was also particularly impressed by Play Rough.
Yeah, I think Play Rough was really, really strong there. It applied a lot of pressure. It also just did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
knocked out Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, like we don't think about Weezing as an offensive Pokemon. They're like, oh yeah, you have Weezing on the team. Its goal is to sit in the field and say no abilities. No, I'm eating them all. And so to have it actually contribute, and it wasn't just Play Rough. Also, it was the Poison Gas, right? The Poison Gas. Actually dealing damage to the Miraidon over time and saying meaning that no matter which slot Bazad switched in that Miraidon to, it was always going to end up in range of like 2 more Astral Barrages, making sure that even with Snarl factored in after one of them. And so I think Weezing really, I totally agree. I think Weezing looked really, really good. And I think part of the reason why Bazad might have wanted to leave that Incineroar behind is this actually is Shuka Berry Incineroar, not Safety Goggles. And so with that in mind, maybe you're worried about the Brute Bonnet. That's another Pokemon that didn't even come, but like
I think that's actually really good.
Could have been really good here.
If you're expecting like Groudon, for example, and Incineroar, it's like something that can be positioned potentially, and it's just really disruptive, right? Like you have the Rage Powder, you also have the Spore, and so I think the leads gave Jet a huge advantage in both games. Like it felt like he kind of had the opening position, and like Bazad was kind of trying to recover from the lead matchup, and it just was kind of awkward for him right from turn 1 in both games.
Yeah, I think it's, like you said, it's just a great lesson on why leading is so important. I mean, in game 1, Groudon was set in the lead. Turn 1, it protected as Jay doubled the partner slot, even missing a heat wave. And then turn 2, Groudon was forced to switch out. So really, Groudon helped the opponent by setting up the Sun, like wasted a turn, but not wasted, but you know, like was forced to protect itself for a turn and then left the battlefield. You got to think like, oh, what if Grimsol had been in the lead? But yeah, I mean, you don't have to hear about our analysis. We can actually hear about analysis from the winner of the last match as we head on over to the lounge with Rosemary.
All right, thank you so much, Wolf and Aaron. I am here with Shaw, who just won that round on stream. And Shaw, it's good to see you. How have you been?
Yeah, I've been a great time today. Yeah, and it's a quite challenge for me to change my team style in the regulation I because I play a extremely different team in Milwaukee, but it didn't have a great result. So that's the reason why I decided to change my restrict duels today.
Milwaukee, I think you said that you were playing Miraidon and Zamazenta.
Yeah.
What were some of the challenges you felt like that team faced?
Well, at that time, because you know the matchup is a great, condition in this challenge, and I think I just played too many Koraidon in day 1, and that made me form a habit to use the same lead in the other games, especially in day 2. And I also had some troubles outside the battlefield in the Milwaukee. So I think that was a bitter time, but I just came out.
Well, things are going much better in Portland so far. You are 3-0 now, and you said you were playing a lot of Koraidon in Milwaukee, but now you are playing Koraidon. So where did you get the inspiration for this team?
Yeah, initially I just got the inspiration from a Japanese player's team report. His name is Kona, and you know, also the Masayoshi Kuru used the same team to win the Melbourne Regional last week. And on the other hand, I just prepared this team with one of my close friends. His name is Liu Genting. He also played in the Melbourne Regional and got a top 32. And our inspiration went from the very beginning builder of this set, James Evans' team, and we think the poison gas is a great part of this this restrict duel because both Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider are very offensive in this metagame, and it's quite a little to talk about more details about this team. So I just want to concentrate on the game first. Okay.
Let's do that. Right away, you got Bazad's team sheet, and we all saw a big reaction. You know, looking at the team sheet, were you surprised? What really was that reaction for?
You mean the which part of the team sheet?
Did anything catch you by surprise? The Groudon maybe, or?
Yeah, I think when I saw the Groudon on stream, I just something like I met a very old friend before because I also played Groudon to win a regional 3 years ago, and I think Groudon is a great choice in this metagame because you know. It's one of the strongest ground type attacker in this metagame, and sometimes Groudon can deal a lot of damage to the certain team, and as well also the Assault Miraidon is a very scary opponent. Yeah, I think I think my opponent's team is very strong when I firstly saw this team. So maybe I just did some reaction which performs a little surprising.
Yeah. I mean, Groudon is one of my favorite Pokemon. You won the Milwaukee Championships, right? With the Groudon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so were you expecting that would have to be a team you prepped for this event?
I think I just made some tries about a Groudon team or team building around the Azal's Vast Miraidon, but I was not quite confident than the team I'm building right now, and also my friends just provided me a lot of experience to use this team, so I want to appreciate to them to bring me back the confidence.
Game 1, you led with the Chi-Yu, and you missed 2 heat waves. How much did those matter for you?
Well, actually, a fun fact is this is the first time I picked this Chi-Yu in the tournament because I'm very afraid of my opponent's Sash Vertamain, so I want to deal a lot of damage as soon as possible in the very beginning of the game. And I think I just made the right prediction in the turn 1, and at that time I just think that to click the heat wave or flamethrower, and at the end I just chose to believe my Chi-Yu, and he yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it happens. But Chi-Yu helping out your Walking Wake as well, do more damage. How have you liked that Pokemon?
Yeah, I think Walking Wake is a very competitive component in the current metagame, because I've tried different Pokemon holding the Assault Vest, such as Raging Bolt and Iron Hands, but it's not quite the same as the Rhythm, especially the other team members, especially the 2 Restricts. Both of them are very fast and offensive Pokemon. So Walking Wake can deal a lot of damage while restrict the other mirror Pokemon's performance. So I think it's a very good choice.
I like the design. I'm a big Walking Wake fan.
Thank you.
Well, what about the Weezing? You know, you already mentioned Masayoshi had the Weezing, and Weezing has really picked up in terms of how much usage it's seen. So where do you feel like the strengths of Weezing lie outside of Poison?
I think Weezing for as a single Pokemon, it cannot deal too much performance to the whole battle, but you know, the abilities of the Pokemon are an quite essential components to the whole team, and almost all the Pokemon could be affected by the Weezing's neutralizing gas. So Weezing could be a very nasty countermeasure to the whole meta, and indeed you have to take some courage to use it, because it means you will change most of the habits of your game style. So I think it's quite challenge, and I'm still testing and fitting about it. Yeah.
Game 2, you had the courage to bring the Weezing to that game. So what made you decide to do that?
Actually, I don't want to say too much about it.
Sure,
But,
that's fine. Don't spill your secrets.
yeah, but I think it's a time for Weezing, so
Yeah.
I just leave it.
I love it. Well, Joe, you are in the top 75 so far for
Yeah.
North America. So what is your goal for this event?
Actually, this semester is quite challenging for me because I just stopped to. In most of the tournaments, I can get a bunch of CPs, but I'm always, I was always stopped to one step to the out of the top cut. So I just want to go further and to see how much I can do in this battlefield. I don't have any exact goal for right now. I just want to do better and better.
Yeah, keep improving for sure. Well, Zhe, before I let you go for your next round, any shout outs for who you built with or anyone?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to Liu Genting and the person I have mentioned before, and it's him who built this team with me together. And I also want to shout out Ling Longyu, who is also a Chinese player who currently start his tournament Livestone this semester. This season. And also I want to shout out Chong Junpeng and Nier Han and Hao Dai and all the people who helped me to prepare and give me the courage, and also the New England community.
So for sure, we love the New England community.
Yeah,
we do.
It's the best one.
Well, Zhe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations and best of luck with the rest of today.
Thanks.
All right, we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
My name is Daniel, and I'm from North Carolina. I was a Pokemon, I would definitely be a Steel type. I like to play somewhat defensively. I have been playing since late 2022, but my first regional was in early 2023 at Charlotte because it's local to me in North Carolina. I got to it mostly a little bit like some YouTube over the pandemic, stuff like Wolfie generally. At Charlotte Regionals 2024, I got my day 2 by beating Chuppa Cross, and it was just unbelievable because it's like, I pulled Chuppa, and at the end of it, I get to be like, oh my gosh, I did it! For the first couple tournaments, I'd sometimes go in with a great record and then have a horrible day 2 because I just can't deal with the pressure. I see a name that I know, and I'm super scared about playing them. I'm getting to the point where I can finally say that, there's no person that I say I will 100% lose to them. So I can start to just play my own game. I got top 32 at World last year. This was my biggest achievement so far. It was just unbelievable. I got to group myself with the people who could have won Worlds. I had a chance. I brought a Sun offense team with Koraidon, Chiyu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, Iron Crown, and Indeedee. There's a ton of options to use with this team, and it just felt like it was something that I was able to pilot. I don't normally play with headphones on. It's very different because there's not all this stuff going on around you that you can actually hear. It's crazy how much you just have to focus on the game in front of you. It did not feel like I played 4 matches up there. It felt like I played a game or 2. And it was unreal meeting my friend in the finals and playing against a mirror like that. After turn 3 or so, I flame charged his Fluttermane on the switch in, and I saw the line to win. I was like, I don't think there's anything he can do to stop me from getting away with this game. I've had good teams, I've had good runs, I just had to put it together and get a good placement. And here we are.
Daniel Yu becomes your Atlanta Regional Champion!
I'm feeling very surprised. I haven't even won a smaller event, so this is pretty crazy to win a regional. After this, all I really want is to see how I can do at Worlds. I absolutely can see myself top cutting the World Championship. I don't know if I could win it. I believe that I have the ability to win the World Championships this year. I love spending time doing this with my friends. I get to meet people from all around the world. It's great to find all these like-minded individuals and spend time, playing games for a weekend with them. I play competitive Pokemon because I'm good enough to compete at it. So I keep playing it.
Hey Pokemon fans, I'm here with Will Speediest Chief to talk about what's going to be happening in Pokemon Go in just a couple of weeks. I know we've got some exciting in-person events coming up.
Summertime is Go Fest season, right? Go Fest is an incredible event. We have them every year. We've expanded to multiple in-person locations. This year, we've got Osaka, Paris, New Jersey, and also global Go Fest, Rose. It's going to be so awesome, and we've got a special setup for New Jersey.
I did hear something about that. A little birdie told me that you and Gabby, our very own VG caster, are going to be covering the Go Fest for the first time ever. So tell us a little bit about what's going to be happening there.
I'm so excited to work with Gabby. We're basically going to be helping trainers to maximize their Go Fest experience, to know what spawns to look for, what mega evolutions are the best. We're also going to talk about certain features in the game that trainers might not be familiar with yet, like routes or party play, or even using Roar of Time on their origin form Dialga, ways that you can really maximize your entire Pokemon Go experience and get the absolute most out of Go Fest season.
Well, I know I definitely need some tips on those routes so I can get my Zygarde cells, power up my Zygarde. So I think I'm already interested in tuning into the stream. But what else you got for us cooking over there?
We've got some debuts. Some awesome Pokemon are coming to Pokemon Go. I gotta mention the Crown forms, Rose. We've got Crown Sword, Zacian, and Crown Shield form of Zamazenta. Am I saying that right? I don't know.
I think so.
Okay.
We just call them the hero of many battles, I think is the... Well, actually, that's much more difficult form to say. So I think you nailed it.
Right, perfect. Those and also a volcano-themed Pokemon that I can't even pronounce. I need your help on this one.
Well, that has got to be Volcanion. And I'm so excited as well that's going to be making a global debut for everybody because I cannot wait to get my hands on one when Global Go Fest comes around.
I'll tell you what, Rose. So at the in-person events, we've got different habitats with different spawns, as well as at Global Go Fest. But there's certain Pokemon that you really need to pick up. If you're going to attend one of the in-person events, Hawlucha is going to be spawning at Osaka, Paris, and New Jersey. Normally it's in Mexico City. It's actually going all the way out to these events. And then the global events, Skidoo and Klefki. I don't know if you have those yet.
Ooh, I definitely have a Klefki now because I've taken a trip over to France, but don't have Skidoo. That one's a little bit harder to get your hands on, so I'm definitely excited to see that one enter into the game as well. But there's also some incredible shinies that are coming to Global Go Fest, so tell us a little bit about what our trainers can get our hands on during that event.
We're going to see the debut of Shiny Carbink and Shiny Frigivax. I'm so excited for Shiny Frigivax because I play a lot of Artifacts in the Go Battle League, and Baxcalibur is one of my favorite designs. It's like a teal color Shiny, so you need to be really careful when you look at your screen. Make sure you don't miss one when you're trying to catch it. I think you're a Carbink fan, though, Rose. What do you think?
I'm definitely a Carbink fan. You know, the gray and the pink, it's pretty, but the blue, Chef's Kiss, such a good shiny palette, but I think that about covers it, Will. I think we're going to be able to see our trainers at the Global Go Fest June 28th to 29th, so make sure that you take a look in-game and also play along with us. But thanks so much for your time, Will, and we'll see you on the Pokemon Go streams.
Absolutely, everybody. Make sure to tune in to the live stream Sunday of the New Jersey Go Fest. We'll see you out there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Portland Regional Championships for the video game. My name is Rosemary, and I'm one of your hosts this weekend, joined by so many friends on our broadcast. And I want to give a special warm welcome to Yuki for joining us for the first time, officially.
Woo! Thanks, Rose. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, it's been my dream for a bit to be up here and to share it with all of you is really, really special to me. So, yeah, looking forward to today.
So excited to have you, and of course, very excited to have Scott and Evan back with us to be able to cover what is going to be a great breakdown of what we just saw in that last Swiss round match on broadcast. So talk me through it. We had this matchup between Je and Bazad, and we've got a couple of clips we want to break down for everybody.
Yeah, I think Je did a really nice job in these games of kind of creating situations where his speedy Pokemon just were unstoppable, and I guess we'll see how he got into those positions here.
Yeah, really well said. And I thought it was a really fun, very typical fun game of Pokemon, where in the first game you saw the hyper offense come out from the Sun Pokemon, and the second game it was just seeing Calyrex kind of bulldoze through the team with the help of Weezing. So very different kinds of games, even though it's the same best of 3.
Yeah, we see the Heat Wave miss about to come in here, and normally when you miss an attack, that's not very good for you. I think it was actually kind of game clinching for the player who missed instead in this one, where because of that, if there was a knockout in the Flutter Mane, there would have been a free switch there, and that would have enabled Groudon perhaps to actually do something next turn. You could bring the Grimmsnarl in and try to Thunder Wave. You could bring Miraidon in and try to go on the offense. Instead, Flutter Mane's just sitting there as a sitting duck to the Aqua Jet. While it's also threatening a big attack on the Groudon, so it's sort of tricky where both Pokemon are in trouble, sort of forces a defensive play here, and Bazad's never really able to set the board back up.
Yeah, because I think either way you're looking at this, and poor Groudon has to switch out here because of how much threat it's under.
Yeah, I mean, it's under, the Walking Wake has just so much leverage here, right? It can Aqua Jet, but also if they just go for a hard read and see Flutter Mane's going to switch out, fearing the Aqua Jet, then go for a really big Hydro Stream into the Groudon, going for the Aqua Jet here, so just getting that KO on that Flutter Mane, and basically Bazad just has sort of a dead turn that turn, not really able to get anything done while taking some damage and a KO.
Yeah, that's a really tough one, because I think, as you called out, Scott, having the Grimmsnarl on the back, just being able to even put up a light screen, I feel like would have been instrumental, looking at how much damage that Walking Wake actually did outside of the sun and without a Life Orb attached.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of the thought of hard reads earlier, too. At least if you have something that isn't being threatened so aggressively, you can maybe do something crazy, or at least your opponent has to consider the possibility of you doing something crazy, where Flutter Mane is completely irrelevant, right? Because unlike Bazad, if you're going to Aqua Jet it or not, right? You can work around that slot being useless, where there just aren't many options for the other side of the field when one of your Pokemon, you can't count on it being able to act.
Yeah, and I really like the analysis that Rose gave to me in the back, where we were talking about, if the Flutter Mane actually had gone down for Bazad on turn 1, it could have been advantageous having the Grimmsnarl just right next to the Groudon, getting that free switch in, because then you can threaten the Thunder Wave and Precipice Blades, depending on how the Groudon is trained, can outspeed and really take a KO on the Pokemon that is the only one that's really threatening Groudon that well, especially since it has access to the Fire Terra.
Would have been nice to be able to see that, but I think Ja at the very beginning of the game just had such a good read on how to handle the Groudon, and even talking to him in his interview, he said, and it reminded me, I won Milwaukee in 2022 with Groudon. So he knows the strength behind that particular Pokemon, and while we don't have Dynamax, still a great Sunsetter.
And then maybe, I guess, unfortunately, throughout the course of the set, I kind of wonder if we didn't see the weakness of Groudon in this format, right? Unlike that format, not a Pokemon we see as frequently anymore. I think in part because there's all these big special attackers that are kind of just chugging away at it. And yeah, throughout the course of the set, I just felt like it was pinned an awful lot.
Yeah, Jed just really has a lot of, really special attack prowess between the Chi-Yu, powering up both the Walking Wake and the Calyrex Shadow, just making it so much easier to just go for that late game sweep.
Yeah, and it really was all about making sure that this Flutter Mane, which was the fastest thing on the field, could not then start threatening the rest of the Pokemon on Jay's side as well. Without, had the ability to move first and get the Moonblast off, but then with it sticking around, it was the fastest, except for the Aqua Jet pressure there, which is such a cool adaptation on this Walking Wake. Yeah. That's not a move that I've seen a whole lot, but, it can deal 1 hit point, even in the sun. It can deal 1 hit point of damage.
And it's a move I didn't even know it learned.
Well, it's been a long time since we've seen Walking Wake, right?
Right, I think it's kind of fun. We haven't seen a whole lot of it, period, right? Where, it hasn't been available a whole lot. Usually it's not super scary in the top of people's threat list, and I think because of that, maybe it surprises people a little bit. I also think moves like Aqua Jet are kind of particularly valuable in this format, where we see a lot of the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Most teams are running a Focus Sash, so even though it's not going to do a lot of damage as a Pokemon that primarily uses special attacks, it's always going to do enough when you're looking at just needing to break Sashes or finish off Pokemon that have already used it.
And I really like the lore of this Pokemon because I was reading the blog post of the original creator of this team, who eventually was taken by Masayoshi Kuro, who won Melbourne last weekend. And they were mentioning their blog, I actually didn't know that it got Aqua Jet. I only knew because I was looking for a 4th good move on Walking Wake, and I just happened to see, it gets a priority move. That seems really strong, and I just love seeing it. It was actually pretty good in the finals as well, getting a pretty crucial KO to get the win against Jude, but also here as well, being able to beat the Flutter main, who's typically fastest, was really crucial.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense because Assault Vest is one of the best items for Walking Wake. And oftentimes you are looking at Hydro Steam, Flamethrower, and a Dragon type attack. And then what else? What is the 4th best move for Walking Wake? And the fact that it does get a priority option, yeah, that's a pretty good move.
Well, listen, but Walking Wake is the best photosynthesis design. Yes, your answer is going to be heavily weighed in my mind.
I mean, it's fun, right? I think it's. I'm really happy we're finally getting to see it. I think it's just like such a fun Pokemon, and every time I see it, I guess it's proving that it's also a stronger Pokemon than maybe I thought it was.
Yeah, I remember when it first got revealed, it was like, oh, everyone's losing their minds. Like, oh, it's a water type Pokemon,
so cool.
but it works in Sun and it
works
gets
in
powered
Sun.
up, so you can hit the fire type Pokemon that resist the fire type attacks in Sun really well. Like, it must be super good. And then it just didn't really do that much for a while. And then just seeing it pick up popularity, it's so awesome.
Still suffers from being a dragon type sometimes, I think. So, wow.
Who among
we
us?
love Terra.
We love Terra.
But, Captain Evan, where are we going next here?
Well, our ship is sailing for the smoky, fog-filled waters of Game 2 in this set.
Ooh. That was a good segue. Roll the clip.
So in this second game here, we see Weezing getting led this time, and I think it just had a huge impact on the battle where there are so many important abilities in this format. Like many Pokemon are kind of just ability bots, and even the more offensive Pokemon tend to really need those abilities to go in the offense. You see both Miraidon and Fluttermane here not going to be able to...
Graphic design is Evan's passion. It's amazing.
They're not going to enjoy the effects of the ability, but Karada, as you can see there with the Happy Sun, doing a much better job. Its ability will activate because of that ability shield. The Sun a little bit easier to draw, I hear, than the ability shield is, and it really puts Jay off in a great spot to start this game.
I'm actually kind of disappointed that Evan didn't draw Sunflora for this. You had such a missed opportunity.
It's not on the field.
Yeah, but like the sun of the sun. No, Sunflora.
The secret 7th Pokemon.
Yeah, he's gonna draw petals on it.
Evan is one of the few competitors who have attempted to use Sunflora in an official competition, so this is his moment.
It is your moment. But
That is
yeah,
true.
I mean, Weezing hits the field, and right away you can see the impact that it has, shutting off those abilities. But I feel like from there, we got a chance to really see what else Weezing is capable of. Jay in the interview was talking about Poison Gas. Just having the ability to poison a lot of these Pokemon gives you a much easier time taking them off the field.
Yeah, I also really like the choice of play rough on Weezing. Like, typically in the past formats when Weezing attacks, it's usually a special attack in Strange Steam or Dazzling Gleam. But in this format, we have a lot of Assault Vest Miraidon, and those can't take the physical attacks as well, especially since you don't have access to Intimidate through the neutralizing gas. So they're able to basically threaten, like a Flame Charge into the Flutter main, maybe a play rough into the Miraidon, putting it into range of the Collision Course next turn. So it really opens up a lot of options.
What is next, Evan? I actually don't know what you have prepped for this, so I'm going to let you drive this.
Steer the ship, so to speak.
Yeah,
well, instead of a ship, we're going to travel by horse for a little while here. We have Calyrex entering the field, and you kind of just get to see the end result of what Weezing did here, where because the battlefield's kind of controlled, turning off these Pokemon abilities, we ended the spot where different Pokemon in the first game, but kind of the same result, where the Calyrex come in, it's quicker than everything because we don't have the photosynthesis active, we don't have the damage threat the other direction, and suddenly poor Bazad just pinned, right, where all of the options available just aren't going to work, and not a whole lot you can do to avoid Calyrex just running over the team.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that we missed the clip, but the damage on Weezing is the damage from the Miraidon's Volt Switch, which is crucially not a 2-hit KO here, which means that this Weezing is bulky enough to take that hit and stick around and keep all of these abilities off the field for Bazad.
Yeah, really good training on that Weezing, evidently, and like Jay just has themselves in the perfect position you want as a Calyrex player, where you have 2 Pokemon that can be knocked out by Astro Barrage, and you have to switch and then protect so that doesn't happen. But then you just keep taking damage, and you're like, oh, I don't want the Grim Nade boost, I don't want the Grim Nade boost, but at some point you're gonna get the KO, and then the snowball just happens.
Yeah, and this is just another situation where Jay has set up a situation where all of the fastest Pokemon are on Jay's side of the field, and there are just no options for Bazad to stop the onslaught that comes out from these offensive Pokemon. And again, that's thanks to the Weezing setting the neutralizing gas, preventing that Fluttermane from getting the photosynthesis boost, even though the sun did go up because Koraidon had the ability shield.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the poison gas from the Weezing too, or even though we didn't see a situation where The game was super in doubt there. I think it's just like a fun move to have for, when there's a number of Pokemon that could potentially switch into battle, where being poisoned is bad for everything, and I think kind of just allowing it to chip down a little bit more. The mix of Weezing being able to survive the Volt Switch and also kind of have the damage ticking, you'd love to Volt Switch there and get out so poison stops ticking, but you have to commit to the Electro Drift because Volt Switch doesn't do enough, and you kind of get to see the advantage there of Weezing, where, again, it's a format where most Pokemon aren't going to be offensive juggernauts if they're not restricted Pokemon, but still kind of tying the hands of the restricted Pokemon anyway by preventing them from having high value plays.
I want to pick your brains about something else. Wait, was that all the clips you had?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Whew. Great job.
Yeah.
All right, well, I want to
Thanks
pick your
for
brains about something else, because we saw that Bazad was running Groudon, but it wasn't just like Groudon with attacks, it was bulk up Groudon. And something that I was talking to Alex Underhill about in his winter interview is that there is this kind of interesting sort of dynamic between having really bulky offense or very defensive oriented teams versus teams that are going to have setup options available to them that can really take advantage of that slow play. And then those teams that are just going to muscle their way through everything because they're so focused on offense. So we are kind of seeing for one of the first times, I think, on stream, one of those teams that required that setup, but it felt like it was so difficult to accomplish in this particular game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough in that particular matchup just because, Groudon very physically inclined, both with its attack stat but also its defense, and bulk up further boosting that defense, where I think against a team that's more physically oriented, I think it probably looks a little different for Groudon there. I think kind of on that thought too of the tempo of these teams, I kind of feel like players got baited a little bit by the previous regulation where we only had one restricted Pokemon. Because of that, we saw a lot of really offensively oriented restricted Pokemon because they tended to need to do all of the damage for their team, right? A very high percentage of the damage for their team. I think in this format where it's a little bruisier, I think we probably started off with teams that were a little too defensively weak. Now with the Leech Seed Calyrex teams in particular, we're starting to see more teams kind of play with the slower grindy style, and then that will allow the teams like the bulk up Groudon to take advantage of that. I kind of wonder if this isn't a weekend too early where, although I guess we see an awful lot of that sort of team, but I think if the format gets slower and kind of more just about trading those blows, then I think, being able to have moves that take advantage of those less efficient turns to make your own turns more efficient will become better.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent macro analysis of what's going on. And I think maybe talking specifically about this match, it was really hard to get the Groudon going because, Grimmsnarl is usually the option that you want to have in order to, bulk up your Pokemon, so to speak, on both the defensive and special defensive side. But because there's Weezing on the opposing end, if they're trained to be fast enough, they're going to be faster than Grimmsnarl, they're going to taunt you before you can even get any of those defensive things set up. So you can't really get that onslaught going. I think maybe one adaptation would be if you lead both Grimmsnarl and Groudon against the Weezing, then you can say, okay, you're going to taunt my Grimmsnarl, but I'm going to threaten a really big Press with Blades off into you. So maybe those are some mix-up they can consider in the future.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to think about how all of the different metas have evolved, and I think it's a really crucial point that you made, Scott, that we did have a period where we only had one restricted, and that was the most important Pokemon on your field. And now you have two restricted, so you have one restricted that's the most important on your team, and the other one can help support the other ones. And I think that's why we're seeing the rise of Pokemon like Lunala, and Zamazenta is doing really well, and even Ho-Oh. This is the first time I've seen Ho-Oh be relevant ever, I think. And
2010?
No, not really.
I think we saw some use with it though in Dynamax.
A little bit. I mean, there was definitely some Ho-Oh in 2010 too, because I started out playing a Ho-Oh team.
You two experts there. I'm going to let you two go on that one.
I was running Groudon Sunflora, so.
I think it was great, but both Ho-Oh and Lugia was actually a pretty good Pokemon in that format too, where I think it's become harder and harder to occupy that restricted slot as we get more and more powerful legendary Pokemon. But I think Ho-Oh is really cool. I think it's still, I tried every format just because I love the Pokemon, and it's kind of in this unfortunate spot where it's good at surviving what your opponent wants to do, but not so good at actually doing its own thing. So it's haha, your thing didn't work for one turn. Oh no,
so what?
Well, I can't wait to reminisce on some of these days a little bit more, but for now, I'm going to have to say goodbye and let you two go off to the caster desk as we get ready for our next round of Swiss. So we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna have more Pokemon action. Stay tuned.
Chip Ritchie standing by here in the lounge, and we're going to take a quick look at what's been happening in the Pokemon trading card game Pocket recently. Now, there is a brand new expansion that just came out not too long ago. Celestial Guardians introduces tons of Pokemon and characters from the Alola region, the Sun and Moon era of the Pokemon trading card game. So there's going to be some familiar cards in here if you're a Pokemon TCG player, some familiar names at least. I want to take a look at a couple of the decks that have remained popular currently in the brand new format. There was a massive online tournament, grassroots tournament that took place recently, and it was like 2,800 players, and Narumi was the name of the player who ended up winning that whole event with this build right here, Magnezone Oricorio. Now, Oricorio is kind of the big new card from Celestial Guardians. It has the Safeguard ability. Now, this ability type is very prevalent in the Pokemon TCG, so something that should look very familiar to all of our players out there. You can prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX. And then Zap, 50 damage for 2. It's not too bad, a pretty efficient attacking option there. And then the follow-up option, the extra attacker here really is the Magnezone with its Thunder Blast, 110 damage, and then you discard a Lightning Energy from it. Of course, powered up by the excellent Magneton with its Volt Charge ability, letting you get that extra energy attached every single turn. This really is one of the strongest abilities in the game. Energy Acceleration in TCG Pocket is just extremely powerful, which we'll also talk about when we take a look at the other deck that I want to look at from this large grassroots tournament that took place. Outside of that, you've got kind of the standard consistency setup here, a couple of Pokeball, there's a Pokemon Communication, just another helpful way to get more of your evolution Pokemon out into play. Professor's Research in order to draw a couple of cards. Of course, this is a big one. And then some of the new cards added from Celestial Guardian into this deck. We've got the Guzma here. Discard all Pokemon tool cards attached to each of your opponent's Pokemon. This can be a great way to get rid of those, pesky giant capes that are really popular to bring Pokemon's HP back down to a range of where they should be. Can also get rid of Rocky Helmet so you're not hitting into that and damaging yourself. And then you've also got Lily in here to heal 60 damage from one of your Stage 2 Pokemon. And this can add some really nice longevity and survivability to the Magnezone, which is already very popular. Or powerful, I should say. And another way you can get that healing going is with this one of Shaman in the list. So yeah, shout outs to Narumi. Congratulations on winning such a massive online tournament held by the community. And this is one I definitely think you should try out for yourself on TCG Pocket if you're playing in the ranked ladder. One other deck I did want to talk about here quickly is Darkrai Giratina. This is the best consensus, most popular deck in the game currently. That was true in the last format, and in Celestial Guardians, it got just a few extra tools to use. This list was built by James Cox, who's an extremely accomplished Pokemon TCG player, regional champion. He's got a top 4 finish at the World Championships, and he's been spending a lot of time recently playing TCG Pocket, so I wanted to highlight this list in this build as well. Again, pretty similar and straightforward to what this deck has been aiming to do. You've got the Darkrai to attach your Darkness Energy, get a little bit of damage placed on your opponent's active Pokemon, and you have the really strong energy efficient attack of the Dark Prism. And then you have Giratina here, of course, to accelerate extra energy from your energy zone into play every single turn. Now, of course, you do not play any Psychic Energy in this deck. You only play the Darkness Energy for the Darkrai EX. And then you can still pull Psychic Energy from the Energy Zone. Just a neat little gameplay mechanic quirk of TCG Pocket. And then this one does have a new card here added in the trainers, that Guzma, like we mentioned. This is extremely strong because your Giratina can hit really hard for 130 damage. You can add extra damage with that Darkrai as well from the Nightmare Aura ability. And then you can discard those giant capes. So specifically against Giratina mirror matches, which are very prevalent in the game, you can get rid of those giant capes. You can take knockouts whenever you maybe otherwise shouldn't have been able to, or maybe when your opponent wouldn't have expected it. So that's a really big buff from the newest expansion. That's what's happening currently in the Pokemon trading card game Pocket. Be sure to try out either of these two decks, check it out for yourself, and we'll see you out there on the ranked ladder.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Portland, Oregon Regional Championships. My name is Evan Latt, and would you believe it? It is Yuki right next to me for his first cast here in Portland. Yuki, welcome to the desk.
Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, it's so exciting to be here, and it's such an exciting event to start my debut, I guess, as a caster here, because it's not only like, kind of new, the beginning of the format where, it's not exactly Milwaukee early, but still people are figuring out what's good. Not only that, there's like the Pokemon storyline, but there's also the player storyline where we're getting really close to the end of the season. This is the last event before NAIC in terms of regionals and NA, and people are really starting to count down. Am I going to have enough championship points to qualify for World Championships? So we have a lot of Pokemon stories to follow, but also a lot of player stories to follow. So it's a really exciting place to be.
Absolutely. And after this and North American International Championships, in the North American region, you need to be 75th or better in the championship points rankings to qualify for the World Championships. Or you can win the whole thing here, or you can make it into the finals at the North American International Championships. So really, it's crunch time for these players here, and we couldn't have asked for a more explosive tournament for people to be making or breaking their Worlds runs.
Absolutely explosive. I mean, we both casted back, or we're in the lounge hanging out, talking about that past game. Really explosive. Like, I mean, these games were over in like 5 turns. And when we're thinking back to like the Stack Attacker versus Stack Attacker, Celesteela versus Celesteela, this is maybe not the kind of format where that might happen. So
I don't know. We see Leech Seed Calyrex out there. Maybe. Well, let's take a look at how our competitors are doing so far today. Here is our current Swiss rankings. Again, these are just the 16 players that we have at the top tables who are 3-0. There are plenty more players who are also undefeated, but some names that you probably will recognize here. I'm seeing Aaron Traylor and Jong, who we just saw, as well as Brian Howe. We've seen a lot on some of these. Gavin Michaels returns to the circuit here and is 3-0 in Portland, but also a lot of other players here who are starting at 3-0 that have not been on stream a whole lot and are having a really good tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a lot of names that you can recognize. Jay, we just saw on stream, having a lot of success, I think, in this restricted format. Like I personally played against him in the Atlanta regionals about last month, and just having a really good, strong command over the Miraidon, the Arubega Miraidon, so to speak. And you see that they're also using that a little bit, becoming a little bit more standard with the Assault Fest Miraidon. And yeah, it's just very exciting to see all these players pick up these more established compositions, but also experiment with a bit more new ones.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at the matches that we have here in our 4th round of Swiss. We are going to be watching Zach versus Logan as our featured match, but take a look at some of these other incredible matches out in the field, and I am looking especially at Benji Irons versus Gavin Michaels. What a throwback pairing that is to see both of those players up against each other here in round 4. But also some other incredible matches here. We obviously saw Jay just before win his 3rd round of Swiss. Going up against Jonathan Newman, Kian Campbell versus Jesse Romolo, Anthony Londergan versus Aaron Traylor, and Benny Vasquez versus Nicholas Morales. Some incredible players here out in the field, and our featured match should be really exciting between Zach and Logan.
Absolutely, and it's even more interesting to think about like where are these players at in terms of their championship counts. I believe Aaron Traylor is also getting pretty close. Like getting a very strong finisher would mean a lot. I think a lot of these players, they really want to secure their, quote unquote, hit the threshold that we're all simulating here before NAIC, because once you get to the North American International Championships, you want to just focus on, can this be a good prep for Worlds? Not is this going to be, potentially end of my season.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be really crucial for some of these competitors as we head into the end of the season here, heading into the World Championships. And, Yuki, this is, sort of crunch time for someone's circuit, right?
Yes.
In your experience, how does it feel heading into some of these last events, especially if you don't feel like you have it all locked up for the World Championships?
Yeah, I think this year is a very different year in the past, quite literally because this is the first time we're doing at least in modern times, allowing only the top 75 players rather than saying, okay, if you hit X amount of CP, you're automatically qualified. So there's always going to be a bit of ambiguity. It's like, is 900 enough points? Is 950 enough points? You just never know. So you always want to give it your best finish. You can't just say, oh, if I make top 64, that's going to be enough. Like you always want to push for more. So it might give a little bit of less margin for error, like maybe mentally, but I'm hoping it still means that will give us really good Pokemon action.
All right, well, we are heading on to the stage for our first game here in round 4, Zach Immersion versus Logan Mazur. This is going to be a really exciting matchup. This is something that we talked a little bit about in the lounge. Some of these restricted Pokemon are getting used in different ways than we saw in Regulation G when we had only a single restricted. And I am seeing a Pokemon on this team sheet that I did not expect to see at all in this tournament.
I see multiple. Yeah, I mean, on the left side, you see the Calyrex Shadow Rider paired with the Solgaleo and the Ogerpon Wellspring, which also just has not been that popular. We saw it pick up a little bit more in the earlier regulations where Ogerpon water was legal when the power level was a little bit lower, but now, you know, you want to rely on Sturdy by the Rock Ogerpon, the Fire Ogerpon, the bigger firepower you get when it terastallizes. So water has really gone down, so I'm curious to see how Zach would use it. Also, the last time I saw Calyrex Shadow Rider and Solgaleo together was maybe in 2022, where you would be able to proc your own weakness policy using Bulldoze. I don't see the Bulldoze, but I do see the Bulldoze. I need to get some glasses, but yeah, it's back. We're so back here.
We got the weakness policy Bulldoze action. No Dynamax here to reduce the damage, and get the big boost to your HP, but there it is. That's the Solgaleo that has weakness policy with Sunsteel Strike, Psychic Fangs, and Rock Slide with the Terra Rock as well. So that's going to be really interesting to see how Zach is going to be able to get this Solgaleo set up and start going for some big damage against Logan's side.
Yeah, and it's very reminiscent of that format as well, where we have Grimmsnarl, you know, protecting the Solgaleo from the super effective attack so that it can get the weakness policy off without taking too much damage. I think the Rock Terra is very interesting on Solgaleo. Rock Terra, just not a very popular Terra type because it has so many weaknesses.
Yeah.
But it has the big advantage of being able to increase the power of Rock Slide here, which most of the time maybe you use this as a way to get spread damage, get some chip, have some spread. But in this case, if you're going to get a weakness policy and you get the same type attack bonus, it's going to do some serious damage.
Yeah, and you have Grimmsnarl with that Thunder Wave to potentially be getting some paralysis and some flinches off against your opponent's team. That could get really scary really fast. And I think it's so fascinating to see these different Calyrex Shadow Riders. You know, back in Regulation G, this was a Pokemon that was all about nasty plotting, it was all about doing big damage, and now we're just seeing Focus Sash as the top item for Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then more of these support options, the Pollen Puff and the Bulldoze. And as you pointed out just now, sort of an off-meta Terra type as well.
Yeah, the Terra Water, my guess would be that you get a little bit more resistance against the Choice Scarf Urshifu, like the increase of Focus Sash Calyrex means that they're probably less bulky than maybe the Covert Cloak ones we've seen in the past. And that also means that you can get a one-hit KO from a Scarf Urshifu who can outspeed you and go for Terra Water Surging Strikes. But if you have that Terra Water, you might not have to go for it, but you can at least threaten, hey, like it's not as free for you to go for that as the Scarf Urshifu player.
All right, well, that is Zach's side, and we are going to hop over now to Logan Mazur's side, who is going to be running a Calyrex and Terrapagos team. And again, this is another supportive Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Encore and Disable combo this time.
Yep, and I guess it feels weird to say this because we haven't seen that much Terrapagos Calyrex in my experience, but it is definitely more the standard team. You have a lot of solid Pokemon together. Terrapagos with leftovers has really proven itself in past formats. So has Calyrex to a certain extent with Focus Sash. And, you know, we have Choice Scarf Urshifu that we just talked about. So maybe that Terra type will actually end up coming handy here and be really relevant. And yeah, I just love the variety in VGC here, right? Because on the left side, you see, you know, so many picks that are just off the wall. Over here, you have a lot more standard Pokemon, really solid Pokemon that have really established themselves and proven themselves to be consistent across formats. So it's really a battle concept here, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and I think it's really interesting, like you mentioned, to see sort of how these two archetypes are going to match up against each other. Logan's team really feels like a natural evolution of Regulation G. Both Calyrex Shadow Rider and Terrapagos love to have these four partners next to them. Incineroar and Rillaboom for the double fake out blender. You got the Choice Scarf Urshifu, and then you have Amoonguss for redirection. So this is a really natural fit for both of these restricted type Pokemon. But again, the Calyrex has moved into that more supportive role with Encore and Disable, and it's going to be the Terrapagos with Calm Mind that is going to be the major offensive threat here.
Yeah, and just look at this matchup like at a glance. I'm really excited to see that there's an Ogerpon Wellspring over on Zach's end, because I think it's actually looking pretty good here. Like it's something that can, you know, redirect the Amoonguss with the Spores. It can also resist any Surging Strikes from Urshifu. So even if you don't lead with the Ogerpon, you can really threaten it having in the back and potentially switching in. And now you have a Pokemon that's choice locked into an attack that's going to do 0 damage. So I would expect it to maybe come and look pretty good. And yeah, I don't know. There's so many picks I think that Zach has to be able to fend off these attacks and defend against the Terapagos, especially in the early game.
All right, well, let's see how these players are going to pilot both of these teams as we head into game 1 of round 4 here in Portland, Oregon. It is going to be Zach Immersion versus Logan Major in this first round. And as we head into the match, both of our players are sending out their leads. That's Terapagos and Amoonguss for Logan, and Zach will be going with the double restricted, the Calyrex and the Solgaleo, which I really love here. That is a huge opportunity with that Bulldoze to both break the Terra Shell on the Terapagos and immediately start boosting that Solgaleo, which is so much faster than Logan going for Calm Minds.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me here is like, what is the Bulldoze plus maybe like, you know, Psychic Fang combination going to be able to KO the Amoonguss? Psychic Fang is a very high utility move because it can break the opposing Reflect or Light Screen, but its base power is just not as high, especially as Sunsteel Strike. But if the Amoonguss goes for a Terra Water, for example, then it will resist the Sunsteel Strike. So Psychic Fang is probably the only quote-unquote safe offensive move to go for Solgaleo against the Amoonguss, but it just might not be enough to get the KO. But maybe on the other hand, Zach is thinking, okay, like I want to force you to Terrastallize the Amoonguss, so I'm gonna go for the Sunsteel Strike. But yeah, again on Logan's end, they're able to threaten the Calm Mind, they're able to threaten the Spore. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
That's just going to be a Rage Powder from Amoonguss. Logan will preserve the Terrastalization, probably for that Terapagos if possible. There comes the Bulldoze out from the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Zach's side. Will deal chip damage to everything else on the field, dropping everyone's speed as well, but also critically activating the weakness policy on Solgaleo. And that means that it has now doubled its attack and its special attack, and that's going to be big damage into both of these Pokemon.
This is going to be one Mad Lion being hit by the super attack, and the Psychic Fang goes into the Amoonguss, does not Terrastalize, so has no chance of surviving, taking some Rocky Helmet, but probably a pretty good consolation prize for Zach, who, yeah, had 2 Pokemon that were vulnerable to Spore.
Well, that is a Calm Mind setup for the Terapagos, so Logan made that trade for 1 Calm Mind on Terapagos. We'll need to get a lot of value out of that because that Solgaleo just chomped down on that Amoonguss.
Yeah, I think, you know, with Logan losing a Pokemon there, it doesn't look great from a Pokemon count perspective, but I think Terapagos is pretty well positioned right now, especially since Zach doesn't have the typical Calyrex Shadow Riders these days who have Encore. Can't get Encored into Calm Mind since they have more of the utility moves in Bulldoze and Pollen Puff. So Logan is not really pressured to bringing in, you know, any kind of redirection user, which he doesn't really have access to with Amoonguss. So yeah, I think this Terapagos, if it's properly supported with the fake out users in the back, could really take it home.
Yeah, and this Terapagos is, like you mentioned, in a good position here. Can hit the Solgaleo for super effective damage with Earth Power. And even if it Terrastalized into the Rock type, it would still be super effective. And then, of course, a Terrastalization just opens up to a potential Terrastalization on Logan's side, going for the Terra Starstorm. But will be the Incineroar to start getting some of the Solgaleo's boosts in check here, as Intimidate will drop it by 1 stage. But actually, because of the full metal body, Solgaleo cannot have its attack reduced. So Incineroar is just going to be offering fake out pressure here.
Yeah, I think the position of Calyrex here is pretty bad in the sense that it kind of did its job. It wanted to get the Bulldoze out, but now it's facing on 2 Pokemon that really don't care that much about Astral Barrage.
Yeah, it can't do anything.
Right, so it's like, okay, I can't fake out the Calyrex, but I don't really care. I want to fake out the Solgaleo, and then that gives Terapagos the opportunity to go for another Calm Mind. And then pretty soon, it might be able to out-damage the Solgaleo, especially since it has its Terra Shell intact. So it could just go for the Earth Power, which is a great adaptation into this format where you don't have you have a lot of Wide Guardian to worry about, so you can't really afford to have Substitute there. But here, it works perfect because you don't have to Terrastalize your Terapagos. You can keep your Terra Shell and still go for that Earth Power.
Yeah, and the fake out pressure and the dark typing from Incineroar is forcing the Calyrex out for Zach's own Incineroar to get another Intimidate down onto Logan's opposing Incineroar and potentially start threatening some damage like a knockoff onto the Terapagos to remove those leftovers. Just going to be a protect from the Solgaleo, but an incredible call there from Logan will deal good damage to that Incineroar on the switch-in, covering for the Calyrex and for a switch-in. That Assault Vest being knocked off just a little bit too late to get the max value, but good damage on that Incineroar on the switch-in.
Really, really good value there. And that was a really aggressive play from Logan. I can't stress that enough because the Solgaleo didn't have to go for Protect. Like, if it was going to take, for example, a Fake Out or a Calm Mind, like that was the safe play that I would have identified as Logan. You don't really care about taking a Fake Out. That's the damage is negligible.
Yeah.
So I think they could have easily just gone for like a Rock Slide there, and that would have spelled disaster, I think, from Logan, losing the Incineroar, losing the Terra Shell. So I think that was a really aggressive read from Logan, but it totally paid off. Now the Incineroar is definitely in range of another Earth Power, and just has to fend off this turn as it protects.
Yeah, well, Terapagos is going to be completely safe with that Protect here, and there's the fake out from Zach's Incineroar, will connect on to Logan's Incineroar, and there's the Sunsteel Strike into the Protect. That means there will be no damage coming out from this boosted Solgaleo, which has been boosted since turn 1, but hasn't gotten to do anything since knocking out the Amoonguss.
And another thing to point out here is that actually the Sunsteel Strike could do some devastating damage to Terapagos because it ignores the ability of Terra Shell. So the Terra Shell is actually not protecting it that much from the Solgaleo here. So especially since that Bulldoze went through and Solgaleo's ability protects it from having its speed lowered, most assuredly the Solgaleo is faster here than the Terapagos. So yeah, that Terapagos is actually not in a great spot and really needs to get rid of the Solgaleo fast in order for it to shine.
Absolutely, it is going to need that. Solgaleo is exerting a lot of pressure here onto both the Incineroar and the Terapagos on Logan's side. And oh, here we go. It's time for Terra Rock Slide.
Oh yes, it's not the most accurate move, but if it connects, it can roll a lot of dice in your favor. So most likely going to get the knockout on Incineroar if it doesn't terrestrialize.
And if it connects.
And if it connects. Yeah, we have a pretty high, a reasonable chance that one of those Pokemon will not move. So let's see which one terrestrializes. I think either Pokemon could terrestrialize here, but it's going to be the Terapagos.
That's just going to be Logan going for powering up the Terra Starstorm, turning that into a spread attack. And also, like you mentioned, the Sunsteel Strike ignoring the Terra Shell means that that is not actually super valuable for Logan right now. It's going to have to tank these Rock Slides. Incineroar gets knocked out easily by that Terra Rock Slide, and this Terapagos needs to get through this.
Oh no! Big flinch!
That is disaster for Logan, unable to make an attack because of the flinch. Would have gone before the Incineroar and could have fired back with huge damage with a +1 Earth Power or Terra Starstorm, which would have been super effective there, but none of that matters.
I don't know if either player, I'm sure Zach recognizes this, but that was the crucial turn, I think, for that Terapagos. That Terapagos had the one chance, right? The Sunsteel Strike did not go into it, so it was not going to take as big of damage as the Rock Slide. So if it had gone for an Earth Power, or even for a Terra Starstorm, since it had terrestrialized, it could have gotten that knockout on Solgaleo. And then, the Calyrex in the back doesn't have access to Psychic, would just fare so well into the rest of Zach's team, but it just lost its one chance. And with its speed lowered, both the Ogerpon and the Solgaleo will surely be faster than it.
Yeah, well, there is the Ogerpon Wellspring out on the field for Zach as the Incineroar switched out with that U-turn, dealing a little bit of chip damage and positioning in the Ogerpon. And the final Pokemon for Logan will be the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Again, this is not the Calyrex that we've been seeing in Regulation G. This is an Encore Disable Calyrex, but does, of course, still have the ability to go for Astral Barrage, which will still deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it's a really great time for Zach to pivot into this Ogerpon because the Ogerpon can protect the Solgaleo from any, Encore Disable locking that it wants to do. And Astral Barrage, typically a really strong move into Solgaleo, but thanks to that Terra Rock, we talked about how the Rock Terra not as good usually because, you still lend yourself vulnerable to a lot of super effective attacks, but not here. The spread damage from the Astral Barrage only going to be neutral, and Solgaleo pretty bulky on its own, so should surely survive a Calyrex, especially if it's Focus Sash.
Yeah, up against a Ghost type, it's a little bit better to be Rock type than to be Psychic type.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, yeah, we see the Calyrex protects. Not wanting to take damage this turn, but now the Terapagos is going to take both attacks.
Oh, that's actually just going to be an Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex, so a correct protect there from Logan to protect that Pokemon, but here is the Sunsteel Strike into the Terapagos. Did get the HP buff by going for the Terrestrialization, but what critical hit plus the weakness policy is going to be plenty to get the turtle and crack that shell.
I have to tell you, as someone who has used Grimmsnarl in the past, being the screens player who gets the critical hit, there's nothing that feels better. Because usually you're the one who gets punished by it. But you're like, oh, I get to protect my Pokemon, and I'm the one doing critical hits? Amazing.
I get to ignore boosts? I love it. Well, it's just Calyrex Shadow for Logan on the field, which means that with Zach, with all 4 Pokemon remaining, that's going to be going into Game 2 at a deficit. But like you mentioned, Logan made some really aggressive plays And I think if we had not seen that flinch from Rockslide, this could be a very different game one.
Very, very different game. I mean, you know, Ogerpon is really the only Pokemon that can threaten some kind of non-trivial damage onto the Terapagos, but as you mentioned, it gets the HP boost from the Terastallization. Like, it really was just the Solgaleo that it had to watch out for. So I think going into this next game, like, Logan just really needs to think, okay, how can I either prevent the Solgaleo from getting an easy boost and attack off, so maybe you can lead like Urshifu and a fake out user, or even after I get the boost, like how can I mitigate it as much as possible? And maybe that involves using the Disable Encore on the Calyrex, making sure it's out positioned so that Ogerpon's not right next to it.
Yeah, well, there is game one for Zach and the Solgaleo, which is a Pokemon that, like you mentioned, a throwback to sort of the 2022 era of the last time we had double restricted. So proving that that weakness policy bulldoze strategy still works even without Dynamax.
Yes, and the reason it works so well in Dynamax is because you basically have two Pokemon that can't be flinched. You have the Calyrex who cannot be faked out, and then you also have the Solgaleo who cannot be flinched inherently if they Dynamax. So you can pretty safely get the bulldoze off, especially because Solgaleo gets even more bulkier through the Dynamax. Now that we don't have access to the additional bulk from Dynamax, nor the fake out flinch prevention, I think Logan has some tools into it, so it'll just be a matter of, in this, you know, maybe 2 minutes between switching games and going to team preview, can they figure out what tools they have to get through the Solgaleo?
Yeah, and I think targeting it down early, having more fake out pressure early, the Amoonguss just was not offering anything in that lead. When you just had the Amoonguss and the Terapagos next to each other, staring down the Bulldoze weakness policy combo, nothing really that Logan could do about that. Got the +1 Calm Mind, which was able to deal good damage on that aggressive play into the Calyrex that switched into the Incineroar, but the Solgaleo was still able to clean up all the KOs it needed to.
Absolutely. And I think Logan, maybe at like a team composition perspective, is a little bit behind because they don't have real, like, actually any speed control options, I believe. So once the Bulldoze hits the Terapagos, it's just going to be slow. It can be, you know, trained to be as fast as possible, and it would still be outsped by the Solgaleo after one Bulldoze. So you're also eclipsed in terms of the boost, right? Like, you have one Bulldoze that's +2 to your attack, whereas Calm Mind only boosted by 1 stage. So I think just the speed of boosting is just not gonna, it's gonna catch up to Logan.
Yeah.
So I think he needs to like rely a little bit more on the fake out support and the Calyrex. I just wouldn't be surprised if Terapagos doesn't come at all.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to look at both of these teams that have boosting options, but Zax's is so explosive, it's instant. You know, the weakness policy can be procced by the Calyrex immediately, and then you have it to attack with on that first turn.
Right.
Versus Logan has to, you know, has the double fake out, has the redirect, has Encore disabled to set up more time for Terapagos to get those Calm Minds, but it takes time to do that.
Yep. On the other hand, they could rely on Terapagos if they're able to cycle the fake outs a little bit more, right? Because then they can, you know, stop the Solgaleo from moving every other turn and then, you know, get some more boosts. But we see that Logan's probably going to go for a different game plan.
Yeah, both of these players are going for different game plans here, as Logan will lead the Calyrex Shadow Rider next to the Urshifu Rapid Strike with that Choice Scarf. But Zach, like you mentioned, is the Grimmsnarl player, will be bringing the Grimmsnarl and the Incineroar to lead here in turn 1. So very different setups.
Really a good adaptation from both players, but it feels like Zach just got one step ahead again. Like, they're able to go for the fake out onto the Urshifu, which doesn't have access to the Ghost Terra, so it's a very safe fake out. Means that Urshifu definitely won't be moving this turn if it does. And in that time, Grimmsnarl can set up a light screen. It can go for a Thunder Wave, which would be really impactful on this Calyrex, which would be guaranteed to be slower than Zach's Calyrex, not having to risk any kind of speed ties. And there's just not much Logan can do to punish that, because the Calyrex just only has ghost type attacks to hit the Grimmsnarl on the Incineroar. They could go for an Encore to predict something like the Grimmsnarl going for a priority move, but instead goes for the Protect.
Yeah, has to go for the Protect here. The Astral Barrage not threatening either of Zach's Pokemon, as that will be a fake out into Urshifu, and Zach, calling it correctly, goes for the Thunder Wave into that Choice Scarf Urshifu. So now that Pokemon is paralyzed. Its speed has been dropped and now has a risk of never being able to attack, but getting a full paralysis instead. And Grimmsnarl's still free to go for a Thunder Wave on the Calyrex now.
Yeah, that was like I guess it was Zach's turn to go for, I'm not sure if I want to say an aggressive read, but it's definitely a read. The Calyrex, you know, not going to be targeted, because yeah, now the Urshifu didn't get to attack and is paralyzed, so the Zach's Calyrex in the back is going to be really well positioned, especially if Logan's Calyrex stays in and takes another Thunder Wave. And yeah, all they have to do is get a knockoff maybe into the Calyrex. Just make sure it gets chipped at all. Since it's Ghost Terror, it can't get away from the weakness of Astral Barrage. So Zach really setting up the Calyrex for himself in the back excellently.
Yeah, well, crucially, Zach doesn't have great switch-ins into the Urshifu because Grimmsnarl and Incineroar are both here. That means that Ogerpon has been left at home. Yep. But Logan will also switch out the Calyrex for the Terapagos here. So now Terapagos on the field will be able to start threatening a little bit more than that Calyrex could as Incineroar also retreats. Solgaleo is now out on the field. But not boosted just yet. There's another Thunder Wave coming out from Grimmsnarl, but Terapagos actually dodges. Oh. Oh, we gotta roll the dice sometimes, and sometimes you get double sixes, and sometimes you get snake eyes.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh. Yeah, it seemed like it was a very good turn for Logan because now they gave an additional turn for the Terapagos to do something before it gets paralyzed. But the Urshifu just couldn't get that damage. And I love how you pointed out the back because we talked about how Urshifu might not be as effective as other matchups because we have the Ogerpon who's able to take 0 damage and the Amoonguss who's able to also redirect it and do a lot of damage with the Rocky Helmets. So the Urshifu just didn't look that well positioned from a matchup perspective, but with the 4 exactly that Zach brought, this Urshifu is really, really good. So that's why it hurts even more that I got paralyzed.
Yeah, that's a huge paralysis there. That could have been big damage onto especially that Solgaleo switching in. If you were targeting with a water type attack, you're probably targeting down that Incineroar, and we saw how impactful Solgaleo was with being able to take multiple hits. Any damage matters there, and as we can see, Logan absolutely wants to maximize the damage available to him in this turn, going for the water terastallization to boost that Urshifu even more, making that Surging Strikes so much stronger as Grimmsnarl goes for a light screen to help reduce the damage from that Terapagos. Here's the Rock Slide. That was just Terra Shell, just Terra Shell. It will connect onto both the Urshifu and the Terapagos. Terapagos will be able to break through, get an Earth Power off onto Solgaleo, but really it's all about this Urshifu because that Earth Power just activated the weakness policy. Logan needs to hit this Surging Strikes.
Urshifu break through?
Oh! Survives the flinch, survives the paralysis, goes for the Terra Water Surging Strikes into Solgaleo. That's decent damage, but I don't think that's going to be enough. It's just barely not enough damage to pick up the KO onto Solgaleo.
Yeah, and Logan doesn't have any priority moves to their repository right now. Like, the Urshifu is choice locked into the Surging Strikes, doesn't even have access to Aqua Jet to begin with, so yeah, the Solgaleo is going to be fastest for maybe the foreseeable, one or two turns. But
Grimmsnarl is now a huge threat for Logan because it has the ability to Thunder Wave like that Calyrex.
Yes, and there's no Protect that can come out from the Urshifu, so it's safe to say that that slot will likely get knocked out this turn through the Solgaleo. So it's all about how can Logan mitigate the amount of damage they take this turn so that maybe when another Pokemon comes out the next turn, they're able to outspeed the Solgaleo and KO it before it does even more damage.
Yeah, I think we may be about to find out. See again if that Terapagos, after terastallizing, will be able to survive a Sunsteel Strike or another big attack from that Solgaleo.
Yep, only time will tell here, but we see the Rock Slide being locked in and the Thunder Wave coming out, so...
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind.
Yeah, let's just go, let's spread the paralysis and let's go and fire off some Rock Slides. Connects onto both Pokemon. Not enough to pick up the KO on either.
Turn. Oh!
There's a flinch on Urshifu. There's a flinch on Terapagos. The double flinch. Both Pokemon unable to attack, and this is so frustrating if you're Logan, but this is exactly what Grimmsnarl and Solgaleo want to do.
I can't stress how stressful that was of a turn that was for probably both players, because if that played out well for Logan, especially if they had chosen to terastallize, they can probably get the double knockout between Surging Strikes and the Terra Starstorm that's now spread damage. But with both Pokemon not being able to attack, this feels like that one turn we pointed out in Game 1 where that was the one turn Logan had to break through and both Pokemon just said, nope, I don't think so.
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind.
Well, this is going to be really critical for Logan to, had the ability to get some momentum back, had that blocked by the Rock Slide. Instead, Solgaleo with the Sunsteel Strike will just be able to go on the offensive here. That's actually going to target down the Urshifu, picks up that KO onto that Pokemon. Did not target the Terapagos, afraid of a Protect and wasting that turn. So Logan going for another aggressive play here will be able to deal some damage right back as Grimmsnarl's Spirit Break will drop the special attack, but an Earth Power should still be enough to finally pick up the KO on this Solgaleo, or just go for a Calm Mind here.
Yeah, this Calm Mind, it feels like a little bit too late. Like, Logan has just taken so much damage, but I guess the Tropicos has been paralyzed, so yeah.
You're hoping here that the Calyrex in the back for Logan will be able to break through a Thunder Wave, or Rillaboom has the ability to go for Grassy Glide.
Yeah, especially, I guess the Rillaboom has not set up the Reflect yet, so might be able to get that knockout on Solgaleo despite being a Steel type, being able to resist it.
It's only 15 hit points.
Only 15 hit points, but that's a very bulky lion over here, so I guess we'll see. So the Tropicos in a pretty good position if it can get some attacks off. It's just a little bit inconsistent, right? Because you have a 25% chance every turn to not move, so can you really break through? But on the other hand, if the Solgaleo gets taken out, we know that there's a Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back, something that maybe Logan can make an educated guess on as well. So we're back into the same spot where especially Tropicos is now being supported by grassy terrain. It might be able to just slowly heal some health back and be able to deal with the offense that's just not that strong coming out of Grimmsnarl and Incineroar.
Well, there is the Reflect to reduce damage coming out from the Rillaboom, and no Fake Out coming through, no Grassy Glide either. The Solgaleo still gets to move and goes for the Sunsteel Strike into Terapagos and breaks that Pokemon once again. Another calm-minded Terapagos did not get to do anything as Rillaboom, predicting a Protect from that Solgaleo, will just go for a Wood Hammer into Grimmsnarl, which survives thanks to the Reflect.
Yeah, that was another instance of Logan assuming that Zach might go for a bit more of a passive play on the Solgaleo. Like, okay, game one, you protected there. Here, like, you're so obviously threatened by the Grassy Glide. I'm going to be able to attack before the Reflect goes up. It's pretty much a guaranteed knockout, so I know you're going to do the same thing as game one, and, I'm just going to go for the same play of doubling into the Grimmsnarl and get extra mileage there, but just doesn't work out, and now I think their one-win condition seems to be gone.
Yeah, well, the Calyrex is still full health, so does still have Focus Sash, and will maybe be able to fire off an Astral Barrage here, but that Incineroar is actually looking really threatening into all of Logan's remaining Pokemon. We don't even see the fourth Pokemon for Zach, and I think that just that Incineroar, even if both of these Pokemon go down, would be in a really good position to take this one home.
Yeah, so I guess the one way Logan can come back is that the only Pokemon that Zach would have left that could outspeed the Calyrex is its own Calyrex. So if we can dodge the Thunder Wave or it connects. So it's all about, can the Calyrex maybe outspeed the Solgaleo? Probably not if the Solgaleo is trained to be faster than that. But attacks the Rillaboom instead, so can we see the potential 4v1 happen over for Logan?
Well, that's going to be a Sunsteel Strike into Rillaboom, will pick up the KO. Grassy Glide was not able to pick up the KO onto Grimmsnarl, but does make it a little bit softer for the Calyrex, but actually Calyrex is a little tired, was real tired of carrying in Regulation G. It's just like, I'm going home, don't worry about it.
Evan, it's so painful to watch this.
It's so sad.
Yeah, like the critical hit in game one and then now in game two, there's just so much Thunder Wave paralysis that's working out in Zach's favor here, and yeah, likely just going to close out here with the Sunsteel Strike, going to get the Focus Sash off of the Calyrex, and yeah, I think Calyrex might just have one move left in it.
Yeah, if it even has the opportunity before the Grimmsnarl. Yeah, you can see Zach also seeing that one there. That's this is what you want out of your Grimmsnarl. This is what Grimmsnarl is for. This is what Thunder Wave and Rock Slide do. And incredible there from Zach, being able to manipulate the percentages, manipulate his odds to, have free turns. And that's what's so scary about, that's what was so scary about these teams in like 2022.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden you could be set up for a potentially game-winning play, or at least taking the momentum back, like we saw in both game one and game two on Logan's side. But just one flinch, one paralysis at the wrong time, and all of your hopes are dashed in that moment.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up, because I want to reflect on how, we talk so much about, oh, Thunder Wave paralysis, oh no, Rock Slide flinch, but really Zach set that up for himself, and there's a lot of credit that has to go. It's not just, oh, he got lucky.
Yeah. That's what happens when you give free turns to Pokemon like Grimmsnarl that have Prankster Thunder Wave.
Right, yeah, I think there's just too many opportunities for that Grimmsnarl to be able to attack and you're able to set up all these different screens, set up these thunder waves, which not only is not just speed control, but it also gives you a bit more of the favor in the luck. And all it takes is just one turn to go well for you. I think in both games you can really identify there was like one turn where there was a flinch or a paralysis that made it not a guaranteed win, but just so heavily favored Zach that he just didn't have to be as risky in the rest of the game. So I think the macro setup for Zach was very, very good.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where in a game like this, you can get really lost in being like, oh, that was just about Thunderwave paralysis, that was just about Rock Slide flinches. But the reason that those were able to be effective was because Zach had managed, both the team was in a better position. I think the matchup is much better for Zach into this style of team. And that pressure is what really allows you to get those free turns for your Grimmsnarl to start getting those Thunder Waves and to allow your Solgaleo to go for Rock Slides instead of having to go for, the big attacks like a Sunsteel Strike into a Pokemon like the Terapagos. Instead, you get to go for Rock Slide, deal damage to both, and potentially get paralysis and flinch.
It all just sometimes works out like that. And I really want to reflect back on the game 2, turn 1, where, we said, oh, like that's kind of an aggressive play, ignoring the Calyrex, going for the fake out and the, Thunder Wave into the Urshifu. It really made sense because what's in the back, there was just nothing that can take the Urshifu that well. So you said, okay, I'm going to ignore the Calyrex for this turn. I don't know if you're going to protect or do whatever, but I'm going to focus on this Urshifu because as long as I can take care of that, I think my Solgaleo and Calyrex are looking pretty good.
Yeah, if that Urshifu is able to deal just a little bit more damage to that Solgaleo or is able to, not get flinched or not get paralyzed, does not have the paralysis to get paralyzed, then that Urshifu was in such a good position. A great adaptation from Logan to identify that, oh, this Urshifu is actually really strong.
Yes.
And I don't think that the Wellspring Ogerpon is coming out in game 2.
Yeah, especially since, if you're playing double restricted format, you want to have both of your really strong Pokemon in the back. That's probably the call you want to go for, but maybe before they realize it was a little bit too late, the Urshifu is already paralyzed. It's slower than the Solgaleo, it's slower than the Calyrex. It's just a matter of time before it gets taken out. But yeah, it's just that one turn with the double paralysis. That was the end of it.
Yeah, and I really think that what's incredibly frustrating about playing against Grimmsnarl teams is that, we see Grimmsnarl hit the field and your first reaction is, okay, which screen is getting set up? Is it going to be light screen or is it going to be reflect? And which damage type should I be focusing on to sort of bust through those screens? But what's really threatening about Grimmsnarl is it does have Prankster Thunderwave.
Yep.
This is what made Thundurus such a huge threat in early VGC metas, and it's still so good.
So strong.
Sometimes you get a free turn, sometimes you just get, your speed reduced on your opponent, but it's so terrifying to also be facing down both reduced damage and reduced speed and maybe a chance to not do anything at all.
Yeah, I think that's why it makes so much sense to me that Miraidon is like such a big pick. I think we saw that graphic, 43% usage or something incredible like that, especially when you can choose 2 restricted Pokemon. And it makes sense to me because you just don't have to think about the Thunder Wave on that Pokemon. And it's one of the only, I think it's probably maybe the only Pokemon that's restricted and is very fast that can ignore Thunder Wave entirely. So
what about Choice Scarf Groudon?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's so close to your heart. I forgot. But yeah, I mean, we also saw one team earlier where it had both Groudon and Miraidon, so I think they really did not like Thunder Wave. But, I guess over on Logan's team, they didn't really have any Pokemon that can take Thunder Wave. Every Pokemon, except for Incineroar, was eligible for a Thunder Wave treatment. And yeah, I think maybe those kind of teams will have to think of a bit more adaptation so that the Thunder Wave just doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah, and I think especially into one of these teams like this Calyrex and Terapagos team that Logan was running, that is such a slow team. It takes a lot of turns to set up the Terapagos. Calm Mind is not as impactful as like a Nasty Plot, and definitely not as impactful as a Weakness Policy that can be procced on the same turn as an attack. So being able to, when you have a slow team like Logan's, that just opens up more opportunities for those free Thunder Waves, for those Rock Slides to come out. And we saw that. Logan was able to start getting Calm Minds onto Terapagos, but it just was not able to then do anything afterwards.
Couldn't capitalize.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and toss it down to the lounge where Rose is ready to speak to the winner of our last match. Rose, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Yuki and Evan. I am here with the winner of our last match. And first, I want to say congratulations. But second, I mean, you and I were just talking, and you seem very jazzed about even just being in this position. You're 4-0. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, I haven't had a really good start. Like, my regional starts are always, like, a little rocky. I usually, like, drop around pretty early. I think the last time I've like, gone 4-0 was Fresno. So I'm already went positive. That's great. Really happy about that.
Well, I mean, in Fresno, actually, if I'm not mistaken, you actually got top 64 at that event.
Yes,
And
just barely missed that day 2 cut. Yeah.
Which is so unfortunate.
I had to play my brother. It was it was
Oh my God, really? Is that actually how that ended?
Yeah, he beat me. He wiped the floor with me. He's always like, oh, I'm not as good. I was like, you won when it counted, so take that.
How fun is it actually, like, being able to play and compete with your brother?
It's a whole lot of fun. It's nice to have like some package person that you go to events with and get to prep teams with. We're running different teams today, but in the past we've run similar teams. Like the last few regionals, we were running Dustmade and Necrozma together, and it was just really, really fun to like come together at the end of the round and say, all right, how did you do? Are you doing well? Did you get to click Sunsteel Strike, and was it fun? Like that.
I love
that sort of camaraderie, which you can get with a lot more people than just family, but definitely helps a lot. It's super fun.
Well, you can't tell me that match in Fresno was a mirror, was it? With
No,
the
no,
scissor
that
and
wasn't
the
a mirror.
sandy shocks?
No, Ben was running a better team than I was back then.
What do you mean? Okay,
It
sandy
did
shocks
better.
though
I
was
liked the team.
incredible.
It was a fun. I liked the team. I should not have run it again, but I did in NAIC, and it didn't pan out as well. But you live and you learn. I'm trying to improve every tournament. That's the goal. So, Boro, it seems like I'm improving somewhat. That's good.
Hey, but it's not just improvement though. I think it's also about having fun, and that's something that's always stuck out to me about the type of player that you are. Every single time I get a chance to see you in a tournament or talk to you. I mean, the one major Pokemon that sticks out to me when I saw your name in broadcast, I was like, oh my gosh, that's the Revavroom guy. Like
Yes,
that
in
was what you
Portland.
used in Portland.
In Portland,
Wow.
2 years ago, I was the Revavroom guy, and now I'm on stream with another steel type that no one expected.
No, sure did not. Solgaleo, tell me how you got to this choice.
So, for those of you that might not know, I played Solgaleo Calyrex Shadow back in 2022 in Series 12, back in Sword and Shield when we had Dynamax. Weakness policy was really strong with Dynamax. I went to 2 regionals, I got top 8, and I got to finals in Vancouver. And so I really liked that archetype. It just kind of clicked with me. It was like the main thing I used throughout that entire season, and I really kind of fell in love with the play style of it. And so when Double Restricted came back, I was like, it's probably not going to be very good. It's probably not going to be very good at all, because Dynamax was one of the big things of Dynamax Solgaleo was incredible.
So much HP.
Yeah, without Dynamax, not quite as powerful, right? You don't get Max Quake. I really wish I had Max Quake, but we don't have that. So I first tried this team out, early version of this team, kind of as a joke of just let's just see how this goes. And it was way better than I was expecting. It was so much fun. I was really enjoying it. It felt very comfy, like a.
It's like returning home.
Yeah, it felt like returning home, very much, honestly. And so I was really busy prepping for this event, and so in the lead up to this event. And so what I decided was, is this the best team? Probably not. But is this the team I can probably play the best? Honestly, yeah, because I have so much experience from years past. So I was like, let me lean on that. Let me have fun with Pokemon I really like, and then it's doing okay so far. Yeah, it's been very fun.
Well, I know you don't have Max Quake, but you have Grimmsnarl,
We
right?
do have
You have screens.
Grimmsnarl is, I love that little gremlin. I'm sorry, Logan. Thunderwave is a silly move. Rock Slide plus Thunderwave is an even sillier move combination. And that is one of the strengths. I was like, okay, yeah. I need to give myself turns. Thunderwave plus Rock Slide will get you, it's more often that they don't get to do anything than they do. And so I was like, I can just keep throwing out chip damage, break things down, especially when the Urshifu decided to drop the rock resistance rather, and I was like, oh, I'll take more damage on Rock Slide, awesome. Which was still smart because I was really wanting to get a Psychic Fangs into that slot to just KO that, because Urshifu can be a little annoying. That's why Wellspring is partially there to help mitigate the fact that screens don't really help with Surging Strikes. So that's one of the things is in 2022, Urshifu wasn't as common. Now it is significantly more common. Dynamax being gone means Urshifu's a lot better, and so I had to, realize, okay, how do you lean on screens to get the bulk you need while also respecting Urshifu enough in the team builder that Surging Strikes doesn't just mow everything down, which early versions of the team definitely had that problem.
But that's why you live and you learn.
Yes,
and that's how you improve.
I improved, got a little better, and I'm just really happy to be here. I didn't think it would go this well. I'm just having a bunch of fun with this team. It's an archetype that I've have a lot of experience in, and I like it. It feels like it shows in a lot of the games where I'm like, oh, I just kind of know what to do. I know how to plan things, and that's apparently working so far.
Hey, I mean, to give yourself some credit, just going back to having the opportunity to Thunder Wave and even just go for Rock Slide flinches, to know that's actually going to give you an advantage when it happens, you also have to have the skill to get to a point where that is advantageous for yourself. So there is a lot of merit behind that.
Yeah, it's not as easy like click Rock Slide, click Thunder Wave. I have not done, that has not been the strategy I've used for the past 3 games, the past few rounds. This was really the first time I've gotten to like go all in on like, let's just click Thunder Wave and Rock Slide forever, and then the game will be over.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
And of course, Logan was not getting the most favorable rolls of the RNG there, but that's what happens, right? When you're rolling so many dice with Rock Slide, you're gonna get those flinches, and when it's something as important as a Terra Water Urshifu not getting to click Surging Strikes, that's really big.
Absolutely. And I think there's something to be said, though, about that strategy being kind of the right thing to be able to counter some of the bulkier teams that we have here. The longer a Pokemon is sitting on the field, the more likely a lot of those unfavorable rolls can also happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a thing where I think my Grimmsnarl has been crit like 3 or 4 times already today, which is what happens, right? When you click screens, you're buying into a longer game, and so every time an attack goes off, there's that small chance that a critical hit happens, and if the more attacks that go off, the more likely a critical hit will be to happen, and they ignore your screens, and so that's really bad, right? And so that's one of the things I really like about Solgaleo is it plays the long game, but doesn't let the opponent play the long game, because like most things can't really deal with +2 Sunsteel Strike. Rillaboom couldn't deal with it, Terapagos couldn't.
True.
Like, it just does so much damage, and provided with the coverage from the rest of the team, it just is this offensive engine that lets you plow through teams that otherwise have a really solid backbone like Logan's did.
So remind me, was your Solgaleo in like the Sword and Shield era? Did you actually have Max Rockfall on that Pokemon?
No, I had Max Quake because the main thing.
Just Quake.
Yeah, just
Okay.
Quake. It was the same. It was the same moves. Otherwise, it was Sunsteel Strike and Psychic Fangs because breaking screens is also really useful.
Oh right, yeah, okay.
And it was Max Quake with Earthquake, which I didn't really like clicking Earthquake outside of Dynamax, and so I was like, that's got to go. But the main thing was I needed something to hit Incineroar. And so I looked through every move Solgaleo gets that can hit Incineroar, and Rock Slide was the only one. And I was joking at I was at a local, and someone was joking with me like, "Oh, are you going to run Solgaleo Calyrex when regulation of I eventually rolls around?" And I was like, "I don't know. Without Dynamax, we'll see." And they're like, "Yeah, I think you do Terra Rock Slide." And I was like, "That sounds really silly, but I think you're right."
Light bulb moment.
Yeah, and I was like, Terra Rock +2 Rock Slide does a lot of like that's basically the same amount of multipliers that you get on Terra Fairy Specs Dazzling Gleam from Miraidon, right?
Wow.
And Rock is a really good offensive type. And so is it the best defensively? No. But if you can just get KOs early, like very easily.
Then it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter that you're, and it does have some nice things like you resist, it's good into Ho-Oh, right? You resist fire and flying, that's pretty useful. So it's not without any merit, and you most importantly get to keep the ground weakness, which is weird. Usually you don't want to keep weaknesses, but that gives you more flexibility in when you click that Bulldoze, right? You can click Bulldoze and Terra and still get the activation there, getting the double attack to really put on the damage.
Yeah, I mean, weakness policy is just one of those strategies. It is risky.
Yes.
You know, there are a lot of Pokemon in the format right now that I think would do a little bit more and then some to the Solgaleo's HP pool.
Yes, absolutely. So, like, we saw actually, I think that was the first time today where someone's activated the weakness policy for me, right? That was a Terapagos Earth Power through Light Screen, which really didn't do that much. I was like, oh, cool, I'll take the +2. But that, like, something like Terapagos is a great example where the normal type Starstorm, the one that's not a stellar type move, just doesn't really do all that much to Solgaleo, and that's why the screens are so important. Is it's saying it hit me super effectively, but as long as I can, intimidate you or put screens in front of you, then I can suddenly take those super effective attacks well enough to, still maintain an offensive presence on the field, and so that's why screens are so important, which seems weird when you're like, you have a Focus Sash Calyrex Shadow, why do you need screens? It's like, no, because this team really needs the bulk to allow the offense to go through.
Makes a lot of sense. I was actually wondering if you could speak a little bit, because now I'm kind of, the gears are turning. You have weakness policy. Let's say you activate it. You don't have an item anymore. How much does that actually come into play with things like knockoff in the format?
That's actually a really nice point as well, where, you know, once you lose your item, you don't have to worry about things like knockoff. If someone's running like Poltergeist on Giratina or something, you don't have to worry about that as well, which is cool. But the main thing is, you don't have knockoff to worry about, which is really useful, because a lot of Incineroar, like Logan's, was dropped dropped Flare Blitz. And so then once you have a knockoff that's not, you know, doing the most amount of damage, you don't have to worry about it. And also, if you knock off Solgaleo, it still activates the weakness policy. It doesn't remove the weakness policy until after it activates. So it doesn't. You know, we can put Reflect up, we can intimidate Incineroar, and then they click knockoff, and I'm like, thank you for the increased damage. I very much appreciate that. So yeah, there's a lot of little intricate things about the team that I've just sort of internalized after playing with it for so long, and coming back to it nearly 3 years later feels really weird. But it's like, the gears are turning again, the cobwebs are done, and I'm like, I'm cruising along, and I'm having a great time.
You've dusted it out. Well, there you go. I mean, maybe the last thing I kind of wanted to talk to you about is heading into this tournament. You're sitting in 200th in the leaderboards for the North American competitive circuit. Well, you've got 540 championship points, I think, the last time I checked. But
cool.
That's pretty good. But I was kind of wondering, you know, that doesn't leave you actually outside of contention of making it to Worlds. Was that something that you had in the back of your mind prepping for this event? Like, I can make it?
Yeah, so inside of me, there are two parts. There's the part of me that's like, oh, I'm just gonna like go win the regional. Like, sure, that'll happen. Which I don't think that's actually going to happen. And then there's the more pragmatic part of me that's like, I'm just gonna have fun. I'm gonna play with, and when the rules for when the format for the entire year was set out, I went into it with a very clear mindset of, I just want to do well at each tournament I do go to. I'm not going to try to worry about the big picture. I just want to do better at the next tournament that I did at the last, and just try to improve and use this as a season to really work on my skills, hone my ability to play better and make teams better and better analyze the meta and all these things. And so that's kind of what I've been practicing in the little time I've had to do that this season. But I've really been enjoying it more, not worrying about how many points I need to get to World. Like, if I qualify, amazing, I'll love it. If I don't, I'm not going to be eaten up about it, because I'm still enjoying the fact of playing. And that's the most important thing to me, is like just not worrying about the points. Like, people are like, how many points do you have? And I'm like, I don't know. I had not heard that number before. I was like, I don't know.
Like I say, you really didn't know when I told you.
I thought it was around that much, but like, I don't know. Because like, we'll see how it goes. I'm just, you know, trying to play my best whenever I can, and we'll see how far that takes me.
Well, you said your brother Ben is here competing with you. Is there anyone else that you want to shout out before I let you get back to it?
Yes, I absolutely do. So I have a wonderful team or group of team building partners. So my brother is part of that. I also want to shout out Scott and Hayden and Devin and Kaylin for a great amount of help, especially Hayden for saying, yes, you should use Incineroar on this team. She was super right. It's been really, really useful. I still don't think it was the best Pokemon for this archetype back in Sword and Shield, but now it's really, really good, really useful. And so I want to shout out them. I want to shout out my parents for always being supportive. I texted them before, maybe they're watching this. Always love the love and support from them. And also the NorCal community. Everyone in NorCal, you all are amazing. I'm so glad to be able to go to those tournaments and see everyone do so well. It was super fun getting to cheer on like Bazad winning in Vancouver with a group of people in NorCal. So shout outs to all of them for just being amazing people and making the community that much sweeter for everybody.
Oh, I love that. We love Poke Family, and we love friends and community. And so thank you so much for joining me on the stream, and congratulations again on such an amazing match, and good luck with everything in the future.
Thank you very much, Rosemary.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have more of the Portland Regional Championships, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
I'm still alive. You still got it. There's a chance. Sure, why not?
Oh, man.
You can do this. You can do this. You can't do this. We can totally do this.
Hi. You guys playing Pokemon GO?
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, can I play?
Yeah, totally. I'll get inside.
My name is Bazad Muntazir, and I'm from San Francisco, California.
What a breakthrough performance. Bazad, this is a little bit of an unknown quantity to us.
I would be a water type because I'm fluid yet strong. If you underestimate me, I can be a dangerous force. I discovered competitive Pokemon in 2019 Moon Series, and I watched the streams and I played very casually on ladder, but it wasn't something I took seriously until the start of 2024. There's, I think, clearly something like magical about this game, something that really draws me, I think, deep down inside. Once I accepted that, I think that desire is when I really started competing seriously. A favorite experience of mine was my first day 2 in Indianapolis in 2024. I had never day 2'd or gone super far in the regional before, but I think that was the first time that I felt really confident in a team because my prep was very good. After attending San Antonio Regional Championships in January, I wanted to pivot. I really liked my Calyrex Ice Rider team that I was using, but I felt that psychic terrain-based strategies were in a really good place in the meta. And I identified that making or constructing a Lunala team with Tailwind and Trick Room could be really strong. The atmosphere and the feelings inside me when I was up on stage for the finals of this regional championship, it was something completely new for me. I don't recall ever being that nervous, that excited. I had never been on stream before this event. To do it here and to make that debut such a big one is more than I ever thought possible.
Bazad Muntazir showcasing the power of Lunala will be your Vancouver Regional Champion.
I had one top cut at San Antonio, but this is my first major win. This was like a dream of mine that could have taken years. Other trainers should consider me a threat at the World Championships because I think I will out-prep them. I'll know the matchup into them better than they know the matchup into me. Winning Worlds would be, I want to call it a dream come true, but it's more like a dream of a dream, I think. I really didn't think that I could even win a regional championships, especially so soon. I think the thing that I've learned the most about myself from playing competitive Pokemon would be dealing with failure. This is something that takes a lot of my time and my energy and just my passion and enthusiasm. There's been ups and downs, but it's been really rewarding for me to develop myself in that way. I'm just chasing that kind of ideal of being the best player that I can be and see where that takes me.
This is going to be a no-holds-barred match between Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang, two friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, no. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we reset that? Reset that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the three-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I'd probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know. It feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man. It's so good to be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip. Had a copy of Emerald. I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game. So yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, I've only been playing for a year and a half in VGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10+ years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got into competitive Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. Wolf was everyone's example, right? Cybertron, watching them ladder and trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the Wolfie Orlando team. And I think it shows that you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin Tang
winning his second regional championship here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a
third Surging Strikes, Ice Spider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, 3-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve. And to try to come back at that peak, it's tough to kind of like falling short when you're so close, because I topped at countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Paired from this finals to my other 2 I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Like before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time. And having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Xilang Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like he sees things that most people don't see. Like we're both grinders. Like we both put in the work because we love this game and we want to do well.
Xilang Tang, one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Xilang Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him, just because I find someone that just fits me best. So yeah.
And Justin, one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals, where he has to face his team building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overreads. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just sport out a slot. I've also had experience with that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolf's every move.
But our Chaladon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like thinking things that he wouldn't do, realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy. He's been getting really into it, so I'm going to have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was going to win finals after I saw the last turn trick room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Land of Ursh. Like, the moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew that the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally able to beat Xilang too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Xilang actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities from around the world, are you ready to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Portland Regionals. We are now a couple of rounds into the tournament, and we are about to get started with the 5th round. I am back here, and I'm joined for the first time with one of my very good friends, Yuki, who's making his casting debut in this tournament. You may have seen him in the last round. Yuki, I am so excited to be here in this seat with you.
Thanks, Aaron. It's so exciting to be here with like my role model and also my friend who really got me into this in the first place. So it's a really full circle moment, and we're just gonna have a really fun time. I'm excited.
I am so pumped for this one. I think the last one was actually really exciting just from, you got to commentate it. I was watching it, but Solgaleo, man. Like, I didn't expect to see that in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't want to, I guess brag about my old headness or whatever, but it's just like the 22 moment just like really like struck me where it's like, oh wow, like, bulldoze onto Solgaleo, weakness policy. Like, you just don't see weakness policy at all in this generation, period. Like, I can't think of a single major team that had it like in all of Scarlet and Violet. And here we see it like just splash in and make a huge impact. Like, it was such a one-sided 2-0 from that Solgaleo.
Yeah, and it really felt like watching old VGC with Thunderwave and Rock Slide being thrown left and right, and it was probably like Terrapagos' worst nightmare, because Calm Mind Terrapagos, of course, is a set that like wants to play for 10, 15 turns and really go for a long period of time. But of course, we are halfway through day 1, so we can quickly take a look at the Swiss rankings. Of course, there are a lot of other players that are 4-0 that are not even on this page, but a lot of ex-champions you see here. And of course, a lot of players who are also hunting for those remaining championship points to qualify for Worlds.
Yep, I see the Montana Mott is one of the regional champions you're alluding to. Has been, seeing so much success with Calyrex Shadow Rider. Wanted to see if that's something that they brought this time or something else that they mixed it up with. I think we talked about Jay was also on stream earlier. Aaron Trailer. There's so many different names that we recognize here, but also some up-and-coming names. And it's just exciting to see, like, is it going to be more of the established players who are going to make the splash here, or the up-and-coming?
Yeah, and Nicholas Morales, I think, is a name that I've been really excited to follow throughout the season, because he, of course, won the very first regional championships over in Baltimore, with this being, I think that was his first major, basically, ever. And so he's been a really exciting player to follow, and then top cut one of the other regionals just earlier on as well, I believe in Atlanta. And so here he is with the 4-0 record, truly one of, I think, the quickest rising stars I can think of from this season alone. But a lot of other great players at the 4-0 record as well. And of course, we'll be featuring a match between two of our 4-0 players in Aaron Brock versus Ben Grismer as we take a look at the notable matches this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the really fun part about VGC is how you can see the established teams also play off against more of the up-and-coming teams. It's not just the players, it's also the teams.
Yeah.
And we saw that in the last round where we saw it more established the concept of Calyrex Shadow Rider supporting Terrapagos, and then something completely different with the Solgaleo. And I think that's something we'll be seeing here. But yeah, also just so many players to watch out for. Giovanni Suzuki versus Montana Mott, Andrew Post versus Olivia Miletsky. There's so many big names here.
Yeah, shoutouts Aaron Triller versus Jesse Gell as well over there at the bottom. Every match here, super, super exciting to follow, but I'm actually really excited to watch Ben in particular. I think this round we had Ben, the last round we had Zach. Both of those players in particular are players that I know anytime I see them at a tournament will be bringing some heat in terms of team building.
Absolutely.
I think Ben has been a very, very creative player from a team building perspective. He's really like using Hard Trick Room, for example, before. He, I think, used Sheninja way back a couple formats ago as well. And I think, yeah, he is just one of the most exciting players to follow, because I know he's going to have some crazy stuff. And I was looking at his team sheet, and indeed, there's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, before we get to the team sheet, I just want to mention, I love how he brought Clear Amulet Hatterini before.
Yes,
where the parting shot in mechanic doesn't even work, but the opponent's not going to know. So no one even went for the parting shot, and I believe he got top 4 at that regional.
Top 4 to regionals with it, that's right.
That innovation is not, it's something that doesn't even work, but he's like, oh yeah, I know my opponents won't do that. So just so creative on many fronts, and you can see that creativity here too. I mean, we see Kyogre and Dondozo on the same team. We see, Weezing and Calyrex Shadow Rider, which is, maybe a little bit more established from earlier on, but like this combination of 6 Pokemon, I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's the Kyogre in particular. Like, everything else actually feels kind of similar to Dondozo teams that we've seen, but Kyogre in particular really stands out. There are very few people that have paired it with this Calyrex Shadow Rider. Aaron Brock, by the way, using a Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider team. Noticeably does have that Ting Lu, Pokemon that doesn't exactly see a ton of use, but it makes a lot of sense in a metagame right now where Miraidon is everywhere. Aaron Brock, of course, got top 32 at the World Championships back in 2023. Both of these really, really phenomenal players, and it's a slightly different take on Calyrex Zamazenta.
Yeah, we go right into the team preview, and this is a team that did pretty well at the Utrecht Regional Championships last weekend.
Didn't go all the way to the top cut, but I think it went 1 win short. Going with the, I guess, a lot of the partners that we would see with Zamazenta playing the Chien-Pao, the Raging Bolt, the Amoonguss, the Tinglu, we've seen maybe support on those like Dondozo Tinglu teams with Calyrex to clean up in the back. So it feels sort of like a mishmash of concepts. But yeah, like that Tinglu just full on support, Sandtomb, Ruination, Snarl, and maybe the Snowden Edge for the coverage on the Ho-Oh, which looks a little bit difficult for this team otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting to see how people have been teching out Chien-Pao. Like, Life Orb is way more common than Focus Sash, and then we've seen, like, Brick Break being used. This one, of course, has Taunt. Now, I think the scary thing for a Zamazenta player is looking at your opponent's team preview and seeing a Dondozo, as Zamazenta really, really does not like going up against Dondozo because it just feels honestly completely useless, right? Dondozo has that unaware, kind of ignores Zamazenta's defense boost, and then you can body press for a little bit of damage, but then you take a lot of damage, obviously, in return. And so I think when I look at how this team can actually deal with Dondozo, there aren't actually a ton of answers. Like, my first answer is, okay, Amoonguss, you have Rocky Helmet, you have Water Terra. It also does have Spore. Of course, the Dondozo on the opposing side actually will be Grass Terra, but like Amoonguss plus Chien-Pao can be a potential approach in dealing with Dozo. Zamazenta, of course, though, can be valuable into the Kyogre that we see from Benzed, having that wide guard to block Water Spout, which is a move that Kyogre likes clicking so frequently.
Right, and I want to point out that Encore is usually a pretty effective move into Dondozo because you can lock into one move, it can't protect, and becomes a little bit more manageable to deal with, but this is on Calyrex. It's not like Whimsicott, which can resist a lot of the Dondozo attacks, so maybe not as expendable as a resource. But over here on Ben's end, as you pointed out, Dondozo, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Indeeding, Weezing, being together is not too uncommon, but Kyogre into this mix is just something I've never seen before. I think I've seen Rain being paired with Dondozo because, you know, you have like Choice Scarf, Pelipper or something to U-turn, go into your Tatsugiri, and then you can immediately get like a big Surf off or something. But the Dondozo doesn't even have a water type attack.
It doesn't.
So where's the synergy coming from? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You've got Crunch on Dondozo, and I was thinking, you know, when you have Dondozo, normally it's like you bring Dozo, you bring Tatsu, so then you'll probably go Kyogre, Calyrex, so that's one mode. And then if you're dropping Dozo and Tatsu, then it's going to be like Weezing, Indeedee, Calyrex, Kyogre. There is, I think, the ability to actually like get Tatsugiri in and not bring Dondozo in this matchup because one, you get the increase in Muddy Water damage output. Two, with Focus Sash, like you have Helping Hand, Water Terra, Water Spell for Kyogre, Helping Hand onto Calyrex as well. And so, but the most fascinating thing here to me, I think, is, yeah, number one, Kyogre, and two, Dondozo is Crunch. That's not a move you see that frequently, but I'm already thinking like Dondozo with Body Press and Crunch look like a complete nightmare for the restricteds on Aaron's team to deal with. And so I think Aaron might actually need to leverage some of the non-restricted Pokemon, the Raging Bolt, the Chien-Pao, or the Amoonguss, to actually try to deal with this Dondozo. And I'm talking so much about Dondozo. Ben also has two restricted Pokemon, right?
Yes.
Hyper offensive, Choice Specs Calyrex, Choice Scarf Kyogre, but here it is. It's going to be Calyrex and Weezing.
Yeah, and over here we have Zamazenta and Raging Bolt. So I think these are leads that we've seen typically in the Regulation G format. Yeah. So I'm curious to see how the second restricted kind of changes things here. Over on the Calyrex end on Ben's side, really not possible to go for Astral Barrage because Zamazenta and Raging Bolt, I believe, both have access to Protect, so they can just scout out the move and see if they lock into a spread move, in which case, you know, Zamazenta and Calyrex can kind of just trade moves while the Raging Bolt can deal with the Weezing. But on the other hand, the Weezing could just go for a Toxic Spikes, get a free turn of that if Aaron decides to go for a double Protect.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting here to me as well is like if you're seeing Weezing, Calyrex, you would assume Kyogre in the back, but like if it's Kyogre, then it can't be Dondozo and Tatsugiri. So I'm thinking, did Ben drop Dondozo or Tatsu? Did he potentially drop Kyogre? Like that would obviously seem really wild, but of course there is the opportunity for that. But like you said, yeah, I think turn one really safe to double Protect because you want to see what the Calyrex locks itself into. If you lock into Astral Barrage, Wide Guard is just so safe the following turn. So it's going to be a Protect coming out from both Pokemon to start the turn. It's going to be the Choice Spec Shadow Ball, of course. This allows you to get around that Wide Guard, targeting the Raging Bolt into the Protect, and like you said, Yuki, Toxic Spikes taking advantage of course, the Protects. But if you're clicking Toxic Spikes, like, I'm just really wondering, could it be Dozo Tatsu in the back? Because I think they're so strong, I think they might actually be a little bit better than Kyogre in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to point out is that the Raging Bolt is kind of ill-timed in terms of when it came out into the field. Yeah. The Raging Bolt is something that you really want to leverage against the Kyogre, against the Dondozo. It's just so good into those Pokemon, and you know, Kyogre can't even Terrasilize out of the weakness, and Dondozo really doesn't want to turn to a Grass type if, you know, there's a Chien-Pao, for example. So I think the Raging Bolt, now that's in the front and there's Toxic Spikes set out, doesn't really want to retreat because it'll end up taking that poison, but it also isn't going to take a lot of these attacks coming out from Ben very well. So I think Iron has to make a big decision on whether they're going to switch out the Raging Bolt and conserve it, or just kind of expend it here and maybe get some damage.
Oh, Calyrex switches out. Could this be Dondozo hitting the field immediately? It's going to be Indy, actually. Okay, so perhaps no Dozo here at all as Behemoth Bash comes out into the Indy. Yeah, and it's going to deal just under 50%. Rocky Helmet comes out as well. Thunderbolt, will it be able to finish off the Indy here? It is not able to, and Poison Gas comes out. So Ben's Weezing so far has been a little bit disruptive. Hasn't really been able to actually deal damage right now, though, but he's trying to set himself up for success. NDD crucially hanging on. I actually wonder if Ben wanted the NDD to faint, maybe get a free switch in for some positioning. I think the awkward thing about Weezing is that, yes, it can be disruptive, but you're not going to do a ton of damage. You actually can't really touch the Zamazenta at all, right? So Zama actually still in a decent spot right now. Yeah, Zamazenta and Raging Bull are both like really good tools into the two restrictions that Ben's has in the back because they're both so bulky and because they have either moves or typings that favor really well into them. And as you said, since the Zamazenta really can't be touched by either Pokemon in Ben's side, I think we talk a lot about the forbidden position a lot. And there's these two support Pokemon, they just can't do anything. It doesn't even have Will-O-Wisp to throw onto the Zamazenta, so Zamazenta can kind of do whatever it wants. So I think what I'm scared of is that Ben will just run out of steam a little bit too quick, losing their support Pokemon early on, and then the restricted Pokemon in the back, it's just not set up for success. It's not set up for the Zamazenta to be heavily damaged or to be KO'd. Yeah, exactly. Ben's got to start dealing damage at some point. It's not going to be this turn with the Weezing and the NED, so switching out Weezing means you turn on that Psychic terrain. Zamazenta also finally gets its defense boost. Not the most relevant in this matchup since it's mainly special attackers from the opposing side or Dondozo with Unaware, but Calyrex is going to hit the field again, so what you can do here is follow me, redirect damage away from that Weezing slot, take that Behemoth Bash or Body Press, and then the Calyrex, of course, will eat up the Thunderbolt, but that's okay. Like, Ben is basically looking to finally get the offensive positioning he's looking for. Yep, going for that follow me, absorbing that Behemoth Bash, getting a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip in return. And yeah, we have the Raging Bolt going to lock into a move to do some damage into the Calyrex, going to be able to survive likely, but yeah, I guess Paralysis could change the game. That would be really scary. Let's see, about 60%. You always like just, hold your breath for a little bit because it's so stressful. So Ben's given up a lot of resources, right? Indy is down. Calyrex is quite low here as well now. So it's, I think, finally time for Ben to start dishing out damage. And yeah, Dondozo was completely dropped in this game. And I'm actually a little surprised by that because I thought Dozo looked so good in this matchup. And so I wonder if Ben was thinking, well, I think you have to go out of your way to counter Dondozo. Yeah, like, what are you going to do? But now you're in a position where you do have that Choice Scarf Kyogre. This Kyogre, of course, gets access to that Hydro Pump, and so it does have a way to actually go for single target damage right now. And so I think it's finally time for Ben to start dishing out damage. Yeah, I think the problem is that Ben's end has two Pokemon locked into choice items. Yeah. So any Pokemon locking into the spread type attacks, which is what those Pokemon are known for and does the most damage, they just can't go for it because Zamazenta is always threatening this wide guard, so likely going to go for two single target attacks. Yep. But I just don't think that's going to be enough to get through these two Pokemon that are going to give Ben a lot of trouble. Yeah, it's one of these like awkward dances too, where it's like, do you ever make the call and just be like if Aaron's going to like mess up and I'm just going to go for my spread moves, but it's just so risky, right? Yes. Because if you get it wrong, Zamazenta protects, you're just like locked, and so really difficult position. Amoonguss here soaking up those toxic spikes as well, so feels like Weezing just honestly did not contribute very much in this battle. Zamazenta going for the safe protect. There's that Hydro Pump finally coming out, but Zamazenta correctly going for the protecting it from any damage. And it is going to be the Astro Barrage. Okay, so locking into it despite the threat of the Wide Guard, saying, you know what, I just don't think you're going to go for it. There was the ability to, of course, Wide Guard and Thunderbolt that turn. That's a lot of damage onto Amoonguss. Yes, and now I think the question is going to be, is Hydro Pump going to be able to knock out Amoonguss? Because Zamazenta could go for that Wide Guard and say, okay, Calyrex, even if you switch out or not, that means that slot cannot attack. Yep. So now it's going to be a 1v1 basically between the Kyogre and the Amoonguss. Both the Pokemon on the field and in the back cannot take a Spore. So if this Amoonguss can survive here, it'll get a pretty big Spore off, and with the limited resources Ben has, that could be the game. So I think this is going to be the turning point. I agree, yeah. It's like if you can get the Wide Guard off and then put one of these two to sleep, probably the Kyogre, right? Because then Calyrex is just infinitely locked into Astro Barrage unless it switches out. Yep, this is what Aaron is going to lock into. So let's see. It's going to be the Terra commit here first, but this is a big, big turn. Ben needs to get his offense going. It's going to be the Water Terra on the Kyogre. That's going to give it potentially the damage that it needs. You've got Water Terra. You've got the Rain set up, but Hydro Pump is an inaccurate move. It does not have the best accuracy. Zamazenta goes for that Wide Guard, so let's see. Kyogre might be targeting Amoonguss here. Here we go. Hydro Pump does connect, okay. And you'd have to
Goes
assume it's
into
targeting Amoonguss. It does, and I would think this knocks down. It does get the KO.
That's a huge KO. And yeah, now we're just going to see the Astral Barrage hit into the wide guard. So that 1v1 was, yeah, I guess what happened, but Ben came out on top with that KO. I guess the problem is that we have Raging Bolt in the back.
Yeah.
And that's going to be able to take care of that Kyogre and probably won't be able to KO with Hydro Pump.
So yeah, Calyrex ends up actually being the bring out first here, but you know, it makes sense because you know you can safely go for Wide Guard and Astral Barrage, and you know that you can at least take an attack with either with Focus Sash. I actually was kind of expecting Raging Bolt to come out because I thought you could Wide Guard and then Thunderbolt into the Kyogre slot. Yeah, and now, like, you know, Ben does have the ability to just launch Hydro Pump into either slot. He could also make the call to just say, I'm going to click Astral Barrage anyway. Saying, like, look, I don't think you're actually going to click Wide Guard. And so, oh my goodness, yeah, there's the body press. Okay, body press normal Terra, which is really, really nice.
What a mix-up.
Yeah, the normal Terra, of course, allows you to get around the Astral Barrage from the opposing side. But, oof, okay.
It's still a big risk, right?
Yeah.
Like, I guess, yeah, if Wide Guard had gone up, then I think
Aaron Calyrex switches, okay.
So that was a good call from Aaron's end. It's going to go into the Wheezing, so I guess there's no abilities that are being turned off. Like, we have the Rain already set up. Zamazenta already has a defense boost. But yeah, with the Water Terra coming out over from the... Oh, sorry, it's the normal Terra, so this Hydro Pump could KO this Zamazenta if it went after it.
Yeah. Did it go for it? Because if you get the knockout onto it, then you can potentially switch like Kyogre back out and then even lock into a new attack, for example. Hydro Pump connects again. It has not missed so far. It does go into La Zamazenta, so phenomenal turn by Ben. Baits out that Terra and does not target into it. That being said, Calyrex is still in a good spot right now. It can just Astral Barrage everything, so here's the first one.
Here comes the Astral Barrage. Probably not going to get a knockout on either Pokemon here.
That's a lot.
But it's a lot of damage. And yeah, now we have the Raging Bolt in the back, but it doesn't have access to that Thunderclap thanks to the Psychic Terrain on the field. So with also this poison ticking down, maybe the Kyogre can take care of the Raging Bolt, and then it might come down to speed ties. But the Calyrex still needs to have its Focus Sash taken away, and right now it still has it.
Yeah, I think Wheezing honestly has not contributed anything in this game. It actually would be very different if Aaron brought out that Calyrex first, but it was really smart for him to bring out Amoonguss to soak up those Toxic Spikes, because if the Calyrex had taken any damage, you're one Hydro Pump away from getting knocked out. But Wheezing kind of spent a lot of time in this early game, and in the end, like, didn't really have very much value, right? And so I think right now what's really tough for Ben is you're locked into Hydro Pump, you're up against a Focus Sash Calyrex, and you're up against a Raging Bolt, which resists Hydro Pump, and of course you can protect to slowly stall out the Rain and the Terrain as well. So no switches this turn. Raging Bolt just going for Protect, does not want to eat up a potential Hydro Pump.
Does Ben call
in the
this?
Rain. Okay.
He goes to Protect from Wheezing.
Where does Kyogre target here? Hydro Pump! Oh, the first dodge comes out!
What a critical time.
Oh, but you know, it's kind of expected. Like, Hydro Pump's accuracy is just not the most reliant, right? And so now Astral Barrage does so much damage, doesn't get the knockout onto the Kyogre, but a great call there from both ends.
Right. The thing is, I guess since the weirdness disappears from the battlefield, like, there's no
just
spread
Thunderclap
move.
Astral,
Yeah, you can also do that. I was also going to say, like, you don't have the opportunity to go for, like, an Expanding Force to get the double knockout because the Terra Normal's on the Calyrex. So maybe there's, like, less urgency to get rid of the Terra there, or sorry, get rid of the Focus Sash there. But as you said, we have Thunderclap access now, and yeah, I guess Ben recognizes that, and it becomes a first win for Aaron.
Yeah, and it was because Terrain had actually ended just around then, I think it was actually kind of locked up for Ben, where even if the Hydro Pump had connected on the Calyrex, you've got Focus Sash, you just threaten Thunderclap Astral the next turn. And so, to me, I think like Wheezing was a liability in this game. And I think this is why Wheezing is one of the hardest Pokemon to bring in this format, because it can actually look amazing or it can feel completely useless. I was talking a lot about Dondozo coming into this matchup. I feel like it's incredible, so I'm actually quite shocked to see it being dropped by Ben.
Yeah, I guess... maybe they were scared of, like, oh, like, they're going to force me to, like, lose a Terra, because, like, Raging Bolt's so strong into Ben's team already, right? So it's like, okay, if they lead the Raging Bolt, it's just so hard for me to, like push through the Dondozo, but maybe they just have to go for it anyways, and if the Raging Bolt is led, you can maybe trade your Calyrex for it. Like, you don't typically want to trade your restricted Pokemon for that, but Raging Bolt is just so oppressive into Ben's team that that may be a trade they're willing to make.
Yeah, I agree. I think otherwise, Zamazenta was actually really good there, right? Like, the threat of Wide Guard alone was such a big deal, because if you look at Ben's team, it is a lot weaker when you cannot click that Water Spout or the Astral Barrage. Exactly, yeah. Those are, like, the two moves you want to be clicking most when you're using his team, right? And so It's going to be a little bit different of a mix-up, I think, from Ben's end. I think it's just, it felt too passive, right? At one point on the field, you have Weezing and Inity out there. Neither of them are doing any damage.
Nothing.
And like Weezing was just taking up a slot that maybe could have been applying a little bit more offensive output. And so I think I would like to see Dondozo come out from Ben's end. I think Aaron kind of showed what he's willing to bring into potential Dozo, right? Like, to your point, it's scary because you're up against Raging Bolt, you're up against Amoonguss, and there's also Calyrex with Encore, but I still think Dozo would have given some value in that game versus Weezing. But also really brilliant by Aaron to bring out that Amoonguss and get rid of those toxic spikes. But it's going to be Indeedee and Calyrex this time around, so I'm thinking Dozo might not be coming out here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what do you lead if you have Dozo? Because if you have Dozo Tatsugiri in the back, like, are you going to lead double restricted? Like, that's probably not that great into this lead, especially from Aaron's end.
Yeah.
So, like, you definitely don't want to be Weezing, right? So it's like, in this case, I think the only option is Indeedee. So it's a little bit hard to say, like, what's in the back. Like, I could definitely still see the Kyogre because you don't have to worry about Thunderclap for the next 5 turns.
Yeah.
But then does that mean you're just kind of a lone Tatsugiri? Like, speed stat isn't that great. Like, there's a lot of fast Pokemon over on Aaron's end that can still threaten it. So, yeah, and like the unfortunate part is, like, you just can't lock into your 2 strongest moves, Expanding Force or Astral Barrage, and that's really what you want because you don't want you want to take down both these Pokemon. These Pokemon are a liability not only what's in the front but also in the back.
Yeah, it's like this is so hard because Zama Lead just makes Ben have to play from behind. I feel like immediately with leading Calyrex or Kyogre. I was like wondering if there was a world where you like predict the double protect here and then you like hard switch Calyrex it immediately. I think Ben actually is saying, you know what, I can go follow me and I can just Shadow Ball. Probably I would think your Zamazenta twice, right? Get rid of the Wide Guard user and then play the game from there. Actually ends up being Shadow Ball into the Raging Bolt this turn. Now I'm wondering, okay, if you're prioritizing knocking out Raging Bolt, maybe there is Dondozo Tatsu in the back. I'm not sure. Aaron this turn, of course, can just go for a Body Press and a Thunderbolt, which will likely get a knockout onto the Indeedee. You could also Behemoth Bash and Thunderbolt Calyrex here. I just wonder if, I mean, Indeedee could survive that, right?
But do you think a Helping Hand Spec Shadow Ball will knock out the Raging Bolt?
Yeah,
I'm not too optimistic. Best Pokemon has a lot of bulk.
Yeah, oh, okay, we're actually going to see the switch here into the Amoonguss, and so Aaron wanting to conserve that Raging Bolt, potentially wanting to, save it for either the Kyogre or a potential Dondozo in the back, and so Amoonguss is going to switch in here. It's going to be Follow Me here, so Ben's looking to just distribute damage with Shadow Ball early on. I wonder if it's the Zamazenta target this time around, but nope. Continuing to target down the Raging Bolt. Amoonguss here is going to take a fair bit of damage as Body Press comes out into Indeedee.
Yeah, so it's good chip onto the Zamazenta, so yeah, based on how much they focused down on Raging Bolt both turns, like I think what you called out was pretty good, that maybe there is Dondozo Tatsu in the back, because Zamazenta you just don't care as much about if you have Dondozo, right? Because of the Unaware, you ignore the boost from Body Press, so you end up still faring pretty well into the Zamazenta. It's just the Raging Bolt, especially since it could force your Terra. So now you're not going to be able to get a free knockout onto this Amoonguss, right? So I guess the Zamazenta has like 1 turn to attack and get rid of the Indeedee.
Yeah, it's like, I think Amoonguss here could obviously go for Rage Powder. Like, you have to respect the threat, I think, of Helping Hand plus Shadow Ball, but ooh, it's going to be the Spore. Okay, so saying, look, if you go for Helping Hand, Shadow Ball, it's not going to be Helping Hand. No Follow Me either, but Shadow Ball will knock out the Amoonguss and Calyrex will get a nice special attack boost to boot.
Yeah, and Zamazenta makes sense that they didn't go for Follow Me because, Body Press doesn't work against Calyrex and Behemoth Bash probably not strong enough to get the knockout. And just trades 1-for-1 with the Indeedee, but with the special attack boost and no access to priority moves on Aaron's end, maybe this Calyrex from Ben's end is looking pretty good. I guess except for the fact that there is a Calyrex with a Focus Sash in the back. Yeah,
one of the interesting things is both of the players are running normal Terra Calyrex as well, but Aaron, of course, has the flexibility of like switching up his moves, whereas Ben, of course, is locked because of course. And there's the Dondozo, okay! Oh, I am so curious now. I really think it would make sense for Tatsu to be the last one. Like, solo Dozo would be interesting here, but
it could work, right? Like, your Body Presses are going to do super effective damage into the Zamazenta, ignoring the defense boost.
That's right.
And in return, you're going to take, like, not as strong of a Body Press. So the 1v1 could work. Like, if Calyrex could prioritize getting rid of the Zamazenta here, it could work out for them, but yeah, it really depends on what's in the back for Ben.
Yeah, and I think normal Terra from Aaron's end, generally a consistent Terra to go for, and with the Focus Sash, just such a valuable item here, and so actually locking into that Psychic, so
free riding on that terrain too.
Exactly, yeah. Ben, of course, has the opportunity. I think it's like, if you're Ben, you can Shadow Ball into the Zama slot. You could also switch out your Calyrex into the final Pokemon. It's a little bit spooky for Ben here, right? Because you are facing the threat of like Protect plus Astral Barrage, and even if you normal Terra on Ben's Calyrex, like yeah, that gives you the immunity for a turn, but here is going to be the switch. Is it Tatsu or is it Kyogre? I'm expecting Tatsu, but let's see. There it is! Kyogre has been dropped. We are playing a solo restricted game here, but I think this is actually the right decision. Like I think Dondozo is so good in this matchup. This is what I was expecting to see from game 1.
The problem is that you have to get rid of both these Pokemon for the Calyrex in the back to shine, right? Like, you need to get rid of the Focus Sash at the very bare minimum and get the speed tie win. And then on top of that, the Zamazenta will prevent you from doing the spread move attacks that you want to do. So both of these have to basically get rid of before the Calyrex comes in. And it's all just a question of is the Dondozo on Ben's side capable of doing that? Does it have enough firepower while also having enough bulk against these two really strong restricted Pokemon?
One thing, by the way, that's a little bit awkward here. First of all, we're going to see Psychic into Dondozo. It's not bad damage. Does it get a special defense drop? It does not. Body press. Wow. Like, this is why it's a nightmare to use Zamazenta into Dondozo to order a big critical hit. Does so much damage. Now, one of the things that you called out, Yuki, is that there's Encore on the Calyrex, right? And so if normally Dondozo would love to protect, but you can't protect very easily. That being said, for Ben, you can say, you know what? Have fun with your Zamazenta. You'll do like 20% to me maximum, right? Maybe even a little bit less. And so Aaron does get another opportunity to launch another Psychic into Dondozo and get, of course, another Body Press into it. You could protect here with the Calyrex as well, get another Body Press into Dozo to chip away a little bit, and then try to get a big hit with Calyrex. But yeah, I think Ben switching to Tatsu this time around, which I think is absolutely the right call. Still has the Terra available to him as well. Baits out the normal Terra from the opposing side. Even gets a critical hit to boot. What I was going to say was awkward is that Aaron's Raging Bolt is Dragon Pulse rather than Draco Meteor. And so one of the nice things you normally can do against Dondozo is exactly, and say, you know what, I know you have Unaware. You can see Aaron's hovering that Protect play. So let's see, will he be able to get this Dozo in a range where he can get the knockout? Dozo, of course, could just target Zamazenta right now.
But it's not as big of a threat, so maybe that's a reasonable shot. Yeah, it's just not enough.
And he targets Zamazenta!
It's not even the same type of attack bonus, and it KOs the Zamazenta, one of the most defensively strongest Pokemon in the format. Like, how often do you see that?
Like, yeah, this is why I was like, oh, Dozo's incredible here. Like, it makes a restricted Pokemon feel completely useless, right? And so Terrain is over now, Raging Bolt comes out, but I think if you're Ben, you can just launch that Grass Terra with your Dondozo and then target down the Calyrex Shadow Rider and get the knockout there. And so I think Ben should be in really good control of this game, and with no Draco Meteor, it's even tougher. But you can see Aaron's thinking about going for just the Thunderbolt and the Psychic here, try to get as much damage off as possible. I was thinking maybe you could go for a double protect with on Aaron's end with Calyrex, hope for a critical hit with the Raging Bolt, but yeah, this is Dozo doing what I thought it should do in this match.
Yes, exactly as you envisioned. But I think the one thing I really want to point out is that the Encore just didn't feel so good because there's nothing that can take Body Press, right? Especially because you Terra'd your Calyrex.
Exactly.
If you didn't Terra, then you could like whiff into it. You could also bring in a Moongus if you hadn't sacked it earlier. But because they just didn't really set themselves up for having a good Encore lock, so to speak, the Dondozo can just spam Body Press and just not care.
Exactly. So it's going to be the Terra. Calyrex does attempt the double, but isn't going to get it, and Dondozo now gets to KO it with the Body Press, also just confirming the speed interaction between +2 Dozo and Raging Bolt. You know, normally, obviously, you expect Dozo to be faster, but times there people run like no speed whatsoever on Dondozo. And it's a poor Raging Bolt launching a Dragon Pulse here, even if it gets a crit. Yeah, you still got to deal with 2 other Pokemon, and this is what I mean. Like, I feel like Dozo is actually the restricted Pokemon in this matchup, right? And it absolutely is. It's Ben made the really gutsy decision to drop his restricted Pokemon. That's never easy to do in a format where you have such high-powered Pokemon, but it was absolutely the right decision in this game.
Definitely. I think the one hesitation I have whenever I would consider playing like a Dondozo in a double restricted format is like, okay, if I'm gonna use Dondozo and Tatsugiri, that's 2 slots. And then if I want 2 restricted Pokemon, that's 2 slots.
Exactly.
Oh, there's 4 Pokemon already. And you know, maybe Ho has Tailwind, so you can pair, but it's not like a good Pokemon pair with Dondozo. It's like you don't get access to the speed control. Like, you just have like 2 really strong Pokemon and then Dondozo. There's just no support aspect, so it just doesn't work. So I think like Ben probably is probably really used to having just like a single restricted that like works really well into the opposing team. Just using that, leveraging a support Pokemon, and then Dondozo. And then I think if it executed really well like this, it can just steamroll the opponent.
Absolutely. I'm really curious now, like, what the adjustment is from Aaron's end, right? You've seen that Dozo has been brought to this battle, and, like, this game didn't really feel close, to be honest, right? It's like, I think Ben did a good job of just getting chip damage across the board as Body Press does so much. Critical hit to boost. Doesn't really need it, though, of course. Dragon Pulse comes out. It does such minimal damage into Dondozo, and so one of the things I was talking about, Yuki, before we started this match, I was like, okay, you do have Life Orb Chien-Pao with Ice Spinner, right? So you, like, if you force the Grass Tower out, Ice Spinner is actually doing meaningful damage. The problem is this isn't like a defensive Terra Chien-Pao either, and so first of all, Body Press will knock out Raging Bull, kind of delaying the inevitable of what felt like was going to happen in this game. But yeah, the question is, it's like, okay, if you bait out the Grass Terra, you know, is Life Orb Ice Spinner even really do that much, especially as Dondozo continues to stack up defense boosts?
Right.
Like, this is why I was frankly a little shocked to see Dondozo being dropped in game 1, because it feels like even if Aaron goes with the right 4 Pokemon, it's still not the easiest. But I'm thinking, you know, Aaron also did give up a Moongus in that last one, right? Pretty early on. A Moongus can be disruptive with Pollen Puff with that Rage Powder as well, right? If you have a Moongus, you can like maybe protect your Calyrex and launch a couple of expanding or Psychics into the opposing Dozo. And so I'm thinking like a Moongus conservation is one approach for Aaron, and the other is potentially mixing in Chien-Pao. It's not the easiest to use, of course, though.
Right. Yeah. I guess it's so easy to be deterred from Terra Grassing because it's like, oh, like there's a Chien-Pao on the other side, it has Life Orb, it must be strong, but it's so easy to forget how bulky Dondozo is, especially on the physical side. So even if you have Life Orb, even if there's Sword of Ruin, what, maybe 40%? That would be my guess, at least for how much it would do, because you're still getting a defense boost on the Dondozo end, right? So I think the Terra Grass is like a pretty good Terra that's very consistent on Ben's end. It's really hard to punish meaningfully over on Aaron's side. So on the flip side, I guess from what Aaron's thinking about is I think he has the right 4 Pokemon. Like, I think you really want to go for that Encore lock play, but just have resources that you want to lock the opponent into. So if they go for Crunch, then you have, you know, basically everything except for your Calyrex that can take it really well. If they lock into Body Press, then you have your you know, non-Terra Calyrex and your Amoonguss to take those attacks. Like, if you can lock it into just one move and limit its tool set, then I think you have much more of a game you can plan around. But because Aaron just sacked the Amoonguss early on and Terra the Calyrex, like, just completely eliminated all leverage they had.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think like Shadow Rider is like sneakily such an important Pokemon for Aaron. It like, yes, doesn't do the most amount of damage, but the Focus Sash plus being able to like mix up Protect and Encore and eventually like weave in Astral Barrages and Psychics is a really big deal. And so I think, yeah, a big part of this will be, can Aaron utilize his Calyrex Shadow Rider a little bit better? Can he potentially conserve that Amoonguss as well? But here we go, a run back with Indeedee and Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it's going to be Zama and Calyrex Shadow Rider here from Aaron's end.
So this is immediately scary because, first of all, Aaron has the advantage on turn 1 in that they can just go for the Double Protect, scout out what Ben goes for. If they lock into a Shadow Ball, like, you have a very, very free Terra Normal. And you don't take any damage on the Calyrex if it targets into it. Zamazenta, even with a Helping Hand, probably can't KO that Zamazenta. And the Indeedee just has no, you know, no offensive pressure, right? And Aaron is still able to go for the spread type attacks, and that means Ben is forced to Terra their Calyrex to not get KO'd by it. And then that means your Dondozo in the back just has less flexibility. Like, I think Aaron just has a really good lead here.
Yeah, I love that call out because I think the scary thing for Ben is you can only Terra one Pokemon, right? So do you want to Terra your normal into Calyrex, or do you want to save your Terra for Dondozo? Like, it feels like Dondozo is actually the key win condition here, but let's say, you know, this turn the Double Protect comes up from Aaron's end, next turn you don't Terra your Shadow Rider, well, you're just at risk of getting blown up by an Astral Barrage, right? And so it's like if you lose the speed tie and your Calyrex just goes down and you don't get anything off, it can be a little bit scary for Ben. And so, yeah, I like the mix-up here, and I think Aaron, you know, as you pointed out, very willing to just lean into this Double Protect on turn 1 just to make sure you can commit to seeing what Calyrex locks into on the opposing side. But it's not going to be an early Terra commit. It's just going to be the follow me. So there was already the shot of just like Astral Barrage turn 1 here from Aaron's end. And it's the Pollen Puff. Whoa, okay.
That's interesting. So I guess that's the only move that Ben can go for that isn't obstructed by Terra or by Wide Guard. So maybe they can go for like Pollen Puff plus Psychic into the Calyrex, but I guess they have no incentive to Terra, so I doubt, you know, Choice Specs Pollen Puff plus Psychic would KO a Calyrex. So,
Yeah, I think the logic from Ben's end is like, look, I know I need to deal with your Calyrex, so this at least guarantees damage, even if you Terra, even if you Wide Guard. Once I get that damage onto you, you're one attack away from getting knocked out by Dondozo. I don't care about the rest of your team that much. If I knock out your Calyrex Shadow Rider, I think Grass Terra, Dondozo makes a lot of sense. And so I think that play totally makes sense. The scary thing here is just potential speed ties still between the Calyrexes, right? I think if you lose a speed tie, it's just so terrible for Ben because then you get no damage off. But here we go, Terra coming out to start.
Oh, man. Like, Ben can consider like sacking their Calyrex, but it's not even guaranteed to get damage off, right? Because if you lose a speed tie, I don't even know which one this is. Like, they're both Terra Normal. They probably, I guess it's not Aaron's, right? Because Aaron doesn't have any incentive to Terra Normal here.
Yeah, exactly.
So it must be Ben's, but...
Oh, yeah, this Terra Normal absolutely huge. I think we may have seen the Body Press, though, into that Calyrex slot, so...
Not going for Follow Me is very risky.
Yep, indeed, there's the Body Press into the Calyrex. Guaranteed coverage, covers for basically everything. And Ben is now playing down a Terra. Where does the Indeedee target now? Is it going to be into the Calyrex, which is now Terra'd? It's going to be the Psychic. Will this get the knockout? Will it be a trade back and forth? Oh, no.
If he had somehow been able to force the Terra on the Calyrex on Aaron's side, it would have been like exactly enough, I think, for a KO.
Exactly, yeah.
But there was just no reason to do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, now the Dondozo comes in, but it doesn't have access to Terra anymore, so it's really like susceptible to the Amoonguss, both from a redirection perspective and from a sport perspective, and from the Raging Bull in the back. So, yeah, Ben just lost a lot of ground that turn by just not going for the follow me. It felt a little bit like risky, like. Yeah, that Psychic, we all kind of knew that I'm going to KO the Calyrex, right? So I think it was a pretty safe follow me.
Yeah, I'm trying to like figure out like why not go for the follow me.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I mean, because Aaron doesn't need to Terra his Calyrex. He knows what the opposing Calyrex is locked into. So I think follow me was objectively just way safer. And yeah, does correctly, of course, go for that normal Terra, but really good coverage by Aaron to go for the body press into that slot as well. So like, Ben made the good play because he actually did end up losing that potential speed tie, but then Aaron goes for it. And now, without Terra, it's going to be definitely a little bit harder for Dondozo because it does have to face Spore as well as Thunderbolt from the opposing side. And so, yeah, I feel like that turn could have been worth it if you got the knockout onto Calyrex or if you had conserved your Calyrex, but neither ended up happening. So Ben's in a much trickier spot this time around.
That's right. And we see the Protect coming out from the Calyrex, maybe scouting out for this combination first, and the body press going into the Tatsugiri slot. So dead turn, are they going to be able to capitalize? Nope, it's the order up going to Calyrex. And this is not the mechanics from 2 years ago. You don't get the boost.
And yeah, I think now this is where that Encore finally comes into play. You can Encore, lock the Dondozo, of course, into the order up. And then Zamazenta here could like switch out into the Amoonguss, and then Amoonguss can put Dondozo to sleep. Raging Bolt takes place for Calyrex, and then you can just start clicking Thunderbolt. So I think this is where not saving the Grass Tower, I think, will really, really punish Ben. And Aaron has conserved the right Pokemon in the back. It's a really great way in dealing with Dondozo. So this is the first part of the puzzle, but I think this is really safe to go for, and he's finally found that position to click Encore.
I love how you call it puzzle, because it really feels like every time you're playing against Dondozo, when you're playing against Dondozo, it's like the puzzle once the Dondozo combines, and then when you're using Dondozo, it's like a puzzle beforehand. It's like, okay, how can I set up myself for success?
Exactly.
And here, yeah, I think the Dondozo just, it needed to have that Terra. Like, if they had Terra here, I think it's not in a bad position, right? Like, there's no Chen Pao in sight. The Grass Terra is super safe. The Zamazenta's not doing any damage into you. Raging Bull doesn't even have Draco Meteor. You can just kind of keep launching the body presses and order ups into the slot of the Zamazenta, but just not having that Terra, that's the one deal breaker here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Electric Terra on the Raging Bolt as well. This is so, so powerful, and so I don't know. I think it's going to be really difficult for Ben to win this game, quite frankly. You've already lost your restricted Pokemon in the Calyrex, and without that Terra conservation, like, I think everything just went to disaster at the turn that it was normal Terra, no follow me. And so we'll see if Ben can figure out a way out of this, but in my eyes, I feel like this game is over. So let's see. I think as long as Aaron doesn't make any crucial mistakes right now, he should be able to wrap this one up, because you've got the Spore, you've got even Rage Powder protection, and then these Thunderbolts will probably do at least 50% to Dondozo.
Yeah, it really feels like you're playing a game of chess when you're playing as Dondozo like this, because it's a lot more isolated. Like, you have one Pokemon they have to deal with now, and it's just all about, okay, like, how can I get that checkmate position? And I think Aaron hasn't really figured it out here, as you said.
Yeah, no need to even Rage Powder. You saw that order up, honestly, not really that strong.
Yeah.
That's the difference, folks, between a Electric Terra into like a Dondozo that has not Terra'd versus a Dondozo that has Terra'd, right? It almost just completely faints there. And so Dozo this next turn has to take a guaranteed turn to sleep. You get to just Thunderbolt, Spore the Tatsugiri, which gets ejected out. Then it's top 2 in Indeedee, and neither of those can really do anything. And so the key turn once again in this one was, I think, the normal Terra commit, and I think Aaron with that really great mix-up of Calyrex, really, really smart.
And here I want to do some terminology from the Japanese community. This is called Tatsugiri hunting, where you can KO the Dondozo and in the same turn do something really meaningful to the Tatsugiri, whether it's KOing it or you can put a Spore into it. You really punish the opponent for having a Tatsugiri just kind of there. So that's exactly what we see here. We see the Spore. It's not a safety goggles or Lumberry Tatsugiri. And yeah, it was already like not a very good position for Ben, but it's surely over now. Indeed, you just can't 1v3 this team.
Yeah, and this is the downside of relying on, of course, the Calyrex and the Dondozo to deal the damage, right? Calyrex just couldn't do enough in this early game because of the threat of Wide Guard, and then Dondozo without that Terra conservation just really not in a great spot here. And so Yeah, I think we should see this game shortly, Ian. But I was thinking, you know, from Ben's end, what are the ways like could have adjusted to Calyrex plus Zamazenta lead? I was thinking like you could maybe lead Dondozo and apply the pressure of like Dozo Calyrex as a lead immediately, and then maybe drop Indy and actually have Kyogre as your fourth. But this game's still technically not over. We're gonna see the switch into Zamazenta, but it's gonna be really tough with Raging Bull, you know, still being able to dish out so much damage as Tatsu has to take its guaranteed first inner sleep here as well. And by switching out, you get rid of, you know, Psychic doing super effective damage into Amoonguss.
Yeah, so I think good heads-up play from Aaron, like not, you know, getting too ahead of themselves and saying, okay, this game is locked, I'm just gonna attack.
Yep.
Like, it's never over. So, yeah, concerning the Pokemon there. Getting the paralysis, which, yeah, it's making it even more guaranteed, I suppose.
Yeah, I think, you know, regardless, if Mariar didn't come out, Zamazenta outspeeds both Pokemon next turn. You can just Body Press or Bash, finish off the Entity, and then Raging Bull can finish off Tatsugiri, and so... but yeah, adding kind of a little bit of insult to injury here, and like this is the awkward thing about using pieces like Tatsu and Entity. Like things can fall apart really quickly because they individually don't offer a lot of offense. And or Entity gets paralyzed as well, probably trying to go for something like a helping hand there. But Wide Guard also such a good coverage move here as it prevents, of course, the Tatsugiri from getting any damage off with a Muddy Water, and it does go for that Muddy Water.
Great heads-up play. That was maybe their one out, you know? You just Muddy Water.
Infinite accuracy drops,
drops, like just making sure it's 100% guaranteed. I think that's like the sign of like a really strong player, right? Is that you never get ahead of yourself. Just make sure, like, even if it takes a little bit longer, I'm gonna make sure that they have zero opportunity to win.
So Indy will faint now, and it is a lone Tatsugiri. Did manage to get the one-turn wake up, but yeah, unfortunately these non-restricted Pokemon kind of struggle a bit against these legendary and restricted Pokemon. So Amoonguss still waiting in the back, and Aaron's approach in dealing with Dondozo in this game was really smart, where he kind of forced the Terra out from Ben's end early on, and a non-Terra Dondozo is so much weaker in this matchup.
Absolutely. I think this is really cool that Aaron showcased like why Calyrex, Shadowbite, and Zamazenta are pretty scary. Like I think a lot of players have like discounted it as like a duo after it hasn't seen like the most overwhelming success we expected compared to a very early format where we had grassroots tournament where Zamazenta Calyrex really dominated. It's just the synergy of Ghost and fighting types offensively are just so good. As you saw, you know, if you get the Ghost type attack and they try to dodge it with the normal type defensively, then you just have the fighting type move that's super effective. Body Press with the defense boost. It's gonna be super strong, most likely a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking about in that game was I was like, okay, Indy from Ben's end actually can help out Aaron a little bit because you like increase the damage output of Psychic on the Calyrex, and so I was wondering if there was a mode where you like drop Indy and drop, honestly, the Weezing and just go Dozo Tatsu dual restricted.
Dual restricted Dozo,
Yeah, and like that to me was like one of the modes that I thought made a lot of sense. And so yeah, here we are in the beginning of Game 3. Like Palm Puff was really cool, but because there was no Terra from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Psychic obviously not going to be able to finish it off. And then this turn, I mean, just brilliant call saying I'm going to go Astral Barrage and Body Press. But like you said, Yuki, felt like Follow Me that turn was really safe. And if it was a Follow Me that turn, felt like it would have been a completely different game because as soon as you commit your Terra and lose it like that, I felt like the game was actually over.
Yeah, and no matter how I think about it, like maybe I feel like maybe Ben's 4 is correct because Kyogre, it struggles into every Pokemon here, right? You have Focus Sash, you have a Dragon type, you have Wide Guard, you have Amoonguss. Like, what is that whale gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the one thing I was thinking, it's like, because if you're up against Calyrex Zamazenta lead, like Kyogre at least can like threaten the both pretty well with like you know, strong water type damage, and so it's like you know,
Hydro Pump.
Exactly, like force a Terra out. But I think this game highlights the strength of Wide Guard, especially when you are up against two Pokemon that are carrying choice items. Because like you said, Yuki, it felt really like there was no way Aaron could get punished by double protecting in the games. And the only way he would get punished was that Toxic Spikes in game 1, but then Amoonguss just comes out and it's like, well, thanks for wasting a turn.
Yes, yeah, I guess me personally, like it's hard for me to want to run one Rad Guard because I'm like, oh, like my opponent can just like adjust, they can just read me as I Wide Guard, make it like a dead move for me to use as my opponent, doubles my partner with a single target attack. But against these kind of hyper offense teams, like it's like a really good like team check, as I want to say, where you're saying, okay, I'm not gonna just let you click your strongest moves all the time. I have a really consistent Pokemon that can use Wide Guard, and you're gonna have to be really calculated about how you're gonna set that up.
Yeah, and I think like when Calyrex and Kyogre cannot click their signature moves and their most powerful attacks, it feels really, really sad, honestly,
really
because
bad.
It's like the difference between like a Water Terra Water Spout, which cannot miss and does so much damage, versus a Hydro Pump, which of course can miss. It's just honestly night and day. And so I am curious how this set would have played out if Dondozo came out to all 3 games. Like game 1, I was just like, once again, a little bit surprised it didn't come out at all.
Yeah.
Because I felt like Aaron had figured out how to beat Dozo in like game 2, but then I wonder if Ben like realized, oh, if I just like went for follow me, or even if I just like saved my Terra that turn, like, because I was thinking he could have just gone like Pollen Puff and Psychic and say, look, the whole point is to just try to break the Focus Sash on the Shadow Rider. If Sash is broken, then it's fine. Dozo can finish it off with like a Crunch or a Body Press, for example. Right. But yeah, it's like you need to conserve that Terra because otherwise the Raging Bolt just does so much damage.
Yeah, and like as you said, like if they had brought Dondozo game 1, I maybe like educated guesses that like Ben would have won game 1 because like Dondozo is just so good and we saw how it worked in game 2 to completely caught them off by surprise.
Yeah.
And then Ben would have had a little bit more margin of error. Like they could have not gone for that follow me game 2 and say, oh, okay, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Like I need to follow me that turn.
Yeah.
And then game 3, like it would have been a completely different story. Like of course Aaron could have still won, but it would have been probably a lot harder because yeah, Ben would have just had that like 1 game of margin of error.
Yeah, I think really nice adjustment by Aaron to go with the Shadow Rider Zama lead as a mix-up, like you called that, and identify like turn 1 just in such a good position. And I mean, it feels really bad when you're using Choice Specs Calyrex Shadow Rider and the move that you have to lock into is Pollen Puff, right? Like that just does not feel very, very good.
Yes.
And yeah, it was awkward because it's like, oh, it's probably tempting to go like follow me Shadow Ball maybe into a Zama slot, try to get rid of Zama. But Zama is not the important piece, right? Like, in fact, you actually want your opponent to have Zama sent on the field when you have Dondozo in the back,
yes,
right?
It's such a liability for you.
Precisely.
And you have to like, switch it out.
Yeah. And so I think Aaron did a really good job recognizing, oh, I kind of need Raging Bolt and Amoonguss to like really deal with Dondozo in the end game. And once again, it was like the fact that Ben could only Terra 1 Pokemon made things even trickier. I think this is also probably one of the hardest things about using like Choice Specs Calyrex or offensive Calyrex that doesn't have Focus Sash is that you are like always at risk of just getting knocked out by opposing Calyrex Astral Barrage immediately. So Ben was caught in this position where he probably felt like forced to Terra, but then by Terraing, I think the game actually just ended there because of the lack of follow me.
Absolutely. Well, I think we have the interview ready, so we'll pass it over to Rose in the lounge. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Yuki and Aaron. That's right, I am with another Aaron that just won on stream. Aaron, it's so good to see you again. How have you been?
Thank you. It's great to see you too. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I'm super pumped to be able to sit here and talk to you again. I was just telling you, like, one of my favorite memories of you as a player is when you got that top 4 at San Diego with Dreadnought. It was just such a cool Pokemon when we had just seen it introduced into the game. And so, like, yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about that as being one of your legacy points?
I think it's funny, first of all. Like, Dreadnought is such a weird Pokemon. You really never see it ever. And to think that I did very well with it, it's just a nice memory that I have and a nice way to, you know, attach it to myself.
Well, you've accomplished so much since then as well, though, and so I'd love to bring it back to focusing on this event where you're undefeated now, and heading into this event, you are just like right on that bubble. I think we've all been eager to see how this leaderboard is going to shake out for North America, and currently you're sitting at 83rd with 850 championship points. So heading into this weekend, was there a goal of maybe like breaking through that 75th bubble? Is that something you're actually thinking about right now?
Yes, it is very much in my mind. My goal for this tournament was really just to get some points because I will be here, I'm here, and I'll be at NAIC.
Hey.
So I think as long as I can get some points at both of those, I should be okay, I hope. But you know, starting 5-0 is really, really, really nice for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have 8 rounds of Swiss today, and we only have 10 total rounds. So does that make it feel like it's an easier feat coming up, or is 10 rounds like, ooh, I don't know, maybe I wish I had the next round in there?
It's a little easier in the sense that we're already halfway through, but you know, it's not over till it's over. I still gotta do my best to win.
Kind of a loaded question to ask you that, sorry. But going back to the match you just played, you played versus Ben on stream, 3-game set, super thrilling to watch, especially because we don't get a chance to typically see too much Kyogre. Was that restricted that you were prepped against actually heading into this tournament as something that you thought maybe might pop up a little bit more?
A little bit, but not as much as maybe I should have. I mean, I've played 4 today now. 4 in a row after round 1 was not Kyogre. And I mean, I've beaten them, but I don't know if my prep was necessarily up to par for that matchup, but I'm just glad it worked out.
Well, you've got Raging Bolt on your team. I feel like that's a pretty strong start to have, but the fact there is an Indeedee, just to be able to shut down things like Thunderclap, like what about the anti-priority option? Was that something that you felt like threw a wrench in your plans in terms of dealing with this particular Kyogre?
Yeah, the Indeedee was very tough, especially since Chen Pao, I couldn't remove the terrain with Spinner because I would be either knocked out from an attack right away, or I would be too low and the Rocky Helmet chip would knock me out, and then Spinner wouldn't get rid of the terrain. So I knew I had to just wait for the Calyrex to lock into a move and just kind of play around that, stall out the terrain, and either knock out the Indeedee and then bring in my priority to knock out the whatever is left in the late game, or just knock out the Pokemon with regular attacks and just ignore the priority.
I mean, game one, you played that so well. Even though the Indeedee came in, I felt like you really set yourself up to make sure that you had such a clean end game. And then game number two, it ended up being a loss for you, but what do you feel like kind of went wrong in that game for yourself?
I think game one, I was very surprised by Ben not bringing the Dondozo mode, and it worked out for me because I think my team is very, very weak to that if I let it get all its pieces going. And then game two, I led the same, but he switched it up, and I wasn't able to force the Terra on the Calyrex like I was in game three. And because of that, the Dondozo still had its Grass Terra available, and then I can't Spore, I can't hit it with Thunderbolt, and it's just really, really, really hard to damage it. And even more so because I can't even consider bringing Chen Pao to hit it with super effective Ice Spinners because it has Body Press, when other Dondozos maybe will have like Earthquake and Order Up and maybe a Wave Crash, but at least then he's taking recoil damage.
Yeah, I think that's a interesting trend we've seen develop over the last couple of weeks, is that Dondozo Tatsugiri is back to some differing opinions, I guess, on how you feel about that particular meta development. But you played against it, so what is going through your head when it comes down to having to position against it? You already mentioned making sure that you could force the Terra on something else in game number 3, but I know that's not all that there is to this particular matchup.
Yeah, I know, at least in this specific matchup, I know he can't bring everything, right? So if I see whatever 2 on lead, and based on the perceived matchup into my team, I'm assuming it's going to be Dondozo Tatsu in the back regardless. Then I can kind of game plan around that. And if it's not Dondozo, then I have more freedom and I don't need to be so restrictive with like what pieces I need to preserve, what Terras I need to force, and stuff like that.
I think looking at just kind of the holistic view of what this meta is going to look like, do you think Dondozo Tatsu is going to stick around? Is that something that you think is going to have to be something you prep even harder for NAIC?
I think it's going to be, well, yeah, I hope not, but I think it's going to be present. I don't know if it will be the most common and the most successful, but I think I won't be able to completely ignore it. I don't know if I have to fully tech against it, fully prep for it, but it definitely has to be in my mind.
I think everybody's going to have to keep an eye on it, especially with all the Galarian Wheezing now showing up everywhere. It's certainly something else that we'll have to see what happens over the next couple of weeks. But going back to your team, I think this is where we get a chance to really discuss a little bit about how the meta was shaped around your particular restricted duo. Shadow Rider Calyrex and Zamazenta comes into Regulation I as like the restricted duo to watch out for, but you're clearly finding great success with it. What do you feel like has been your edge with this particular duo that is working for you?
I think a lot of it comes from the supporting cast. I think Chen Pao obviously is one of Zama's best partners, and it also pairs really well with Calyrex in terms of type coverage. And the Life Orb I have on my team, pushing that damage to the next level, it has been really, really useful. And although I haven't brought it a lot today, Ting Lu as well in testing was very, very, very good. And I just wish I had more matchups today where I could actually bring it instead of 4 Kyogres in a row.
It makes it a little bit challenging, but like Ting Lu, tell me the vision. You know, what did you see this particular Pokemon accomplishing for your team?
Well, the team idea originally came from my friend Carlos. He used this team in the most recent Grand Challenge, and the idea with Ting Lu is that it completely shuts down the restricted duo that Justin Tang used at, or that Andrew Ding, I guess, he won Milwaukee. And because you have the Assault Vest, it's incredibly bulky. The typing is really, really nice into both of them. You have Snarl to weaken it. If they're clicking Wide Guard, then like, okay, it's fine. And the first version didn't have Sand Tomb, but I have since changed it to have Sand Tomb, and it's so much better. The pressure that it puts on just locking things on the field, it's really, really good.
I love that. Well, hopefully we get a chance to see that in action a little bit later.
Yeah, hopefully.
That would be so fun. And on top of that, I think the rest of the team, Amoonguss has been such a standard Pokemon to have on a lot of our teams. Raging Bolt, you got a chance to show off a little bit as well. But, you know, was there any challenges actually when you were doing your preparation for Portland? Because you know that Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazenta have such a large target on its back.
I don't know if necessarily the target on its back was the problem. I think more was that the mirror match can be so volatile, depending, like, no matter what the supporting cast is, no matter what the sets are, it's just a very, very volatile matchup. And luckily, I haven't ran into any of them yet.
Okay, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Well, Aaron, I don't want to take up too much time. That was a long set. So before I let you go for your next round, any shout outs that you'd like to make? I know you mentioned a couple people you were building with.
Yeah, of course. Shout out Team Z, and shout out my friends in API back at home, Irvine. I love you guys.
Oh, I love that. Well, Aaron, thank you so much. It's great to talk to you again, and best of luck with the rest of your rounds.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we are going to have our next round of Swiss, so don't go anywhere.
Carson Confer, no stranger to success here in VGC.
My name is Carson Confer, and I'm from Oklahoma City. I convinced my parents to take me on a 12-hour drive to Fort Wayne, Indiana to play my first regional. I had to weed a lot of gardens to do that one. Starting Pokemon that I would pick is probably Froakie. It was the one I picked when I was like 10 or 12. When I was starting in 2014, this like friend group that we had, they kind of just like took me under their wing, and they were all like a lot older than me. They let the annoying 12-year-olds stick around and kind of taught them how to play Pokemon. Honestly, I tend to get a little hot-headed, so there's been a lot of moments where I was like, okay, I'm done. Most of my friends that I've had for my whole life have been from this game. It kind of always pulls me back in because I'm like, man, I want to see my friends. It won't let me leave. I've got a lot of top cuts. I got top 4 at EUIC one year. My favorite memory is definitely when I won the 2016 Senior World Championships. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. The last time I won a big event was 2018 LAIC. Since then, I've gotten close, but never finished the job. Louisville Regionals, I started out 11-0, and then I kind of had a heartbreaker of a loss in top 16. Was struggling. I was thinking about not even showing up to the tournament. Since coming back in like 2022, I was 0-8 on stream. And when they told me my top 32 match was on stream, I was begging them, please don't put me on. I did win, and that one was a pretty decisive win, so I was really happy about that. Marcus, my top 4 opponent, and we both had the same team. We built it off of what OE used to get top 8 at LEIC, dropped my Dondozo matchup entirely, and focused all on beating the Marco's Sun team that won LAIC. I'm really surprised that like all of the changes that we ended up making like so last minute came together into such a cohesive team. You know, finals was pretty hectic with all the misses on Joe's side, and there's a lot of damage rolls. There was really no point where I was like, oh yeah, I won, until like it was basically completely over. I have a really big competitive drive. I come to these and I want to win.
Both players are shaking hands, and it looks like the writing is on the wall. Carson Confer is going to be your Sacramento Regional Champion.
I was just really happy to win, and I honestly couldn't believe it. It feels really nice to not only break the stream curse, but break it in a very definitive way. My main goal was probably to win a regional. I've been trying for a really long time, and I'm happy that it finally happened. My overall goal playing competitive Pokemon is just to do the best I can. I think it's just the continual improvement aspect. I really hope I win the World Championship this year. You know, we'll see what happens, but I'd love to win again. Winning Worlds and Masters for me would just be that pinnacle accomplishment. I've kind of achieved almost everything I've wanted to with this game already, but I just love competing, so I'm gonna keep trying to do even better.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, you know, like don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, you know, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing like, it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or like, oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually, I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
The furthest I've traveled for a Pokemon event is Yokohama, Japan. It was a great experience. I'd always wanted to go to Japan again. I had been as a kid, but didn't really remember that much. And so made a whole trip out of it, spent 2 weeks there, and Yokohama was just amazing. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Probably Hydreigon. I don't know, I just think he looks really cool. I really look up to Alex Underhill. He's a good friend of mine, and he really got me to take competition a lot more seriously. I had been kind of, you know, here and there with Pokemon, like treating it as a casual game, but seeing him work so hard, I think he's been a big inspiration for me. I guess it would probably be Cynthia, because I respect her. I love trying the local cuisines anywhere I go. I think Pokemon events are a great excuse to travel, so having the ability to try a bunch of different things is what I enjoy about traveling. I like fruit the most, probably. I don't really like sweets that much in general, but I like, you know, after dinner, just having a nice piece of fruit, and it's just, you know, refreshing and a little bit healthier. Peaches are my favorite, but they're a little bit, you know, they only are in season during the winter, so I think for sure it would be Yokohama in Japan, but I think New Orleans has been a great city. Last year at NAIC, the food in New Orleans was amazing, and that was a highlight of the trip for me. I listen to a lot of J-pop for the most part, so probably my favorite artist right now is Otto. In general, I've been most partial to the fire types, but I've switched between them. Just depends on the generation. I've liked all three types of starters.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary. I'm here at the Portland Convention Center, where we are well underway with day one of our regional competition. It is the final regional championship in the North American circuit, which means that there is a lot on the line for our players competing here as we take a look at our leaderboards for the North American region. Top 75 in North America are going to be those players that are able to secure their invitation to the World Championships. And so we have a couple of players that we're keeping our eyes on as they progress through our competition for day number one. In 61st place, we have Olivia Maletsky from Canada, who is there in that position with 905 championship points. After 5 rounds of Swiss today, she is currently 5-0 in our Swiss standings. In 65th place, we have Montana Mott, the Los Angeles Regional Champion from 2024, who has 895 championship points and is also at 5-0. In 72nd, we have Anthony Londrigan, who has 881 championship points. After 5 rounds of Swiss today, he has a 4-1 record. And alongside of him in 75th place, is our very own VG caster, Len Duel, who is also 4-1. Outside of that top 75 bubble, though, is where things start to get very interesting. Because in 80th place, we have Kian Campbell, who has 859 championship points, which is not too far off from that 75 threshold. He is also sitting at a record of 4-1. Alongside him at 4-1, we have Jody Azzarelli at 124 championship points, which puts him in 94th position. And in 105th place, we have Keanu Inosanto, which was Jody's last opponent. Table 32 was quite the heated match, as Jody Azzarelli ended up 4-1, and Keanu Inosanto still has his regional championship dream alive with a record of 3-2, still capable of making it to our Day 2 Swiss rounds. We have 465 competitors in the Masters division competing here at the Portland Regional Championships, which means we're going to have 10 total rounds of Swiss, 8 taking place today, and 2 to close out our Swiss rounds tomorrow morning. We are just about ready to get into Swiss round number 6. And I know that our players are starting to sit down to get ready to go. So for that, we're going to send it back over to our casters at the desk to take us through our next Swiss round.
Thanks, Rose. We are in round 6, which means that our players are going to start qualifying for Day 2 and continue their hopes of advancing up that championship point leaderboard. Of course, it is really fun to have Len right there as number 75 and in the field here today. So we know that that number at least is going to be going up for anyone who is trying to make it into the top 75 to qualify for the World Championships. I'm Evan Latt. I've got Scott Glaza back here on the desk as we head into round 6. Scott, how's this tournament been treating you so far?
It's been a lot of fun, right? We've nice to finally get a 3-game set. I feel like the stream matches have been a little one-sided, but I think the field's been really fun, right? I think we've seen a nice variety of restricted Pokemon. I think a little bit maybe more so than we expected. Definitely some like top teams that have been showing up, kind of rising to the top of the crop. But there's been I think it's still unclear, I guess, what's going to win out, which is how we want at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that we've seen the past results, but this tournament is not shaping up the same way. And I think one of the things that we're seeing the most in terms of that is some of the partner Pokemon have been a little bit more rogue than I think we're expecting. Not just the partner Pokemon, but some restricteds as well. We saw Solgaleo earlier, and also like a Reshiram is up here in sort of the 4-1s position right now, I believe. Lots of really interesting Pokemon that people are bringing out for this final regional of the season.
Yeah, a lot of fun. I think, I mean, I was kind of expecting, my fantasy team may struggle a little bit here, expecting a lot more of like the Incineroar, Rillaboom type stuff on teams, but cool to see people, experimenting a little bit more. It's kind of your last chance to maybe play a little looser before NEIC and Worlds will be very important for everyone to do their very best. So, I'm glad to see people being more creative.
Yeah, well, speaking of experimenting and being more creative, one of the best places to do that is at your local Pokemon League, where you don't have as much pressure as being here at the regional championships or, of course, the international championships in about a month in New Orleans. You can use that QR code to find a location near you where you can play at your local Pokemon League and get to know the people in your community, build some of those friendships, and earn some championship points and prizing along the way.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun. It gives you a chance maybe to work through some ideas where you don't want to come to a regional championship usually with a team you haven't tested, and it's a good chance to get some real experience, to earn some championship points while maybe getting to try out a team in a tenser situation. And if it doesn't work super well, it's fine. You can play a different team at the regionals or your next event.
Yeah, not as high pressure situation. Well, if you are in the Portland area, you can find the Pokemon League at some of our local partners here. You got Super Sports Cards, Gambit's Games and Anime Shop, T2 Trading Cards and Collectibles, and Mox Boarding House. You can see on your screen there. So those of you in the Portland area, make sure you're going out to the Pokemon League, support your local Pokemon League and your local Pokemon community.
Mox is always a lot of fun. You got a location of that near us in the Seattle area as well, so definitely check it out.
Yeah, big for the Pacific Northwest. Well, for those of you who are enjoying our stream here at the Regional Championships, make sure that you follow our streams so that you can catch all of the action, including on Tuesday, Pokemon the Series Sun and Moon. Wednesday, we're rerunning the 2024 NAIC Trading Card Game Championships. Then, of course, more Pokemon the Series Sun and Moon on Thursday. And then, of course, this weekend in Bologna, there will be another special championship. So more Pokemon action constantly.
Yeah, definitely. Keep in mind keep an eye on those stream as well. feel like, we've seen kind of a lot of impact from last weekend's tournaments this weekend. I'm sure the metagame will keep evolving, where things seem to be in a lot more flux than they typically are in this sort of format. So, hey, maybe you'll see teams from this weekend again, or if you don't, maybe teams you see next weekend, you'll see again at the North America International Championships.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at how our players here in Portland are doing. Our top 16 players, including our 15 undefeated players remaining in the tournament. A lot of players that we've been seeing over the course of the season. Of course, as we just heard, a lot of these players are in the hunt to make it, to guarantee their top 75 placement at the end of the season. I'm looking especially at Olivia and Montana here, both sitting at 5 and 0. Very much giving them a huge boost in their Worlds qualification hopes. Even though they're both, I believe, currently in this, within the 75, that'll help them a lot to make sure that they stay there.
Yeah, they're going to have some challenging matches ahead of them here, which is what happens when you're at an undefeated record in this tournament. Some of these players are facing off with one another, so I think the players perhaps at home who are on that bubble maybe have some strong rooting interest in these matches.
Yeah, if you are at home and not here in Portland, and you are on the bubble, you definitely do have some rooting interest for some of these players. But you can see our notable matches here heading into round 6. We will be seeing Aaron Traylor versus Nicholas Morales, but also some incredible other matches here. I'm also seeing like Chris Hahn here continuing to perform well in the Masters division. Aaron Brock and Olivia Maletsky, we saw Aaron earlier. Some pretty incredible matches here that we are not going to get to see, but we will be watching Aaron versus Nicholas.
Yeah, I mean, these wins still matter too. We kind of been looking at the big picture of Worlds qualification, but these players do need to make sure they get to the end of today with 2 losses or fewer so they can move on to the next stage of the competition. And hey, you win the regional championship this weekend, you don't have to worry about championship points anymore.
Yeah, that takes all of the weight, all of the pressure off of you, because you will have already qualified for the World Championships and take home some nice prizing to boot. With these players that we're heading into now, round 6, again, like you mentioned, this is where people start qualifying for day 2, which means they get to continue playing Pokemon over the weekend. We've got Aaron and Nicholas here, both competing at 5 and 0, hoping to make it into day 2 with a win here, and both running Lunala.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember too many Lunala mirrors in the recent formats, but should be a lot of fun here. I think both trainers, as we'll see shortly, have a little different variants of Lunala, so that'll be fun too. Definitely at Aaron's side of the field, you're immediately noticing some Pokemon we don't see a whole lot of here in Torkoal and Smeargle. Smeargle certainly a hero in some past GS Cup formats, but since losing Dark Void hasn't been quite the same monster it once was.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Aaron bringing back the Smeargle for this tournament. He's one of the players that I think about when I think about Smeargle players. So seeing him running it with the Fake Out, Spore, Follow Me, and Decorate variant on the Smeargle here. Of course, like you mentioned, no more Dark Void, but still plenty of excellent options here. That Decorate could be huge to boost the Calyrex, or really any of these heavy offensive Trick Room threats.
Yeah, a really big difference between this version of the team versus the other Ice Rider Calyrex teams we've seen, where the other ones are kind of just playing like bulky offense, kind of just trying to gradually wear down the opponent. This one very aggressive, right? Looking for a lot of damage. Like the single strike Urshifu is another one we don't see a whole lot of anymore. Kind of reminds me a little bit of a team we saw from a player a couple rounds ago, Ben Grismer, 2 Worlds ago, where he had that hard Trick Room with Torkoal and Urshifu. A little different variant here, and again, that Smeargle is still something you got to worry about. I have to use Spore instead of Dark Void these days, but Decorate, very scary. You get something, if you can fire off one of those for free, perhaps in Trick Room while your opponent's trying to double protect it out, gonna have a bad time.
Absolutely. And I really enjoy watching this sort of hard Trick Room team from Aaron Traylor here. Of course, you have the Calyrex and the Lunala both able to set Trick Room, as well as the Indeedee female. So plenty of different options for setting Trick Room. And Torkoal especially is the slowest thing in the meta that can actually deal significant damage, Scraggy notwithstanding. But this Torkoal, if it is able to get into Trick Room in a good position, looking at Nicholas's team on the other side, that seems like a pretty strong option for Aaron as a sweeper here.
Yeah, worth noting, the only natural resist to fire type attacks in the team is the Rapid Strike Urshifu, who is not certainly known for its defensive prowess.
Yeah, and one of the 2 restricteds on Nicholas's side, being Zamazenta, is also not particularly loving to see the Torkoal, but as we go over to Nicholas Morales' team, see how that matches up against Aaron's Lunala and Calyrex team. As opposed to Aaron running the sort of hard Trick Room variant, including Trick Room on Lunala, Nicholas will instead be running the Calm Mind Leftovers variant, as well as no wide guard, instead putting the wide guard on the other restricted wide guard user, Zamazenta.
Yeah, so kind of both sides, even though they both have Lunala, I think plays a very different role in the two teams. Calm Mind also interesting. Not something we've seen a whole lot of so far this weekend, but another pretty popular way of running this Lunala. I think the Taunt and Tornadus is definitely something to keep in mind here against a hard Trick Room team, although it's actually a little tricky to pull that off since, the terrain control could matter here with the Indeedee having the option of, the Psychic Surge to create Psychic Terrain and block the priority boosted Taunt. One of those times where maybe it would be a little bit better to have a Pokemon that does not have the Prankster ability.
Yeah, another important thing on that Tornadus is the Rain Dance. So Tornadus would be able to turn off the sun if Aaron decided to bring the Torkoal, and of course boosting the Urshifu Rapid Strike on Nicholas's side. So this is a really interesting team to me because I would never have gone into this tournament expecting to see a Zamazenta Lunala restricted core, because those are typically both of your supportive restricted Pokemon. Much more bulkier, much more options for supporting the rest of your team. But here it's, Zamazenta supporting a setup Lunala.
Yeah, it's kind of a really interesting team in general because with the Tornadus, the Chien-Pao, and that Urshifu, feels like kind of a very offensive team from a couple of regulations ago. But then you have the slower-paced restricted Pokemon. So a little interesting tempo here. I think this is going to play a little differently than what we're used to, and it could be a pretty interesting tactical matchup here. Where do you go for something really aggressive here, Nicholas? Kind of just try to blow the Trick Room team out of the water before we get going. You try to just tank it out with the more defensive Pokemon. I think that this is going to be a very important game one here as the players feel each other out, and they both have enough options where I think taking the first game of this set is particularly critical.
All right, well, we are getting ready for game one of round 6 here in Portland. Nicholas Morales will be leading the Choice Scarf Urshifu and the Chien-Pao for the Baltimore Regional Champion up against Aaron with the Smeargle and Lunala. So already threatening big damage on Nicholas's side with the Urshifu and the Chien-Pao, but Aaron is showing the ability to redirect some of that damage and potentially get that Trick Room set up.
Yeah, kind of a tricky spot here where certainly Lunala not going to enjoy facing down Chien-Pao, which does have the Throat Chop. We've seen some Chien-Pao kind of using some unique movesets, but the double Dark Weak Lunala is going to need to be wary of that potential.
Well, it does have the ability to be supported by Smeargle with Fake Out in addition to Follow Me. Of course, the Follow Me would just distract the Urshifu, which could potentially pick up the Smeargle through the Focus Sash, but will be the Fake Out onto Chien-Pao to make sure that Chien-Pao is not able to go on the offensive, and the Surging Strikes will pick up the KO on Smeargle, but Smeargle has done what it needed to do. It faked out the Chien-Pao, and Lunala now just gets to set up Trick Room.
Yeah, I think you're probably not too upset with that trade on either side. Nicholas, kind of all you can take, glad to get it. But you do lose the Focus Sash for it on the Chien-Pao, which can matter a lot in this matchup. And then Aaron's critically going to get a free switch. And to an extent, that's something you just love with Trick Room, right? You don't want to waste these 5 turns. I think with the amount of offense that Nicholas has brought, it's going to be tricky to get a second one up. So we're able to bring one of these Pokemon in for free. Kind of see the hover here with a more defensive option or a more offensive one. And it looks like Aaron is leaning toward bringing in this Urshifu, and it's going to definitely have an advantageous situation here facing off its alternate style brother there with the much lower speed.
Absolutely, and this Urshifu is the Choice Band variant for the Single Strike, which means it is going to hit like a truck. And this new Lunala is no slouch either, with that Meteor Beam and the Power Herb, as well as the ability to fire off big, super effective attacks like that Expanding Force. You don't even need the Psychic Terrain to start picking up damage here.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting with the hover here where will he get it, will he not? I guess you have to play around the possibility on the Chien-Pao. Well, it no longer has a Focus Sash. It does have the opportunity to protect here. Urshifu does not because of that Choice Scarf, and still, no knowledge of what's in the back, although, assuming this format has a good chance, you can guess it's the 2 restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, I have to assume that it's the Zamazenta and the Lunala on Nicholas's side and the back, but it will just be Aaron going for a Terrassalization into the Grass type on Lunala. So we'll be able to defend against the Sucker Punch coming out from Chien-Pao here. Takes a little bit of damage, while a U-turn from that Choice Band Urshifu will be able to pick up that KO on its own and switch out. Big speed interactions here as that Urshifu is slower, aka faster than the Lunala, meaning it gets to switch out to that Indeedee and start boosting that Expanding Force.
Yeah, it's not looking super good for the Urshifu, although Nicholas will at least get out of his turn having burned a single turn of this Trick Room and only needing 4 more now to perhaps get the speed advantage back.
Yeah, there's the Expanding Force. Will pick up the KO on the Urshifu on Nicholas's side. Did not go for a Terastallization to protect that Pokemon, and that is going to be 2 KOs for Aaron. Now, unfortunately, having the Indeedee in here means that Aaron's offensive pressure is a little bit more limited as Nick goes and sends out the Lunala and then presumably that Zamazenta right after it.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of a tricky endgame for Aaron here too. You know, he now has the Pokemon advantage, but he sort of has like a weird offensive type matchup where Zamazenta in particular could be sort of difficult to knock out if it were to Terastallize or not, where I think kind of both ways, you know, Urshifu, you know, with that choice lock, you have to be very careful how it ends this game. I think both of the restricted Pokemon have sort of useful Terastallizations pending what happens. Like in Aaron's side of the field, you really want to pick up you know, maybe not pick up, I guess, but like weaken one of these enough, you can more safely commit to a single move at that Urshifu because it's easy to kind of pin yourself here if you make a bad read.
Yeah, with the Indeedee and the Lunala, it's going to be very important what the targeting on the Lunala is. Otherwise, Aaron would be wasting a turn of Trick Room and not getting a lot of damage off in favor of it. Nick will go ahead and immediately Terastallize. That will be the Lunala switching into a Fairy typing. So removing the 4 times weakness to Ghost typing as well as to the Dark typing for that Urshifu single strike in the back. That means this Pokemon is now much safer against these as Zamazenta also safe, protecting. There's the Follow Me from Indeedee, going to redirect any attack from Nick's Lunala as the Zamazenta has protected, but no attacks whatsoever. It's going to be the Calm Mind. So Nicholas, seeing the lack of offensive pressure on Aaron's side, gets a Calm Mind off, which means it will be able to boost its special defense and special attack, which means that this Meteor Beam from Aaron, which will give a special attack boost to Lunala, will not be quite as devastating as it connects into the Fairy type Lunala. The Shadow Shield plus the Fairy typing and the Calm Mind, very happy to take that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good little bit of tanking there, and I think this Lunala is going to be a real problem for Aaron. We going to do a little bit more damage after that turn, you know, no longer having to use the rock type attack and you know, getting that special attack boost. But after that Terastallization, you know, this Lunala is going to resist all of the moves that the Urshifu has. So this Lunala is going to need to weaken it quite a bit. It's going to be difficult to do that when it's boosting the special defense, since this Lunala can only attack using special attacks.
Absolutely, and actually the Indeedee as well. The Indeedee does have the option to go for an Alluring Voice, which will be able to confuse the Lunala if it boosts on the same turn, which could be an out, but missing that one on this first turn may not get another shot at it, as Indeedee will just go for the Helping Hand here, and Zamazenta goes for a Wide Guard. We'll be able to block an Expanding Force coming out from that Lunala and mean that Nicholas just gets to fire off a huge Moonblast here with that Calm Mind boost into Aaron's Lunala, dealing significantly more damage while Aaron does nothing with that Expanding Force.
Yeah, both trainers also getting some critical information that it's the Lunala on Nicholas's side of the field that moved first there, you know, for the second turn in a row. So we can now kind of assume that definitely the speed order, really tough spot now for Aaron, who's kind of having his own Lunala be pinned, sort of forces a potential Follow Me for this Indeedee, and starting to run out of ways where you can imagine this Lunala on Nicholas's side of the field ever being knocked out in the first game.
Yeah, and Nicholas still has only 1 turn of Leftovers recovery to get the Shadow Shield back up as well. So Nicholas could be even safer with that Lunala if it's able to recover a little bit more health and keep dodging this damage.
Yeah, this is tough. I just don't know exactly what you do if you're Aaron. You at least need to get to a situation where you've significantly weakened this Lunala enough that, you know, maybe a single critical hit from Urshifu could take it out. But then there's also this Zamazenta who's also providing some tight matchup problems here. Just a really tough spot. And I think if I'm an Aaron, you know, maybe I'm thinking about what Pokemon I might bring differently in the second game already.
Yeah, absolutely, as Indeedee will Follow Me to protect Lunala as much as possible on Aaron's side. Nicholas's Lunala will move first, as we've seen before, with a Moonblast into that Indeedee. Not able to pick up the KO just yet. Will get a special attack drop, which is not necessarily negligible, as a Moongeist Beam from that Meteor Beam powered up Lunala will deal over 50% to Zamazenta, dealing good damage as Body Press will clean up the KO on Indeedee for good measure.
Yeah, so, you know, at least, question mark, you get Urshifu in for free here, but you know, again, it's going to look a little tricky here. The Twisted Dimensions are going to expire, and you know, even with the Urshifu not having to switch into attack, it may not get a chance to swing here. Doesn't really have any way to stop a Moonblast from coming in and easily clearing it from the field.
Absolutely, and with the Trick Room expiring, Aaron's Lunala is now faster than Nicholas's, but also is now slower than Zamazenta, and with that grass terrestrialization, is absolutely vulnerable to a body press from that Zamazenta. So you definitely have to be thinking about game 2 if you're Aaron right now.
Yeah, this should be checkmate, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely some things to learn here. I think this combination of Pokemon on Aaron's side kind of really just stalled out, where I just don't know how you're ever going to clear these Pokemon using or clear Nicholas's Pokemon using Aaron's, right? We only have 2 of them really deal any damage, and they both got out together with maximum terms of Trick Room and still weren't even close. So I think on Aaron's side, like, unless he was expecting, or he's expecting a wildly different group of Pokemon against him on game 2, I'm going to need to change that one up.
All right, as we head into this next turn of the game, which could be the last of game 1, Body Press cleans up Lunala pretty easily there from the Zamazenta. Well, Aaron will have to hope against all odds that this Urshifu could do anything here, but it's slower than the Lunala on Nicholas's side, and that Moonblast will easily pick up the one-hit KO on that Choice Band Urshifu. And Nicholas Morales, the Baltimore Regional Champion, will be taking game 1 and go up 1-0 in the set.
A really impressive game there by Nicholas, and you know, he's looking really good in this set, where I think this is a pretty tough matchup for Aaron. You know, the 2 Pokemon we didn't see there, one of which is a restricted Pokemon, the Calyrex, right, which is a little unexpected, and then the Torkoal. We were kind of talking about both of them, but I think they could easily have wound up in similar situations to what we saw already, where the wide guard on Zamazenta is very dominant in this matchup. You know, lots of spread attacks on Aaron's team, and he just wasn't able to get them off. We didn't see him go for the Expanding Force and whiff it. Looked kind of silly there. I do think that was still the right move by Aaron, where you kind of just needed to hope for a mistake there. But now he's got to have to look at this. Well, am I just going to play game 2, hoping that I get mistakes in game 2 and game 3, or you know, is there some game plan I can string together here to have a better shot?
Yeah, and I think the really critical Pokemon for Nicholas is that Terra Fairy on Lunala. With the Terra Fairy and getting 1 Calm Mind boost, that Lunala was so safe against all of the Pokemon that Aaron brought in game 1. The Urshifu couldn't do anything against it because of the Fairy typing. The Lunala couldn't do anything against it because of the Calm Mind boost. And Smeargle and Indeedee, neither of them have any hope of breaking through the Lunala.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too. I was going to comment, like, oh, you know, we kind of see the downside of this more offensive Calyrex. We kind of can't bring it to this matchup where the Leech Seed version will be a little bit stronger. Certainly, Leech Seed's still going to get outscaled by Lunala Calm Mind, right? So I don't know if that even would have made that big of a difference if it were available, but definitely seeing the drawbacks of this sort of Calyrex, where I think it's a little more vulnerable to positive or negative matchups.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things to think about here is Smeargle going down in turn 1. It allowed Aaron to get the Trick Room up for Lunala and for the Urshifu in the back, but the Smeargle is actually one of the ways that Aaron can keep up with Nicholas. Using Decorate onto either the Lunala or the Urshifu would be able to help Aaron get a little bit more power to break through Nicholas, either with the type advantage from the terrestrialization or through the defense, the special defense boost of a Calm Mind.
Yeah, I think that's true. You know, maybe you just change up the lead matchup a little bit. You try to get a little more utility out of Smeargle. Even if it's not the Decorate, you know, a Spore would also vastly change this matchup. You can either turn Wide Guard off, you know, stop Lunala in its tracks, where, yeah, I think Smeargle's, like, you know, even though it's a utility Pokemon, it has like kind of more offensive utility, where Indeedee mostly just being a tank. You know, tanking doesn't help if your offensive Pokemon can't do any damage.
Yeah, you also need to be able to knock out your opponent's Pokemon, not just take hits. Well, here we go into game 2 of this Swiss round 6. Both of our players, you know, a win here means that they are in day 2. Their tournament will continue, and both of their championship hopes are still alive. Of course, neither of them will be eliminated after this round, but a win here is a huge weight off their back, as it will be a Rillaboom and Urshifu lead for Nicholas, and again, the Smeargle and Lunala for Aaron.
So this is a little interesting change. Poor Smeargle here still perhaps a little concerned about the threat of being knocked out because you think, oh, well, it's a fake out versus a fake out. Sometimes you just fake out across the field here. The result of that likely being Smeargle getting deleted by Urshifu again, and we're in a similar spot to the previous game. I guess one critical difference in that scenario is that potentially the Lunala gets to get its shield this time, which I guess is at least a small benefit. But yeah, if Aaron has the same Pokemon in the back, it's hard to see how we're meaningfully changing the plot here.
Yeah, and the Rillaboom also offering some additional coverage on the Indeedee, so there could be terrain control here with Nicholas deciding to bring in the Rillaboom, but also that grassy terrain just helps that Lunala in the back quite a bit.
We have switch here, so a big switch up for Nicholas. The Lunala coming in, so that's it's an impressive move there, perhaps avoiding this fake out nicely, and Rillaboom's going to get a free shot at something.
Yeah, it was going to get a free shot at something, but also an expanding force coming out from Aaron. That Lunala is happy to tank it with that good type coverage, good typing on the Psychic type. Deals very little damage and will be able to heal it all right back up with the leftovers and the grassy terrain. So the shield will be back up. But crucially, Trick Room has not gone up yet, and we know that Aaron's Lunala is actually faster than both of the Pokemon on the field for Nicholas.
Yeah, sort of a strange situation to find the theoretical hard Trick Room team in. We do see now that Aaron has also changed his Pokemon up a little bit, which I think makes sense. I think if I was Nicholas, I would have expected with the move that Aaron made there that if you had Indeedee, you would probably switch into the Smeargle spot because you could basically do exactly the same thing but better. So perhaps some good information on Nicholas's side there. And the positive for Aaron is you're sort of forcing a Terastallization on the opposing Lunala. I mean, I think it's, it'd be a bold play, I guess, to even go for that Moongeist Beam if you're Aaron, but it's enough of a threat on Nicholas's side where you probably throw the game if you don't do it. So I feel like if you leave the Lunala in, you kind of have to.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Aaron is trying to decide what to do here. The Smeargle is, of course, vulnerable to a Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom, and will have to be able to retreat in order to protect itself for the future. So Smeargle will switch out, and instead Torkoal is coming in. Aaron has, as you mentioned, switched up some of the Pokemon on the team and brought in the Torkoal. And now going to see a Terastallization as well. That is going to be the Terastallization on Lunala. That's the grass typing for Aaron Trailer here to protect itself from a Moongeist Beam. This type advantage will help it out quite a bit against the Lunala, but Nicholas will match with a Terastallization of his own on Lunala. This will be the Fairy typing, so both Lunala trying to avoid a situation where they deal 4 times super effective damage to each other.
Yeah, the awkwardness of a Pokemon weak to itself. The grassy guy going to come out here. Maybe it's a grassy love tap.
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage on that Torkoal as Lunala is able to start setting up these Calm Minds. That is, again, 1 Calm Mind, which was all Nicholas needed in Game 1. But this time, Lunala sets up Trick Room with Torkoal having switched in. And it will heal up most of that damage from the Grassy Glide, not quite at the full power eruption, but will be dealing quite a bit in the Sun and the choice specs.
I mean, speaking of full power, I think the important thing to keep in mind is that Lunala on the Nicholas' side of the field, which now again has its Shadow Shield ability active, sort of a critical thing to have available here, because on Aaron's side, you got to lock into a move, right? Like, you'd be in a great situation to use Eruption, except for Torkoal's going to move first and have the reduced damage on that Lunala. You got to assume, the combination of those 2 Pokemon tapping Lunala, not going to be nearly enough with the Shadow Shield intact, and then there's the opportunity for that Lunala just to blast Torkoal back and make Eruption useless, force a switch for Aaron. That's probably a path in which he's going to get stuck in a situation like last game where he just can't really do any damage. So have to see what he does instead. Probably going to have to go for some single targets.
Well, Rillaboom is switching out for Nicholas, is afraid of staring down that Torkoal, as Urshifu will be the switch-in for Nicholas. Will be able to tank an Eruption quite easily, though in the Sun and choice specs, it probably will take quite a bit of damage even on the switch-in despite the type chart here. So you can see the Eruption from Torkoal again has taken just a little bit of damage and not quite enough to pick up the KO on Urshifu, while Lunala with the Meteor Beam will fill itself with space power and fire that one off into Nicholas's side. Hopefully, if you're Aaron Trailer, this will also be able to pick up the KO on Urshifu on the switch-in with that boost. It does connect and does pick up the KO, but now Nicholas gets a free switch-in for whatever Pokemon he would like.
Yeah, which is awkward because there's a decent chance that we just see Rillaboom come right back in, fake something out, get another Calm Mind of Lunala, burn a turn of Trick Room. I think it's a nice knockout, but yeah, I kind of wonder, like, did we really get closer to Aaron winning this game? Because again, no, it's a Zamazenta, which I guess makes sense, right? You know, Torkoal's already shown that it's locked into Eruption, so even without damaging it now, it's in a situation where it probably has to switch out.
Yeah, Torkoal absolutely is feeling threatened to switch out here. Otherwise, this Eruption will just whip into a wide guard. But that opens up a huge loss of momentum for Aaron. We know that he has the Smeargle here, and that's not going to do much of anything. And I believe we saw the Calyrex as well in the back, neither of which are going to want to, you know, Lunala is probably pretty safe to fire off, you know, even like a Moongeist beam into the Torkoal, because if the Smeargle gets in for free, you're not too worried about it.
Zamazenta goes for the wide guard. You know, maybe trying to call a bluff there on Aaron's side, but not getting it. But he will get a free swing to his Zamazenta. So as Torkoal whiffs here, this Lunala is going to need to do a lot of damage. Yeah,
Lunala is going to need to deal so much damage on Aaron's side, and we already know that Nicholas's Lunala can very much do that damage. That's going to be a Moonblast coming out from Lunala, targeting down Aaron's Lunala. Deals a good amount of damage through the Shadow Shield as a Moongeist beam coming out from Aaron Trailer's Lunala will connect into the Zamazenta and deal really good damage right back. Crucially, not a KO though, which means that wide guard pressure is still up for Nick.
You needed that critical hit in order to remove the wide guard pressure entirely, but it's an interesting situation now, or at least on this turn, if you wide guard, that's going to cost you the Zamazenta. And then on Nicholas' side, you can only attack one of the two Pokemon, right? So either Aaron's Lunala is going to leave this turn pretty healthy, or the Torkoal's Eruption is going to be intact with probably one more chance to use it before Trick Room expires.
Yeah, and if Zamazenta does go down, that will be without a wide guard to protect Nicholas's side from a big Eruption from that Torkoal. And Aaron has not lost any Pokemon yet, and we know that Aaron has two Trick Room setters that he has brought here, both the Calyrex and the Lunala, and still has the potential for Smeargle to fake something out and set Trick Room again.
Yeah, that matters a lot. He only has 9 HP, but there's a lot of different ways in which it could be useful here. Perhaps going to just be a sacrifice if the Torkoal slot was targeted, but either way, that's pretty good value for such a low HP Pokemon. And if that doesn't happen, you do have the fake out pressure or decorate pressure on the next turn.
There is a Protect from Zamazenta, but it fails after the wide guard. Here's a Moongeist beam from Lunala into the Smeargle, so Aaron gets Smeargle in for free. Lunala is able to fire off a Moongeist beam right back, picks up the KO onto Zamazenta, and now Aaron is right back with fake out pressure and the ability to set Trick Room and the ability to go for Decorates or Spores.
Yeah, that's a really nice play there by Aaron. Nicholas going for the Moongeist Beam instead of the Moon Blast there because of Torkoal's resistance to Fairy, but the downside of that is it doesn't cover for the Smeargle switch. Aaron calls it, gets a nice little move there, and the Rillaboom's going to come in and reactivate its terrain, but I think on Aaron's side of the field, you're very happy at least to deal with the wide guard. I just have to find a way probably to maneuver into getting a second Trick Room later, and maybe you're looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a huge deal to get that wide guard off the field when you have Torkoal as one of your main sweepers in the back. You really want to be able to fire off those Eruptions, or failing that, at least a Heat Wave to be able to deal good damage. And Nick has lost the counter to that. We'll have to rely on this Lunala, which is recovering quite a bit every turn and has Shadow Shield active once again.
Yeah, and I guess on Aaron's side of the field, you're probably trying to get a situation where you can isolate the Lunala, and then you know, it can only use single target attacks, so you're going to be able to wail away quite a few times if you can get rid of this Rillaboom in some way. Also, if you get a sneaky Spore in, that's gives you even more time, but Smeargle going to have to take the fake out, lost the speed advantage with the Trick Room active.
Yeah, Nicholas is not going to let the Smeargle go for any kind of sneaky Spore shenanigans, and it will just be a Moongeist Beam from this Lunala on Nicholas' side. Not able to pick up the KO on Aaron's Lunala, and Trick Room will go up once again. That means that Torkoal is now free to return to normal, rather. Yeah, to be faster than the other Lunala.
Yeah, super interesting move, right? You don't see that very often, but Aaron choosing to end his own Trick Room a turn early.
Yeah.
Because of 2 left. So this now enables perhaps him to set it up again, where it's sort of an awkward situation where he's already shown Torkoal. That would now be the slowest Pokemon in the field, and certainly would be a sitting duck with the Choice Specs item, but maybe it's worth it, right? Where you can't, again, you've got to pick a Pokemon certainly the Rillaboom can have a little trouble picking up Aaron's Lunala now that it's resistant to grass type attacks, as is the Torkoal. So, maybe you just use this as an opportunity to try to burn down the Lunala. Maybe you try and get a sneaky Trick Room off on your own Lunala, anticipating that maybe Nicholas will go after the Torkoal instead and try to prevent it from getting the Powerful Eruption off. You're gonna have to make a read here if you're on either side of the field.
Yeah, it's going to come down to some big reads here as the Harsh Sunlight has been reset by Torkoal on the field, giving that Pokemon a huge boost to its offensive prowess. Of course, you can see Aaron is hovering over the Eruption, but with Torkoal as the slowest thing on the field, really hard to commit to that as opposed to the safer Heat Wave.
Yeah, I mean, safer in air quotes, right? Because also, if you use Heat Wave and you miss, I think it's very likely to be game losing. So, no true safe play for Aaron or for Nicholas, where he still feel like he has the advantage of this game, even though he is down on the Pokemon count. But really, going to struggle here with only grass type attacks against two Pokemon who are resistant to them.
Yeah, two Pokemon are resistant, and that's the Moongeist Beam from Aaron's Lunala. The fastest thing on the field, connects into Rillaboom, not able to pick up a KO, but deals quite a bit of damage.
And it does have a U-turn, I guess, so we'll probably see that on one of these Pokemon this turn. We're going to see, a knockout on the Torkoal.
Torkoal goes down after one Calm Mind, a one-hit KO into Torkoal, and that is a huge amount of damage off the field, and this U-turn from the Rillaboom, able to pick up the KO on Lunala as well. And that means Aaron is down to his final Pokemon, the Calyrex Ice Rider, into both of the Lunala and the Rillaboom. And it should just take one more Moongeist Beam to clean this one up for our Baltimore champion.
Yeah, already terastallized on Aaron's side of the field, so not going to be able to remove that weakness to the Ghost type attack. Looking bleak for Aaron here.
Yeah, there is the Ice Rider Calyrex on the field, of course. Would love to be in Trick Room, but unfortunately is not, which means that it does not have any real options against the Lunala and Rillaboom, except hoping against hope that it can survive. But Aaron knows those calcs, knows that he will not survive, and will go ahead and forfeit and give Nicholas Morales the win in round 6 of our Swiss tournament here in Portland.
A very dominant win from a regional champion, and hey, I thought it was just a really great game plan by Nicholas there, where it was really tough for Aaron really to do anything to get any ground there. That Lunala was just so hard to break through, and then I think Nicholas offered a lot of really interesting support to it with this team, where we saw at points in the match kind of more traditional support with the Rillaboom and the Zamazenta, like actively preventing it from being hit with attacks, but even the Urshifu, in a way, was supporting that game by just kind of eliminating Smeargle as a real option.
Yeah, and offered a lot of offensive pressure, which meant you had to focus down on the Urshifu or lose Pokemon like the Smeargle that we saw in Game 1, which allowed, there are ways to free up turns for Calm Mind by going for Fake Outs, Follow Me's. There's also ways to free up a Calm Mind by just putting off enough offensive pressure on your partner that Lunala is not the biggest threat immediately, and that's what Nick capitalized on in that game to make sure that that Lunala was able to get a Calm Mind. And as we saw in both of those games, once Lunala got one Calm Mind and had terastallized into Terra Fairy, Aaron really struggled to break through it.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot that he could do, and I think it's just a really fun team for Nicholas. I think this is likely not a comp that Aaron had prepared for too much, where sort of an uncommon combination of Pokemon, and you sort of see the advantage of coming up with the secret sauce here a little bit, where I think it was just a really dominant matchup that he created through smart team construction, and then he played the game smart, where he didn't do anything silly to give Aaron opportunities. I think there were a few times where Aaron was kind of trying to bait a mistake, and it just didn't come.
Yeah, and even when Aaron was able to get big plays, like switching in that Smeargle for free into the Moongeist Beam, it was still from such a position of disadvantage that Nicholas was free to go for that. It's a little bit more of a risky play to give the Smeargle a free switch in, but Nick felt very safe there just because of how far ahead he was and just how advantageous a position he had put himself in.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting in retrospect too, where it looked really cool to switch in on the immunity. I'm not sure that play actually helped Aaron at all, where the Torkoal wound up just getting one shot later in the game either, where maybe it's better just to attack there. I don't know. Realistically, there's a whole lot Aaron was going to do that was going to lead to a W there, so I don't want to be too critical about the path he chose, but I think that kind of just shows you how good of a spot Nicholas put himself in, where I feel like no matter what Aaron did, there's so many different paths I can lose in so many ways, but none of them
many options to lose.
Yeah, it was a tough one there, but again, all the props in the world of Nicholas, where sometimes you do such a good job of setting up the board that you've kind of just locked it in.
Absolutely, and I really, really enjoyed seeing the Zamazenta and the Lunala next to each other. It's often the case when I've played Lunala before, where I've tried both wide guard sets and sets without wide guard. I'm like, man, I really wish I had a 5th move slot so I could have wide guard and Calm Mind. And you know what? Nick found a way by having the other restricted slot use wide guard instead.
Yeah, I think that's really cool, right? Where, again, we're kind of seeing things we haven't seen before still. We're still pretty early in this GF Cup format, and Zamazenta is a very different Pokemon than it was last generation. Yeah. So I think players are kind of still figuring out ways to use it, and it's sort of neat to see, like, what we think of like the 2 supportive restricted Pokemon together supporting one another, where, maybe that makes sense, right? Kind of talked a few times this weekend where the teams seem to be getting bulkier, particularly in the restricted Pokemon slots, and maybe you don't need to be super aggressive in that scenario.
Absolutely, and we have Nick ready in the lounge speaking with Rosemary. Let's go ahead and toss it down to the lounge to hear from our winner.
Thanks so much, Scott and Evan. I do have Nick next to me who just won that last round on stream, and congratulations. You're 6-0 now. It's gotta feel pretty good going into day 2, huh?
My first 6-0, just straight 6-0. Let's go. I'm so
wow,
happy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, impressive.
All my other regionals I've been to, I either went so the first one I went to, which was Baltimore, I was 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, and then the rest is history, right?
Wow.
San Antonio, I went 4-1. I went 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, and then I kind of panicked and had to go throughout the rest. And then at Atlanta, actually, I went through to 5-0, lost that one, which was then on 5-1. Then I went 6-1, and I lost my last game after that because I was kind of like going off on hours of sleep, and I was like, I need to go home, I need to sleep. So I feel good because I got 6 hours of sleep today.
Oh, hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's not super normal. I feel like a lot of players, they're like, I got 4 hours, I got 5 hours of sleep last night. 6 feels like the dream.
I slept like a baby.
Are you coming from the East Coast?
Yes, I live in Georgia.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay, so Atlanta was the home regional, kind of, but now you're over on the West Coast, and going east to west is so much easier on the sleep schedule.
It feels weird because I'm still used to so in my mind right now, it's probably like 5, 6 p.m., but it's like 2, 3 right now. So they're trying to get past all that.
Oh, that's true. The bedtime feels earlier, but the sleep in feels so good.
It does. Yeah.
Wow. So first 6-0, the vibes are high right now. Let's talk about that team a little bit because, taking a look, you're using Lunala and Zamazenta. How'd you kind of come to this particular restricted duo?
So I want to give a special shout out to Ben. He's here in the venue. It was originally his idea to run that sort of team. He had a very different kind of structure to it, and he went through a lot of teams that he was trying to figure out, and he came up, he was like, what do you think of Zamazenta plus Combine Lunala? And I'm like, yo, I think that can win a regional. I'm gonna hop on your team, and then let's lab out all the kind of stuff. And then and we have now we have the coaching Urshifu, we have the Cloak Torn, and all that kind of stuff. It kind of started with a standard. Kind of like you took the 2 Lunala structure and the Zama structure, you kind of just put them together, but then and then from there we kind of went out and made it its own kind of team.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about Calm Mind on Lunala, I think this is something that a lot of players have been thinking of in terms of just setup Pokemon. And so where do you feel like kind of setup fits? Obviously it's working out for you so well so far, but any struggles that you feel like you've run into with a type of team like this?
I think it would be the kind of the same things because Terapagos is one of those Calm Mind setup Pokemon.
Right.
It'd be kind of similar to it. Lunala, Terapagos, Lunala has a 4 times weakness, which is really the only really bad thing about it is the 4 times weakness. Everything else I absolutely love about Lunala. Shadow Shield, its stats, everything about it is just amazing. Really only really need Ghost Fairy coverage. It just covers everything. I prefer Terapagos over this, and the team I was going to run was CSR Pagos before I went and used Ben's team. Which is why I'm a bit more comfortable with the Calm Mind Pagos than maybe some, not Pagos, I mean Calm Mind Lunala than others are, because I was running Calm Mind Pagos.
Okay, so you already kind of understand the different ways that you can maneuver in those Combine setups to make sure you could actually get that damage off. And we already saw how the Shadow Shield, you had that Rillaboom next to it to make sure that you can get that leftovers recovery on top of the fact that you can just reset that Shadow Shield. How cool is that?
Yeah, the Lunala itself is like a raid boss, essentially. I got 3 restricteds on that team. I got Lunala, I got Zamazenta, and I got Urshifu. Urshifu didn't really do a whole lot that game, but normally it's the 3rd restricted.
well, it is one of the, I guess, the legendary Pokemon technically. So, yeah, technically. But how good has it been for you for your matchup so far?
I've enjoyed it. It didn't, like I said, it didn't really go to the last game, but overall, I always think Urshifu is a very strong Pokemon. If you don't know what to put on your team, you probably just use Urshifu. His ability is broken. Its board pressure is amazing. It's even if it's just attacking, the utility it can provide just from breaking sashes, it forces Terras. It's just amazing. It even manipulates which Pokemon your opponent's gonna bring, right? You know your opponent has like a Rillaboom or a Mungus. You got Urshifu Rapid. They're gonna come in the game. Even then, they got to position in like say you play Kyogre, right? Well, Kyogre is not going to want to position in with Urshifu Rapid on board because even if it's a resist, Urshifu Rapid hits pretty hard. So, like I said, I just think Pokemon's amazing. I think Urshifu Single is really, really good too. I had looked at Urshifu Single over to Chen Pao originally, but Urshifu Rapid is just like good. So.
Yeah, you got some strong Pokemon on that team for sure. And I feel like one of the things that you've been really great about this entire season is just in terms of just positioning your Pokemon. I think especially in this matchup when you know that you're dealing with another Lunala, you have to think about the speed interactions of both of those Pokemon, and you were dealing with a hard Trick Room team. So how did you feel like, when did you find out that your Lunala was slower, and how much did that impact the rest of that match for you?
I found out game one when my Calm Mind went before his Meteor Beam. And then from there, that kind of switched up exactly how I play. I immediately switched up that game, how I was going to play. Because I had another game plan. I thought, I always usually try to think a couple turns ahead when I play. So when I saw that, I was like, all right, all that out the window. We're going to scrap that and we're going to rethink this. And then from there, I can adapt game two. I know game two, he's more unlikely to go for the Trick Room angle. That's why I hard switched in my Lunala there. Because I'm like, well, if he Trick Rooms, I now have initiative. And I know even then, I know my Rillaboom's even slower. So that's why I brought it.
Wow, that's awesome. I mean, thank you so much for sharing that insight onto your team as well as the match that you just played. I want to make sure that you can keep focused for the last 2 rounds of the day because maybe it turns into an 8-0. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I'm rooting for you on that front.
I appreciate that. I got a lot of people rooting back home. I want to shout out Ojama. He wants me to shout out his boy Michael. Mike, he's here. He drove us up here, so special shout outs to him. Ben, of course, I mentioned. I have my friends Peter, another Ben, and Ming all watching me back at home. Shout outs to you guys. I would not be here today without you. Shout outs to the kitchen. I know they're watching as well. Of course, shout outs to the Draft League community, obviously.
That's awesome. Nicholas, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again, and best of luck for your final rounds of the day.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, more Pokemon action here at Portland.
Extend your arms wide and fill your tubes. Relax your gaze. Psst. Slowly settle into your strength. And find your happy place.
Andrew Zhang will win his first ever regional championship in the Masters Division here in Louisville.
My name is Andrew, and I grew up in Ohio. I actually started pretty late by VGC standards. I didn't buy a Pokemon game until Scarlet, actually. Once I played the game, I grew in love with it. I found out about VGC, and it took off from there, and I haven't looked back since. This season, my #1 goal was to qualify for Worlds. I knew that it was going to be harder than last year, and then last year I didn't actually make it, so knowing that in a more challenging season, I still made it to Worlds definitely gives me a confidence boost going forward. One of the biggest lessons I think this game has taught me was actually learned over this weekend of Louisville. I've heard a lot of good players say that taking early losses at a regional were fine and you just have to bounce back, but I really didn't believe them until this weekend. After my bad start, it was just stay alive and trust my team. The first few times that I was put on stream, I was definitely super nervous, especially the first time at Indy. My nerves was literally skyrocketing. It definitely does get a little easier from then on, but still nothing compares to the emotions I felt today. I think I've learned that when I can really focus and play the game without distractions, I can beat anyone. As cliche as it sounds, I think people getting into VGC should do 2 pretty simple things: battle, have fun, and watch other people battle. That's the way that I've improved the most. Usually, I do best when I play the game and not the player. Obviously, that doesn't always work if you're playing someone really, really good. Recognizing when I'm behind and have to play accordingly is still one of my biggest weaknesses. Like from ahead, I can spot win condition, but from behind, I still have a lot of improvement to do. I think that finals was definitely the most exciting match, but I think my hardest was against Wolf. We both recognized that our best game plan was to bring 3 of the bulkiest Pokemon on our teams and just play long game.
An iconic matchup against Wolf, which lasted, I believe it was like 54 in-game minutes.
Just trying to navigate that was really challenging, but in the end, super rewarding. The first people in this community that I felt like really believed in me are Toller Webb and Aaron Traylor. They're like first top players that I met in this community, and they've been super supportive. I had some really good coaches to help in my growth. Sempra and Triple Cross really helped me understand the game more. Without all of those people, I wouldn't be where I am today. I've definitely reached my biggest goal today, which is to win a regional, and from here, who knows, but I am looking forward to it.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Marco Silva, he is just one step away. So it would be so amazing to see Marco be able to get the first 3-time international championship glory.
I got into competitive play in 2016. I just stumbled upon like a YouTube video. From there, I saw that there was tournaments near my area. I did really well, and the organizer actually told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major events and you would probably do well, and that's what I did. My earliest memory from this game is definitely building my first team, trying out like new stats, and learning new things about the game. It was really, really good. One moment in my career in which I wanted to quit was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my last year in the senior division, and I wasn't planning on playing anymore in the master division. I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and it kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back into tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
Pretty good special attack, and it's just a one hit. No way.
Since I first started playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like I was living the tournament kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament, I was like stressing out a lot about the teams that I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to a tournament, I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna, and Torkoal as well. So I think the flexibility of my team was probably the strongest point of it.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters division.
This was a dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years. and I'm really grateful that it finally happened. Once I will stop playing competitive Pokemon, I'll definitely remember the time in which I was able to defend my title. In the senior division, my brother was also able to win it all, so I'm extremely proud of him. My overall goal is to improve as much as I can, and of course, being able to win the World Championship one day. Hopefully, this will be the year. I feel like at this point, probably my results speak for themselves, so yeah. My greatest memory from the World Championship was definitely when my really close friend, Ricochet Bradley, was able to win it all. I think playing my brother in the Worlds final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at and has been really high. One of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with the competitive Pokemon would definitely be try to get some friends involved into it, because if you all test together, it'll definitely be more fun.
And welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships for 2025. My name is Rosemary and I'm joined by Yuki and a special guest in our lounge. We have the 2023 Sacramento Regional Champion, Michael Zhang, with us, and one of our favorite creative team builders. How you doing, Michael?
Pretty decent. Didn't do that well in the tournament, but happy to be here and talk about some interesting meta takes or anything that you guys want me here for.
Yep, that's exactly why we have you, because we saw your restricted tier list on socials and we just had to pick your brain about it. So let's kick things off. I mean, the first thing that you were talking about was the S tier restricted duo. We've got Miraidon and Calyrex Ice, but you also had a pretty nice breakdown of kind of where everything else is.
Like, shout out to that.
Right. Graphic design is your passion.
Yes. Yeah, I did spend some time making this. I had some fun with it, so I'm glad a lot of people enjoyed it. But yeah, about the S tier.
Yeah, S tier, let's go ahead and dive right into it. We had Miraidon and Calyrex Ice. You're gonna have to tell me what BBSS stands for, but we have Miraidon and Calyrex Ice. Do we agree with this as the S tier take?
Yeah, I mean, like, Miraidon is just such an impressive Pokemon. Like, we talked about a little bit earlier about how Grimmsnarl is so good in this format, being not only having the screen support, but also threatening Thunder Wave. And Miraidon's the only Pokemon that just doesn't have to worry about Thunder Wave, and it's like a really fast Pokemon. But yeah, so it really makes sense. You can pivot out. You have a lot of support options. So I really get the Miraidon part. I guess I'm curious about the Calyrex Ice Rider part. Like, is it Leech Seed that really like sold you on it, or like why is it so much better than Lunala?
Yeah, so of course it won the most recent event, Utrecht, and or event in Europe, Utrecht, and had already performed well at Milwaukee. So it was already on the radar as kind of a or S tier kind of team, and a lot of people had already come into this format knowing that this was going to be a strong pairing because of the inherent synergy, electric and ice. We call it Bolt Beam. That's what this acronym stands for. BBSS, standing for Bolt Beam Speed Sandwich, because it's a fast electric type and a slow ice type. So there was kind of a similar team in Gen 8 with Regieleki instead of Miraidon, but Miraidon is so much stronger as a restricted. You get the fast electric type, you get the slow ice type, and they work well both in Trick Room and has some potency outside of Trick Room. And what made the pairing so strong right now is that Leech Seed makes it so that you can bypass a lot of wide guard users like Lunala and Zamazenta really struggle at removing it. And when you have that value from the Calyrex from being able to play around it, you always have the threat of Trick Room available. And it's hard for like any Pokemon to 1v1 it with raw damage, especially behind screens or with Intimidate. So it allows you to enable strong supporting Pokemon like Urshifu and Ursaluna or Landorus. And that's what makes this pairing so powerful.
Yeah, I remember watching, I think it was Emilio versus Alex Underhill in one of the earlier rounds, and like the Calyrex Ice Rider, it took like a whole body press and Sword of Ruin, and it just recovered all its health by the end of the game. Like, it finished the game at full health.
Yeah.
So it just shows like how it's not only just like kind of annoying to like Zamazenta, who doesn't really want to switch out, and you get Leech Seeded, but it's like it's an actual like recovery source for health, and you can set up like a second Trick Room like pretty reliably.
Yeah, and beyond that, it just allows it to flip a lot of the restricted matchups that previously struggled with. If you have Calyrex against opposing Calyrex, if they don't have Leech Seed and you do, then you always win that matchup.
Yeah.
If you play against Lunala, if you play against Zamazenta, even like some of the other Pokemon that used to annoy the annoy Ice Rider like Dondozo or even Kyogre to a certain extent, the Leech Seed can allow you to 1v1 those Pokemon or at least exert a lot more pressure, and you're not just stuck clicking Glacial Lance or High Horsepower, which are like low impact moves in front of some of those wide guard users.
Right.
I love it. I'm sold. I think this is certainly an S-tier archetype,
Absolutely.
and we've seen it already find so much success on the stream so far. But joining this duo in S-tier, you put Miraidon and Lunala, which was one of the star-studded restricted duos that we saw early on in the format. So yeah, we still agree it belongs here.
Yeah, of course. It won the first NA regional Milwaukee, and it really dominated, showing that nobody really had it on anybody's radar coming into the event, but the Electric Seed on Lunala really changes how this duo can play, because it gives so much staying power to Lunala, similar to how Calyrex with Leech Seed is able to stay on the field for a long time. Being able to set multiple Trick Rooms is so powerful in this format, and Lunala is kind of a jack-of-all-trades support Pokemon. It has the Wide Guard, it has the Trick Room. It can be really hard to remove with Shadow Shield, so targeting it down is not really possible. So you still have the Miraidon, you have the core pieces, but Lunala can also be an offensive piece. Its Moongeist Beams and Moonblast can still be pretty powerful, but it's really about enabling the other supportive, or the other non-restricted pieces, mostly Ursaluna on this team, which can be like devastating when you can get it under Trick Room, if you can get it with screens, or like any position where it can be put in a position to hit for major damage.
I have one question for you. I feel like since you're kind of an expert, like a subject matter expert, so to say, on both this team and the Calyrex Ice Rider version of Miraidon, you don't really see Ferrograph. Like, I saw you have that as an option, but at least from the teams I saw are mostly successful, they consistently don't really have Ferrograph. And that was like surprising to me, because like all these Miraidons, whether they're like Choice Scarf or Assault Vest or Choice Specs, they all like can't protect, right? So they're much more susceptible to fake out. And like part of why Arbeg and Miraidon was so effective is because you had the Ferrograph option to block those priority moves and keep the choice locked Miraidon pretty safe. Why does it work right now?
I think one of the big reasons is Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl, and to a certain extent, Whimsicott as well. Either of these options can really struggle or allow teams to get past some of that fake out, because you can just bulk up behind the screens. If you're faking out the Miraidon, then the Grimmsnarl gets to click their light screen or reflect. If you're faking out the Grimmsnarl, then the Miraidon gets to click their button. So you kind of have to make choices, and it's not that easy. And because Miraidon is just so good at damage trading, if you end up just clicking fake out into the Grimmsnarl to try to deny those screens, then the Miraidon is going to be able to like do massive damage back. And if you're trying to deny Miraidon's attacks, then getting that screens up can be make it really, really hard for you to actually take down both the Grimmsnarl and the Miraidon, just because they're such bulky Pokemon behind screens.
That makes sense to me. And then you have like kind of like two restricteds in the back, right? Because you have the screens up, so you get like Lunala or CIR in, and then you can do your Trick Room and then let Ursaluna go through. So I guess I can see how it's like a huge opportunity cost to like fake out the Miraidon.
Right, and part of it also is that the reasoning is that Grimmsnarl and Ferrograph don't really play together that well, because they're going to be more passive Pokemon, and you can only have a limit of how many passive Pokemon that you can have.
That's true.
On a certain team. So like Incineroar is, maybe people think of it as a utility Pokemon, but it still has offensive pressure, especially if you're running Flare Blitz, if you're running U-Turn, it can really output a lot of damage. But in Ferrograph's case, unless you like put it in front of specific Pokemon that it's super effective against, it really can't exert that much pressure on the field. So I feel like that's where Grimmsnarl and Ferrograph have a little bit of anti-synergy.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, thanks for explaining that to us.
Well, I have another question. Why New Moon? When, I think another pretty widely accepted name for this duo is an uncopyrighted version of a bat vehicle. So why New Moon?
I've also heard the name Nightlight, I think, is a popular one, probably the most popular one that goes around. But
I used to go to bed every night. Okay, that makes sense.
Personally, I liked the idea of New Moon because it's like new, as in like the future, and then Moon for Lunala. So it's like, I thought it was a little bit of clever wordplay, and also I felt like Nightlight was a little bit too long. So this is just my personal opinion on the name, but of course anyone's feel free to pick up this name or not, I guess. So we'll see how people end up calling this restricted duo.
Well, we're gonna actually put it up to Twitch chat. You can vote in a poll coming up at soon or at some point. New Moon, Bat Motorcycle. You know the vehicle I'm talking about. And then Nightlight. You can pick between those 3 options, and we'll get back to that. But let's go ahead and move on to our A tier now. We've got Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
This one I'm pretty interested in your take on, because I think this was like the team to beat when the regulation got announced in the first like grassroots tournaments. It was like Calyrex, Zamazenta like everywhere, and then it just like disappeared. Like all like as soon as we got into like official tournaments, like I don't think as maybe like top 8. Like I could just be like miseducated here, but I don't think it's finished that strongly. Like why do you think so?
So I think it didn't finish strongly at Milwaukee, but it did have a pretty decent showing across the 3 tournaments last weekend. Santiago, Melbourne, and Utrecht. Yeah, across those 3, it all performed decently, and it kind of had a bounce back weekend. I think a lot of the reason it struggled at Milwaukee was because people were building to counter it in a lot of ways. It was had the biggest target on its back, but also a lot of it is that it struggles with Lunala. Like this pairing has, you have to give up a lot to beat certain restricted duos, and because those, you can't cover them all, right? So one of the big ones is, Lunala's wide guard can be really annoying for this team to remove, because you can't unless you have Shadow Ball, but that means that you have to give up something else. And then Ho-Oh can be really annoying if you don't have Raging Bolt, but Raging Bolt can be less good in a lot of other matchups. So like this team has to kind of pick what it beats. And so right now we haven't seen the current 6 that have been able to really answer all of the questions that it needs to answer. And so we'll have to see if someone can break that mold, but as of right now, I have it a little bit under the current S tiers to be able to, until we can see someone break the team open and really dominate a tournament with it.
So it's like an A+.
A+.
Yeah.
Pretty good job.
That's pretty good.
If I got that in grade school, I'd be pretty happy.
I'm pretty happy too, honestly. But it makes a lot of sense. I mean, taking a look at the Pokemon that you've said you can kind of pick 4 from, they're all just good Pokemon. So I feel like that is somewhere where we see a lot of the strength of this team in this particular restricted duo is that like it's balanced.
Yeah, and I think that kind of plays both into its strength and its weakness, is that one of the things that this team kind of struggles with a little bit is because the synergy between Shadow Rider and Zamazenta is so strong, it also means that it's harder to fit other Pokemon that can be good with both of them. And so sometimes you'll see teams that either focus more about the Zamazenta, like the Chen Pao teams, or ones that focus more on like the Shadow Rider, where you're trying to do setup stuff. And both of them can have their pros and cons, but we kind of are yet to see a team that really can maximize the strengths of both of those restricteds.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's really interesting because I saw someone on Twitter talk about, like when I see Calyrex Shadow Rider and a Zamazenta player, I can see which one, if they're a Zamazenta main or a Calyrex Shadow Rider main. Right. And that's how I felt when I was looking at like Lewis's team, who got 2nd place at Utrecht. It's like, oh, this is like very much like protect the king, protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Right. And so it's like, oh, Zenta's kind of there to also like protect the king. Like it's just providing wide guard support.
Big shield.
And I felt like, if I want to like maybe start the format again and I want to just focus on like strong fundamentals, like that might be a team I would explore, because it just has all the most strong, like consistent Pokemon.
Right. I think that's the biggest strength of this team, is that you get to use all the most versatile Pokemon. Incineroar, Urshifu, Raging Bolt, all of these Pokemon are just incredible on their own, and that's part of what the strength of the team is because they slot so easily onto this core.
Right.
Well, another duo that you have in the A tier, you've got Terapagos and Shadow Rider Calyrex. And this one is actually one that surprised me a little bit, because taking a look at Terapagos as a restricted Pokemon, I think there were a lot of question marks about how good it was going to be entering into double restricteds, and you've got it rated quite high.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, myself included, really wrote off Terapagos at the beginning of this format, saying that it's going to be too terror-reliant, it's going to have a lot of issues, and I was completely wrong. Like there was Calm Mind Terapagos had excellent showings on grassroots tournaments. In every tournament so far, it has had the highest win rate of individual between like 2 restricted pairings. It's had a 55% win rate or higher in every single tournament that it's been in. And the only reason I kept this pairing outside of the S tier is because it has relatively low usage, because I think people don't really like to play this type of team, which can be a lot more defensive, and it can maybe have struggles against better players that can kind of abuse some of the more linear game plans. I do think that this team has a lot of skill expression where you can Terra like other Pokemon other than the Terapagos, especially Shadow Rider, and really blow open a team that is not suspecting if you're over-indexing into playing against the Terapagos. So it just punishes a lot of teams that are not ready for it, especially. But it is like relatively linear compared to the other teams that are can be more versatile, and struggles a little bit into Snarl as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when I'm thinking of like dual restricted formats, I'm like, okay, I want to use like one special attacker and one physical attacker.
Right.
Some of the most balanced, like, you know, Grimmsnarl doesn't have to just set up one screen, it has to set up two to be really effective. And also, I'm not like, you know, overly weak to Intimidate, overly weak to Snarl. So that's why it didn't like really pass my sniff test initially. But I think this is kind of similar to what we were talking about earlier around like protect the king. In this case, the king is a turtle, and then the king is actually protecting that turtle this time. And even just from like a typing perspective, it makes sense to me. Like you have normal types, you know, in order to like not terrestrialize, you have to keep using like these normal type moves. If your opponent ghost terras or something, then you have, you know, Calyrex that can, you know, punish it with a spread move ghost type attack. So I think the concept really makes sense. It's just, you know, how versatile can you be into teams that have like Snarl Miraidon or Snarl AV Raging Bolt?
Yeah, I think that the bigger, well, part of it is, I think Chi-Yu is the one that's actually the most annoying because it's fast.
Oh,
Scarf Chi-Yu because it's faster than the Calyrex.
Yeah.
And then the other one is that it has, there's a lot of question marks about how this team will hold up against the more recent meta development of the Leech Seed Calyrex. That team might push this team down further in the ranks if it continues to be popular, since this team, or Terrapagos in general, will struggle to actually 1v1 that Calyrex.
Well, we are unfortunately starting to run out of time here because our players are getting seeded. This tournament is going by so much faster than we might have thought. So we only have time for maybe one more, so I'll let you pick. Do you want to talk about Robot Chicken, Swordfish, Koala, or Ghost Rider?
So are we in a zoo or are we in a Pokemon tournament?
Well, depends on who you ask.
Oh, could be both.
All right, what's your favorite out of the B
Swordfish,
tiers?
I think, is the one I want to talk about the most. Yeah, so I think Swordfish it's really interesting. Pre-format, we really had 3 pairings in mind that immediately jumped out, was Swordfish, BBSS, and Zamazenta CSR, or ZSR. And those 3 had varying levels of success going into the first few tournaments of the year. And Swordfish was really written off by a lot of top players after doing some initial testing. And because individually, Kyogre and Zacian are both not as strong of Pokemon compared to like Miraidon and Calyrex. And we see that kind of like in Reg G, where Zacian had almost no results and Kyogre had some, but not as good as some of the other top restricteds. But where this pairing really shines is really the synergy between the two and its matchup into the other top restricteds, especially Zacian. Zacian can really cause a lot of problems for Miraidon and Calyrex Ice to a certain extent. And so this pairing can be very powerful. A lot of people that I've talked to just keep saying to me that it's weak and you shouldn't be running Swordfish. But then everyone else I talk to also tells me that their team has no matchup into Swordfish. So somebody must be lying. They either don't have a matchup into Swordfish or it's weak. And it clearly has some strengths in this meta because just the pairing has, or Kyogre is able to punish the Incineroar for the Zacian. The Zacian's able to punish the Miraidon, and Rain is also just really, really powerful right now with Koraidon being on the downturn, and you're enabling Pokemon like a Moongus that can reduce that fire damage, the Urshifu for the Surging Strikes, and it allows for a lot of different options for the team to be played. The question is who can find the strongest version of this team and really break open the team. Once again, similar to ZSR, I feel like I haven't seen a team that's 100% compelling towards how this team will look in the next couple months.
I guess I'm curious about how you feel about this team within the context of Leech Seed, Calyrex Ice Rider, because I feel like, especially if it's Terra Water, like both of your restricted Pokemon's strongest moves are being resisted, right? Like, and then you're gonna keep healing back, and like you have a Moongus, I guess, but then you're weak to Glacial Lands. Like, it just feels really awkward into that Calyrex.
Yeah. So I think part of it is that you will have other pieces, maybe to punish Terra Water, like maybe a Iron Hands with Wild Charge, or maybe a Rillaboom with Wood Hammer, and maybe that's tearing your own Amoonguss so that you can spore that Calyrex. But the big thing is that they can only Terra one of their pieces, right? If they're not tearing their, if they're tearing their Ice Rider, that means that they can't Terra their Grimmsnarl, they can't Terra their Miraidon, they can't Terra, you know, whatever other Pokemon that they bring. And because of the natural pin of those two Pokemon being so good into like a lot lot of those supporting pieces, like Iron Hands also can't Terra in that case. And if you bring 4 Pokemon that all want to Terra in the same game, you're not going to be able to Terra them all, right? So that's going to be the strength of that team. And also, you can run Thunder on Kyogre. That could be an adaptation we see to really punish those Calyrex Ices. Those are like a bunch of options that I just listed off that maybe we could see in the future, but it's to be determined by the people who end up bringing Swordfish to the tournament.
Well, Michael, thank you so much for joining us and sharing all of this insight. It was so great to be able to pick your brain about where you feel like the meta has started to go, especially because we had so many tournaments. So thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. And I'll, of course, be putting out another meta snapshot after Portland, so keep an eye out for that. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, I'm definitely going to stay tuned and see maybe if you update that new moon name. Who knows? We'll have to see. But thank you so much. We're now going to throw it back over to our casters to get ready for Swiss round number 7.
Thank you very much, Rose, and thank you, Michael, for what was an awesome segment. I am still Scott Glava. This time I'm joined not by Evan Latt, but by Wolf Glick himself.
I would say a bit of a downgrade, but I'm happy to be here.
I'm a bit of a downgrade compared to Aaron Zhang, but hey, you know, you get what you get. Sometimes you got to be happy with it. So we're here for this next round. Wolf, it's super great to have you up here.
It's honestly, it's an honor. I mean, I'm sure many of our viewers at home already know, but Scott and Evan were the original casters, like back in the day when we first, you know, started having professional casting over our matches. So for me, it's a real honor to be here with you, and yeah, a little surreal as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me too, and hey, I'm happy to get a round off. We've got a world champion here, so I'm gonna do my best not to offer any analysis at all. But for now, we got the standings. Really great performance by all these trainers so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of names that people I think will recognize in here. We've already seen some of these names on stream. We saw Aaron Brock, who had a convincing win. We've seen Nicholas Morales, a former regional champion. Honestly, a lot of these names are really, really strong. Montana Mott at 6-0 as well, who won the Los Angeles regionals last year with Calyrex Shadow. Yeah, I mean, honestly, so many strong trainers here today. Ben Grismer is at 5-1, Aaron Trailer at 5-1, Jay Zhang at 5-1. And I think what's really cool about kind of how everyone is doing is that there's some names in here that I think many people will recognize, but there's also some names that I think many of our viewers will be not as familiar with. And I think what's so exciting about Pokemon as a competitive game is that we are always seeing new trainers rise up and always seeing new players take the spotlight and even win their first or their first tournament or yeah, like you know, one of the first tournaments they've even attended. And so here in the middle of the tournament, it's always exciting to be like, is it going to be another trainer who we've seen a lot of before, maybe somebody who has been on the cusp of winning one of these tournaments but hasn't, or is it going to be somebody completely new entirely?
Yeah, it's a really good time to try to get hot. You know, we're playing the same format that both NAAC and Worlds will consist of. So, yeah, you win this one, maybe you can go on a roll. These trainers are all going to have a tough time going on a roll for this point in the tournament with some difficult opponents here. Let's see a very fun matchup on top. We just went over the tiers of restricted Pokemon. I believe we're going to have a matchup between a C-tier duo and an unranked duo. So if you want a little variety, we got it for you.
We certainly do, yeah. And Dylan versus Brendan here, two incredible trainers. And there's many other notable matches going on here as well as we jump on over to the stage as we get a look at Dylan and Brendan here who are sitting down. And you know, I think Dylan might be trying to tell us something, Scott, about which restricted Pokemon he's betting on.
It's Miraidon, right?
It's got to be Miraidon. You know, as a slight aside, before EUIC this year, I posted online asking if anybody had a Shadow Rider plushie, even though I was using Koraidon. But no, it is not a fake out here. We do have Koraidon and Lunala with some other interesting picks against, as you said, Brendan's unranked duo of Kyogre plus Ice Rider.
I just love watching Dylan on stream. He pretty much always has a really interesting group of Pokemon, and certainly no exception here with one of the most offensively oriented teams we've seen, especially for one that does not have kind of like that Tornadus or Shifu combo that people seem to go to when they want immediate offense.
Yeah, that's right. And there's some interesting sets on the Pokemon themselves. First of all, Walking Wake using the Covert Cloak item, a new item added in Scarlet and Violet. Looks like it's going to be used not only for damage here, but maybe a little bit of utility with that Snarl. Honestly, one of the best Pokemon is against Kyogre. Like, you resist water with both your types and you can lower the special attack. Brendan's got to be worried about that. We do have the Life Orb Koraidon, a classic, well, a new classic, I should say. And again, Calm Mind, Leftovers, Fairy Terra Lunala paired with some supporting Pokemon. We saw just how devastating that was in the last round with Aaron Trailer, Dr. Aaron Trailer, excuse me. And so I'm really curious, Scott, is there anything else about this team that jumps out to you?
I think, yeah, It's interesting because there's kind of like two directions here. Where, we've got the really slow defensive, kind of like support Lunala sort of thing, and then the flip side is I think it's kind of a tough team to play against in team preview because you do have to worry about the Ogerpon and the Koraidon just kind of making more immediate offense.
Yeah.
There's still kind of the charging element with Flame Charge where this is more of like a turn 2, turn 3 go on the offense sort of team rather than turn 1. But you definitely, I think the temptation with those other Pokemon would be to play slow, and Brendan's got a great tool to deal with that, as we'll see in a second with the Ice Rider, Calyrex, and Leech Seed. But there's some that are just kind of getting blown out if you try to stall out the game as well.
Yes, I think one thing that's really interesting about Brendan's team, by the way, is that the Grimmsnarl has Parting Shot and Taunt instead of the more traditional Reflect and Thunder Wave in those slots. And here, actually, Parting Shot looks kind of good. You can use it to lower the Lunala special attack. You can also use it to switch into Koraidon, or switch your Kyogre in against Koraidon. And also because the Koraidon does not have the Clear Amulet item, it doesn't have that normal kind of proofing effect that the Clear Amulet Koraidon would have. So I think this is interesting. So one thing that jumps out to me is that the speed advantage looks mostly on Dylan's side with the Walking Wake, which is presumably speed booster. Koraidon is just naturally so fast, and then Ogerpon is also quite speedy, whereas Kyogre and especially Ice Rider are quite slow. But we do have Urshifu, we do have Chen Pao, so I think there's a lot going on here. Anything jumping out to you, Scott?
I mean, I think it's kind of fun just to see what he's going to opt for the elite matchup here. I do really like the Grimmsnarl in this matchup. I feel like kind of like in a vacuum, I do not like this Grimmsnarl matchup too much, but we're immediately seeing a matchup where I feel like it's likely to pay dividends. I think it's probably a pretty critical Pokemon to improve the matchup with both of these restricted Pokemon. I think it'll be interesting to see if Brendan tries to get Trick Room up and what he's willing to sacrifice if he is. I do feel like, you kind of, he's going to need some means of going in the offense. As we mentioned before, I think it's going to be tough just to go for super Kyogre heavy strategy in this matchup. Because there's so many tools, like Walking Wake in particular is such a problem. But I think because it's probably pretty easy to predict the Pokemon Dylan is likely to bring. You're probably going to see both restricted Pokemon. Walking Wake seems important. So at least at Brendan's end, it's a plannable game.
Yeah, absolutely, and we have a really interesting dynamic here right from the get-go. It's no Weather Setters, actually, Scott. With both players choose to believe their Weather Setter will not in the lead. And we do have Urshifu and Ice Rider up front. And this is a really interesting dynamic because this Urshifu has Coaching, which can be used to power up the Ice Rider, and normally would have to worry about Fake Out, but it has the Ghost Terra. And so, I mean, if you get +1 on this Ice Rider, it's going to get real scary real fast.
Yeah, a lot of fun options here. I love how complicated some of these turn 1s have been. And Brendan said you're pretty excited seeing 2 unrestricted Pokemon here because you could probably guess all 4. And you get some fun options, right? You can go for the Coaching. There's kind of like the more like basic, what I would probably do, just the U-turn Trick Room, like, oh, I'd just try and sweep. But yeah, I think the fun of it, depending on what Brendan has the backs, and so he knows we don't, it could change how he wants to play this one a little bit.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think that Leech Seed becomes much more threatening once you've taken a KO. So I think for Brendan, the question is going to be, can he quickly take a KO, or at least exert KO pressure in some way, shape, or form? As the turn begins, Koraidon is switching in here. It's going to set up the sun with its Orichalcum Pulse, and the question will be, which Pokemon is Rillaboom using Fake Out on, if any? Here's the Fake Out. Calyrex not going to be able to move, but no Terra from the Urshifu, and it's just that U-turn, Scott. So great call out, and honestly, great damage from Urshifu. That's not even a critical hit. I mean, that's crucial damage on one of your key water resistances here.
And get a free switch here to try to improve this matchup a little bit, because there is a lot of damage being threatened by Dill inside the field. But I got Rillaboom a little bit weakened. Maybe that can be that one early knockout. I think be a particularly great one to get because it's also immune to Leech Seed. But Grimmsnarl, a Pokemon that could be effective here, but not very likely to help pick up any knockouts.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Although technically Koraidon is quadruple weak to Fairy, but I suspect that we'll be seeing a Terra here. Interesting to go into Grimmsnarl because it raises the question: is Kyogre not in the back here? Has it been left behind for some reason? Of course, it's not necessarily guaranteed to be left in the back, but yeah, like I feel like if you have Kyogre, it does make sense to bring it in here, except for maybe that Parting Shot. I feel like if you're bringing it in here, it has to be for the Parting Shot pressure, because otherwise I'm going to be very confused very quickly.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, where I feel like attacking with Kyogre isn't like super great here. You get a Grass type, you're going to get threatened by a Grassy Glide, where maybe it's better just to bring Grimmsnarl in first, get the free Parting Shot out, kind of bait out any potential Grassy Glides, and you just hope that you haven't instead accidentally baited a Woodhammer.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Incineroar on Brendan's team, and no other form of attack reduction in the Intimidate ability, so maybe Parting Shot actually makes a lot of sense. The only thing is you really got to worry about potentially switching into a strong Grass type move. This turn could be really, really impactful here as we see the players taking their time, deliberating what they want to do here. It is going to be Protect from Koraidon, so I like this play personally, like taking it slow, not walking into a trap. Maybe you want to save your Terra, and there's the Parting Shot. Brendan is going into the Rillaboom here. I like this play a lot. You would rather get the attack drop on the Koraidon in a vacuum, but by going into Rillaboom, you ensure that it goes off because you know that Rillaboom cannot protect itself. And again, there's no Pokemon that Dylan can switch in that will prevent the parting shot from going out. So Grimmsnarl comes in, Grimmsnarl goes out. Urshifu comes in, Urshifu goes out. I would call this a revolving door of Pokemon myself, Scott.
Yeah, it's a bit of a classic there, and you know, we're going to have one more Pokemon right out the door there as the Rillaboom doesn't want to be outdone, U-turns itself out of battle, and we're going to see the final Pokemon for Dylan. Unsurprisingly, the Lunala, the second restricted Pokemon here, but Calyrex still gets to act, so will this be Trick Room or will this be an attack? It's a Glacial Lance.
That's a pretty powerful one. We'll have to see how much it does. Shadow Shield is going to reduce the damage by a significant amount, and then Leftovers and Grassy Terrain should be out of Shadow Shield range, which is important, but it's not out of Shadow Shield range by that much.
Yeah, a little bit of damage. Lunala's going to heal up a whole bunch at the end of his turn here. At least be a turn away from getting that Shadow Shield back if it isn't targeted, although it seems pretty unlikely that we will get through this turn without at least an attempt to damage it. The Urshifu, once again, with the Sun active here, probably just going to U-turn right back out of battle.
It's definitely possible, but with the Shadow Shield broken, I almost wonder, Scott, this Ice Rider is actually Grass Terra, which makes it not actually that appealing of a choice here. I almost wonder, you know, we're talking as if Kyogre's in the back. Kyogre's got to be in the back, right? Assuming it is Kyogre in the back, I almost wonder, do you ever use Surging Strikes into the Lunala slot and switching Kyogre, trying to just burst it down quickly? I don't know if it's the right move because I don't know if it would KO. Kind of assume it wouldn't because, I don't know, like, Lunala is so tanky, but I mean, that could be a big swing here. I feel like this is a crucial turn.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that, you know, even if you don't get the knockout, that damage might be really good. I think, you know, it's been real tough to get Kyogre into battle, so maybe that would have been one way to do it, but we're going to see a Terastallization to start this off instead.
Oh, and not from the Koraidon, which means that if this is a Glacial Lance and if Ice Rider's allowed to attack, it could be really, really massive here. Ice Rider Terastallizing 2 Grass, going to turn off the weakness to Ghost at least. Urshifu, once again, feels like it's doing a little fashion show here. You know, you put on some clothes, you're like, I don't like this outfit, take them off, you know, switch back out, come back in later. It's going to the dressing room right now. We'll have to see. If it's Grimmsnarl again, I think Brendan's going to have a bad time, but no, it is the Kyogre. So not only is this reducing the power of Fire-type moves because of the rain, but it's also turning off Koraidon's Orichalcum Pulse, but it's not even going for a Fire move here. It's close combat. That did a lot of damage, Scott. This could be crucial. Does Calyrex survive a Moongeist Beam?
We'll find out soon. There we go.
Just hold for a second. Let's hold on for 1 second. Moongeist Beam comes out into the Ice Rider. Does it survive? It does, actually. I'll say kind of handily, given all things considered. And Brendan, with that, has won the Weather War. That's going to be the end of Koraidon, and it's a little bit scary if you're a Dylan fan here.
Yeah, that's a huge turn for Brendan. You're going to get an attack boost here, but it's going to be pretty difficult to actually utilize. But I think you're pretty happy with that trade if you're Brendan. You chunk one restricted Pokemon, you knock out the other, and critically, you ensure you're going to keep I guess weather advantage, air quotes here, since, you know, I don't know, Walking Wake is exactly going to be upset to be fighting in the rain for the remainder of the game, but
it's like no difference.
Yeah, that Urshifu who keeps jumping into battle, maybe it'll finally stick around now that the weather's a little more palatable. You know, it's been weird, you know, we're here in Portland, I feel like it rains every year. Sunny outside the arena, but inside it's that rain we've come to know and love.
That's right, it's a bit of the reversal of what we might expect here, especially with the more recent Pokemon of Koraidon. But Dylan taking their time here deciding what to send in. Normally, if you have Urshifu in the rain, you've taken a KO, you're quite excited, but with Rillaboom and Walking Wake around, I think that Brendan has a little bit more work he has to do before he can feel so good about really surging with his strikes here. This is a bit of an awkward position, though, because while you have the Pokemon advantage, your Calyrex is low HP, and if Lunala starts getting Calm Minds up, with the healing from Grassy Terrain and Leftovers, this advantage could turn around quite quickly.
Yeah, it's a really complicated turn if you're Brendan, because like both Pokemon are being threatened by this Rillaboom, not just the fake out, but the potential of being knocked out. You know, Lunala could knock out Calyrex instead, but you really don't want to give that free Calm Mind, right?
Yeah.
Where you've got this advantage, and we've kind of seen this a lot this weekend, where these Pokemon, they're so dangerous, you give them a free turn, and sometimes even picking up the knockout doesn't put you in such a positive position.
Yeah, I think that it's a real mark of dual restricted formats in general, where sometimes taking a KO will actually cost you the game. This is a pivotal turn, and there's frankly no clear option here. We'll have to see what the players lock in, and it is just a Water Spout! Brendan, he doesn't respect the Grassy Glide, he doesn't worry about the Wood Hammer, the Fake Out, he just goes for a Water Spout and KOs Lunala. Both of Dylan's restricted Pokemon have been knocked out by both of Brendan's. As Wood Hammer comes out, that'll be the end of Kyogre, but truthfully, Scott, I can't imagine that Rillaboom's making it through this turn either.
Yeah, I mean, going down fighting, but that's going to be a lot of recoil damage for a Pokemon that was already weakened, and Rillaboom's going to knock itself right out of this game one.
Yeah, and actually Calyrex taking great advantage of the Grassy Terrain as well, healing a significant amount, and with Grimmsnarl still in the back, and Parting Shot available, and Walking Wake's only good damaging moves against this Grass-type Calyrex being Draco Meteor, and against the Urshifu as well. I would call it an uphill battle, Scott, but I don't think it's going to be much of a battle from here.
Yeah, the hill's looking really steep, you know, and Calyrex getting to graze a little bit on that turn. You know, this Walking Wake largely going to be stuck using single target attacks. Can't imagine it thinks it's going to win this game using Snarl, and because of that, you know, both these Pokemon will dish out a lot of damage if they're ignored. You know, maybe there's a path to a couple of Draco Meteors, but looking pretty good for Brendan in this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just saw also another interesting interaction is that Lunala is actually a couple naturally faster, Lunala's naturally faster than Kyogre, unless I have very much confused myself. And so maybe Dylan assumed that their play was safer because either way they figured, yeah, like they would move first, they would threaten either a Moongeist Beam or a Wood Hammer. The only way to stop it is with a Protect. Actually, Scott, this is one way back into the game potentially, is that Calyrex protecting itself. Oh, and it is just going to be a U-turn. So really smart play from Brendan here, saying you're not going to Strange Steam my Urshifu. Very, very clever. Anyway, all I was saying is that the Kyogre outspeeding Lunala is, I think, really telling of one of the big dynamics of restricted formats, is that players can choose to run their Pokemon with a number of different speed stats, and that can often determine who wins a given game. And so one more switch from Brendan here will buy him another bit of free damage here, and Calyrex just continuing to recover puts Brendan just even further ahead. The hill just got even a little bit steeper, if you can even believe it.
Yeah, and you know, Grimmsnarl, not the most offensively gifted Pokemon in the world, but Spirit Break actually pretty decent here, right?
Not so bad.
Somehow might be one of the more offensively competent Pokemon against this particular opponent, where Walking Wake is very awkward, but this is how you deal with a Pokemon like this, right? You know, it's very disruptive, but it's very defensive, right? So just ignore it, knock out all the Pokemon that are threatening more damage, and then, you know, a pretty good last Pokemon for Brendan to have worked his way to here, especially because, you know, to do a bunch of damage against some of these Pokemon, you'd like to be using the Draco Meteor, but there's, you know, no way to reset special attack traps now.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing worth noting, by the way, Scott, is that there hasn't been a Terra from Dylan's side, and there was that crucial moment earlier where the Koraidon got knocked out with the help of, oh my god, nothing.
No.
Oh, Walking Wake, you should have stayed in the ancient past. Oh no, buddy.
Well, it's going to get knocked right back there. Here, the Glacial Lance going down with an unnecessary critical hit to put an exclamation point on this one.
Yeah, that's not Walking Wake's greatest moment, you know, like if I imagine that if the Pokemon could watch the stream back, you know, like there was a Walking Wake earlier who, you know, Walking Wake go back and he'd be like, oh yeah, that time where like, yeah, I Hydro Streamed the Groudon in that earlier match, and I Draco Meteored, I done all this great stuff, and it's skipping over this one.
Yeah, early in the match it was Walking, and now it's time for its Wake.
Yeah, that is rough one. I could not have said it better myself. Yeah, of course it is only game one, and like I said, I think choosing to hold the Terra there, I totally understand why Dylan did it, because terastallizing to fire with your Koraidon in front of a Kyogre team, it can feel kind of bad, you know. It starts feeling like Groudon sometimes switching into Kyogre. But I think maybe to survive the Glacial Lance for that turn, it was quite important. Then again, it could have been a Trick Room on that turn as well, as I recall. So some really interesting information revealed here. We saw that crucial turn there with the Kyogre outspeeding the Lunala, and even though it did go down in return, the damage had already been done. So yeah, I think this was a really interesting game one, and I think that both players have a lot to learn from it.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun where this is one of those situations where I think they could bring the same 4 Pokemon to 5 or 6 games, and we'd see a lot of different permutations.
Yeah.
I think kind of your point about Dylan not terastallizing too. I mean, we see that a lot of times, especially in game ones, where players are a little conservative with it. You know, it's a lot. It's very powerful in this generation to not have used your Terra because you can keep threatening it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you hold it so long that you never use it, or that it becomes low value, as we saw there. So I'm curious kind of if he'll adjust in this game and kind of maybe use it a little bit quicker in these future games to try to push an advantage, because we saw a couple turns where Brendan kind of just sent it, right? Where both the Glacial Lance, where I guess as it turned out, there wasn't a knockout being threatened on the Calyrex, but it seemed like there might be.
Yeah.
I think a negative trade there might have been game losing, and then later with the Kyogre, we just didn't respect any of the potential problems there, and I kind of won the game with the Water Spout.
Yeah, it's especially interesting because, you know, Koraidon resists water and sets the sun. Rillaboom, Walking Wake, these are both incredibly like tanky Pokemon against Kyogre's Water Spout, and you know, Water Spout was still really impactful. It still like effectively won Brendan the game, but just by timing it correctly. So I think it shows that even if your restricted Pokemon isn't like so clearly the best in a matchup, understanding how to use it and understanding the power that it provides can just really still swing a fight. The question is now, though, how are the players going to adjust? As we already see a difference in the lead from Brendan, leaving Urshifu in the back this time, and actually from Dylan as well. We see both players switching it up.
Yeah, I think this is more the lead I was expecting from Dylan. We see a bunch of abilities are going to activate here, so you hold please while we get to the first turn. Some potentially useful information for both players as they learn the speeds here, although I think it's pretty clear what order these Pokemon would have moved in anyway.
Yeah, maybe the world's slowest Koraidon and the world's fastest Rillaboom could have thrown us for a loop, but yeah, we do see here that Koraidon is faster than Rillaboom, and of course Calyrex's ability always activates first, so it never tells us anything unless there's a Calyrex in the field. One thing worth noting, by the way, Scott, is that close combat did a lot to Calyrex last game, and as a Life Orb Koraidon user myself, close combat will KO most Grimmsnarl with Life Orb, and so this turn is not as cut and dry as it might appear at first glance, because a good targeting here could really allow Dylan to pick up a KO with the power and the burst of this Koraidon. And looking at Brendan's team, he doesn't really have a switch into close combat. In fact, there's a fighting weakness on the team, but there's no fighting resistance as Grimmsnarl switches out. Whatever's coming in, even Kyogre is going to take a lot of damage. We're looking at probably 80% of this thing's health gone in an instant.
Yeah, we'll at least get to set the weather, but I think Brendan did a really credible job of getting the Kyogre in last game. This time looks like he's going to get punished. Calyrex going to take the fake out. Yeah, there is that close combat. Ooh, yeah.
Even more than I expected, honestly.
Yeah, it's an excellent job by Dylan getting that position. And to a little bit kind of seeing the weakness of the Grimmsnarl side, we're kind of like talking up its merits a little bit before, but no Reflector, right? Facing down 2 physical attackers on turn 1. Perhaps a different Grimmsnarl moveset, you get the Reflect up and you feel pretty good, but without that option, making a more aggressive switch, they got punished pretty hard.
Yeah, and actually this isn't even that much better because even though, like, yes, you have Kyogre in, your position hasn't improved that much because close combat did so much last game. I almost wonder if close combat Woodhammer would KO the Ice Rider here. Like, it did a lot of damage. And of course you have the Grass Terra, but does it really feel good to use it here? Yeah, I think that overall Dylan has just really gained a massive lead after that turn 1.
I think one thing to be interesting here too is, like, is Dylan willing to go for that Terastallization on Koraidon this time? Still facing the Kyogre down the other side, but I think getting that huge blow, it's much less likely to be able to sneak its way into that knockout this time.
Yeah.
Also, will he actually click Grassy Glide this time? Because this time it's going to probably be the wrong choice as Kyogre exits battle.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl coming back in here. Now that the rain is up, it is much more likely to survive a hit from Koraidon, but Koraidon is not really willing to find out if that's going to happen, as we do see a Protect from Koraidon here. I like the way that Dylan's playing this. Really nice, really slow, really methodical, understanding how important Koraidon is, and understanding as well, like, if they went for another close combat there and Kyogre went for a Protect, things could really turn around really quickly. And we do see Lunala coming in here. So this is one of the best Pokemon on the team that can take a Glacial Lance, at least that first one, without too much fear. But yeah, overall, I think that this position it's not so bad, but I would give Dylan the advantage right now.
Getting the U-turn is important too. I think last game we saw the combination of these two Pokemon attacking not quite being enough to pick the Calyrex up.
Yeah.
The U-turn chip could be important. Grimmsnarl, going to probably try to do something here to reduce the incoming damage as well. But with Kyogre weakened so much and Grimmsnarl, again, not exactly an offensive juggernaut, it's going to be important for Calyrex to actually get some stuff done here. You don't want to just take 2 attacks for free.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, there is that Leech Seed, which we haven't actually seen yet this set. However, like I said, Leech Seed is much more dangerous once you've actually taken a KO. And so Brendan could go for it here, but if he doesn't take a KO in exchange, it can get kind of dicey, I think. So yeah, big questions here. What's Grimmsnarl going to do? It could go for Light Screen if it wants to reduce damage from Lunala, but it could also go for a Parting Shot and Koraidon, maybe allow Urshifu to come in. What's Calyrex going to do? Is it going to try and heal itself up with Leech Seed, maybe predicting a Fire Terra? Or is it going to go for a Glacial Lance, predicting no Fire Terra? Maybe it'll go for Trick Room to try and call out the Fire Terra and allow Kyogre to come in later, right? There's a lot going on here. And I think that, again, this is an interesting game because often in competitive play, you will find the quote-unquote the right move. Like, there's one clear right move from at least one of the sides. Here, I can't say that myself, Scott. I think there's a lot of different options, and I don't see clearly what the best one is. And we do see Koraidon switch out here. I think that's smart. Get your ability to get the sun up later in the game.
Some good information for Brendan here. We see the switch up from Dylan. Ogerpon entering this match for the first time, and Brendan still has his own unrevealed Pokemon, so I think we kind of both assuming it's an Urshifu again, but if it's not, then it changes how Brendan can play here a little bit because he doesn't as desperately need to win the Weather War, but with this Calyrex Terastallizing could be a pivotal turn.
Yeah, I mean, turning into a grass type is nice against Pokemon like a Moongus, but against 2 fire types, or okay, well, Koraidon's not a fire type, but a fire type attack user, and his Parting Shot blocked by the Protect here, so great play from Dylan. We'll have to see what the okay, this is just Glacial Lance. I think if that had been Leech Seed, it would have been really, really bad for Brendan here, but Lunala Protect makes a lot of sense because it allows you to get all the way back to your Shadow Shield. Yeah, definitely. Thanks to the Grassy Terrain to the leftover. So great play from both players. Still, that damage is starting to add up a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is adding up, and I think critically here, too, you've committed the Terrestrialization now. It simplifies the game now for Dylan a little bit, no longer has to worry about that, and while it's no longer weak to attacks from this Lunala, the Ogerpon's probably not too upset about that, going to look for a super effective fire-type attack.
Yeah, the thing is that parting shot from Grimmsnarl, again, paying dividends. Like, if you go for a switch into Koraidon and try and, Terrafire or Ivy Cudgel, parting shot would just shut that right down. It wouldn't actually do you many favors. And so I think this is, a bit of a tricky situation here, as you really would like to smack this Calyrex with a fire-type attack, but that's a bit easier said than done.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe you go for like a spiky shield attack with Lunala.
Yeah.
I hope you can get away with it and then go for the big attack next turn.
Yeah, I think that absolutely makes sense. Another option that we see Dylan considering here is maybe calling out the parting shot and saying, hey, if it's Urshifu in the back, you got to give me something if I go for a Woodhammer here. So we'll have to see. It is parting shot, so whatever's coming in here is in danger of taking some big attacks. Lunala special attack goes to -1 here, but I think that Dylan's okay with that, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had to trade too much health so far, where, I think he's able to duke it out a little bit here. If it is that Urshifu, it's going to not enjoy this switching very much, and everything else has been pretty significantly weakened.
Here's the Woodhammer, and yeah, it's not surviving that one, is it, Scott?
No, I think, even without the train, probably picked that one up. So, tough switch for Brendan there, but, he's maneuvered so well around all these grass-type Pokemon, but when you're bringing 2 water types every game, eventually you're going to get caught.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we see, Movement Speed doesn't do that much damage, but I think that, it is Leech Seed. Brendan calling out potentially a defensive play from the Ogerpon. I think that gives Dylan a huge advantage, truthfully, moving forward in this battle.
Yeah, the Ogerpon gets out scot-free there. I mean, it's going to be picked up by one more Glacial Lance if it happens, but like it would have anyway, probably, right? So you don't really mind that. The recoil winds up being totally irrelevant, and one more swing from that could make a big difference. Also, with a knockout happening there, we still have to keep the Weather War in mind. You lose as soon as you get down to 2 Pokemon for the most part, and Brendan now going to be in trouble, where I think whatever comes out next to Calyrex here, going to have a harder time staying in the battle, but I guess Grimmsnarl, if it wants to, can hang out for a while. It just not necessarily providing all that much of a diversion.
Yeah, I think that the question here is you still have that threat of switch into Koraidon and go for an Ivy Cudgel, and Brendan has to be worried about it. And if he goes for the parting shot play again, it can very easily get punished once more. So I think this is going to be a crucial turn. If Brendan can make it through with both of his Pokemon this turn, it's possible he can still win this, I think, because remember there's the Rillaboom in the back, and the Ogerpon will then be the Calyrex will be at +1, assuming Glacial Lance goes off here. So it's still doable for Brendan, but it's starting to get a little bit spooky, I would say.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind, too, at least on Brendan's side, is like you've now seen all of the Pokemon Dylan's side. There's definitely a world where if you get Trick Room up, it's pretty devastating. We're going to see the Woodhammer first, where it doesn't quite pick up the Grimmsnarl. I wonder if it'll pick up the Ogerpon instead.
Yeah, that's actually, you would think normally knocking yourself out is a bad thing, but here it denies the Glacial Lance boost, which is actually pretty important, as Lunala follows up with a double attack here into the Grimmsnarl. This is starting to look pretty rough for Brendan. He is most likely to get a Glacial Lance off here, I would assume. It's actually the Trick Room. So I think this is looking kind of tough, Scott, because with Trick Room up, I mean, not only has Dylan won the Weather War, Dylan can win it this turn if he wants, because Koraidon is presumably slower than Kyogre, and the Weather will activate in the order of the Pokemon speed stats, so you actually want to be slower when you're trying to win the Weather War. So really masterfully done by Dylan here, and frankly, Brendan didn't have a play that could counter that. Even setting up a Light Screen wouldn't have allowed his Grimmsnarl to survive the Moonblast and Woodhammer combo there.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways this game, too, makes me even more impressed by how Brendan played the first game, because the matchup feels really bad in the second game.
Certainly doesn't feel good.
And not totally over yet, but yeah, I mean, as you said, I think this is going to end their Weather War right here, either immediately by switching Koraidon in, or you could, always have the option of bringing Rillaboom, kind of like faking out, slowly getting there. But hey, why not just take it immediately? And while Brendan does have the speed control, this heavily weakened Kyogre having to fight under the sun for the remainder of the game, Calyrex doesn't have to do a lot basically on its own, and there's still that Shadow Shield intact, so it's not going to do it all this turn.
Yeah, like even if
not attack anymore, sorry.
Yeah, but even still, like as you said, even if you can get through the Lunala, it's like you still have to deal with both Koraidon and Rillaboom, and I mean, your best bet is to hope that, I don't know, maybe like Origin Pulse and Glacial Lance work together to KO the Koraidon regardless of Terra. But yeah, great play from Dylan here, using Protect on the Koraidon here, basically trying to bait out the fact that Brendan needs to go for a double attack here to have any chance of winning. The only way for Brendan to win this game is to get a KO here. But looking at how little that Glacial Lance is doing and how fast the Lunala, or how slow the Lunala is relative to the Kyogre, we actually see the reversal of the earlier game, where last game, Kyogre being faster allowed Kyogre to knock out Lunala before it could move. Here it's the reverse. I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made here in the end, just given the play, but still, like, can feel kind of bad. And you can see perhaps why Brendan is so reluctant to set up Trick Room, why he's, you know, only now done it towards the end of game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough because there's not really anything else on the team to exploit it. And this is the second time we've seen a team of otherwise faster Pokemon with Lunala that's slow enough to kind of underspeed most things in Trick Room. It didn't work so well for Dr. and Trilla last round. And this round, it's Brendan who's kind of on the wrong side of Lunala taking advantage of his own Trick Room.
Yeah, and actually, ironically, both of them being the less common Calm Mind variant compared to the more, standard, like, supporting Moonblast, Moongeist Speed, Wide Guard Trick Room variant. So we are going to see the Terrifier from Koraidon. I want to make sure you remember to click that button, as otherwise Glacial Lance could suddenly turn this game around. And, you know, even though in the end this is going to be a 3-1 victory for Dylan, it's interesting because if it was all about that Koraidon. If anything had happened to Koraidon in this battle, if it had, you know, significantly lower HP, if it had taken a crucial attack, this whole game could have turned around because this Ice Rider really could have just turned the game on its head. I mean, there was facing out 2 grass types and Lunala, and with Leech and the Lunala, it was really able to, like outlast it in the long run. So I think this really shows the dynamic of the matchup, which is that this game to me really revolved around the fact that Kyogre wasn't able to come in safely. It took too much damage, and therefore it allowed Dylan to preserve his Koraidon to the end of the battle, outlast that Kyogre, and eventually use it to take down the Ice Rider. So I think if you're Dylan, you're thinking, that was pretty good, let me do that again. But if you're Brendan, you've got to be thinking, man, switching into Ogerpon's Woodhammer, switching into close combat, like, all of that was kind of awkward. I don't really want to have to deal with that again.
Yeah, he's kind of in a tough spot with this matchup because from a tight matchup perspective, like Kyogre's in such a terrible spot here.
It's not great.
You'd love to leave it at home, even with the whole double restricted thing. The problem with that is you do want Drizzle, where it's tough just to give up weather. I think, you know, conversely, you'd love from a tight matchup perspective the Chien Pao, which kind of is the same situation that Dylan is causing, but in reverse, where it's super effective against a bunch of these Pokemon. But yeah, it has some issues in part that it's going to be also very difficult to keep alive.
Yeah, I think you're right in the money in that Chien Pao really could, in theory, turn things around in the sense that, like, both Lunala and Koraidon really need to terrestrialize to comfortably survive against it. Depends on how it's trained, like, depends on if Icicle Crash connects, but, like, for the most part, both restricted Pokemon would love to Terra against it. And with that, you can use it to kind of pressure, like, they can only terrestrialize one, and so you can use it offensively. However, with Pokemon like Rillaboom, with Pokemon like Follow Me Ogerpon, it's kind of easier said than done. That's not even considering that the walking weight could also cause problems as well. And so I think it's interesting. I kind of feel like Urshifu, I'm not sold on the Urshifu here, Scott, to be honest with you. I feel like Urshifu, like, from Brendan's end, although it was good, I think we kind of saw the weakness of it not being able to easily switch into attacks. And so I almost wonder if Rillaboom comes just to be able to switch into those Woodhammers.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see that too. I mean, it's awkward where, you know, there's a bunch of Pokemon on the other side of the field
that are fire types and grass types.
yeah, it's you know, Dylan unfortunately stopped the fire, water, grass core mostly at fire, which you think would be not so good into this rain team, but it's been pretty devastating where the other Pokemon, I think, kind of just, they're used to Drizzle covering them a little bit.
Yeah.
And, it just doesn't work in this matchup because there's so much damage that Dylan's doing, and then Lunala kind of just always sits there and is a problem.
Yes, absolutely. So we actually no adjustment from the lead from Brendan, but there is one from Dylan here. We are going to switch to the Lunala and Rillaboom lead against Brendan's, I forgot the name, Grimmsnarl and Calyrex Ice Rider.
So this time I guess Grimmsnarl probably in a little better matchup where I think leading the non-reflect Grimmsnarl against 2 physical attackers last time was like very limiting for Brendan's side of the field. Well, light screen isn't like incredible here or anything. You could do that. I think a parting shot probably more likely. And then once again, Calyrex, I mean, it's not like being super threatened, but it hasn't really done a whole lot other than exist and hope to get Koraidon in front of it so far this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that it's worth noting, though, that there's not really... Well, I was going to say there's not really great Glacial Lance switch-ins. Scott, there's not really Glacial Lance switch-ins in general, unless Dylan has chosen to bring the Incineroar here, which would have other problems with the Kyogre. Not saying it couldn't be done. And so you have Fake Out Pressure this turn, but I think that Brendan's kind of okay with that because, like, as soon as the next turn starts, you're going to be pretty threatening. You're going to be threatening a lot here in terms of Glacial Lance. So we do see a Fake Out stopping the Ice Rider for 1 turn. Just a little parting shot from the Grimmsnarl here. I think that we're unlikely to see Kyogre switch in this turn, personally. So I think whatever Brendan's final Pokemon is, I suspect will make an appearance here. Never mind. For Scott, actually, I was just saying, I think it's extremely likely that Kyogre does switch in here. And look at how right I was.
And that was the world champ difference. I see the Moonblast coming in and that Kyogre gonna take it pretty well, but the special attack trap, I mean, it sucks, but I don't know if it really matters. I feel like there's a good chance that Kyogre wasn't gonna stay on the field for very long anyway. Does kind of help absorb pressure. You get the brain set. Maybe you bait Koraidon trying to switch in. I kind of wonder on Brendan's end, you were kind of talking about mix-up in this matchup. Maybe Kyogre comes in because you don't want to reveal that the fourth Pokemon has changed immediately.
True. Or maybe you don't want your Urshifu to potentially take a super effective attack. What I really like about this play, by the way, is the fact that, like, of course you want to switch Rillaboom out because otherwise it's taking Glacial Lance. But now your Lunala is at -1 special attack, and you kind of want to switch it out. You do have the option of Calm Mind, but like, using Calm Mind to go from -1 to +0 special attack, whenever I'm in this position, I'm like, this sucks. Like, I want to use Calm Mind to make myself stronger, not make myself less weak, you know what I mean? So I think this parting shot is going to be paying some dividends here in the long run. And we actually still considering going for a grass type move, just saying basically like, hey, I don't want to switch into Glacial Lance.
Yeah, I mean, it paid off from that last game, right? We got that free knockout. I mean, I don't know if he's going to enjoy the incoming damage this time, but something is going to get hit by that Woodhammer. But it's Grimmsnarl again, so it's still hiding that final Pokemon.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl switching in here, and Lunala does go for Calm Mind, so countering out that -1 special attack drop from the parting shot. But the Rillaboom here looks a little in danger, to be honest with Scott. Here's Woodhammer coming out. How much is it going to do it?
Oh, jeez.
My God.
This Rillaboom's mad.
Either Rillaboom is a lot stronger than I realized, or Grimmsnarl is mostly trained on the special side. And we do see Glacial Lance here, so it's not only breaking the Shadow Shield, it's not only KOing Rillaboom, it's also giving Brendan's Calyrex a +1 to its physical attack stat, thanks to the Chilling Neigh.
That's a huge Pokemon to get rid of, too. Or, as you mentioned, I think maybe it's great for Brendan, perhaps a mistake by Dylan to kind of pin himself in that situation where he's going to lose something, because if it's a matchup where getting down to 2 Pokemon first is really bad, and I think particularly losing that one with 2 water types on Brendan's side of the field just makes this matchup so much simpler for him now, where I don't have to worry about either one Pokemon's Big Woodhammers, though we're going to see another one from this Pokemon, but at least no more Grassy Glides, which kind of even in Trick Room is a check.
Yeah, absolutely, and Brendan still hasn't revealed his last Pokemon. I mean, if it's Rillaboom and he brings it out in front of a Protect, that could be big. If it's Urshifu and you get Surging Strikes in the rain, that could be big. So overall, especially because in Game 1 we saw Urshifu really kind of look threatening, it was against a Walking Wake and a Rillaboom. But in this game, there's no Walking Wake and there's no Rillaboom. So I think this is certainly looking like a very different story from either of the past 2 games. That being said, it's certainly not over yet.
Yeah, I like the positioning for Brendan here too, where I'm kind of talking last game a lot about that like Terra Ogerpon switching Koraidon play that never came.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to do in this situation where you currently have control of the weather with Kyogre, because it's easy to counter with the parting shot and then switching Kyogre back in.
Yeah, we're really seeing the value out of these fast pivoting moves. Scarf or U-turns, parting shot from Prankster Grimmsnarl. Just letting you react to the opponent and then switch in is just such a big deal here. Ogerpon going for Spike Shield here, doesn't want to take this +1 Glacial Lance. Lunala is going to follow this up with a big Protect, also not taking any damage this turn. This play is really smart because what it does is it allows Lunala to get back to full HP, reactivating Shadow Shield, and that's a pretty big deal. As we do see Brendan go for Parting Shot, the only question is, did he go for Trick Room? No, it is just Glacial Lance. I think this makes sense. I think last time you kind of ended up in an awkward spot versus the Ogerpon because you didn't pressure it, and now +1 physical attack, you're continuing to just put good pressure on it here. So I like this play. Even though Lunala does go back to full HP, I think it makes sense from both ends here.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that also, the Lunala is a threat, but if you kind of just keep it sitting there, again, it did hit that or take that parting shot already. If you want to, you can do another one, although I think it's probably quite a bit safer to do it on the Ogerpon in fear of the Koraidon switch in. It's fine for now, right? You get to go with the Lunala eventually, but I don't think it's the preeminent threat on the field right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think there's a lot of dynamics here, especially because we just don't know what the last Pokemon is. If it's just Rillaboom coming in after a parting shot, we saw it go down earlier to a Woodhammer, and actually we are going to see Dylan's Terastallization here used not on Koraidon, not on Lunala, but on Ogerpon Hearthflame, getting a +1 boost to its physical attack stat, which can be pretty massive, and more importantly, gaining a resistance to ice by removing its grass typing. So this is a really unorthodox use of the Terastallization, but it could pay off big here. As we do see a parting shot though, Brendan going into Ogerpon, so immediately reducing the physical attack that Ogerpon worked so hard to gain. Question is though, Scott, who is coming in here?
Yeah, it could be big. We still haven't seen this final Pokemon, and you probably want to play a little bit careful here if you're Brendan, because there is some threat that this was an attack. But it is that chin power we were talking about between games.
And you know, Scott, we were also talking about between games how both Koraidon and the Lunala, they would really like to Terra in front of this Pokemon. Like, that's kind of important for them. They really don't want to be taking super effective hits from this Chen Pao, and now neither can Terra. And actually, Ogerpon is having reduced defense from the Sword of Ruin as well. And so this Glacial Lance is not only a +1 attack from the Chilling Neigh, it's also being boosted by Sword of Ruin. It's not going to pick up a KO on either of these Pokemon, but Scott, I think it might do a lot more than Dylan is banking on here.
It's been a lot of damage.
Oh,
wow, it almost
God.
does pick up a knockout of that Ogerpon.
Okay, it's a critical hit.
And a critical hit of Lunala. I was going to say, wasn't the shield? What the? That makes more sense. But I mean, still easily puts Lunala now on the point where a second Glacial Lance would knock it out, even after all this healing because of the critical hit. And it's a scary spot now, right? Because it really limits your options. I don't know if Brendan would want to go so all in as to Sucker Punch the Ogerpon and Glacial Lance here, but in that scenario, you'd be in danger of losing both Pokemon on Dylan's side. You still likely have that final Pokemon, which we can basically assume is Koraidon, but that's a lot of additional pressure now, and Brendan can still slow things down a little bit, right? There's nothing stopping him from like protecting the Calyrex, rotating again, saving the Chien Pao later to finish off the game, because now that there's no threat of Terastallization, there's not an easy way to get around the big damage it can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also worth noting, by the way, that Trick Room has suddenly become a threat in a pretty major way, because now, if it is Koraidon as the last Pokemon, I mean, Ogerpon's not taking another Glacial Lance, and like you said, I don't think Lunala is going to easily take one either, and so I think there might actually be a way for Brendan to pin Dylan here by attacking into the Ogerpon or even the Lunala here and going for Trick Room in the same breath. Chen Pao goes for Throat Chop into the Ogerpon, is going to pick up a KO here. That is the end of Dylan's Terastallization. Ogerpon faints here, it's losing the Terra, it's losing that attack boost that it had then lost anyway. Whatever, forget about it. Lunala has one chance here. It is boosted by one Calm Mind, well, 2 Calm Minds and 1 Parting Shot, whatever. It's going for Moonguy's Beam, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, but yeah, it's not actually doing that much damage in the end, and Trick Room is going up here. So if it is the Koraidon in the end here, Scott, I think this might be a 4-0 win for Brendan.
I think so too. I mean, things seemed so bleak in that previous game, but Brendan did a great adjustment here. And unfortunately, I feel like Dylan kind of adjusted himself out of an advantage here, particularly in that turn 1, I think was so much worse for him. I love the Chien Pao here for Brendan. It's not doing a whole lot here other than like having an aura, but does help in the previous, or I guess 2 turns ago now, with the Glacial Lance to deal more damage. And assuming this is what we think it is, seems like it might be kind of checkmate.
Yeah, I think that one of the great things about using Calyrex Ice Rider is that you're able to put your opponents in a position that's exactly that, right? It's checkmate, because your super strong move that you would love to be clicking hits both your opponent's Pokemon, and when that's the case and there's no wide guard, and you're able to threaten a KO on the other on both Pokemon guaranteed, it becomes very difficult to stop. So Sword of Ruin is still active. Trick Room has 4 turns left. So at this point, Brendan has won the Weather War if he wanted it at any point, but truthfully, Scott, I don't think it's going to come to it. I think it's going to be these 2 Ice-type Pokemon, or this one Ice-type Pokemon, this one formerly Ice-type Pokemon, bringing this one home. It's just so difficult for me to see how Dylan can turn this one around.
Yeah, as we've learned throughout this set, fire beats water, and now ice beats fire.
That's correct. So that is actually Dylan recognizing that there's just nothing that they can do there, and Brendan Zhang will be winning your round 7 match and guaranteeing a spot tomorrow in day 2.
And that was such a fun set where it felt like all 3 games kind of felt like really one-sided in a strange way where, I mean, I think to an extent just this format, right, where it's so important to get turn 1 right. These Pokemon all deal so much damage and are so dominant in their own ways, and if you give them any room, they can take so much ground. And I think Brendan did a great job with the adjustments in that last game. Chien Pao getting out at just the right time, even though it did have to take the attack on the switch-in. That's why you have Focus Sash, right?
That's
you can get away with that sort of play.
Yeah, I mean, Life Orb Chien Pao has picked up on popularity quite a bit, but Brendan showing off why sometimes you can't beat the classics. I also loved all the pivoting there between Parting Shot and U-Turn. Also, Parting Shot, a move that, like, again, is not very common in Grimmsnarl, but we saw it pay off so big there, just being able to always react, always deny the weather control, because Koraidon could never switch in, because if it did, Parting Shot, whoop, here comes Kyogre, there goes your son. So I think really well played by both sides. We could really understand both of their game plans here. I do think that not only the leads, but also losing Rillaboom so early, I think really just put Dylan so far behind, because again, like we mentioned, as soon as you lose a Pokemon versus Leech Seed Ice Rider, it becomes much harder. Sometimes not even because of the Leech Seed, but because of the fact that Glacial Lance is now has one fewer Pokemon that it has to worry about taking out.
Yeah, I think that was just huge. And once again, I think it's sort of an interesting matchup where both teams just had, such a hard switch, right? The hard switches got punished really hard. I think as soon as they lost positioning where they could rotate with a move and kind of have the extra information provided by getting to move in the middle of a turn, it was really punishing. And again, I think that Grimmsnarl is really interesting. As you mentioned, parting shot not what we normally see from that. I think it really makes sense on this team specifically because of the Kyogre, right? Where and kind of just the field abilities in general, not just Kyogre, but like Kyogre, Rillaboom, Chin Pao, all have field effects that benefit greatly from activating at the right time and being able to do that mid-turn, knowing what your opponent has done to extent, after you've seen terrestrialization, after you've seen if they've switched or not. Even getting the Urshifu in safely, right? Because we saw in the second game what happens if it comes in unsafely.
It goes bye-bye. Yeah, I think that's part of what the brilliance of that Chen Pao switch in Game 3 was. It wasn't only that Chen Pao was so good there, it's that it could survive a hit, Like, if it had been Urshifu again, it would have gone down, that would have forced Grimmsnarl back in, and all of a sudden the weather war is suddenly looking a bit more dicey. But just because Chen Pao survived a hit and gave Brendan, allowed Brendan to maintain his Pokemon advantage, it just changed everything.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. We're kind of talking throughout the game about him not revealing that final Pokemon, right? And I think both the threat of the information was big, but also specifically keeping that focus dash intact.
Yes.
There are a lot of times we thought about it coming in, and I think if that had happened, Brendan probably loses the game.
I agree.
He did a really great job of conserving that, both picking the right Pokemon and using it in the right way.
Yeah.
It's exactly the way you want to see someone win a 3-game set, right?
I was about to say this. This is the brilliance of Game 3 in Pokemon, right? Where Game 1 and Game 2, Brendan brings the same Pokemon. Game 3, he leads the same as Game 2, but he has made an adjustment. It's just not as obvious as you can tell at first glance.
Yeah, I think that minutia is really important, right? I think if you're kind of trying to learn how to get better at this game, the deception is great, right? Because even when we were watching, right, I think we were leaning toward it probably being Urshifu, and
I would have bet on Rillaboom before Chen Pao, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and Dylan's got to consider all those factors. So it makes planning the game a lot harder for him, where I have to make sure, okay, well, I don't want to lose for sure if it's any one of those three, so I have to keep my cards a little closer to my chest. And then, I think it would have been so easy to get punished too. We kind of saw it really in both the first two games, how easy it is just to kind of get Kyogre deleted.
Yep.
I think this is I think it's a harder matchup for Brendan to play in a lot of ways, just because he's usually the one receiving the pressure rather than exerting it. And I did a great job of getting himself to a fantastic position. And maybe bonus points for being willing to find the right Trick Room out after how bad it looked in Game 2. Or I feel like some players, something like that will happen, especially in a stream match. They're oh man, that looked really silly. I don't want to look dumb in front of chat, so I'm going to do something different.
I'm done with Trick Room.
Yeah.
Friendship with Trick Room ended. And actually, speaking of, we're analyzing Brendan's teams, we're analyzing his game, but I mean, who better to hear it from than from Brendan himself, and perhaps being interviewed by his elder brother, by his beloved big brother. So, Aaron, Brendan, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Hello, everybody. I am joined by the one, the only Brendan Zhang. Dude, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling really good. Yeah, that was a really nice win, in my opinion. So, a bit of a stress relief. Yeah.
I think Game 1, it looked like it was fully dominant. You had really, really good control. Game 2, there was the Fire Ogre pawn adjustment, of course, which seemed really good. So, yeah, what were you thinking going into that Game 3?
Yeah, I think, it's always tough bringing both of my water types, even though they are really good in the rain against Dylan's team. If I Terra my Calyrex, now suddenly they're weak to grass type attacks, and I really didn't want to kind of go down the path that I went down in Game 2, where they kind of just swept me with their Ogre Pawn. And so I decided Chen Pao can kind of help Calyrex do a little bit more damage, maybe even help knock out that Ogre Pawn that we saw it wasn't able to knock out in the second game. And yeah, it worked out pretty well.
6-1, you're in day 2 now, man. How does it feel? What's the goal for this tournament?
It feels good. I came into this tournament with very little prep. I built the team a couple of days ago. I'm still kind of learning as I go, but obviously I'm gonna give it my all to try to win the tournament.
Okay, let's talk about the team a little bit, because Kyogre and Ice Rider is not very common. Of course, I know you are one of Kyogre's biggest believers in the previous regulation, but you're not even running Calm Mind anymore. It's Water Spout, which of course came up huge in Game 2. So how did this team come together?
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of had a lot of pieces that I liked from the team in the previous regulation, like Rillaboom, Kyogre, Choice Scarf, Urshifu Water, and I kind of just started, trying to find things that complement those Pokemon well. So Grimmsnarl was really good at kind of just helping everything stay around. And then also, of course, I had to think of another restricted Pokemon. Since Kyogre is already so strong, especially, I kind of wanted to add a physical Pokemon. So Calyrex Ice Rider worked out really well there. And then finally, Chen Pao. It was kind of like I threw it on last minute because I was like, like this can help my Calyrex that isn't that offensive get some knockouts. And it also helps like the Rillaboom problem also can help against ghost types as well, which my team can struggle against sometimes. So yeah.
Okay, well, I heard pairings are about to go up for the last round. So before we let you go, any final words?
I hope I'm going to win the tournament.
All right, congrats, man. Thanks. All right, well, we're going to throw it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Wolf and I will be back on the cast for round 8 as we close out this first day.
To see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted in Swish. I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaludon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basket Legion 2, who's a massive threat. Multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. Like, I can keep my cool during like a high stress situation, right? Like when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really let it get to me too much. Like maybe my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all!
I've never been to locals before. Well, this is my first one ever. Feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone win the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known what EV spreads to use, common lines, team comps, or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to, and qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I were winning my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
An area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of, just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness.
This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, you know, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, you know, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, like, I'm, like, in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think I eat like protein bars, and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day, and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of like gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Portland Regionals. We are here for the final round of day 1, round 8, and to close things out, you've got myself and Wolf Glick here on the commentary desk, and it's going to be a banger, Wolf.
Yes, Aaron.
It's always a banger.
I was simply just going to say this. You were so eloquent that you have taken the words right out of my mouth.
They do be saying it.
And may I just say, what's going on, gamers? We have 1 round left today in the Toronto. I want a pierogi, I'll tell you that much. In the Portland Regional Championships, I am joined here by my good friend and a very special boy, Aaron Zhang. Aaron, is it your birthday today?
You know, it could be.
It could be. And
So,
that's what we're all saying.
Happy potential birthday.
Happy potential birthday to you. Aaron, what do you think of the day? What do you think of it's one of the first majors of Regulation I? Has there been any surprises? Have you been
Yeah, you know, there have been some surprises. I mean, first of all,
Agreed.
Solgaleo. We saw
bringing back Rock Slide.
I was a little bit traumatized seeing like Rock Slide and Thunder Wave. You know, you and I grew up in
we were forged.
Forged in the depths of Choice Scarf, Landers, Rock Slide, Thunderous, Thunderwave, Thunderwave.
Rock Slide.
It was kind of
GG, man. We both played really well. Yeah. We played super good.
It was really wild seeing it reincarnated here many years later. It is funny because Thunderous and Landers, like, it's not like they're gone. They do exist still, but
nope, they're gone.
Yeah. Okay.
They're gone. Bye. Well, Landers has been succeeded by its incarnate form.
That's right.
Who can actually still win tournaments despite the former king being nowhere to be seen.
But I'd say we've seen honestly some really cool teams, really cool play around the board, and of course we are getting into this final round. So taking a look, all of these players have already secured a slot into day 2.
That's right.
A lot of ex-champions among this group, including Aaron Trailer, as well as Jong, Nicholas Morales, Montana Mott. Those are all players that have won regional championships before. Some players that you probably have recognized a lot, including Aaron Brock, Carey, who I think has had a phenomenal season. He's been in like top 16, top 32 of so many tournaments, and like I think like he's really due for a truly tremendous performance, but he cut EUIC as well, and so I'm not surprised to see him out there. He's like easily one of the fastest rising stars in VGC. Olivia, I believe, is kind of on the cusp of her Worlds invite, so being 6-1, potentially securing more points from this one, I think will be a big boost for her. Christopher Hahn, of course, aging up to the Masters division this season, really high up there as well. But either way, all of these players have secured a spot into day 2, and for this tournament, you need 8 wins to make it to the top cut bracket, and so a final win here in this round can make a big deal because it makes tomorrow that much easier.
That's right. I mean, half of the players who are 7-0 undefeated right now will already be guaranteed going into tomorrow a spot in top cut. As we do take a look at some notable matches here. Junshi, who's actually, I believe, very highly ranked in the standings, I think 6th overall in total points. He's had a phenomenal season going up against Benny Vasquez. But they're not the only notable match here. We have Carey against Aaron, Jesse Romola versus Lendul. That's one that I personally am very interested in. And yeah, like pretty much everybody here. I mean, these are all the top players at the tournament, right? And Emilio actually having a great run as well after bouncing back from an early loss.
Yeah, I remember Emilio, I think it was Worlds 23 where maybe he played Eric Rios on stream and like the second round loss and then literally won every other game like after that to go into like, I think day 2 and then top cut. And then we have Adi here, who of course got top 4 at LA Regionals last season, also having a tremendous performance. But really excited to watch this one because, Wolf, you and I were talking earlier today, and you're like, okay, what restricted Pokemon do you think is kind of slept on or maybe a little bit underrated?
Yeah?
And I told you Groudon, and we saw Groudon, but it maybe got 1 attack on.
Ah, Groudon. We were so excited to see it. We were so thrilled. We were like, oh, Groudon, our old friend, back again to show that the past can still keep up. Groudon, he's there!
He's there!
Aaron, where did he come from? Are you some kind of magician pulling great hulking land monsters out of your hat? Groudon is back, but with some new friends this time, including Jumpluff and Ice Rider, actually.
Yeah, so this is a restricted duel I don't think I've seen a lot of.
No.
And Jumpluff in particular is fun, especially because we're in Portland. Like, Joseph Ugarte has won this tournament in Portland using Jumpluff before, so Jumpluff in particular feels like a Pokemon that's very much associated with the city. But another Groudon comes out here, but this is going to be an Assault Vest Groudon set. And so the idea, of course, is Groudon Jumpluff, really disruptive. With the Assault Vest, Groudon can run more moves, right? It doesn't have to just rely on Press Blade. So, hey, high horsepower.
It can also miss.
It can still miss. Hey, man, don't well into twig systems.
But if you don't want to miss, why don't we click Stone? Well, how about she use over sleep pow?
There are many moves, of course, that can miss here, but you know what can't miss? Glacial Lance. Check out this Calyrex Ice Rider set, man.
I love this Ice Rider. It's so funny because normally, you wouldn't use a Citrus Berry because it's so bad against Unnerve, which is on Calyrex Ice Rider. But this Calyrex Ice Rider doesn't care about other Calyrex Ice Rider because if it's on the field, it's not doing anything. And so I love this Ice Rider set. I am a little upset that it's not we don't get to see it against an Ice Rider, but who knows? Maybe tomorrow, maybe if the tournament goes on. And also the Life Orb Terra Electric Raging Bolt. That Pokemon can hit hard. You have that Pokemon in the sun next to Speed to Ruin from the Chi-Yu. You are going to see some Pokemon do a little disappearing trick into your hat, Aaron, because they will be going bye-bye.
Yes, very much bye-bye. We saw a Magnet Electric Terra Raging Bolt to Thunderbolt into Dondozo earlier today.
So much.
And it was like 75%. And so, you throw the Life Orb on top, it does even a little bit more damage. But on the other side, Benny is rocking what I'd say is the very, very classic Calyrex Shadow Rider Terrapagos composition here with your classic support, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Amoonguss, Urshifu. You're going to want to pay attention to Incineroar, your favorite Pokemon, Wolf.
Well, okay, I don't know. Aaron, let's not jump to any conclusions here.
But I think Incineroar is going to be really relevant here because it gives you the Intimidate against Groudon. That's not Clear Amulet. Normally, Groudon and Calyrex Ice Rider both love Clear Amulet, but here's like, neither of us have it. Groudon's like, do you want it? And Calyrex Ice Rider's like, nah, man, you can have it. Groudon's like, it's okay. I'm good.
It's like when you and your friend are too polite to finish the last bite of food. Like you split an appetizer and you're like, oh no, like I couldn't. You take it. And your friend's like, no, like I can't. I really can't. You should eat it. And then the waiter takes it away. That's what happened with Clear Amulet. Interestingly enough, a couple interesting choices on this team. Choice Band Urshifu Rapid Strike. Normally, you know, Sun is a pretty tough matchup against water type Pokemon, but I mean, with Choice Band, like it's probably still going to do a decent bit with Surging Strikes. Not to mention, Terrapagos can actually clear the strong Sunlight, so we might see an Urshifu appearance on stream here.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, you know, this team generally likes to really enable the Terrapagos. So if you look at Jungshi's team, you've got Chi-Yu with Snarl, which I actually think can be really annoying. You've also got Jumpluff with the Sleep Powder, right? So in Sinnoh, of course, Rillaboom, Amoonguss, there are a lot of answers to the Sleep Powder, but none of those Pokemon really love going up against Groudon. Well, the other question I have here is, like, do you actually really want to bring the Calyrex Ice Rider into this matchup? It can't protect, and, like, Glacial seems good, but then you get intimidated. You're not probably going to be Leech Seeding a ton. Leech Seed is good, obviously, into Terrapagos, but, like, how often will you be able to get it off?
I think you bring it. I think you bring it.
There's a world, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, there's a world where it doesn't come out.
I think you bring it. I think you bring it. Okay, as we jump into the battle here, Terrapagos and Urshifu, we are seeing that Urshifu right away, and Chi-Yu and Fluttermane,
Aaron, it's a classic. It's a classic.
Aaron, it's a classic.
A restricted, non-restricted duel that's really dominated VGC for a while, but there's the Urshifu from the opposing side. So like you said, Wolf, even though this is a Sun matchup, it has hit the field. And, I believe we've seen those final two Pokemon.
Aaron, well, you know, anything could change here. You know, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, you are correct in that at the moment, it appears that Ice Rider isn't. Well, it's not in the field. That's all I'll say about that. That's all I'll say about that. You know, we don't know for sure here. But
this is interesting, right? Because you're staring down.
I was just going to say this was interesting.
Yeah,
dude, you get me. If nobody else gets me, I know you get me. Yeah, I think it's interesting because this Urshifu has Aqua Jet, and so with Aqua Jet, you can pressure a KO on the Chi-Yu before it can move. And so what do you do with that? Do you go for Terraghost Snarl? Do you go for Terraghost Heat Wave? Do you maybe, like, who do you Moonblast? It's like you said, it's not so easy to switch into a Snarl here. So, yeah, we'll have to see what Benny chooses to do and what Junshi chooses to do here.
Really interesting because we saw the Moonblast hover potentially targeting Urshifu, but then actually switched it into the Terrapagos slot. And so you think from Benny's end, it would make sense to potentially Terra the Urshifu, right? This is Terra Water, so it gets around the super effective hit of the Moonblast. We're going to start off, though, with the Chi-Yu Terra Wolf. Like you said, vulnerable to that Water Terra Aqua Jet. It is going to be the trait of Terra, so pretty aggressive turn one immediately. The question is, does Benny just potentially go for a Protect? Oh, it's going to be Terrapagos going for the Terra. Okay.
That's very interesting. I mean, maybe the idea is that you want to clear the Sunlight if Groudon comes in to protect the Chi-Yu from the Aqua Jet. But here, as you can see, it is just Aqua Jet coming out, so Urshifu locking itself in. It did a lot of damage. And it's really interesting here that Junshi chooses to target on the Terrapagos rather than the Urshifu. To me, it seems like, like with Beads of Ruin active, like you would really prefer to go after the Urshifu here, but no, calling out that is going to be, oh my gosh, yeah, and there's just Terra Starstorm. So really interesting turn one here, Aaron. We trade Terras on both Pokemon. Fluttermane takes a decent bit of damage here. I almost wonder, it's probably in Aqua Jet range, don't you think?
Yeah, with this Fluttermane running Focus Sash, like I would assume it just has max speed, max special attack investment, so no bulk whatsoever. Now, of course, you can bring out that Groudon now. I think Benny going for the Terra, but I don't know. It does give you the spread damage, right? So, of course, it allows you to hit both Pokemon, but now you do not have the ability to just clear the Sun. And so, yeah, you can see Groudon looking for that hover. Back Jumpluff is interesting, right? Because it does not really offer much pressure damage-wise, so you kind of feel forced to bring out the Groudon right now. But now this allows your Fluttermane to potentially survive. The Fluttermane, of course, has actually been doing a lot of damage. Like, that Snarl Moonblast combo did a ton.
Yeah.
You also pressure with, like, Icy Wind Precipice Blades here.
Oh, true, yeah. The question is, what's in the back? Because you presume, I would presume, perhaps, that it is the Shadow Rider in the back, right? I mean, it's the other restricted. It's not bad it's actually quite good into both of the restricteds that Junshi has. But if it's Incineroar, Groudon starts to feel a little bit more awkward as it can't protect itself, and also, I mean, it can't clear the Intimidate without switching out. So I think if Fluttermane goes down here, it could get pretty messy for Junshi. We'll have to see. But like you said, the fact that the Sun cannot be cleared by Terrapagos anymore is actually a pretty big deal. You just see a Protect from the Terrapagos here. Doesn't want to go down here. And Urshifu will be going for an Aqua Jet. It can't change moves. And it's actually, interestingly enough, going into Groudon. I think that's really smart identification. Basically realizing that, hey, like Fluttermane, it's not going down to one Aqua Jet, and it's in range of all my other moves anyway. Let me just get some more damage on Groudon here.
Exactly, yeah. So Moonblast goes out into the Urshifu, and I think Benny here basically wants to free switch it into whatever is in the back, right? Now, of course, you could have switched the Urshifu out, but the logic is, okay, well, Urshifu's already done a lot. It forced the Ghost Terra out of Chi-Yu, and I was able to get an aggressive knockout early on, right? And so am I really going to be in a position where I can bring Urshifu out and can like surging strikes? I mean, it's in the sun and like maybe click close combat, but
there's Incineroar.
there it is. Yeah, and I think this way you get the free switch it into Incineroar, whereas earlier if you had switched it Incineroar, which may have been tempting, it still eats up a ton of damage from Moonblast and Precipice Blades, maybe even Feint. So now, of course, you do have the ability to go for a Fake Out. I'm mainly wondering if Benny wants to start like setting up with Terrapagos. They ate a Snarl, so like clicking a Calm Mind doesn't feel great right now, but you do get that special defense boost. The Groudon's not doing a ton of damage either, so you can see Drushi's thinking about potentially switching out the Groudon. The other scary thing here is if you switch Groudon out and it just eats up an attack from Benny's end like a Flare Blitz, it'll go bye-bye.
That's bye-bye for Jumpluff. Yeah, so I think Groudon's kind of safe to go in here. I would like to maybe see a double attack from Junshi's end, but yeah, I think the question is how do you want to like use your Terrapagos? Because while it is like it's not in bad position by any means, it's also not threatening that much against a Solfest Groudon, the naturally specially bulky Flutter Mane. We are going to see Groudon switch out here, so this is a bit of a risky play from Junshi. If it's anything other than Fake Out here, I think the position can get kind of awkward kind of quickly.
Yeah, and it could be Flare Blitz into either slot, right? And so, it is going to be the Fake Out though, so I think, you know, a risky switch, but that's kind of like the obvious play to make. Moonblast ends up targeting the Incineroar and actually does pretty meaningful damage.
Ooh,
special attack drop, not the most relevant, but it is Calm Mind, and so yeah, like, it's awkward, right? You kind of feel forced to like click that Calm Mind maybe because you're like, otherwise my Terra Starstorms just do no damage. This just only gets you back to neutral though, right? And so Incineroar this next turn I think is in a pretty good spot. Like you could probably just protect the Terrapagos and like launch a Flare Blitz potentially with Incineroar into the either slot, honestly. But if you think, you know, there's going to be a protect from Fluttermane, you can target Jumpluff. And so the main thing I think is a little bit scary right now for Benny is playing around this Sleep Powder. Yeah. Right? Sleep Powder can go very safely into Terrapagos, but you can predict this, right? Like if you think Terrapagos is always going to protect in front of this Sleep Powder, Hollow Puff is actually such a fantastic move to heal the Fluttermane back to full HP.
Yeah, because the Focus Sash, although it's not active right now.
But no protect on
yeah, that's right. Maybe just banking on a Sleep Powder miss, or maybe also just saying, hey, you know what? Like I'll wake up eventually, and you're not pressuring me right now. This is one of the dangers. I actually maybe wonder if Hollow Puff would have KO'd.
Yeah.
It would have been close here. And it's just another Calm Mind. So this Terrapagos was at -1. Now it's at +1 after these two passive turns from Junshi. And if the Jumpluff goes down here to a Flare Blitz, I fear it might be kind of difficult to come back. But no, I think this makes a lot of sense because what you're worried about here is potentially, you want to save your Intimidate for that Groudon.
Exactly.
And nothing else can damage the Terrapagos, right? So I think this play makes a lot of sense. And we will see what Benny's final Pokemon is here. We suspected Shadow Rider, but it could be Rillaboom or Amoonguss. That would also make some sense, but no, it is the Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's like, you know, it might be tempting to click Flare Blitz there, but then you get a knockout out of Jumpluff, or you bring, you know, Fluttermane down low, but then, like, if Jumpluff faints, it's a free switch in a Groudon with no Jumpluff around anymore, and then Incineroar is also fainted from the recoil, and so it was really smart for Junshi to actually launch those Moonblast into Incineroar. Like, yes, even 2 didn't get the knockout, but it got it really low, right? And so, to your point, yeah, I think, like, the difference between a -1 attack Groudon and a neutral Groudon is huge. Yeah. And so, even though, like, that turn is tempting to go for the Flare Blitz, ends up not going for it. This turn is still huge though, right? Like you still have to get through Sleep Powder Jumpluff right now, which is, I think, really scary.
Assuming that you hit, and you do.
It hits.
If that had missed, I think this was game over on the spot. So yeah, really fortunate for Junshi that did connect here. But of course, they're not out of the woods yet. Here's Shadow Ball. We're seeing a quadruple effective move here. Bring Calyrex Shadow down to Focus Sash. Even after the parting shot, it's just it's just too powerful. In return, though, the Calyrex will be able to fire off presumably quite a powerful attack. It's going to be Encore, actually. So it's an interesting choice, Aaron. You know, it's not really what I would have expected here. I would have expected an Astral Barrage. Yeah, but I mean, there is advantages to locking Jumpluff into Sleep Powder, but there are also disadvantages. Mainly that, I mean, these Pokemon are still quite healthy.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think like Astral obviously would have done so much damage there, but Fluttermane does have that Focus Sash, so would have brought it down to Sash. Jumpluff would have probably survived the attack as well, so you would have got him pretty low.
Yeah.
Now it's interesting, right? Like, you are going to be Encored into Sleep Powder, so it's like Benny could protect the Calyrex and just try to wake up with the...
just making sure, just double checking.
I think it's always fine to do that, you know? Yeah, you've got time. But yeah, basically, like right now the key question is, can Terrapagos wake up quickly enough? Because if it eats up a 3-turn sleep, it's going to be in a really tough spot. Because what Junshi wants to do ideally is like, force the Incineroar out before Groudon hits the field, because then you have late game Groudon where you're not intimidated, and then you can just do so much more damage into Terrapagos.
Absolutely. We are seeing the Protect from Calyrex here, so it makes sense. You like you were saying, Aaron, you just really can't go down a Pokemon just yet. You really want Terrapagos to wake up this turn. Blocking the Sleep Powder here, Junshi basically saying, like, hey, like, yeah, like, you've encored me. You asked for this. You ordered Sleep Powder, and I'll deliver. Here's Moonblast, though, into the Terrapagos. Not doing much damage, but hoping for the special attack drop, and getting it. That is massive, and Terrapagos stays asleep, so after 2 Calm Minds, I believe. It's still at neutral special
Basically
attack.
neutral, exactly.
Yeah. However, here the Harsh Sunlight does end, which I think actually might be okay for Junchi as a switch into your Groudon here feels relatively safe, and you can just go for a Moonblast, getting rid of the Encore, pressuring a KO, whether it's into Shadow Rider or into Incineroar. Feels pretty safe, and the Terrapagos is only at a 50% chance to wake up here.
Yep, and so even if it wakes up, I mean, that special attack drop I think was actually really, really big, right? Like, Calm Mind Terrapagos wants every special attack boost that it can get, and so nice play here by Benny saying, look, I think you're going to try to get the knockout right now.
Is it nice? I think this might actually backfire.
You do lose your Incineroar, you get the free switching back into Calyrex.
And you don't get Intimidate down.
Yeah.
This Fluttermane's at full HP. It totally makes sense, right? You're like, oh, you're going to Moonblast me. I don't want my Calyrex to go down. But I think you might be delaying the inevitable a little bit here with Groudon now coming in unintimidated, still really healthy, Assault Vest active, like you don't even get fake out pressure this turn to pressure it.
Yeah.
That is assuming that Moonblast takes the KO, but I feel like that's a fair assumption.
Yeah, I think you should always be targeting that slot. So I think the way, the switches work out here is also a little awkward for Benny.
Yeah.
Would have been a little bit better if it's like the Groudon hits the field first, then the Incineroar, but since Calyrex, and it stays asleep, yeah. I mean, this is the thing, playing against Jumpluff is super variance-inducing, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, Sleep Powder in itself, only 75% accuracy, and then each turn you roll the sleep turns as well, and Calm Mind Terrapagos is not a Pokemon that wants to spend time doing nothing, right?
Yeah.
It wants to be clicking Calm Mind or attacking every turn, so now this is so hard because there's no Intimidate. The Fluttermane can, of course, target down the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and so I think this would have been a really different game if, like, 1, the special attack drop didn't happen onto Terrapagos, and 2, Terrapagos only had, like, a 1-turn sleep or a 2-turn sleep, but it's a 3-turn sleep. And
or if Sleep Powder had missed in the first place.
Exactly,
Like, imagine this whole game would look totally different. But yeah, in the position that in the game that we...
Oh
my god! Oh, no way!
Wait.
The 5% chance!
Wait! He didn't need to Icy Wind
There
there.
was no need to Icy Wind. Astro Barrage
my
comes
goodness.
out. Hold on a second, and Aaron, the Terrapagos is guaranteed to wake up this turn. Groudon taking a non-insignificant amount of damage here. Fluttermane hanging on, but for how much longer?
Okay.
Here's Heat Crash. How heavy is Terrapagos? I don't know. Not heavy enough.
I think Benny should still be fine. I assume that you survive the Terra Starstorm, then you can just Pollen Puff the Calyrex Shadow Rider, Heat Crash into Terrapagos. But if a critical hit were to come out here, or if it somehow does enough.
Oh, but it's in range of 1 more.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so Icy Wind, of course, like gets that speed drop on Terrapagos, but you do risk the miss. So I felt like it was always safe to target Shadow Rider because you had your Focus Ash intact, right?
Yeah,
but
I think it was a little greedy, but I also understand it because you think to yourself, well, obviously Terrapagos is going to protect this turn, right?
Yeah.
And so you think, well, Icy Wind, like, they're probably not going to miss, but, probably isn't necessarily good enough. Also, I think this is... Oh, wait, it has Disable, Aaron, on the Calyrex. Oh, you're saying Pollen
Puff into Calyrex, and then Heat Crash into Terrapagos,
I don't know if Heat Crash is going to do enough.
Oh my goodness. Groudon, can you pull it off? 3 turns of Sunlight. Of course, there could be Protect coming out from either side. Okay,
Oh, this could swing things. If it's a Disable coming out, if it's not a KO, I mean, there's so many. This is this was a clean end game, and all of a sudden, it's looking a little dirty.
Yeah, I could see some logic in the Icy Wind play, but I'll talk about it after this game is actually over.
Yeah, here we go.
Either way, we're in this position because of that chance to miss.
Oh, another no
goodness.
Protect!
Oh my goodness, there's no Protect from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is just gonna go for Astral Barrage.
Is this gonna pick up a KO?
Okay, Groudon is going to move first. Does it do enough? Does it do enough? It does.
Oh.
Okay, so Junshi should be fine here in the end, but wow, that was a little bit dramatic.
I think if I'm Junshi, I'm thinking, man, my heart rate did not need to be this high.
Yeah.
I could have done this in a much simpler way, but now I think it should be over. You have Sun Turns left, you have Tailwind available, you have Pollen Puff available. Yeah, like there's multiple safe ways through this actually, but I mean, you never know. Like a double protect, and never setting Tailwind up. Like it's not impossible, but yeah, there should be a safe one here. And just another holding on the protect, unless the Groudon is extremely slow, it'll outspeed the Shadow Rider here, and it does pick up that last little bit of 1 HP with Heat Crash. So I mean, I think this shows us, Aaron, like, I mean, think about how close this game ended up being. If that Terrapagos had gotten like a 1-turn sleep, or if Sleep Powder had missed, or if there had been a crit at some point, you could see Junshi very, very relieved, most likely, that he was able to close out the game there after, yeah, that unfortunate Icy Wind miss. And we were talking about accuracy before the game began, right? And that's just like, I mean, it's one of the risks of using inaccurate moves. Icy Wind is an especially accurate move. Like it only misses. It's 95% accurate. You know, like yeah, well, 95%. That's like an A in school. Like that's a solid, respectable A. It's not going to miss, but you can't control when it does miss, and sometimes that'll cost you games. Sometimes that'll cost you the tournament.
Yeah, really interesting game, I think, across the board. I was thinking, like, maybe you click... I mean, first of all, Icy Win is, like, 95% chance to win, like, on the spot, right?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, like, maybe what Junshi was also worried about was, like, Calyrex protects there, and then, like, if Groudon is slower than the Terrapagos, and then, like, a double protect comes out from the Shadow Rider, and then, like, you're eating up Terra Starstorm. So, I don't know. Like, I think I was wondering, like, do you always click Shadow Ball or, like, Moonblast, for example, into the Calyrex slot there, and just,
Special
like...
attack drop as well, by the way. Like,
yeah, that was absolutely huge. I think... First of all, I'd like the Chew decision to, like, lock into Snarl, right? And we saw the really early commit to Ghost Terra, but I think Junshi realized, like, oh, this is actually a pretty awkward position, and if I, like, don't put on pressure to Terrapagos early, it might just start being able to Calm Mind, and like, that can snowball really, really quickly. And so, but yeah, that's, like, the scariest thing about playing against Jump Bluff, right? And with this Covert Cloak, it's actually really hard to stop it from clicking that Sleep Powder into Terrapagos.
Yeah, I do think that, though, that there is something abusable here, which is that with Jump Bluff coming in the back and with Chiyu going down on that first turn, like, if anything had happened to either Groudon or Fluttermane, I think the damage wouldn't have been there for Junshi.
Exactly.
So, like, support Pokemon in the back, we talk about this often with Grimmsnarl because I feel like that's a Pokemon that we tend to see, like, more often in the back when it's... Some Pokemon really prefer to be used in the lead because they don't offer any offense, right? Even Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom, they can offer some damage, and so normally it's okay to bring them in the back, but Pokemon like Grimmsnarl, like Jumpluff, you normally prefer to bring them up front because you don't want to get stuck with them at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So it's not that... The fun thing about Pokemon is that there aren't very many hard and fast rules. Like, normally we prefer to lead with, you know, our Jumpluff or our Grimmsnarl, our supporting Pokemon, right? But sometimes bringing him in the back is the right call, and so I think it's really cool that that Junshi was able to find a situation where bringing Jumpluff in the back was the right call, but if Benny adjusts to it and really does something to punish it, I think it could backfire.
Yeah, I'm really curious if Benny wants to mix up his Pokemon. Like, Rillaboom feels obviously really hard to bring into this matchup.
Yeah.
You probably drop that one. Like, I think Amoonguss could work, but the problem is, like, you are going to feel very forced to Terra it, and it's Water Terra, and once you Water Terra it, Jumpluff can Sleep Powder you, which is, like, really awkward.
Yeah.
There's not actually a ton of offense, though, to actually hit the Water Terra Amoonguss if Raging Bolt's not brought out, but I like the Incineroar here. Gives you the Intimidate immediately, gives you Fake Out pressure, of course, as well, but like we saw in the first game, you could theoretically Ghost Terra Chew to get around the Fake Out, but I think Incineroar right now in a decent position. However, you are vulnerable to just eating up like a Moonblast right away.
Yeah, I mean, I from my end, I've used Incineroar versus this lead a lot, and it can really work, especially if they double your partner, you protect, and you Parting Shot. But oftentimes, like, taking a Moonblast in Beads of Ruin,
it doesn't
does
feel
a
good.
lot.
Yeah.
And this is Terra Stellar Fluttermane, by the way. So something like Terra Stellar Moonblast plus Heat Wave could pick up the KO on Incineroar in one hit, depending on how it's trained. Like, it's not as cut and dry as you would like it to be. And also keep in mind that the Incineroar is really a crucial Pokemon to deal with the Groudon.
Yep.
If you take a Moonblast right now, like, that could just be, that means no switching into Precipice Blade.
Exactly. So I think, yeah, Benny here leading the Incineroar, it's really good into, I think, a lot of Junshi's team. It's not bad here, but like you said, it also doesn't feel great. So Chiyu is actually going to pivot out here. Does not want to eat up that Fake Out.
Ooh.
And Jumpluff now hits the field immediately, will apply Sleep Powder pressure going into turn 2. No Fake Out comes out, just Moonblast, but without that Beads of Ruin, actually does do under 50%. Terrapagos this time does get a special attack boost. It's not eating up the Snarl, so I think probably feels like it's in a slightly better position than that previous game. And the Parting Shot from the Incineroar to allow for some repositioning, targeting what was the Chiyu slot. So Fluttermane now still, you know, is able to hit for full damage, but the Terrapagos is looking kind of scary right now, right?
Absolutely. I mean, last game, it started at the battle at -1 special attack, whereas here it's at +1. And that's a big difference.
Amoonguss!
And there is Amoonguss, Aaron, as you called out. And actually, not really a clear way through this. I mean, Chiyu's in the back right now, right? Like, there's no Groudons in the back. There's not really a good way for Junshi to get through this Amoonguss.
I think we're going to see, like, them trade sleep, but I think, like, if you're Benny, you're okay with that because you're like, well, first of all, your sleep will go first, so I'll burn a turn of sleep immediately. My Amoonguss is slow, so no matter what you do, something's going to get put to sleep, and it has to take a guaranteed turn of sleep, right? Like we were talking about, Wolf, that last game, it could have been so different if Terrapagos just woke up one turn sooner, right?
Yeah.
If you're slowing down Junshi's offense with this Amoonguss, I think this actually makes a ton of sense.
Not to mention that Spore is 100% accurate, but Sleep Powder is a gamble. We also see, by the way, the trade-off of using Pollen Puff over something like Encore, because if it was Encore here, this Terrapagos would be quite sad. We do see Chiyu switching in here, so it seems like Junshi doesn't want to let any Pokemon fall asleep. And the best way that he has of doing that is to protect Fluttermane, bring in one of the fire types, and threaten a KO on the Amoonguss. However, this does give Benny a free turn to click a second Calm Mind. And now, by the way, the Beads of Ruin can be used against Junshi. Although the focus action on Fluttermane is not so relevant this turn, but in the future, you never know. Here's
my goodness!
Oh my god, what a call out!
That is incredible. Going for the Spore onto the Jumpluff slot. I think that puts Benny in such a good position right now, man.
I think it's over.
Like, I don't want to call it, but
it's not over. It's not over. It's not over.
It's looking a little tricky. I mean, that was a beautiful play.
Just
man.
an unbelievably good read. And I think it makes some sense, too, because you figure, like, you're just not under any pressure. Like,
exactly.
In a worst-case scenario, Jump Bluff stays in, it sleep powders your Terrapagos, it hits, but you're a +1 special defense. You don't really mind it that much. And the Fluttermane sitting on the field, you can be pretty confident that Fluttermane's not going to switch into, like, Chi or Groudon. And I think that's a very reasonable play. No Terra from the Terrapagos here, but it doesn't necessarily need to Terrasilize because Earth Power, dealing super effective damage, is going to pick up a one-hit KO on the Chi here. So, I mean, Benny is just really catapulted themselves into the lead. They've basically KO'd a Pokemon. They have +2 on their Terrapagos, and they've kind of lost nothing in order to get there.
It is such a different game. I love the decision to go with the Amoonguss, and it feels unintuitive, right?
Yeah.
Like bringing Amoonguss into a Sun matchup, your opponent has Chi, has Groudon, but the reality is, first of all, you saw that your opponent was willing to drop that Calyrex Ice Rider. That's normally an annoying Pokemon for Amoonguss to deal with, and you realize actually with Water Terra, hey, it's actually fairly good defensively. Like, one thing Junshi might be thinking about already, and even though we're in the second game, you know, sometimes you're thinking a game ahead, is, oh, if I can force like Terra out of Amoonguss, then maybe I have Raging Bolt in the back. That can hit Amoonguss for super effective. But right now, focusing on the game that we have in front of us, you have position Jump Bluff and Groudon out next to each other. But what's stopping a Protect and switch into Incin right now?
For switch into Incin, you could also play extremely risky and go for Terra Water with Amoonguss Protect, or maybe you don't even need to Protect. And try and spore the Groudon. Yeah. So I think that right now it really does feel like.
Wait.
Hang on a second. Sleep Powder comes out and connects. So
and no Terra
from
switch.
Either Pokemon, from any Pokemon actually, from no Amoonguss.
Okay.
I mean, if you're gonna come back into this game,
this is how you do it.
This is the only way that I can see. You know what I actually wonder, Aaron? I wonder if this has been Pollen Puff and Terra Fire Heat-Crash into the Terrapagos. If that would have KO'd. And we do, by the way, reveal that Groudon is faster than Terrapagos. It's another situation where those Pokemon are they're similar speed stats starting out, so could have gone either way, but it does seem like the Groudon is faster. I mean, listen, it's still not looking great. You still don't have a clear way through this, through this Terrapagos. But if you were gonna find your way back into this game, this is how it has to start.
Yeah, I think Benny thinking there, surely you're not gonna Heat Crash into me. Like the Incineroar switch is so obvious. You're gonna click Precipice Blades. I'm gonna conserve my Terra. I'm gonna put your Groudon asleep.
Yep.
And in a world where, Junshi goes for anything other than that Heat Crash, it actually makes a ton of sense, right? You put Groudon to sleep, and then you still have your Terra. You probably just take over the game from there.
Yeah.
Junshi going for kind of what just feels like the obvious play, right? Like, I'm just going to put you to sleep, and the Sleep Powder crucially does connect. So now Incineroar, of course, is switched in. It does have the ability to go for Fake Out onto that Groudon, but Groudon can just pivot out into Fluttermane, reset that Intimidate, and so now the question I have is, does Benny predict this and go for example, a Flare Blitz into the Jump Bluff slot, or is it just the obvious Fake Out, which would not work here?
Yeah, we'll have to see here, as I do feel like if you don't go for Fake Out here, you are risking taking a ground move. So in past situations, it was a little bit different, but yeah, it does make sense here to go for the Fake Out. I agree with that play. And actually, we see Junshi understanding here that Pollen Puff is actually can be used not only for healing, but a little bit of offense here. Terrapagos gets a second turn of sleep. If that had woken up, again, this whole game could turn on its head, because the only way that Junshi has through this Terrapagos is basically to 1v1 it with Groudon, or maybe to crit it with, Groudon, or with Fluttermane, maybe. But yeah, Incineroar can't protect itself here, and so we'll have to see how things play out from here. It's I think that's the second turn of sleep on the Terrapagos.
That's right. Yeah, and we're seeing the Terra Stellar hover here, right? So like, the Incin's in a tough spot right now because with Terra Stellar, you just guarantee the knockout onto that slot. There's no defensive play that you can use to get around it. And then, like, the Incineroar could theoretically switch out into Calyrex Shadow Rider, but then you just get brought so low. Exactly. And so, like, Junshi's actually completely brought himself back into this one. Like, it felt like it was... I thought it was just over.
Yeah,
but then the Heat Crash plus the Sleep Powder Connect plus Terrapagos eating up the sleep turns has really, really brought things back. And I mean, once again, if you lose that Incineroar, that's no Intimidate onto the Groudon, right?
Yeah.
It feels like Terrapagos is a star here. The only way you can beat the Terrapagos really is putting it to sleep and then, like, hounding it with attacks from the Groudon. And if Groudon is not intimidated, it actually does a very substantial amount with those Heat Crashes. But Terra Stellar here to try to guarantee the knockout onto Incineroar.
Yeah, and there's, like, Benny, I agree with Benny's play here. Understanding that the Focus Sash on the Shadow Rider in the back is the most valuable resource you still have, and so instead of going for a switch and losing the Focus Sash and ending up in an awkward spot, just understanding that this is Incineroar's time. It's time for it to go down. The question here is, it's a 50% chance for Terrapagos to wake up. Keep your eyes on its eyes.
It's up! It's up!
It's up. Here we go. What's it going for? And this Terra Starstorm into the Jump Bluff.
Does it knock it out?
I don't know. Oh, wow. A crucial survival there. Although it does put in a range of Calyrex Shadow Rider.
That's right. And now what's stopping Benny from just going for the Stellar Terra and then just Astral Barrage plus Terra Starstorm?
I have a feeling that Benny's trying to save the Terra to turn off the sun.
Right.
So I have a feeling that this turn is probably not happening. But what's interesting here is that in order to, like, there's no way to stop both Astral Barrage and Terra Starstorm. You can double into Calyrex to take it out with Pollen Puff, but then you have to take Terra Starstorm.
Yep. Or
you can Sleep Powder the Terrapagos, but you risk, losing both your one of your Pokemon to Astral Barrage. It's gonna be protect from Shadow Rider.
Does Sleep Powder connect?
If it connects, this could be huge. Sleep Powder doesn't do anything.
Okay.
Interesting. So stalling on a turn of the Tailwind here, I think that makes some sense. Yeah, that stalls a turn of the Tailwind, which basically says that. Okay, I see it. If you stall at a turn of the Tailwind this turn, the next turn you can attack with both your Pokemon.
Right.
And that should guarantee a KO into the Jump Bluff slot. If you go for Astral
But you can Pollen Puff Shadow Ball Calyrex, right? So Calyrex now just faints because it's slower.
Yes.
So it'll essentially be a 3v1 against Terrapagos.
A 2v1, right? Because the Terrapagos can still attack this turn.
That's right.
But I think what Benny is saying here is, hey, like as long as I get to the end game and I guess what Benny is banking on here is by overriding the Sun that they'll be able to win the 2 versus 1 with spread moves.
Yeah. It's scary. Like, Terrapagos is, I mean, it's going to be fairly bulky on a team like this, but yeah, there's going to be trades here. Oh!
Oh, no! Oh, no, Aaron! Joji's back in the game!
He's not back in the game! He's not just back. Like,
he's in the game!
He's in phenomenal shape now, right?
The question connects.
I think, the question is, do you want to go for that Sleep Powder? It's now all down to this Terrapagos, but Terra, of course, has still been conserved by Benny, and so, yeah, Benny choosing not to knock out the Jump Bluff there. Tailwind still up. Both of these Pokemon are going to be faster already anyway. If Sleep Powder misses, the other question, though, is like you said, probably wants to conserve that Terra on Terrapagos, right? So then you only get a knockout onto one of the Pokemon.
Yeah, at a time.
And you probably have to target the Jump Bluff, right? It's like...
Because I was just going back to Naptown.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
The question here, by the way, is do you go for Sleep Powder and attack with Flutter Mane, or do you go for Sleep Powder and switch?
Oh, it looks like Sleep Powder attack is the consideration here. Oh, it's going to be Sleep Powder Protect. Okay. Oh,
interesting.
This may have come out a little bit too early.
Yeah, I feel like you either used it last turn to take both KOs, or to take the KO and Jump Bluff and break the Focus Sash, or you held on to it to stop the Groudon, but using it here, I mean, of course, if you miss Sleep Powder, it's probably, Benny's probably still fine. I mean, man, if this were me, my heart would be going a million miles a minute, because having to rely on Sleep Powder is so risky. It is 75% accurate.
Oh, but it connects
again. Wow. You got to be feeding your Jump Bluff some extra Poffins at this point if you're Junchi, because I mean the thing is, even with this, it's still not over.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like one turn wake up.
The question I have is just like how much is Groudon doing with its heat crashes basically into Terrapagos, but the fact that Groudon is faster I think makes this really scary, right?
Yeah.
So oh my goodness, yeah, you can see the Pollen Puff to heal the Flutter Mane more. There's obviously a chance for a special attack drop with each hit as well. That actually did reasonable damage.
Yeah, but no drop, no crits.
Does Terrapagos wake up right now? It's been put to sleep so many times by Sleep Powder.
This is the sleepiest turtle.
Oh.
The brilliance here, by the way, is because it was Earth Power that Flutter Mane took, not Terra Starstorm. By using Pollen Puff on yourself twice, you guarantee that you still have your Focus Sash.
Yeah.
Is this the same game that Flutter Mane had its Focus Sash broken earlier, or was that last game? I'm honestly blanking. I think it was last game.
It was last game.
But it's interesting that a Pokemon as frail as Flutter Mane has actually been given multiple chances to use Focus Sash in the same battle. No crit this turn, no drop this turn. So now it's again a 50-50 for Terrapagos to wake up. I still think that Terrapagos might be able to do this if it gets the wake up this turn, but it's going to be close. Oh, here we go. Terra Starstorm comes out, but thanks to the extra turn the Jump Bluff bot, Flutter Mane still gets another chance to attack. And given that it is +2 special defense, Aaron, I mean, Flutter Mane has chipped away at this thing a very respectable amount.
It totally has. I mean, to me, it really just comes down to, I think the problem is Groudon just key crashes you twice and KOs you, right? And so that's why it's I think to your point about conserving the Terra, you don't end up actually getting rid of the Sun. There's no Intimidate either. Groudon will get to come out now. You can protect with Terrapagos, get some leftovers recovery, but then it's just Moonblast, Heat Crash, right? And I don't think Groudon's fainting to a +2 Terra Starstorm.
And we see the value, by the way, in the Assault Vest. Earlier, the Groudon we saw was Clear Amulet, and to be honest, I personally think Clear Amulet is a little bit stronger overall. However, here you can see that, hey, there's no stat drops even in contention unless it's a random Earth Power one, which probably isn't coming out. And so here you're able to actually just take these attacks much better. Without that, you might go down to a +2 Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm. Safe Protect here, no reason not to do it. You get a little bit of leftovers recovery.
Yep.
By the way, Aaron, I don't mean to, so I'm sure I'm not speaking this into existence.
Okay.
Let me just say, this is not like a caster curse thing, but part of the reason why...
You might be doing it,
No, Aaron,
man.
I would never do this. So part of the reason why I think it's so scary to be a user of Calm Mind Terrapagos is oftentimes you're in a position where it's if I just don't get crit, I win. I just need to not get crit. But the thing is, you're sitting on the field for so long, you're giving your opponent so many turns to critical hit you. This is the third Moonblast, right? If that or the Heat Crash crits, it's game over. And even without that, position is a little bit spooky. A special attack drop as well might be a little bit scary as well. And we're actually seeing a slower route taken here. This is really smart because it reduces the damage from Terra Starstorm by keeping it as a spread move. So a really nice small optimization here.
I mean, how much does this do? Oh,
That's
it's actually
lot.
not. It's a lot, but it's not a 2-hit knockout.
Yeah.
So Terravagos might be able to do it.
It's possible. We're going to have to see here. Question is, how much does this +2 Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm do to this Assault Fist Groudon? Groudon, a Pokemon that was ruling over the past 161 down to 83.
Oh my
Aaron, that's not half.
goodness.
What an incredible optimization from Junji.
Oh.
By keeping the Fluttermane alive, by not going for Moonblast this turn, he's ensured that he will survive one more Terra Starstorm. That is an incredibly specific micro optimization, and it might win him the set here.
Well, I was gonna say it looks like a damage roll, right? Like you high roll this next Terra Starstorm, it might be enough. And Key Crush, yeah, is actually not doing enough. So correct there to go. There's a lot that can go wrong right now. Moonblast.
No protect.
No protect. Oh my goodness.
Crit.
Is there a special attack drop? There is. That I think will do it.
Without the protect, you don't get an extra turn of leftovers here. And it survives.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to come down to a critical hit here, Aaron. The only chance for Benny to come back in this game is a critical hit on Groudon. Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm knocks out Fluttermane. How much does it do to Groudon? Oh my goodness, it just barely survives.
That special attack drop.
It changed the whole game. Yeah, it seems like you were right. It was a damage roll.
Oh my
and so Fluttermane, we used to Moonblast 3 times. There's a 30% chance each time. They got one of them, and that was enough. So Terravagos barely hangs on, but unfortunately,
it's not enough.
How many turns left?
Oh, okay.
I saw you saw the double or triple protect out? Yeah. Okay, it's okay, yeah. Benny probably decides not to go for it. Totally respectable. And Junshi is going to be our winner of round 8, bringing Groudon a win. You know, Aaron, we talked about it earlier. We're like, oh, Groudon, we'd love to see a win. We didn't get it earlier, but you know what? Everything worked out in the end.
Wow, I'm just thinking, because Benny felt like he was in total control of that game, right? But the turn where Amoonguss just goes down.
Yeah, that was the crucial one, I think.
And I think like it makes sense where maybe you're a little bit scared about switching in the Incineroar because like, Precipice Blades may come out in that spot, but like you said, well, there was the ability to potentially Water Terra Spore that turn. If you put Groudon to sleep, there's just no more offense really coming out. And I think if Groudon falls asleep there, I think the game is just over, quite frankly.
And even just like letting like not going for the Incineroar switch in there, I think like that was a case where I think Benny probably realized they were so far ahead and maybe overthought it a little bit. I'm so guilty of doing this myself. I think many players are. And Junshi did the perfect thing there where he said, hey, I'm so far behind. After this turn, like there was really no reason for that he should even have been possible to come into it. This is +2/+2 Terravagos, right? Takes out the Chi with Earth Power. Like the position is just incredible. Junshi says, hey, basically, unless you make a mistake and I get a little lucky, I'm probably out of this.
Yeah.
Makes the play that can capitalize on that. Puts the Terravagos to sleep. Knocks out the Amoonguss
this
in
turn
one hit.
Just incredible.
Yeah, like even just switching an Incineroar here, I think was so reasonable. And yeah, like I totally get it. I totally can see how you could make this play, but ultimately it ends up costing him. And credit to Junshi as well for I think really finding the way back into this battle after what can only be described as an abysmal start.
Yeah, that was so tense at the end too, because it looked like Groudon maybe could take another Terra Starstorm even without the special attack drop, and then the special attack drop came out, and like you said, the protect here, of course, conserved the HP a little bit. Terravagos, by the way, actually taking the Heat Crush is better than I had expected. I was expecting to do, honestly, like a lot more, and I thought the combo of this.
Fire.
Yeah.
I also just don't know how heavy Terravagos is, if I can be honest with you.
But yeah, the Terra Starstorm coming out here, Groudon hangs on with the Sliver, and this is the reality though, right? When you let Fluttermane Moonblast you so many times, like the odds of those special attack drops will add up. I think we've seen multiple Combine Terravagos teams now face what I would say is fairly bad luck on the stream today.
Yeah.
You know, obviously there was one where it was getting flinched by Solgaleo and Rockslide. Another one right now here. I think this is one of the pitfalls of using a setup-oriented team like Terravagos and a Pokemon like it, because it just requires you to play the game for so many turns. And like you said in the beginning of this, Wolf, anything could go wrong, right?
Yeah.
And so you open yourself up to more critical hits, you open yourself up to more sleep turns, for example. Both of those games felt like they could have gone completely differently if Terravagos just wakes up a little bit earlier.
Or dodges a sleep powder.
Exactly. And every sleep powder connected, I believe, in that one.
I think it did.
Which, of course, you cannot really count on. But at the end of the day, this is what makes Jumpluff such a scary Pokemon to fight against, right? The odds are still more in its favor to hit those sleep powders than not, and in the end, poor Terravagos ends up napping for a long time in this set.
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, it's a set that I think if you watch back from both players, you probably like are, I mean, you're happy if you're Junshi and you're sad if you're Benny, but I think both players probably feel like a little bit of the opposite emotion, where if you're Junshi, you're gonna see a couple turns where you're like, wow, if he woke up there, that was it. And if you're Benny, you're like, oh, if I woke up there, like I could have done it, you know? I feel like part of what makes Pokemon so difficult as a competitive game is that after a set, you don't always feel like so confident, you know? If you won or if you lost, sometimes you can be like, well, I kind of expected the opposite result, but things just played out in a certain way. And I think that can be hard on both ends. I think it can be hard to win and feel like, oh man, like that was really scary. Like I won, but I feel so like, I feel like it was so close. And when you lose and you're like, I just needed one thing, like one move to not crit, one move to not miss, right? Or one move to miss in this case. And so I think it's a set that's like really great from a learning perspective, both as from a player's perspective, but also as a viewer and as a caster. So I'm really glad we got to showcase it here on the stream.
Yeah, and I think Junshi is one of those players that has been so phenomenal this season. Like, hasn't won a major championship, but has been in so many different top
He's
cuts.
6th overall, like in the standings, which is incredible.
Absolutely, and I would love to hear a little bit more from him, so why not wait any longer? Let's throw it down to an interview with Junshi.
Thank you so much, Wolf and Aaron. I am here with Junshi, the winner of our final match on stream. Congratulations. That was a nail-biter of a finish at the end there for Game 2.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think basically my game plan was I need to get rid of Incineroar so that my Groudon can be at max power. And after I get rid of Incineroar, I just try to land as many Heat Crash on the Terrapagos as possible. I definitely got lucky with the Sleep Powder connection and the turn, so yeah. Also, Benny is my local, so it was fun to play versus a friend, but also like, beating him in this way is a little bit weird, yeah.
How many times have you and Benny played prior to this?
I think we actually didn't play, like maybe 1 or 2 times at the local. Like we're at the same local, but yeah, we just never faced, which is funny, yeah.
Well, it's fun to do it on such a big stage, and maybe a finish you were not expecting, but let's talk a little bit, because I think at the end there, especially with the Moonblast special attack drop, were you, before that, mentally preparing to have to go into a Game 3? And what kind of adjustments would you have made for that?
Yeah, so basically after Game 1, I felt like he probably already knows my game plan for Game 2, but it went down, basically when we're at team period, it went down to timer because I couldn't figure out a game plan in like the 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I was thinking about the whole game plan during the second game as well, but like I just locked in the mons and I was like, okay, maybe I'll just do the same thing and then see. But in the end, yeah, if we're going to a Game 3, like the special attack drop was, because based on the previous Starstorm damage, I was like not sure whether it would KO or not. So like the special attack kind of just locks it unless he gets a crit there. So I was like, okay, we'll see. Even if we get to Game 3, I probably should bring my Raging Ball because I figured his Terrapago is pretty slower than my Groudon. Like I missed the Icy Wind in Game 1 because I wanted to make sure my Groudon outspeeds the Terrapagos, but apparently his Terrapago is slow. So yeah, so in Game 3, like fast Raging Ball is going to be very helpful there as well. So we'll see, like also like Raging Ball helps get rid of Incineroar a lot better than like Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane.
But the rest of the team has so much great synergy in terms of the Sun. Of course, your Raging Bolt is getting that photosynthesis boost, but you've got Chi-Yu that gets extra power to its fire type attacks, and you just have the Flutter Mane as well. I mean, talk me through the thought process of even building out this team to begin with.
Well, so the team actually started with the core that I think some of the Japanese build, especially Suika. He's one of my building group partners, and so and also Shilian as well. We talked about the team a lot. We also use it in the GC and Kent as well. Yeah, but we started with Groudon, like Raging Ball because they just pair so well together, and also Flutter Mane is just so good with the photosynthesis boost. You're faster than everything as well. Well, sometimes speed type, but it's just the synergy is very strong, and also initially we had Incineroar and Amoonguss for those two. However, like before this tournament, I was stressing out a lot, and because like the team was in an awkward state that I couldn't find a way to beat Grimmsnarl, Miraidon, and Incineroar, which is a pretty popular combo that's been running around. So I was trying to build something else as well, but I couldn't figure out. So in the end, I settled on Groudon, and And on testing, I felt like, okay, my Amoonguss just doesn't click Spore very often because most of the time I'm clicking Rage Powder and Pollen Puff, like trying to heal or just redirection. And in that case, maybe I can try something else. So I switched the Amoonguss to Jumpluff to, like, people still have to respect the Sleep Powder. Even though it can miss, people still have to respect it. And if you get lucky, like what I did in on the stream match, like it could be very, very strong. And yeah, and the Chi-Yu slot was also a fix for the there's a lot of CSR running around. If you have Instant, like it's too slow and it might get punished by the CSR Zama duel very easily.
I like the Chi-Yu as well because I feel like one of the problems that I had running Groudon and Ice Rider Calyrex was the Electric Seed Lunala. And so I feel like being able to just have so much powerful special attack on your team, is that a duo that you handle a little bit better?
Yeah, so I think the original start with this team is like we try to build something that beats that Lunala. So we figured that if you have Raging Bolt with Terra Electric with Life Orb, like it's just so strong that you could chip the Lunala at any point and you OHKO it with T-Bolt. You don't even need to try to think about the Draco miss, so yeah.
Oh, that's super strong. Well, that's amazing. I mean, that makes a lot of sense then, that you're really thinking ahead about the restricted duos that you thought you would face. Is there anything that you faced today that you were kind of surprised by?
I think it was probably my last round. I faced a Glimora, which had Venoshock as well. So it has all the Toxic Spite on the floor. Every mon is poison, and like Venoshock does so much damage to all my mons. I was able to pull off with like very crazy plays. So yeah, that was a very special team I faced.
Glimora, that sounds a little familiar. I think we had a Glimora on our stream earlier with Alex Underhill. So maybe a Pokemon you think that we'd have to think about a little bit more heading into NAIC?
Yeah, I think like the meta right now is like pretty slow. Like there's a lot of screens, there's Intimidate, Fake Out, like everything is pretty slow. So that's why those poison stuff is gonna be very strong into the meta. Well, we're gonna also wait until like the tournament finishes to see like whether the meta is going to shift or it's going to stay the same.
Well, Junchi, I want to just focus on your season as a whole for a little bit because you have had an amazing season. I know we've missed having you on the broadcast several times, but you've had incredible top finishes. Top 8 at Baltimore this season, top 16 at Louisville. You went to Birmingham as well, and you got another top cut there. You've been on a roll. So what's your secret to success?
Well, I think for me, I think I rely on my building partners, Shiliang Tang and Suika or Joji Kaeda. Both of them helped me a lot on my prep, also for this tournament as well. So yeah.
Was there anyone else that you'd like to shout out before we let you go rest up?
I also want to shout out Joe because I got the Jumpluff from him. Maybe that's why the Sleep Powder is so good.
He passed on the luck to you.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, Junshi, we'll see you in day 2 tomorrow and hopefully after that. So congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll close out day number 1 of the Portland Regional Championships.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
Hey trainers, Jeremy Jallin here, and when I'm not on the booth, I'm out here doing other stuff, this time at the fan experience. This is where, whether you're playing or spectating, you can come spend some time coloring, maybe rent out some Pokemon board games. If you're interested in origami, we teach a class every hour, whether you want to make Pikachu, Blastoise, Slowpoke, or Vulpix. It's a lot of fun. It doesn't take too long, and after it, you're a Pokemon origami master. We have a bunch of coloring pages, a lot of different types of Pokemon, and then even some Pokemon bookmarks that you can color and take home to your favorite book. It is a lot of fun and a great way to buy some time here at the Pokemon Regionals.
One more raid, Mom? One more raid, honey.
I could do that, and I could make like Pokémon GO, like
Je m'appelle Ismaël, je viens de France.
Ismail, a EUIC London finalist last season.
Le feu, parce que c'est mon type préféré, c'est le type de mon Pokémon préféré, c'est Garden Fire. Je serais sûrement Salamèche, parce qu'il évolue en Dracofeu et c'est un de mes Pokémon préférés aussi. Un des amis à mon père, son fils faisait de la compétition Pokémon. Et mon père allait à Yokohama et a vu comment ça se passait et on a commencé Pokémon comme ça. C'est que souvent, nous en junior, moi et mon frère, on fait souvent des bons scores et parfois même ma sœur, ma petite sœur. Je ne sais vraiment pas décrire qu'est-ce que ça représente. Moi, ça représente beaucoup d'entraînement. Aujourd'hui, avant la finale, j'ai pas lâché l'entraînement. Les fois d'avant, j'étais plus courageux et j'étais un peu plus stressée. Cette fois-ci, j'étais un peu moins stressée que la dernière fois. Oui, c'est les switch-in. Par exemple, cette finale, j'ai fait beaucoup de switch. C'était de placer la distorsion, pouvoir taper vraiment fort avec Ursaluna.
And we've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it. Ismail Hogi is your Latin America International Champion of the Junior Division.
Franchement, je me sens excitée et il y a plein d'émotions dans ma tête, de la joie. Je pense que c'était celui-ci, mais je visais un peu plus haut, je visais top 4 des Worlds. Si je m'entraîne dur, je peux. Si je m'entraîne vraiment tous les jours, longtemps. Sinon, je pense que j'y arriverai pas si je m'entraîne pas beaucoup. Cette année, ça sera pas possible, mais l'année prochaine, oui, ça sera Kevin Han. Parce que j'ai perdu contre lui à l'UIC, j'ai toujours pas pris ma revanche. Qu'il faut pas être déçu de perdre, de ne pas rager quand l'adversaire a un coup de chance. J'ai pas assez encore de bon niveau pour me donner des vrais conseils, mais faut pas perdre espoir quand on perd.
Well, 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 if it isn't the end of day number 1 of the Portland Regional Championships, can I believe how fast this day flew by? My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Yuki, Evan, and Scott to close out our first day of competition here for the final regional championship of the season. What'd you think of today's competition?
Yeah, I have to say, like, not only did today fly by, it feels like the season flew by. Like, it almost feels like yesterday when we were talking about Baltimore, you know, talking the early regulations, and we went through Regulation G, and now we're at double restricted. Like, it's really been, yeah, just a whirlwind.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It feels like just yesterday, Nick Morales was winning Baltimore, and then we saw him earlier today with a commanding win to make it into day 2, and still competing, still doing a great job. And I've been really excited by the different combinations of restricted Pokemon that we've been seeing this weekend. It's definitely, you know, we had Michael in here to talk about his tier list. Lots of either low-ranked or I think you mentioned unranked cores that we've been seeing this whole weekend, and I'm really excited to see how those play out in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm conflicted if the season's going really quickly or really slowly, because like on one hand, it feels like Baltimore was just yesterday, but on the other hand, it feels like we watched entire seasons during some of those Leech Seed games. But I agree with you, right? Where I think, and not just the restricted Pokemon too, but like I think compared to other GS Cup formats, like I haven't done the math on this, but it feels like there's a huge variety of like other stuff that can work with those Pokemon. I think the new legendary Pokemon are pretty cool, where like having auras kind of just inherently makes you good in this format.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of fun combination we've seen, even in the cases where it has been the same restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, I really agree with that. Seeing both Miraidon and Koraidon out here having such great synergy with a lot of the other restricted Pokemon has been really refreshing and really cool to see in this GS Cup format that we haven't really seen a lot in some of the previous ones.
Terrestrialization changes the game a lot too, when you could just get rid of some of your typings or make something so much stronger. So it'll be very interesting to keep our eyes on how the meta continues to develop as we get a chance to look at day 2 of our competition tomorrow. And let's look at those final Swiss standings, because these are going to be the players that you will see continue their runs tomorrow. Only 2 players sitting undefeated after 8 rounds of Swiss today, Carrie Diatorna and Montana Mott, who has had such an incredible last couple of seasons. And a new VGC face, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about Montana a little bit earlier, like when we were seeing the rankings of the Swiss players in maybe round 5 or something. I said, he's like a really strong Calyrex Strato Ride player. We'll see what he brings. I'm still not exactly sure on that, but he's always really performing well in the late regionals, as Scott has pointed out to me before.
Yeah, last regional of the season buff for Montana.
True.
Yeah, and I was actually
Angeles
staying with him at an
champion.
airport while both of our flights were delayed. We were just doing our own work, talking about the season. He was like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this. Like, I'm really at the cusp of the points. I'm not sure about Worlds, but I mean, he's already locked in for top cut, right? Like, this is bounding pretty well for him.
Yeah, I also want to say shout outs to Carrie Diatorna, who also made top cut in, I believe, Louisville earlier on in the season. Also locking in for top cut here with an 8-0 record. We did not get a chance to see either Carrie or Montana yet on stream, but we will certainly be seeing more of them tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think maybe an additional shout out to a couple of players. I know Emilio is one of them who took that first loss really early in the day and then
round
back.
2.
Yeah, I think it's just so hard sometimes to like not tilt and lock in. And yeah, big win streaks for a lot of these players going into day 2, and maybe they'll be able to ride that momentum into cut.
I mean, I'm looking at this list as well, and I'm seeing a lot of these players that are falling into that bubble for the top 75 of the North American leaderboard. And as we take a look at some of the additional players we'll be seeing in day 2 of play, you can actually now get a good glimpse of kind of where people sit. There's quite the congestion here at that 75 mark.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got Junshi there at 6th place as the highest ranked player right now in day 2. Locked up for Worlds, you have to imagine at this point. But also we have, Mr. 75, Lin Duel right there.
Wow.
Still competing in day 2 and right on the cusp.
Yeah, it could be a couple of important events for all these players, both tomorrow and then, put themselves in a position where maybe they don't need such a good finish at NEIC, but yeah, I mean, and then the players at home, really hoping that one of those players in the cusp, as we mentioned before, wins, gets that invite, and qualifies for Worlds, but critically gets out of their way.
I also want to shout out Emilio Forbes, who's at the absolute bottom down there, who, was like a Worlds finalist, and you'd say like, oh yeah, there's such a top competitor, like surely, there must be high in the rankings, but no, they're the absolute lowest, as you can see here. And I think we were talking like, oh, like how does he beat Trick Room? Like, I'm not sure how this team works, but like, he's performing extremely well, and even at the bottom of the leaderboard, I mean, if he just wins this weekend, like, that could just be the
Going
auto invite
Worlds.
that they need. Yeah.
That's exactly what those players on the bubble don't want, right? Just like, no value for them. But yeah, I mean, props to him. And yeah, I mean, I think it's scary if you're a player on the bubble, or certainly someone who, even if he has some bad matchups, can play his way out of a lot of stuff. I mean, we had some crazy win streaks from him on stream before. So definitely a player I think a lot of people are going to be concerned about tomorrow.
Yeah, big day twos for Emilio and Jesse right above him there at 779. I believe both of those players are 7-1, which means that they will only need one more win to make it into top cut. And like you mentioned, Scott, if you get someone who is ranked number 972 and number 779 winning this tournament, sort of, if you're on the bubble, you want Junji to win this tournament.
Yes.
You want number 6 to get out of the rankings and actually just get the
True.
auto qualification.
It means that then our standings would trickle down. I think actually, as the way we look at it, top 75 in the North American leaderboards already includes several regional champions. That's 7. I think actually, in fact. So we're going all the way down to 82 already. Maybe make it 83. Give them more. It would be great. And I know a lot of these players would be eager for that opportunity. Something else at play, though, today. We got to revisit our caster fantasy draft because you all have drafted your teams. For those of you at home that might need a refresher of how this works, we have a 10-point budget, 5 points for the column of Pokemon on the left, 4 points, and then so forth as you make your way from left to right. And all of our casters here have put together some teams. So tell me, Yuki, let's start with you. What did you pick? What did you draft? Why? Give me the tea.
Maybe like the drafting strategy I had is not very maybe fun, or I don't know. It was like very mathematical. I thought, okay, I see Rillaboom with 1. I mean, this Pokemon is so strong. It's going into like Kyogre, obviously into Miraidon. It's going to so many different teams, and it's only 1 point. Like, I have to get that thing, okay? And then I saw Miraidon. I was like, okay, I see Miraidon Lunala, Miraidon Calyrex Ice Rider. Like, it has so much success. I'm not going to bet on Calyrex Ice Rider or Lunala because I don't know which one's going to do well, but Miraidon's like the trustworthy partner, so I want to get Miraidon. And then Grimmsnarl was also just felt so cheap to me. Like, it was only like 2 points. And, you know, after Evan and I cast, I was like, and you think I'm not going to pick Grimmsnarl? Like, please. Like, I have some pride as a caster, too. And then I was thinking about the last 2, and I was like, I have 2 points left. None of these, like, really strike out to me. But Whimsicott's a Pokemon that's, like, been really close to my heart. Like, it helped me succeed at the Atlanta Regional Championships. And overall, I feel like it plays a very similar role to Grimmsnarl in certain ways. So I thought, okay, if Grimmsnarl doesn't take it, then, you know, my girl Whimsicott will, so.
Well, let me update you, Yuki. You have 471 points from your fantasy draft so far today.
What does that mean?
And 471 points, just for the record, I'm going to tell you all how many points you got, but for now, it is just the number of appearances that your Pokemon had overall for the tournament.
Okay.
We're going to give you 2 more points for every time your Pokemon appears in day 2, which I have not had time to calculate yet because I've been here, and then 3 points for every time that Pokemon appears in Top Cut, and 50 points if your Pokemon wins the tournament. So we will keep checking in on these scores as we proceed through our day 2 of competition. Evan, we got to see your draft on stream.
You saw me make those decisions live.
Yeah, give us a TLDR of what you picked and why.
I picked a Regulation G Miraidon team for my fantasy picks. I went with, of course, the Bike, the Myth, the Legend, Miraidon as my #1 pick. #1 in the clubhouse, 41.7% usage in day 1. You got to go with Miraidon. If you're not going with Miraidon, I did not cheat. I did not cheat. You saw me do this live. I did check after the fact, but. So I went with Miraidon. I went with the Ursaluna, and then I went with Farigiraf. I made some miscalculations on some of my point totals. And unfortunately, my lobbying efforts were rebuffed in terms to get some better, a little bit of a better exchange rate on my fantasy picks.
Sure were.
But, you know, I still believe in my Regulation G team.
I didn't know we had exchange rate fluctuations that we had to account for.
You always got to be
tracking the economy.
It doesn't hurt to try.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, no, you did not get Farigiraf on a budget. But Evan, at the end of the day, you have 346 points.
Is that good? It's like golf, right?
Yeah. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
You'll find out after we get Scott's picks, and then you can make your own assessment.
I mean, I feel like, Evan might have made a regulation G team, but it seems like he might have had a fantasy draft that's an F.
F's in the chat for my fantasy draft.
So for me, I was like, you know what? What's the most boring draft possible? Which, I mean, it wasn't the goal coming in, but I feel like it's definitely what happened. Or like, I agree with Yuki. We're like
have some competition.
Yeah. Like Rillaboom, value too good. Grimmsnarl, value too good. From there, I was like, I didn't really want anything else that cost 2, so that kind of like limited where I could go. So I didn't pick any of the restricted Pokemon for that reason, and finished up with Incineroar, which I actually don't feel as good about as I thought I was going to after I feel like we barely saw it all on stream.
Yeah.
And Iron Hands, who we also barely saw it all on stream. So I felt like the theory was good, maybe the execution not playing out the way I was hoping it would.
Well, I'll have you know,
It's like
after
50
hedging
points,
your
right?
bets with 4 Pokemon on your fantasy draft team, you have 523 points at the end of today.
Seems good.
I mean, at least it's more than Evan, and that's really all that matters.
It's almost double what Evan has, actually.
What if we reversed the point totals?
Oh, okay.
And he had 325, and I had like 643.
Opposite day.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, only if we were like 24 hours
What's the
behind
exchange
us.
rate in opposite points?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Now we're
Opposite day,
getting
I
into,
like,
like-
as a kid, because, I'm YZ. Like, I'm always ahead of the line
That's
on
right.
opposite day.
That's right.
We're getting into number theory, which I really don't have a degree for. So I'm gonna go past this. Just for an update on Wolf's and Aaron's drafts as well, because they're not here. Wolf drafted Ogerpon, Incineroar, Grimmsnarl, and Rillaboom, and got 526 points.
Whoa.
So very close.
Very close.
And then Aaron was just as boring as Scott, and so has the exact same point total at 523.
Let's go team.
Yeah.
Wow,
Oh,
Evan and I
yeah,
are
you're
the only
pretty
bike
good.
enthusiasts.
Yeah, no other
Okay.
bike, no other restricted enthusiasts.
Oh, yeah.
I know, 10-point budget was actually really hard to work with, but it's because, think about it. What if your restricted is on all 465 teams? Which is impossible, actually, I
Like
think. if we look
Miraidon,
at
that was on 41.7% of them.
That's the thing. Who knows what the conversion rates look like for day 1 to day 2? How many double points are people going to get? How many triple points are people going to get? We're going to rack them up at the end of tomorrow. So that'll be fun, I think, to revisit that. And I like that everybody had a kind of a different draft plan. But in case you didn't see it on stream, I know I didn't. Let's look at the day 1 usage stats real quick, just to get a good refresher of what the actual restricted pairs
That's
look
my
like.
bike right there.
That's your
Yeah.
bike. That's the Miraidon bike.
19.6, 8.0.
8.0.
Where are the Calyrex Shadowrun believers or like Ice Rider believers? You could have
Not here. In the field.
True. True.
Bikes are more
probably playing
efficient
on
than
day 2.
horses, if you know.
It's true.
They're faster.
Where did we not get horsepower out of one of these like duo names?
Of the high variety. High horsepower.
High horsepower.
High horsepower.
Wow. I have some great news for everybody at home that wants more duo names coming up in your
We had the
near
whole
future.
zoo earlier.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, well, what else can we throw into the mix there? But looking at just the individual restricteds as well, just to give people a brief refresher here, as Evan has already
There we are.
mentioned, 41.7%
Use
for the
numbers.
Miraidon. But I think what was really interesting about this is we actually saw quite a bit more Kyogre and Terrapagos usage relative to what we saw in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like just in general, I mean, Kyogre's doing real good today. Where
Yeah.
not only did we see a lot of it on stream, and I don't know if it's one of those situations where like we saw all of them or something, but like it looked pretty good, right? Where like even in some tough matchups, like I think Brendan's matchup seemed kind of bad. He still like managed to make it work and like was really good about pivoting it in. And it seems like a Pokemon that needs a little more finesse in this format,
Yes.
maybe than some past seasons. But I definitely felt like I underestimated it a little bit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I really liked the way like Brendan played that Kyogre, because I always thought like, okay, like you're gonna play Kyogre, you have to use Urshifu because it's so broken, and then Tornadus in case they have Koraidon or something. But Brendan had this whole different take where he was using pivoting from both Urshifu and Grimmsnarl to bring in the rain whenever he wanted to. And I was like, oh, like this is like this bouncing back and forth. Like now I don't have to play like 3 Pokemon that are weak to electric types. Like this is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played by Brendan, but I also have to give a shout out not just to Kyogre, but also Groudon, who is having a surprisingly decent tournament here. Just saw Junji perform so well with that Groudon, picking up those clutch KOs at the end. And that's a Pokemon I wasn't expecting to see do well basically at all. And here is Groudon making it into day 2.
Well, listen, you got Heat Crash and Zamazenta. which is pretty good. He crashed into Shadow Rider Calyrex with Terra as a one-hit knockout if it doesn't have a Focus Sash. You also have Precipice Blades into 41.7% of the field.
Yeah, that
if there
hits
is no
like,
wild
what,
card.
20% of the time?
Well, you know what? Opposite day, it's 80%. I'm gonna see. Look at logic.
me.
I
That's
guess we have to
girl
play
math.
inverse battles in the new VGC. That could be the regulation J.
Oh gosh, we're getting too far ahead of ourselves. Let's go to top 12 of the normal Pokemon. But a lot of these are actually not very normal. I feel like Raging Bull or Shifu, the power of legendary Pokemon, kind of wrapped up into a very small package.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, isn't this one of your drafts? Urshifu, Incineroar, Grimmsnarl, and Iron?
Yeah, there it is, top 5.
Yeah, I couldn't quite fit the Urshifu in there, but otherwise, I like these other dudes.
Right, yeah.
I actually don't think I put Urshifu at Did I put Urshifu on the fantasy draft at all?
Yes.
Yeah, it was 4 points.
Oh, yeah,
It was,
okay.
I couldn't quite afford it. It was out of my budget. You know, the exchange rate wasn't what I was hoping for.
All right, well, I think day number 1 of our competition has been such a great continuance of what we have seen so far in Regulation I Double Restricted, and we got more action for you tomorrow. Make sure you tune into our broadcast at 9:15 a.m. Pacific or 12:15 p.m. Eastern or 6:15 p.m. Central European time, or I don't know any other time zones, so you can do the math on that one. But in case you don't want to do the math, check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts so you can figure out all of the information you need to know for all of the broadcasts that are coming up in your future, and follow our channels on Twitch and YouTube so you really don't have to do the work. The platform will do it for you. It'll notify you when we're live, so that's amazing. So,
Yeah, that's what I do.
yeah, it's what I do too. But like, subscribe, follow, retweet, share,
repost.
Oh, is that what that is now?
Disperse? I don't know.
Yeah.
Disperse.
I'm just becoming a thesaurus right now.
Pass it, carrier pigeon to all your friends.
There we go.
But that's gonna do it for us here at Portland for day number 1. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 and crown our final North American regional of the season. Bye bye.
Bye bye.